The first Spirit Endowment, Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, a mythical caliber, cleaving through Chang'an city with a single stroke. The second Spirit Endowment, Radiance Star, a mythical caliber, piercing through 3,000 miles with a single arrow. The third Spirit Endowment, Thunder Emperor, a mythical caliber, unleashing a thunderous strike that reverberates across the 9 provinces. A millennium ago, the fabric of space tore asunder, and spiritual energy surged back into existence. Abyssal monstrosities invaded, and monstrous beasts rampaged across the globe. Cities lay in ruins, and humanity's survival teetered on the brink of annihilation. The emergence of spirit masters allowed humanity to tenuously regain a foothold on the blue planet. Qin Yuan acquired a divine-level spirit endowment system, awakening ancient mythical spirit endowments and wielding myriad formidable powers. He wreaked havoc upon royal-grade beasts, transcending the rifts of time and space, and vanquished the Abyssal God King, leading humanity towards prosperity and grandeur. He became the eternal myth of the world. Chapter 1. The Awakening Ceremony, Flames of the Blazing Sun, Yun City Base. The Grand Plaza of the Outer City. Over 1,000 youths stood in anticipation. Qin Yuan stood at the rear, his complexion fair and pristine, emanating a strikingly handsome demeanor. His deep, dark eyes glimmered with an enchanting hue as he gazed ahead. Old Qin, do you think we will awaken our spirit endowments? Beside Qin Yuan stood his childhood friend, Zhao Feng. We absolutely will. Where there is a will, there is a way. Qin Yuan asserted emphatically, a resolute glint shining in his eyes. Having been reborn in this world for 16 years, what significance would it hold if he could not become a spirit master? Zhao Feng could not help but smirk, letting out a soft sigh. The awakening of spirit endowments, as its name implies, relies entirely on innate talent. The concept of fate is enigmatic beyond comprehension. I must succeed in my awakening. A flicker of unusual brilliance flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes as he caressed the pendant hanging from his chest. It was a fragment of a mysterious sword, brought back from the battlefield by his father in this life. It had accompanied him through the years, yet his father would never return. Qin Yuan resided in a realm known as the Blue Planet. A millennium ago, this world was also blessed with an extraordinarily advanced technological civilization, but a cataclysm swept across the globe. Rifts in space emerged, spiritual energy rejuvenated, and the area of the Blue Planet expanded 100-fold. With this came the invasion of abyssal creatures, and animals evolved into monstrous beasts, assaulting human cities. Countless cities fell to the onslaught of these entities, plunging humanity into an unprecedented crisis. At this critical juncture, spirit masters emerged triumphantly. They possessed the ability to awaken an entity known as spirit endowment, endowed with various peculiar and formidable abilities. Only after their appearance did humanity manage to cling to existence. Relying on the remaining technology and the powers of spirit masters, they established base cities, enabling humanity to propagate and survive. Spirit masters held a highly esteemed position among humans, for they fought valiantly against the beasts and monstrosities. However, not everyone possesses the potential to awaken as a spirit master. The path to becoming one requires innate talent. Upon reaching the age of 16, one may participate in the awakening ceremony. Every year around this time, the main city academy dispatches personnel to conduct awakenings for youths who have reached 16. Those who successfully awaken their spirit endowments through the ceremony can become spirit masters. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan understood that spirit endowments are divided into various tiers. The first self-awakened spirit endowment is of utmost significance, determining the future of the spirit master. Should one possess ordinary aptitude, even if they grow, they would merely become fodder on the battlefield. Enough. Silence. The awakening ceremony officially commences. You have but one chance, so seize it well. During this time, no noise is permitted. Close your eyes and deeply contemplate. A middle-aged man stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence, instantly silencing the entire plaza. All gazes fixated upon him. Adorning his robe was a golden insignia, embellished with 5 golden patterns. He was a spirit master of the Golden Realm. The hierarchy of spirit masters parallels that of the monstrous beasts, categorized into Black Iron Realm, Bronze Realm, Silver Realm, Golden Realm, Platinum Realm, Diamond Realm, Starshine Realm, and Sovereign Realm. The Black Iron Realm possesses extraordinary physique, effortlessly lifting burdens of 1,000 pounds. The Bronze Realm can traverse 10 meters in a single stride and deliver a single punch that can fell a raging bull. The Realm of Silver is akin to a humanoid combat machine, exhibiting astonishing destructive power. The Realm of Gold disregards artillery, possessing strength on par with beasts of the same tier. The Realm of Platinum serves as a battlefield weapon, capable of instantaneously annihilating thousands with but a thought. The Realm of Diamond allows for flight, enabling one individual to obliterate an entire city. The realm of stellar radiance traverses 1,000 miles in an instant, with the physical form crossing through the void. The realm of kings boasts a lifespan of a millennium, and with a mere flick of the wrist, one can lay waste to entire islands, their might far surpassing that of nuclear weapons. As for those who exist beyond the realm of kings, such strength is beyond the comprehension of Qin Yuan. Each grand realm is further subdivided into 9 grades. Qin Yuan, a middle-aged man, is a formidable presence at the 5th grade of the Gold Realm, a being of considerable power within Yun City. Alas, he bears a scar that runs across his face, and his right hand is entirely empty. His right hand was severed during a battle with a monstrous beast. Qin Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly, and silence fell upon them. This awakening will determine your futures. Will you become a powerful spirit master or remain an ordinary person? It all depends on your talents. Now, let the ceremony commence. You shall approach in order. Place your hands upon the testing device. Then close your eyes and attune your senses. Qin Yuan's somber yet commanding voice resonated through the air as he extended his left hand, pointing towards the 10 anxious youths at the forefront. A row of 10 testing devices allows for the awakening of 10 individuals simultaneously. The testing devices are technological marvels, designed to assist humanity in awakening and detecting innate talents. Zhang Daoshan, awakening failed. Li Xiaoyuan, awakening failed. He Xiuji, awakening failed. Qin Yuan observed as each dejected youth was summoned away by the staff. The success rate for awakening is dismally low. Even after a millennium of calamities, the awakening rate has only increased from 1 in 10,000 to approximately 8%. Yet, the majority of individuals remain unable to awaken, destined to lead ordinary lives. Among this batch of 10, none succeeded in awakening until the second group. Yang Wenhu, awakening successful. Innate spiritual energy, 5 stars. Awakening spirit, beast transformation, flowing light, tiger. Spirit grade, rare. The testing device's screen illuminated with clear data, accompanied by a melodious announcement. The concept of spirit awakening has a history spanning millennia, with countless individuals awakening various types of spirits. Even the most peculiar spirits are meticulously documented, so once an awakening occurs, matching can reveal the specific type of spirit awakened. A cacophony erupted in the square. The crowd cast envious and resentful glances at the youth. Beside Yang Wenhu, a tiger-like beast, towering several meters high and shimmering with radiant hues, materialized. Although it was merely a phantom, it emanated an aura of terror. The youths undergoing testing nearby turned pale with fright. Remarkable, truly remarkable. A rare spirit, 5-star spiritual power. He has the potential to reach the Gold Realm in the future. Qin Yuan said with a beaming smile. Refrain from using your spirit for now. You have just awakened and cannot sustain its abilities for long. Yes, Teacher Jian. Yang Wenhu replied, cupping his hands in excitement as he stepped forward. Qin Yuan's gaze was intensely fixed on Yang Wenhu's attribute data. Innate spiritual energy represents the speed at which one absorbs spiritual energy, indicating the pace of cultivation and a person's growth potential. The spirit is the foundation of a spirit master. There exist various categories of spirits: beast transformation, special, elemental, weaponry, and more. Spirit grades are classified as common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the grade of the spirit, the greater its potential for growth and power. Rare spirits can ascend to 5 stars and possess 5 innate abilities. Su Chang, awakening successful. Innate spiritual energy, 2 stars. Awakening spirit, elemental gold, left hand. Spirit grade, common. Another individual successfully awakened, his left hand radiating a dazzling golden light, akin to a metallic sheen. Observers, upon witnessing his awakened spirit, shared knowing glances and laughter, followed by envious stares. Although it was merely a common spirit, it was sufficient to qualify him as a spirit master, capable of defeating over 90% of those present. The vast majority of youths had failed to awaken, thus forfeiting their chance to become spirit masters. As time ticked away, it soon became Zhao Feng's turn. Good luck, Qin Yuan encouraged. Zhao Feng had grown up alongside Qin Yuan, and their family shared a strong bond, with their fathers being comrades and also spirit masters. Unfortunately, after being conscripted to the battlefield a decade ago, there had been no word of them since. It was rumored they perished in a battle against abyssal monsters, lost beyond the rift in space. Zhao Feng approached, placing his hands upon the awakening device. Instantly, the device erupted with a brilliant light. Zhao Feng, awakening successful. Innate spiritual energy, 7 stars. Awakening spirit, elemental blaze of the sun. Spirit grade, epic. Chapter 2. System activation, the awakening of trash spirits. A cascade of data emerged, leaving the onlookers speechless. The innate spiritual energy reached the remarkable level of 7 stars, and it was revealed to be an elemental spirit, blazing sun flame. Qin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. The first awakening of a spirit is of utmost significance. also referred to as one's life spirit. The higher the grade of the spirit, the greater the innate spiritual energy. Achieving 7 stars in innate spiritual energy is exceedingly rare throughout the entire Yun City. Soon after, the crowd witnessed a dazzling flame shooting skyward. The blazing sun flame, rumored to be a fragment of the sun's fire, boasts an extraordinarily high temperature, shimmering in hues of blue and red when cultivated to perfection. It can reach temperatures of up to 10,000 degrees. Haha, I have finally awakened. I am now a spirit master, Zhao Feng shouted with exuberance, tears of joy streaming down his face. Old man, did you see that? Your son has awakened, inheriting the same elemental fire abilities as you. Zhao Feng was enveloped in the blazing sun flame, letting out a roar to vent the frustrations he had endured over the past decade. After a considerable time, his emotions began to settle. Although his actions had interrupted the awakening process of others, none dared to intervene. Even Qin Yuan, who presided over the awakening ceremony, tacitly allowed it, controlling Zhao Feng's blazing sun flame within a 5-meter radius to prevent it from splattering and causing harm to others. A spirit master with an epic-grade spirit and 7 stars of innate spiritual energy is bound for extraordinary achievements, with a significant likelihood of becoming a diamond-tier spirit master. It is noteworthy that the city lord of Yun City is merely at the diamond tier. Anyone could see Zhao Feng's limitless potential. Qin Yuan, I have awakened successfully. Zhao Feng approached Qin Yuan, his face pale from exhaustion. His earlier excitement had drained his stamina as he recklessly unleashed the blazing sun flame. Congratulations. Qin Yuan replied with a smile, genuinely pleased. If I don't awaken, I'll be counting on you in the future. Ha ha ha, no problem. I'll take care of you. Zhao Feng patted Qin Yuan on the shoulder. Nearby, another individual successfully awakened, a charming young girl. Li Yun, awakening successful. Innate spiritual energy, 4 stars. Awakening spirit, weapon type, Gale Sword. Spirit grade, advanced. Jian Yun's gaze was drawn to the girl in the green robe, wielding the blue glowing Gale Sword, which surprised and pleased him. This batch of youths were all commoners from outside the city, typically possessing inferior talent, thus making the success rate of awakening quite low. Initially, he had not planned to personally oversee the awakening ceremony, but the results were remarkably fruitful this time. An epic-grade blazing sun flame with 7 stars of innate spiritual energy, a rare-grade flowing light tiger with 5 stars, and an advanced Gale Sword with 4 stars of innate spiritual energy. In previous years, even if common youths awakened successfully, they would only manifest ordinary quality spirits. Who would have anticipated so many promising candidates this year? With such talent, diligent effort could lead to becoming respectable spirit masters in the future. Jian Yun smiled at the girl. Suddenly, his left hand unfurled, and a blue long sword, strikingly similar to the Gale Sword, manifested, its aura restrained, seemingly slightly weaker than the girl's. Yet, the onlookers recognized Jian Yun's mastery over the Gale Sword, adeptly controlling its aura so that not a hint of power escaped. I awakened a Gale Sword as well, though mine is of slightly higher quality, epic grade. However, the talent skill accompanying the advanced Gale Sword is immensely practical and possesses formidable offensive capabilities. You must practice diligently and not waste the potential of the Gale Sword. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I will certainly strive to improve. The girl responded cheerfully. Now, it is your turn. Jian Yun, in high spirits, turned to the few remaining youths yet to undergo testing. Qin Yuan nodded slightly and approached the testing device. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on the apparatus. The device housed 2 crystal spheres, one for testing innate spiritual energy levels and the other for assessing spirit grades. Qin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, feeling a tingling sensation in his hands, as if something was being infused into his body. The stars on the crystal sphere designated for testing spiritual energy began to illuminate in a dazzling display. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Jian Yun smiled, sensing another promising candidate emerging. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The lights on the crystal sphere began to ignite one by one. 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, instantly surpassing Zhao Feng's 7 stars of innate spiritual energy. Before Jian Yun could regain his composure, the final star began to flicker frantically. 10 stars. Subsequently, the crystal sphere erupted in brilliant light. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the sphere exploded into shards. This was 10 stars, full innate spiritual energy. Jian Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. The boy's talent was simply terrifying. Full innate spiritual energy is an existence found only once in a million. It had been decades since Yun City had witnessed the awakening of a genius with full innate spiritual energy. This boy was destined for greatness, surely to become a pride of Yun City and even the alliance itself. Qin Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Zhao Feng cheered, devoid of jealousy, only feeling happiness for Qin Yuan. The other youths displayed a complex array of expressions: envy, jealousy, resentment, and sorrow, all mingled together. In that moment, Qin Yuan seemed to exist in a realm apart, lost in contemplation. The pendant that had previously hung around his neck seamlessly integrated into his being. Ding! Heroic soul fragment detected, Divine Grade Spirit System automatically activated. Ding. Host has acquired the Eye of Spirit, capable of identifying any spirit. Ding. Congratulations. Host has awakened Mythic Grade Spirit, Qin Sword Immortal, Fragment. A system. After 16 years of rebirth, Qin Yuan had relinquished all hope. Unexpectedly, at the moment of awakening, the system activated. Indeed, while the system may arrive late, it never fails to make an appearance. Suddenly, Qin Yuan was jolted from his reverie by an even louder commotion. Alas, what a pity. Jian Yun gazed at Qin Yuan with a complex expression. Qin Yuan, awakening successful. Innate spiritual energy, 10 stars. Awakening spirit, fragmented sword, details unclear, incomplete. Spirit grade, unknown. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of reactions. Some were astonished, others lamented, while some secretly reveled, and others scoffed. Full innate spiritual energy. Yet, he awakened a fragmented spirit. Fragmented spirits are not uncommon in this world. They are deemed trash spirits, also referred to as waste spirits. Due to their inherent flaws, fragmented spirits cannot unleash their full potential. The disparity between Qin Yuan's innate spiritual energy and spirit was stark, one soaring high, the other plummeting low. Qin Yuan looked at the spirit materializing beside him, a shard of a sword blade, ancient and unadorned, devoid of any luster. It seemed vaguely familiar as he touched the pendant, only to find the shard had vanished. It appeared to have transformed into his spirit. Qin Yuan pondered, was this fortune or misfortune? Yet, he was unconcerned. What did it matter if he possessed a trash spirit? He had the divine grade spirit system, destined to become a formidable force. Moreover, this was not the trash spirit they spoke of, but a mythic grade spirit. Albeit incomplete, it far surpassed ordinary spirits. Ding. System issues a quest. Showcase the divine grade spirit's prowess before others. Complete the task to receive a novice gift package. Qin Yuan had not intended to elaborate further, yet unexpectedly triggered a system quest. Alas, I did not foresee it would be a fragmented spirit. Even if it were an ordinary grade spirit, you would still possess an immeasurable future. Yet, you ended up with a spirit that is less than ordinary, a mere trash spirit. However, you possess full innate spiritual energy, and there will be opportunities to contract a second spirit in the future. Given your remarkable innate talent, you are also permitted to enroll in the Yunqing Spirit Master Academy. Striving to contract your second spirit at the earliest opportunity, Jian Yun said to Qin Yuan. Instantly, numerous onlookers cast envious glances in his direction. This was a special privilege granted to those with innate full spiritual energy. After all, such individuals were a rarity among millions. Even if the first spirit contracted were to be deemed inferior, there remained the possibility of awakening or contracting a second spirit. Thank you, teacher. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. However, my spirit is not inferior. He extended his hand towards the shard of a broken sword, barely the size of his palm. Jian Yun was momentarily taken aback, assuming Qin Yuan's youthful exuberance made him unable to accept the reality of his situation, and he prepared to offer words of encouragement. But then, he felt a sudden weight, as a wave of oppressive force surged towards him. Chapter 3. The Celestial Stone of Repairing Heaven, the Divine Source Crystal. What is this? An inexplicable and terrifying pressure engulfed the entire square. Over 1,000 individuals struggled to breathe under its weight. The girl who had just awakened the gale sword trembled violently, the sword hovering beside her, emitting a mournful wail. Zhao Feng, standing closest, felt the searing sunfire within his soul flicker in the wind, as if gripped by fear. The one who felt it most profoundly was Jian Yun, the most powerful among them. As a Golden Realm spirit master with 3 spirits, even his epic level gale sword could not withstand the pressure emanating from that shard of the broken sword. It was a terror rooted deep within the soul, unrelated to one's cultivation level. He could sense the gale sword's quaking and trepidation, akin to a bloodline suppression. Never before had he felt such fear, even when facing legendary sword-type spirits. With a resounding hum, a formidable sword aura erupted from Qin Yuan's hand, striking the ground a short distance away. A remarkably neat fissure appeared, approximately 3 meters long and half a meter deep. My heavens, is this not an inferior spirit? The power of a single strike was astonishingly terrifying. No, that is not just one sword. That is half a sword. Even a Bronze Realm Spirit Master could not achieve such a feat. That was an iron fragment. The crowd gasped in shock, murmuring amongst themselves. Astounding. Qin Yuan, you are truly impressive. Zhao Feng rushed over and embraced Qin Yuan, having previously worried for him. He now felt genuine joy upon discovering the formidable nature of Qin Yuan's spirit. No matter how flawed it was, as long as it could unleash its power, it was more than impressive. Ding. Host has completed the task. Reward, a novice gift package. Listening to the system's voice, Qin Yuan felt immense satisfaction. Clearly, the outcome was favorable, and the task was accomplished. What spirit is this? Jian Yun asked, sheathing the Gale sword, astonishment evident in his voice. Its name is the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Qin Yuan caressed the shard of the broken sword, internally adding, from the legendary mythic level spirit, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal? Jian Yun was momentarily stunned, searching his memory but finding no record of a spirit by that name in history. Moreover, it seemed more like an honorific for a person than a sword's title. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan dismissed the thought, for in this world, new varieties of spirits emerged every year. No peculiar spirit was too surprising. Do you know its rank? Qin Yuan shook his head, aware but unwilling to disclose. Does it possess a talent skill? Qin Yuan again shook his head. He had yet to examine it. Qin Yuan paused, sighing again, believing Qin Yuan's spirit to lack a talent skill, concluding it must indeed be an inferior spirit. The ranks of spirits are categorized as ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Ordinary spirits reach their peak upon awakening, with a maximum of 1 talent skill. Advanced spirits can ascend to 3 stars, possessing 3 talent skills. Rare spirits can reach 5 stars, with 5 talent skills. Epic spirits can attain 7 stars, with 7 talent skills. Legendary spirits can reach 9 stars, with 9 talent skills. As for mythic spirits, they exist only in myth. Even many realm kings may not possess one. It is said they can achieve a maximum of 12 stars, with 12 talent skills. Each rank difference in spirits corresponds to a 2-skill disparity. Thus, the level of innate spiritual energy determines a person's upper cultivation limit, while the spirit's rank dictates their combat prowess. Among spirit masters of the same level, some may possess 1 talent skill, while others possess 3. Therefore, those with 3 talent skills will inevitably prevail. Very well, you are also eligible to attend the Yunqing Spirit Master Academy. The time will be 3 days hence. So be sure to report punctually, Qin Yuan instructed, glancing at Zhao Feng. You as well, do not be late. Yes, teacher, Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Through earlier discussions among the youths, they discovered that Qin Yuan and the staff responsible for awakenings were all teachers at the Yunqing Spirit Master Academy, the only academy of its kind in the city. I will report your circumstances to the academy, particularly regarding you, the one with innate full spiritual energy. Do not lose heart. With current technological advancements, there may indeed be methods to help you complete your spirit. Qin Yuan smiled as he spoke. Thank you, teacher. Qin Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and then asked, Teacher, may I inquire if, upon becoming spirit masters, our families can relocate to the inner city? Zhao Feng, standing beside him, was equally eager for the answer. They hailed from the slums. Although they resided within the Yunqing base city, they were situated on the outskirts, often referred to as the buffer zone or slum. In the event of a beast invasion, the slums would be the first to face danger. Conversely, the inner city, fortified by towering walls and protected by many powerful spirit masters, would not worry for personal safety even during an attack. Once you become spirit masters, you may reside in the inner city, as the academy is located there as well. However, for your families to move into the inner city, you must work diligently, at least achieving the status of Bronze Realm Spirit Masters, either by graduating successfully from the academy or securing special approval from the Lord's office. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with appreciation. These 2 youths seemed to possess commendable character. After becoming spirit masters, their first thought was for their families. Many hailing from humble backgrounds experienced drastic shifts in mindset upon becoming spirit masters, often becoming arrogant and distancing themselves from relatives and friends, ashamed to associate with ordinary individuals. Thank you for clarifying, teacher. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Yuan departed the square with Zhao Feng. After a while, teacher Qin Yuan, there were a total of 32 participants in this awakening, with 55 successfully awakening. There are 35 individuals without spirits, but possessing innate 3-star energy. All data has been recorded in the archives. A young teacher approached. The awakening rate among commoners is only 5.3, failing to reach even the Alliance's average of 8. This is quite normal. The offspring of ordinary people are highly likely to remain ordinary. Conversely, the offspring of spirit masters have a significantly higher chance of becoming spirit masters themselves. As for those without spirits, but with 3-star innate energy, while they cannot become spirit masters, they absorb spiritual energy faster than commoners, possess better physiques, and can undertake jobs that spirit masters disdain and commoners cannot handle. With opportunity, they may even awaken spirits later on. Very well. Allow all who have awakened to join the academy. If anyone wishes to return to the academy with you, take them back to arrange accommodations. As for those with 3-star innate energy, they can be assigned jobs in the inner city or consider joining the military. Qin Yuan nodded, pulling out the files for Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng to review. Among the over 1,000 youths, these 2 possessed the greatest talent. Upon discovering that both their fathers were summoned spirit masters, he felt astonished and contemplative. So they were the descendants of spirit masters. It was unfortunate that they had moved from the inner city 9 years ago, falling into the slums. Was this the lament of the Alliance, or merely a reflection of the law of the jungle? I shall return to the academy now. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuan took out the data on Qin Yuan, casting a glance at the fissure nearby created by Qin Yuan's strike before turning away. What kind of extraordinary endowment could instill such dread even in his epic-level Gale sword? Was it of legendary caliber? Mythical? Was the initial endowment already of mythical level? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Having departed, Qin Yuan and his companion reached the outskirts of the city, an area colloquially known as the buffer zone, a squalid slum. The dilapidated buildings were littered with refuse, and the pedestrians' eyes lacked any glimmer of hope, resembling mere puppets. The inhabitants here were ordinary folk, unable to awaken their potential. Let us find a place to rest, Qin Yuan suggested, leading Zhao Feng into a concealed corner to recuperate and regain their strength. Without heeding Zhao Feng's puzzled gaze, he closed his eyes and opened the system attribute panel. God-level endowment system host, Qin Yuan realm. First-tier black iron realm innate spiritual energy. Mythical evolution points, 0, can be acquired through slaying creatures, absorbing endowments, devouring energy, completing tasks, etc. Evolution points can be used to enhance the star level of endowments. Special ability, Eye of Endowment, can identify any endowment. First endowment, Qin Sword Immortal, 3, incomplete. Origin, the heroic soul of Li Bai, the Qin Sword Immortal. Grade, mythical. Star level, 1 star, can be upgraded to 2 stars, requiring 100 evolution points. Talent skill, 9 slashes of the Sword Immortal, delivers 9 strikes. Each hit doubles the damage, with a maximum power of 9 times. Items, 1 beginner's gift pack. Note, the host can upgrade their endowment using evolution points, collect fragments of heroic souls, awaken mythical endowments, and receive special rewards from the system upon task completion. Open the beginner's gift pack. Qin Yuan murmured. Ding. Acquired 1 piece of sky-repairing divine stone, 1 piece of divine source crystal, 2 spirit stones, and 100 evolution points. Listening to the system's voice, Qin Yuan immediately examined the attributes of the items. Sky-repairing divine stone can be used to restore any heroic soul to its complete state. Divine source crystal can enhance talent skills with a chance to produce additional characteristics. Spirit stone can be utilized for personal cultivation, elevating one's realm and cultivation level. Evolution points can be used to elevate the star level of endowments. After perusing the system's introduction, Qin Yuan was overwhelmed with ecstasy, particularly at the prospect of the sky-repairing divine stone, which could restore a mythical endowment to its full glory. Without it, he would have no means to complete the endowment. Such a treasure, capable of mending ordinary endowments, was worth its weight in gold. To repair a mythical endowment was a rarity in the world. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan opted to use it. Ding. The host has used the sky-repairing divine stone. The Qin Sword Immortal has been fully restored. Deep within Qin Yuan's soul, the remnants of the blade fragments radiated an exquisite, multicolored brilliance. Shortly thereafter, a phoenix descended from the void, alighting upon the remnants of the sword, merging with it. Fei Huang Sword. The name echoed in Qin Yuan's mind. The Fei Huang Sword was resplendent and flawless, emanating an extraordinary sheen, suffused with an ethereal sword light. The phoenix transformed into a totem, dancing along the sword's body, lifelike and exquisite, unmistakably a supreme weapon among swords. The emergence of the Fei Huang Sword was not an ending, but merely the beginning. Today we drink, today we revel. Ha ha ha, heaven did not give birth to me, Li Tai Bai. The great tang shall endure like the endless night. A hearty voice resonated in Qin Yuan's mind. Soon after, a handsome man clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura, stepped through the mundane world, wielding the Fei Huang Sword while sipping from a wine jug. This was none other than the Qin Sword Immortal, Li Bai. Qin Yuan gazed in astonishment at his first endowment, struck by its extraordinary charisma and striking beauty, rivaling his own, yet surpassing it by a mere fraction. Now, when Qin Yuan reviewed the endowment, the attribute panel had undergone a significant transformation. First endowment, Qin Sword Immortal. Origin, the heroic soul of Li Bai, the Qin Sword Immortal. Grade, mythical. Star level, 1 star. Weapon, Fei Huang Sword mythical. Talent skills, Qin Sword body, passive skill, 9 slashes of the Sword Immortal. Is this a buy one get one free? Qin Yuan mused with delight. Not only did he possess the mythical endowment of the Qin Sword Immortal, but he also acquired the mythical weapon, the Fei Huang Sword. He speculated that what he had previously obtained was merely a fragment of the Fei Huang Sword. Fei Huang Sword, mythical and innate divine sword, indestructible and capable of shattering all, exerting a certain suppressive effect on lower-tier sword endowments, depending on the host's strength, and can be summoned for individual use. Qin Sword body, passive skill. The host possesses the special constitution of the Qin Sword Immortal, endowed with exceptional swordsmanship talent. The spiritual energy within can be transformed into Qin Sword Qi, allowing for seamless conversion between the two. The unique characteristic of Qin Sword Qi enables attacks to bypass any defense of the target. Remarkable, truly terrifying. Qin Yuan marveled, for indeed, the mythical endowment was unparalleled in power. Both the Fei Huang Sword and the Qin Sword body were immensely formidable. Ding. The host has used the Divine Source Crystal. The Qin Sword body has been enhanced. After utilizing the Divine Source Crystal, the Qin Sword body gained an additional divine attribute. The host may attain a brief period of invincibility after each use of a talent skill, rendering them immune to all control effects. Goodness, this is a divine skill. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Yuan promptly used 100 evolution points. Ding! The Qin Sword Immortal has been elevated to 2 stars, acquiring the talent skill, Drunken Immortal Sword Step. Drunken Immortal Sword Step allows for instantaneous movement to any point within 10 meters, disregarding any obstacles. What a remarkable teleportation-type talent skill, far superior to speed-type skills. Qin Yuan could not contain his laughter. The attributes of the mythical endowment were indeed immensely powerful. Merely its various abilities positioned Qin Yuan far above his peers among spirit masters. Even some high-ranking spirit masters might not possess any of the talent skills of the Qin Sword Immortal. However, Qin Yuan harbored a question: what type of endowment was his? Weapon type? It didn't seem so. Perhaps it belonged to a special category? Qin Yuan was uncertain, but he thought he might clarify it upon arriving at the academy. Or, as the system indicated, it was a heroic soul endowment, which might classify as a soul-type endowment. Did such a classification exist? Qin Yuan, what's wrong? Zhao Feng, observing Qin Yuan's sudden laughter, patted him on the shoulder with a perplexed expression. Could it be that his childhood friend, overwhelmed with excitement at becoming a spirit master, had lost his mind? This would pose a dilemma for him in explaining to Aunt Li. Haha, it's nothing, just overwhelmed with joy. Qin Yuan exclaimed as he stood up. What could possibly make you so happy? Zhao Feng inquired, intrigued. Given our years of friendship, it wouldn't hurt to share. Qin Yuan pondered. His endowment would inevitably reveal itself in time, unless he refrained from using it altogether. Informing Zhao Feng now posed no issue. My endowment has been fully restored, Qin Yuan declared, and with a sudden flourish, a long sword, intricately engraved with a phoenix totem, appeared in his hand. Its edge gleaming fiercely and undeniably formidable. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Feng's forehead. Although the sword bore no malice, he still felt an ominous threat emanating from it. This sword of yours is truly impressive. Zhao Feng swallowed hard, filled with envy. He sensed that his own epic-level sunfire would undoubtedly pale in comparison to this sword. You too shall become this formidable in time, Qin Yuan reassured him. Now, let us head home. Qin Yuan's endowment had 2 modes of use. The first allowed for the summoning of the fully restored Qin Sword Immortal, akin to beast transformation-type endowments, enabling Qin Yuan to fight alongside the Qin Sword Immortal or to possess it, granting him immense combat prowess. However, this method expended spiritual energy at a considerable rate. Given Qin Yuan's current first-tier Black Iron Realm energy capacity, he could maintain it for a maximum of 30 seconds. As for the second approach, it involves wielding the Phoenix Sword solely as a weapon for battle, which incurs lesser consumption and allows for sustained combat. The Phoenix Sword is of mythic caliber, possessing formidable power. Thus, Qin Yuan can reveal a portion of his prowess while concealing another. As a reincarnator endowed with a system and divine spirit, Qin Yuan is reluctant to flaunt his abilities excessively, yet he also shuns the notion of languishing in obscurity, becoming a target for ridicule as a useless individual. A judicious display of his innate talent is essential to garner the attention of the academy and attract the allocation of resources. Having sheathed the Phoenix Sword, Qin Yuan traversed through a series of lowly dwellings alongside Zhao Feng. Despite their relentless sprint, the two felt no fatigue, as the expenditure was considerably less than that incurred through the use of spirits. This is a testament to the enhancement of their physique following their ascension to spirit masters, which will only grow stronger alongside their ranks and the levels of their spirits. Particularly for Qin Yuan, even amidst his dash, he discerned that his body was undergoing remarkable transformations, with his form autonomously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, converting it into the azure Lotus Sword Chi. This was beyond Qin Yuan's expectations. Does this not imply that even in slumber, his body would continue to cultivate independently? Remarkable. Not far from home, Qin Yuan spotted 2 modestly dressed youths rushing towards him. Brother, have you awakened yet? These were none other than Qin Yuan's twin siblings, a year his junior. The boy was named Qin Xiaofeng, and the girl, Qin Xiaoyu. Next year, they would undergo their awakening. Their mother was an ordinary person, while their father was a spirit master. Thus, the family was composed of striking individuals, and their genetic lineage boasted a considerable likelihood of awakening. Chapter 5. The Iron-Skinned Rat. A responsibility to protect the common people. I have successfully awakened, Qin Yuan exclaimed with a smile, ruffling the hair of his siblings. Wonderful. Brother has finally become a spirit master. Soon we can move into the city. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyously, leaping forth to embrace Qin Yuan. Beside her, Qin Xiaofeng, who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yuan, also radiated excitement, casting an envious glance at Zhao Feng. I am a spirit master too, Zhao Feng declared with a grin. Given the amicable relations between their families, not only has Qin Yuan awakened, but he is also endowed with full innate spiritual energy. Zhao Feng added, full innate spiritual energy. Brother, you are simply amazing. I want to be like you in the future, Qin Xiaofeng proclaimed, his fists clenched in determination. All right, let us return home. Is mother there? Qin Yuan took hold of his siblings, preparing to head back. However, they were soon met with a cacophony emanating from the other side of the slum. This is bad. A multitude of iron-skinned rats has appeared outside the city. Run, run. The iron-skinned rats have breached the buffer zone. Who will save my son? A woman cried out in terror. Following the sound, Qin Yuan beheld a black-furred rat, nearly half a meter long, emerging from the ground, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged at a 7- or 8-year-old child. This is not good. Mother and Tion are still in the fields, Qin Xiaofeng exclaimed, his voice trembling. Tion was Zhao Feng's mother. Their family's primary income stemmed from cultivating various crops issued by the alliance outside the city. Hearing this, both Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng's expressions shifted. The iron-skinned rat is one of the most widely distributed and commonly encountered beasts on the fringes of cities. Although classified as a low-tier black iron beast and relatively weak, they are formidable in numbers. Once they appear, they swarm in hordes, if not eradicated. They can swiftly escalate into a rat tide, posing a grave threat to human settlements. Iron-skinned rats not only feast on crops, but also relish assaulting human children and frail adults. Ding. Task issued. Rescue the common people and eliminate at least 100 iron-skinned rats. Task rewards will depend on the host's completion level. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in Qin Yuan's ears. Even without the system's task, Qin Yuan could not remain indifferent. You two, head towards the inner city immediately. There are patrols there. Qin Yuan instructed his siblings. Let us go. Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng exchanged a determined glance and charged towards the iron-skinned rat. Currently, only a few scattered iron-skinned rats were present in the buffer zone. The primary threat lay outside the city. Should the rat tide breach the city defenses, the buffer zone would become a disaster zone. Qin Yuan dashed towards the iron-skinned rat, the phoenix sword manifesting quietly in his grasp. Swish. The rat, gnawing at the child, was effortlessly cleaved in two by a single stroke of the sword. The severed ends were smooth and even, the two halves of the carcass collapsing to the ground. Qin Yuan was taken aback, astonished at how effortlessly he had dispatched the iron-skinned rat. Although classified as a low-tier black iron beast, its tough exterior rendered it impervious to ordinary blades. Having lived in the slum for so many years, Qin Yuan possessed a profound understanding of iron-skinned rats. Remarkably, he had not even employed the Azure Lotus Sword Chi for this strike. It appeared that the sharpness of the Phoenix Sword exceeded Qin Yuan's expectations by far. Thank you, esteemed Spirit Master. The woman, equally astonished but quick to react, scooped up her child and fled, expressing her gratitude as she ran. This is one of the essential survival skills for the denizens of the slum. If one cannot combat the beasts, one must learn how to escape. Unfortunately, for those who lack survival skills, a single misstep could lead to reincarnation. Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng collaborated, initially eliminating several iron-skinned rats that had infiltrated the slum to prevent them from harming innocent civilians. Ding. Eliminated a low-tier black iron-skinned rat. Gained 1 evolution point. Ding. Eliminated a low-tier black iron-skinned rat. Gained 1 evolution point. Ding. Eliminated. After dispatching 7 iron-skinned rats in succession, Qin Yuan accrued 7 evolution points. It seems that by slaying beasts, one could amass a considerable number of evolution points and rapidly upgrade their spirits, a far simpler and more straightforward method than others. In stark contrast to Qin Yuan's swift efficiency, Zhao Feng struggled mightily to merely scorch 1 iron-skinned rat, nearly allowing it to escape. Fortunately, Qin Yuan's quick reflexes saved the day, swiftly cleaving the creature in two. Why are you so powerful, despite both of us having just awakened? Zhao Feng lamented, his expression tinged with disbelief. Come on, you performed admirably, Qin Yuan reassured him earnestly. Zhao Feng's solar flame was no small force. Upon striking the iron-skinned rat, it had incinerated its fur completely. Just moments ago, with a touch more time, he could have vanquished an iron-skinned rat on his own. Typically, newly awakened spirit masters do not possess such prowess. Your solar flame counts as magical damage. Targeting the head of an iron-skinned rat would surely result in a one-hit kill. Qin Yuan shared his insights. I wish I could, but I feel like I can't control it properly. A slight miscalculation leads to a miss. And it's much easier to hit the body, Zhao Feng confessed, his frustration palpable. Mastering manipulation techniques is not a simple feat, all right. Let us find my mother and Tion. Outside the city, iron-skinned rats swarmed, while ordinary civilians fled in terror. Qin Yuan even spotted several stark, white skeletons. Judging by their frames, they were undoubtedly human remains. In their desperate search, Qin Yuan and his companions finally located his mother, Li Xian, along with Zhao Feng's mother, escorting them to a safe haven. Yuaner, Li Xian called out as she saw Qin Yuan preparing to leave. Mother, I have become a spirit master. Slaying beasts and protecting the common people is our duty. Qin Yuan paused, explaining his determination. The esteemed position of a spirit master is not merely a title. It is born from generations of spirit masters who have bravely fought against beasts and dark entities, earning their revered status. However, the reason behind Qin Yuan's continued engagement in battle was not solely the lofty ideals he expressed. Instead of merely slaying the ironhide beasts, Qin Yuan had 3 intentions. Firstly, to fulfill the system's quest, secondly, to amass a significant number of evolution points, and thirdly, the Ironhide beasts of the low black iron rank posed no challenge for him. With a single stroke of his sword, they fell effortlessly. This was, in truth, the primary objective behind Qin Yuan's actions. However, before the gathered crowd, he seized the opportunity to cultivate a grand image for himself, which was undeniably advantageous. "Ah, it turns out this esteemed spirit master is that lad from the Qin family," exclaimed the onlookers. "Well done, Qin Yuan. I've believed in him since childhood." Indeed, it is Qin Yuan. Such a person truly deserves to become a spirit master. Qin Yuan is our savior. The surrounding common folk exclaimed in unison, initially presuming him to be a bronze or even silver-ranked spirit master. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than the clever and resourceful Qin Yuan from their youth. "Uncles and aunts, please take good care of my mother. I shall now proceed to eliminate the Ironhide mice and address the rodent infestation. Protecting the common folk is a duty we all share," Qin Yuan declared with a serious countenance, instantly elevating his stature in the eyes of those present. "No problem, go ahead, we will keep watch," came the supportive voices. "But do be cautious and do not overexert yourself," Li Xian urged, pulling Qin Yuan aside to offer her admonitions. While the news of her son's ascension to the rank of spirit master was joyous, her heart brimmed with worry. The dangers faced by spirit masters far exceeded those encountered by common folk. Each year, a multitude of ordinary people perished, while many spirit masters also met their demise at the jaws of ferocious beasts. Although humanity had established numerous base cities on Blue Star, the true dominators remained the countless beasts that vastly outnumbered them. "Understood," Qin Yuan nodded, turning to depart. "Zhao Feng, you stay behind to protect them. As a spirit master, I too must confront the Ironhide mice and safeguard humanity." Zhao Feng's expression shifted momentarily. Protecting them was of utmost importance. However, Qin Yuan did not afford him the chance to respond and vanished from sight. Chapter 6. The Ironhide Mouse King, High-Level Spirit Endowment. As Qin Yuan charged into the fields, he swept through the ranks of Ironhide mice. None could withstand a single strike from his sword. Ding. Killed a low black Ironhide mouse. Gained 1 evolution point. Ding. After dispatching over 100 Ironhide mice, the surroundings felt eerily silent, devoid of any living creatures. Seeing that no one was around, Qin Yuan retrieved a spirit stone from his system space. Grasping it in his hand, he swiftly absorbed the spirit energy within. After such an extended period of battle, his physical and spiritual strength had been entirely depleted. Had it not been for the robust physique of the Qinglian sword body, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. In total, he had slain 106 Ironhide mice, netting him a respectable 106 evolution points. Qin Yuan reviewed his gains and summoned the system attribute panel, preparing to allocate points. However, upon observing that the evolution points required to upgrade from 2 stars to 3 had surged from 100 to 1,000, he was rendered speechless. It appeared that ascending the ranks of spirit endowment was far more complex than he had anticipated. Was this requirement universal for all spirit endowments, or merely a consequence of the mythic-level spirit endowment? Yet, without knowledge of other spirit endowments, Qin Yuan remained oblivious to the answer. Suddenly, the rocks and soil nearby began to rise, propelled towards him without warning. Recognizing the threat, Qin Yuan crushed the spirit stone in his hand. Drunken immortal sword step. His body transformed into a wisp of ethereality, reappearing on a stone 10 meters away in the next instant. The ground trembled violently as boulders crashed down where he had once stood. Had he failed to evade in time, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of piercing sounds erupted as a gaping hole appeared in the ground, from which a gigantic rat, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, emerged. Clad in glossy black steel-like armor, it shattered the rocks with ease. Its sharp foreclaws cleaved stone asunder, and its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Qin Yuan. Fueled by a desire for vengeance against the human who had slaughtered its kin. What is this? The Mouse King? Qin Yuan's heart raced with trepidation. He could easily contend with the low black Ironhide mice, but a bronze-ranked adversary, a full realm above him, posed a significant threat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. From the Mouse King's lair, a wave of Ironhide mice swarmed forth, united in their fury as they charged at Qin Yuan. This is not good. Qin Yuan swiftly retreated. He could not afford to underestimate the combined assault of the Mouse King and its minions. Drawing another spirit stone from his system space, he bit down on it, harnessing the self-cultivation ability of the Qinglian Sword Immortal to restore his spiritual energy. Having just evaded a sudden attack utilizing the drunken immortal sword step had depleted a substantial amount of his energy reserves. As a mere first-tier black iron, Qin Yuan's capacity for storing spiritual energy was limited. Moreover, utilizing a mythic-level spirit endowment's innate ability consumed vast amounts of energy. This was precisely why he refrained from employing such abilities during earlier skirmishes. Otherwise, he would have exhausted his energy reserves within 2 or 3 uses. Yet, faced with the threat of the Mouse King, he had no alternative. The Mouse King's speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. Its claw, sharp as a blade, descended towards Qin Yuan's head. Damn it. As the lethal claws approached, Qin Yuan swiftly formulated a plan. The Mouse King's obsidian armor was evidently formidable. Ordinary attacks would likely prove futile against it. While the Mouse King might withstand a few of Qin Yuan's strikes, he himself could not endure a single blow from it. Qinglian Sword Qi. Sword Immortals, 9 slashes. The Fei Huang sword in Qin Yuan's grasp erupted with a terrifying sword aura, cleaving through the air. Boom. The Fei Huang sword collided with the Mouse King's claws in a fierce clash. Uft. The Qinglian sword Qi transformed into a brilliant arc, akin to a bolt of lightning, piercing through the Mouse King's foreclaws. The immense force sent Qin Yuan hurtling backward over 10 meters, his chest feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Mouse King's voice was laced with fury and fear as its crimson eyes glared at Qin Yuan. One of its claws fell to the ground, and a gaping wound, over 10 centimeters long, marred its head, cutting through its body in a gruesome display. The once imposing Mouse King was now a pitiful sight. Truly formidable is the Qinglian sword Qi, which disregards all defenses. Qin Yuan exclaimed with delight. Seized the opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his last spirit stone whole. For an ordinary person, such an act might have ruptured their meridians. However, only Qin Yuan understood that as the spirit stone entered his stomach, the vast energy within had yet to be released before it was transformed into Qinglian sword Qi. Die. In the Mouse King's terrified gaze, Qin Yuan vanished from sight, only to reappear at its left side in the next moment. Sword Immortals, 9 slashes. With a blade stained in blood, the Fei Huang sword descended mercilessly upon the Mouse King's head. Uft. The massive head arched through the air in a perfect arc before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Mouse King perished. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining Ironhide mice scattered in panic. However, Qin Yuan had no intention of letting them escape, and another round of brutal slaughter ensued. He accrued an additional 36 evolution points. At this juncture, utterly exhausted, Qin Yuan finally had a moment to peruse the system's kill record. Ding. Killed the high black iron Ironhide Mouse King. Gained 100 evolution points. So it was merely a high black iron rank. Qin Yuan felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Had it truly been a bronze-ranked Mouse King, his life would surely have been forfeit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Completion. Perfect. System rewards. 300 evolution points, 10 spirit stones, and 1 Ironhide Mouse King spirit endowment. The spirit endowment of the Ironhide Mouse King, a radiant orb, the size of his palm, now rested in Qin Yuan's hand. Inside the luminous sphere, there lay the Ironhide Mouse King, which he had just slain. Spirit, Ironhide Mouse King. Type, Beast Transformation. Grade, Advanced. Origin, Superior Black Iron Beast, Ironhide Mouse King. Uses, Contract, to become the second spirit, 90 success rate. Devour, absorb spirit energy, convert into evolution points, 100 success rate. Fusion, enhance spirit, 1 success rate. Enhance any innate ability, 5 success rate. It was indeed unexpected for Qin Yuan to acquire a spirit from a beast. The probability of beasts dropping spirits was exceedingly low, a mere 1 in 100. Despite having defeated over 100 Ironhide mice, he had yet to encounter a single spirit. Qin Yuan believed that without system rewards, even slaying 10 Ironhide Mouse Kings might not guarantee a spirit's emergence. The potential uses were threefold. The first, to form a contract and thus become Qin Yuan's second spirit, with a 90 success rate. Yet the Ironhide Mouse King's low grade made Qin Yuan reluctant to allocate the spot for a second spirit. The second option was to devour it, allowing the system to absorb it and convert it into evolution points. The third option was fusion, but the success rate was dismally low, below 1. Should it fail, nothing would remain. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. A squad of fully armed men approached swiftly in his direction. Chapter 7. Blackwolf Mercenary Corps, Selling Spirits. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a square face, adorned with 2 badges on his chest. One was a sword and shield insignia issued by the Lord's Mansion, signifying a member of the patrol team. The other was a silver badge denoting strength, featuring 8 stripes, indicative of an 8th grade silver spirit master. As they approached, their faces were marked with astonishment. The ground was littered with the corpses of dozens of Ironhide mice, all slain. The sheer number of carcasses suggested an encounter with a formidable spirit master. Upon seeing the Ironhide Mouse King, surprise flickered in the eyes of the group. Their gaze fell upon the sole human present. Are you Qin Yuan? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted. The multitude of Ironhide mice could not possibly have been slain by this youth alone, and the Ironhide Mouse King was no trivial foe. Greetings, Uncle Dong. You have finally arrived. Qin Yuan recognized the group. The Blackwolf Mercenary Corps was primarily tasked with hunting beasts and fulfilling client missions, while also serving as a patrol team in the buffer zone, hired by the Lord's Mansion. They were responsible for managing threats posed by beasts in the buffer zone and safeguarding the civilian populace. Qin Yuan had long been familiar with them, often trailing behind to learn about spirit masters and even witnessing their hunts against beasts encroaching into the buffer zone. Their relationship was amicable. I just emerged from the inner city and heard the news of your awakening. It is a rare, innate talent of full spiritual energy in Yun City, something astonishing indeed. Lin Weidong had received word from the Yun City Academy to pay special attention to the two awakened prodigies in the slums. One with innate spiritual energy at 7 stars. Possessing the epic flame of the sun, Zhao Feng, whom Lin Weidong had just met and found threatening. The other was Qin Yuan. With full innate energy, yet suspected of having a useless spirit. Lin Weidong remembered Qin Yuan well, as the clever youth had always followed them during patrols, making it hard to forget him. Did you slay all of these? Lin Weidong pointed at the heaps of bodies. Just luck? Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Luck? Lin Weidong and his companions were left speechless. Even if they attempted to tackle so many ironhide mice, it would require considerable effort. Impressive, Lin Weidong praised, his eyes sparkling with admiration. A newly awakened spirit master capable of single-handedly defeating such a multitude of black iron beasts, including the superior Ironhide Mouse King, held immense promise. This prodigy was one to befriend. Is that the spirit of the Ironhide Mouse? A man resembling Lin Weidong, his voice trembling with excitement, inquired. This was Lin Weinan, Lin Weidong's younger brother. Qin Yuan paused, realizing he referred to the luminous sphere in his grasp. The appearance of Lin Weidong and his group had been so swift that he hadn't had time to conceal the spirit. Indeed, after defeating the Mouse King, this sphere materialized. Qin Yuan replied, rubbing his nose. Your fortune is remarkable. This is the spirit of the Ironhide Mouse King, likely of advanced quality. Lin Weidong looked at Qin Yuan earnestly. To be candid, my brother's innate spirit is the Ironhide Mouse, but it is of common grade. For years, he has sought the spirit of the Ironhide Mouse for fusion. And now he is at the final stage to elevate his innate spirit to advanced. Thus, I have a humble request. I wish to purchase the Ironhide Mouse King's spirit from you. Spirits from superior black iron beasts typically sold for around 30,000 spirit coins, while advanced spirits fetched between 100,000 to 200,000. I am willing to offer 250,000 spirit coins. Hoping that you might part with it, Lin Weidong stated sincerely. Of course, this is your hard-won treasure. If you choose not to sell, we will not insist, rest assured. Do not mention it, Uncle Nan. If you need it, I shall gift it to you, Qin Yuan replied. Only if Uncle Nan grows stronger can you protect us, ordinary civilians. Truth be told, the Ironhide Mouse King served little purpose for Qin Yuan beyond being devoured for evolution points. Selling it for coin was also a commendable choice. As he spoke, Qin Yuan extended the luminous sphere, reciprocating the kindness shown to him by the Blackwolf mercenary corps, who had once saved his family. Without the protection of these mercenary groups and patrol teams, the slum's population would have been halved. You are no longer an ordinary civilian. Soon, you will become an existence beyond our reach, Lin Weidong remarked, his gaze intense. An innate full spiritual energy talent was exceedingly rare in a city of 1 million. Such prodigies emerged only once in decades. Moreover, Qin Yuan's spirit was not the rumored inferior spirit. Even newly awakened, he could effortlessly slay ironhide beasts. A feat not to be underestimated. The precision of his strikes was evident from the neatly severed wounds on the corpses, showcasing the terrifying prowess of the sword he wielded. However, we cannot simply take your spoils. I will value this spirit at 250,000, Lin Weidong said. Accepting the spirit from Qin Yuan and passing it to his brother, Lin Weinan. Spirits of the Ironhide Mouse were rare. The spirit of the Ironhide Mouse King was even scarcer. Furthermore, this spirit held immense significance for Lin Weinan, being a fortuitous opportunity. That will not do. I will sell this spirit for a maximum of 100,000. Any more, and I shall not part with it, Qin Yuan insisted. Very well. In addition to the beast you have slain, they too can fetch a handsome sum. We can settle the total price for them together later, Lin Weidong contemplated, aware that this young man was destined for greatness. At the very least, both Lin brothers now owed Qin Yuan a favor. While the Ironhide mice were numerous, they were too weak to yield spirits. Lin Weinan's Ironhide Mouse served as his innate spirit, yet its poor quality had resulted in years of resource consumption, leaving him at merely the 9th grade bronze level. If he could not elevate his spirit to advanced, he would struggle to enter the silver realm and find it challenging to contract a second spirit. Then I shall trouble Uncle Dong with this matter, Qin Yuan nodded. He entrusted the sale of the beast materials to the Blackwolf mercenary corps, confident in their experience and connections. As for being taken advantage of, Qin Yuan had no concerns. Lin Weidong's leadership of the Blackwolf mercenary corps implied a sound intelligence and emotional acumen. Suddenly, a wretched scream pierced the air. Qin Yuan turned to see, it was Lin Weinan. Beside him loomed the spectral form of a metallic beast, his assigned spirit. With a single breath, it consumed the spirit of the Ironhide Mouse King. Lin Weinan and his spirit both emitted anguished cries, suggesting that the fusion process inflicted immense suffering. After all, this was an attempt to defy fate. Should it prove successful, their future achievements would be irrevocably altered. Uncle Dong, what exactly is this fusion process? Is it possible for one's innate spirit to perpetually ascend in rank? Inquired Qin Yuan. Elevating the rank of a spirit is a formidable challenge. Previously, Chang'an had already fused with no less than 10 ordinary Ironhide Mouse spirits, and now, merging with the Ironhide Mouse King presented only a slim chance of success. Lin Wei Dong gazed at Lin Wei Nan with deep concern. The process of fusing and evolving a spirit is far from straightforward. One must first select spirits of the same type, and the likelihood of success is rather slim. The higher the spirit's rank, the more arduous it becomes to elevate its status. Only spirits of ordinary rank can be promoted to advanced status with a modicum of success. Lin Wei Nan, having prepared extensively beforehand and fortuitously acquiring the Ironhide Mouse King from Qin Yuan, stood a chance of success. However, should he fail, his spirit would suffer damage, rendering it unusable for a considerable duration and stripping him of his combat capabilities. To enhance the rank or star level of our spirits, the swiftest method is through the fusion of other spirits, particularly those of the same type, Lin Wei Dong patiently explained. You will learn all about spirits and fusion when you enter the Spirit Master Academy. To become a Spirit Master, Qin Yuan must inevitably attend the academy for a period of study. Lin Wei Dong and the others, also Spirit Masters, all hailed from the Yun City Spirit Master Academy. Chapter 8, The Hunting of Beasts, 3rd Rank Black Iron Realm. Thank you for clarifying, Uncle Dong. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. His spirit was of mythic grade, already the highest level, and required no further elevation. Even merging with another mythic spirit would merely grant new abilities, rendering it an unworthy endeavor. As for upgrading his star level, that would be excessively extravagant. Lower-ranked spirits could indeed be converted into evolution points to enhance their star levels. By hunting beasts, Qin Yuan could obtain evolution points, providing him with a shortcut to elevate his spirit's star level compared to other spirit masters. Boom! A tempestuous aura erupted forth. Lin Wei Nan's power surged dramatically, radiating a silvery brilliance. This was a sign of breaking through to the Silver Realm. As for Lin Wei Nan's spirit, its size unexpectedly doubled, evolving from the Ironhide Mouse into the ferocious and savage Ironhide Mouse King. It bore a striking resemblance to the Mouse King that Qin Yuan had slain. However, Lin Wei Nan's spirit had absorbed 10 ordinary Ironhide Mice and 1 Ironhide Mouse King, making it even more formidable than its predecessor. Huh. Lin Wei Nan clenched his fists tightly and stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. I've finally broken through to the Silver Realm, he exclaimed joyfully. This time, he celebrated a double triumph. Not only had his innate spirit ascended to the advanced Ironhide Mouse King, but he himself had also transitioned from the 9th rank Bronze Realm to the Silver Realm. I am profoundly grateful to you, Qin Yuan. From now on, you shall be my brother, Lin Wei Nan said with heartfelt appreciation. The two dilemmas that had plagued him for years, the silver bottleneck and the spirit rank, had been resolved simultaneously, igniting his exuberance. This space ring is a gift for you. Though not particularly rare, please do not refuse it, Lin Wei Nan said, producing a space ring and offering it to Qin Yuan. Space rings are a product of technological civilization and the development of spirits, not uncommon on Blue Star. They are typically crafted by spirit masters with spatial abilities or refined from materials sourced from beasts possessing spatial capabilities. Even the most basic space ring is valued at no less than 100,000 spirit coins. This gift is not insignificant. Then I shall gratefully accept it, Uncle Nan. Qin Yuan replied with a smile, not declining. To refuse such goodwill would only jeopardize their relationship. Subsequently, Qin Yuan joined the members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps in the hunt for Ironhide Mice, swiftly eliminating the rampaging beasts that threatened the crops. However, the Blackwolf mercenary corps was exceedingly powerful, most members being of upper-tier bronze strength. Lin Wei Dong and a few others were in the Silver Realm, so the number of Ironhide Mice that Qin Yuan could hunt was limited, especially with Lin Wei Nan, who had just broken into the Silver Realm, overflowing with energy. He lunged at the beasts as if they were alluring maidens. Upon returning to the buffer zone, Qin Yuan observed the frightened civilians. Many homes lay in ruins due to the Ironhide Mice, and countless lives had been lost to their jaws. Each beast attack posed a significant threat to the civilians, endangering their safety and possessions. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to Qin Yuan, having witnessed many over the years, yet they still stirred profound sorrow within him. This was the harsh reality faced by the lower classes. Uncle Dong, I have one more favor to ask. Qin Yuan paused, casting a glance at Lin Wei Dong. What is it? Whatever is within our power, we shall certainly assist you, Lin Wei Dong replied, placing great importance on Qin Yuan. Initially, it was due to Qin Yuan's innate potential, but now, having owed him a favor and witnessed his extraordinary speed in slaying Ironhide Mice, Lin Wei Dong's perception of Qin Yuan's combat prowess had shifted dramatically. It was astonishing to realize that a newly awakened spirit master could be so formidable. Lin Wei Dong recalled his own awakening, when summoning and controlling spirits had been nearly impossible, and it wasn't until 3 months later that he first defeated an Ironhide Mouse, nearly losing his life in the process. How could he compare to Qin Yuan, who dispatched Ironhide Mice as easily as one would sip water? In a few days, I will be entering the Spirit Master Academy for study, and I am concerned for the safety of my family in the slums, Qin Yuan explained. That matter is quite simple. As a patrol team, We have been designated by the authorities to provide housing in the outer city. We can easily allocate a few rooms for you, Lin Weinan readily agreed. Compared to the advanced spirit that Qin Yuan had given him, this task was trivial for them. What Xiaonan said is correct. Most residents of that street are mercenary groups or city guards like us, and it is only a city block away from the inner city, ensuring a significant level of safety, Lin Weidong added. The buffer zone was divided into various tiers of safety. The most secure was the street mentioned by Lin Weidong and his brother, adjacent to the inner city, with spirit masters stationed there, guaranteeing complete security. Following that were the expansive buffer areas densely populated by civilians, considered second-tier regions, where beasts occasionally infiltrated. The most perilous were the outermost villages, adjacent to farmland, which had suffered the brunt of the recent mouse tide. Qin Yuan had previously resided near the villages in the second-tier area. I am most grateful, Qin Yuan bowed in thanks. Lin Weidong's prompt agreement stemmed from both his regard for Qin Yuan and the debt he owed from the advanced spirit. Such is the advantage of human connections. Otherwise, even if Qin Yuan were to offer money, he might not gain entry to the street. No need for formality, given your talent. It won't be long before you can bring your family into the inner city, perhaps even to reside in the core noble district, Lin Weidong said with a smile. I appreciate your kind words, Uncle Dong. Afterward, the members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps accompanied Qin Yuan back to his home, assisting him in relocating. Qin Yuan, I didn't expect you to establish such a connection with the Blackwolf mercenary corps so swiftly, Zhao Feng remarked enviously within the outer city's residential building. I hear their captain is an expert of the 8th rank Silver Realm. They are a formidable mercenary group boasting several Silver Realm spirit masters, renowned in the slums. Zhao Feng's lifelong ambition had been to become a powerful spirit master like those in the Blackwolf mercenary corps, to protect the slums and earn the affection of the people. During this recent relocation, aside from the Qin family, Zhao Feng also moved in. When Qin Yuan casually mentioned it, Lin Weidong readily agreed. Zhao Feng, being a prodigy himself, was naturally welcomed by Lin Weidong. With the assistance of the Blackwolf mercenary group, moving into the outer city was hardly a challenge. The Silver Realm was merely a stepping stone. And with your innate talent, it was only a matter of time before you would achieve it. Qin Yuan patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder, reassuring him that, given Zhao Feng's capabilities, reaching the Silver Realm would be effortless, unless he chose to forsake his cultivation. Indeed, one could only anticipate what knowledge the Spirit Master Academy would impart. Zhao Feng mused eagerly. The time would reveal all. Qin Yuan dismissed Zhao Feng, returning home alone to tally his gains. This time, he accumulated 600 evolution points, 10 spirit stones, a spatial ring capable of holding 4 cubic meters, and 150,000 spirit coins, of which 100,000 were from selling spirit assignments and 50,000 from materials harvested from magical beasts. The worth of a few hundred Ironhide demon mice paled in comparison to a single Ironhide Mouse King's spirit assignment, highlighting its immense value. Additionally, he gained invaluable combat experience, alongside a preliminary grasp of spirit assignments and innate skills. That evening, the Qin family of 4 relished a sumptuous dinner. Qin Xiaoyu and Qin Xiaofeng devoured the meat of the Ironhide Mouse King, their mouths glistening with grease. The flesh of magical beasts is rich in nutrients and energy, significantly benefiting the physique of ordinary individuals. Prolonged consumption could even aid in awakening one's spirit assignment. Over the next 2 days, Qin Yuan ventured beyond the buffer zone, seeking out magical beasts to hunt. The magical beasts at the outskirts of the base city were routinely cleared by officials from the Lord's mansion. So Qin Yuan encountered few, and they were all of the Black Iron Realm. Not a single Bronze Realm beast was present. By day, he hunted magical beasts, and by night, he honed his spirit assignment abilities. After 2 days of slaughter, the already scarce magical beasts became exceedingly rare. The battles over the past 3 days had stripped Qin Yuan of some of his youthful naivety, replacing it with a more fierce aura. A subtle killing intent lingered about him, and a sharp gaze radiated from his eyes. Crack! A crisp sound echoed within Qin Yuan's body. 3rd grade Black Iron Realm. Achieving 2 grades in 3 days was remarkable, especially as he had not practiced any cultivation techniques, relying solely on the innate speed of the Qinglian sword body. Chapter 9. The Colorful Python and the Ghostly Ice Spirit Grass. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yuan arrived at a serene lake, the sole water source for the nearby farmland. According to local residents, a few days prior, a colorful python had appeared at the lake, devouring several adult men and claiming dominion over the waters. The tranquil surface of the lake concealed lurking dangers. Qin Yuan's gaze flickered as he caught sight of a shadow gliding silently beneath the water. Without hesitation, he swung the Feihuang sword, unleashing a streak of Qinglian sword chi that pierced through the air. Suddenly, a massive serpent's head, measuring half a meter in width, broke the surface, blood-red eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on Qin Yuan. The colorful python, superior black iron. Beneath its imposing head lay a vividly colored serpent body, approximately 15 meters long, its scales shimmering with a dazzling array of colors under the sunlight. Hissing, The colorful python glared at the youth who dared disturb its peace. Eyes filled with bloodlust and fury. In the next instant, it propelled itself forward, creating a long wake upon the lake's surface. Boom! Qin Yuan wielded the Fei Huang sword, observing the approaching serpent head, and struck down fiercely. Plunging, the sword struck true, sending the colorful python reeling back several meters, a bloody gash appearing upon its head. With Qin Yuan's experience from battling various magical beasts over the past few days, the Black Iron Realm beast stood no chance against the sharpness of the Fei Huang sword. The colorful python, astonished, could scarcely believe that this human had wounded it with a single strike. Enraged by its injury, the colorful python became even more frenzied, its eyes glistening with a thirst for blood. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and unleashed several ice spikes, hurtling toward Qin Yuan. Goodness! It possesses ice abilities too. Qin Yuan swiftly rolled to evade. The ground where he had stood was pierced through by the ice spikes, now coated in a layer of frost. Had he been struck, he would have been turned into an ice sculpture. A close call indeed. Cautiously, Qin Yuan observed the colorful python, gripping the Fei Huang sword tightly. A strand of Qinglian sword chi gradually swirling around the blade. This was a newfound ability he had learned over the past 3 days, allowing the Fei Huang sword to become even sharper, capable of slicing through the defenses of magical beasts. The colorful python's pupils constricted, wary of the sword's sharpness, and dared not present its head again. Instead, it swung its scaly body, crashing toward Qin Yuan. Drunken, immortal sword steps. Qin Yuan shouted, and in an instant, he appeared above the colorful python's head. The sharp Fei Huang sword once more pierced through the serpent's skull. The beast's physique was significantly tougher than that of the Black Iron Realm Qin Yuan. Thus he knew he must conclude the battle swiftly. Prolonged combat would deplete both his stamina and spirit energy. Plunge. The already severely injured colorful python received yet another fatal blow. Hissing in fury, it thrashed its massive body violently, striking the ground, its tail once again aimed at Qin Yuan. Again and again, Qin Yuan evaded, leaving behind a trail of bloody wounds upon the colorful python's body. Victory was in sight. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from the colorful python. Its scales began to undergo a transformation. The bloodied head ceased its bleeding, and the wounds slowly began to heal. This is a sign of a breakthrough. Qin Yuan was astounded, never expecting the colorful python would achieve a breakthrough at such a critical moment. Die! Boom! Gritting his teeth, Qin Yuan lunged forward, targeting the serpent's head, wielding the Fei Huang sword. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 9 slices of the sword immortal, 9 strikes. Plunge. The razor-sharp blade pierced through the colorful python's hardened scales, penetrating its entire head. At this moment, its head, neck, and vital points were riddled with gaping wounds. Death was merely a matter of time. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. The colorful python's thrashing grew weaker until, at last, its breath faded. Qin Yuan exhaled in relief. Ding. Defeated a low-grade bronze colorful python, false, earning 200 evolution points and acquiring the Ice Spike Spirit assignment. Once again, a spirit assignment emerged from the fray. This marked the second spirit assignment Qin Yuan had obtained, and the drop rate seemed rather high. Could it be that the system possessed a hidden luck attribute? Spirit assignment, Ice Spike. Type, Elemental. Grade, Ordinary. Origin, low-grade bronze colorful python, false. Usage, contract, contracting as the second spirit assignment, success rate 100, devour, absorb spirit energy, converting it into evolution points, success rate 100, fusion, enhance the spirit assignment. Success rate 0, 0.8, enhance any innate skill, success rate 0, 3, with double success rate for ice elemental spirit assignments or innate skills. It was not the spirit assignment of the colorful python, but rather the Ice Spike ability it had just wielded. Qin Yuan stowed the spirit assignment away. Though it was of ordinary grade, the low success rate for fusion rendered it ineffective for personal use. However, he could attempt to devour it to convert it into evolution points. Glancing at the massive corpse of the colorful python, Qin Yuan reached out to store it away. This was not the spatial ring gifted by Lin Weinan to Qin Yuan, which could only hold 4 cubic meters and was insufficient for the serpent's body. Instead, it was collected into the system's boundless space, an infinite realm. Not only could it contain the entire colorful python, but even the entire lake could be stored within without issue. Indeed, the multicolored python had broken through during battle, and it had only been a few days since its arrival. Surely, there must be some treasures hidden within the depths of this lake. Qin Yuan gazed into the unfathomable waters and promptly resolved to explore. Fortunately, apart from the multicolored python, no other beasts resided in the lake. Once he ascertained that there was no danger, Qin Yuan leapt into the refreshing waters. The temperature was astonishingly low, further solidifying his conviction that treasures lay beneath the surface. Within a mere quarter of an hour of searching, he discovered a small herb, approximately 30 centimeters long, resembling an ice sculpture and emanating a chilling radiance. A delightful fragrance wafted from the icy herb, invigorating his senses. This was a heavenly treasure. Although Qin Yuan was unfamiliar with its origins, he recognized its immense value. It was indeed capable of enabling the multicolored python to break through to the bronze realm. Regrettably, the system's spirit eye could only reveal information about spirit attributes, not about beasts or treasures. Today's haul was commendable. He decided to return home. Qin Yuan climbed out of the lake, dripping wet, adjusted his clothing, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the buffer zone, many greeted him warmly. News of Qin Yuan's relentless hunting of beasts had spread like wildfire, and he had swiftly become a beloved spirit master. This was the ice spirit grass, a treasure forged from the essence of heaven and earth, which would be of immense assistance to ice-type spirit masters. For ordinary folk, consuming it held a significant chance of awakening an ice-type spirit. Many prominent families were eager to acquire it, with a market value of around 500,000, equivalent to the high-level spirit from 3 Ironhide Rat Kings. The ice spike belonged to the mutated ice-type spirits. Although it was of ordinary quality, it was elemental and derived from the low-tier bronze multicolored python, likely worth around 160,000, comparable to the high-level spirits of the Ironhide Rat Kings. As for the multicolored python, its core was only halfway through its transformation, valued at a maximum of 13,000, and with the material from its corpse, it should fetch around 20,000. The materials from other beasts amounted to approximately 70,000. At the Blackwolf mercenary core base, Lin Weidong and others gazed at Qin Yuan's bounty with astonishment. Even Lin Weidong himself, after a venture into the wilderness, could not boast of such a yield. Especially the ice spirit grass and ice spike spirit, treasures like these were not easily encountered. You lad, you must be cheating, Lin Weidong remarked, eyeing the ice-type spirit with admiration. Typically, for spirit masters to acquire spirits from beast kills was exceedingly challenging. Yet, in just 3 days, Qin Yuan had secured 2 spirits. Just a stroke of luck, Qin Yuan replied to Lin Weidong. I'll keep the ice spike spirit for myself. Please assist me in selling the ice spirit grass and beast materials, Uncle Dong. Originally, Qin Yuan intended to reserve the ice spirit grass for his younger siblings. However, upon reflection, he considered the likelihood of awakening a common-grade ice spike spirit from it. Moreover, they had a year before their awakening, leaving ample time. Qin Yuan was confident that with his strength, he could procure even better treasures for them. As for the ice spike, while it could be sold for a decent sum, Qin Yuan preferred to convert it into evolution points to enhance his own capabilities. After all, having already sold the ice spirit grass, he was not particularly concerned about the additional 160,000. Chapter 10, Shadow of the Sword, 800,000 spirit coins. No problem, it's all trivial matters, Lin Weidong assured, patting his chest. The Blackwolf mercenary corps maintained long-term collaborations with various trading companies, which periodically sent representatives to purchase beast materials at slightly elevated prices compared to the market. It was a simple favor, and he readily agreed. Additionally, I will be attending the academy for some time starting tomorrow. I entrust my family to your care, Uncle Dong, Qin Yuan added. Rest assured. Focus on your training at the academy. I'll handle everything, Lin Weidong promised. The prestigious Blackwolf mercenary corps could easily safeguard a family of commoners. Furthermore, the security in the outer city was the best within the buffer zone, and no one dared to cause trouble. As long as Qin Yuan's family did not wander about or create disturbances, their safety was assured. In just 3 days, you have reached the 3rd rank of the Black Iron Realm. It seems you will soon break through to the Bronze Realm, Lin Weidong remarked, approaching him. Initially, I had intended to recruit you into the Blackwolf mercenary corps, but it appears our humble group may not suffice for your talents. Uncle Nan, you jest. We shall hunt beasts together when the opportunity arises, Qin Yuan replied, engaging in light conversation before returning home. Over the past few days, alongside this latest haul, Qin Yuan had amassed a total of 800,000 spirit coins. This was a sum he had once deemed unimaginable. A mere 10,000 spirit coins could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for a year. 800,000 equated to 80 years. Indeed, being a spirit master was not only the most revered profession, but also one of the fastest ways to accumulate wealth. Upon returning home, Qin Yuan first procured various necessities for his family and purchased several new outfits for Qin Xiaofeng and Qin Xiaoyu. In total, he spent less than 50,000. Finally, he acquired 2 smart wristbands, the standard version, each costing 100,000. These wristbands offered internet access, calling, video viewing, and other functionalities, essentially serving as an advanced mobile device, albeit more convenient. However, they were primarily usable within the base city. Once venturing into the wilderness, they would lose signal and function merely as ordinary electronic devices. One was for Qin Yuan himself, while the other would remain at home. Should any matters arise, or if his family wished to reach out, they could easily contact him. The academy was located in the inner city, specifically at the heart of the main city, the core area of the entire Yun City base. It was a 2 to 3 hour journey from the buffer zone. During this time at the academy, Qin Yuan intended to focus entirely on enhancing his strength, avoiding the inefficiency of traveling back and forth. Only by swiftly reaching the Bronze Realm or graduating from the academy could he ensure his family's relocation to the main city, alleviating their safety concerns. Ding. Host has consumed the ice spike. gaining 500 evolution points. Only 500 points? Qin Yuan thought, slightly exasperated. Was it due to the spirit's insufficient quality? Or were evolution points simply too rare? Nevertheless, acquiring these 500 points, combined with his previous gains, brought Qin Yuan's total to 1,400 points. Ascending from 2 stars to 3 stars required 1,000 points. Ding! Qin Sword Immortal upgraded to 3 stars, acquiring the talent skill, Shadow of the Sword. The Shadow of the Sword unleashes a stream of Qin sword energy, capable of conjuring a shadowy doppelganger that possesses half the strength of the host. At most, up to 9 shadowy doppelgangers may exist simultaneously. Incredible! Though each shadowy doppelganger only wielded half of Qin Yuan's strength, their quantity could reach 9. In battle, facing one person with 9 shadows attacking simultaneously would leave opponents defenseless. However, the shadowy doppelgangers required transformation from Qin sword energy. For Qin Yuan at this moment, this presented a challenge. To generate a single stream of Qin sword energy, at least 100 ordinary spirit energies were needed for conversion. Currently, at the 3rd rank of the Black Iron Realm, he could only store 6 streams of Qin sword energy within his body. Strength must be enhanced, he realized. Expanding the capacity of my Dantian for spirit energy is essential to contain more Qin sword energy. Suddenly, Qin Yuan extended his right hand, flicking his fingers to release a stream of Qin sword energy. Whoosh! The sharp Qin sword energy shot forth for several meters. Just as it was about to strike the wall, it transformed into a shadowy figure. Cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. The figure stood approximately 1 meter 80 tall and wielded a sword resembling the flying phoenix sword. Hiss! Qin Yuan focused his mind, and the shadowy doppelganger surged towards him. The shadowy sword descending directly upon him. Ding ding! The two engaged in a fierce clash until the shadowy figure finally dissipated. In the end, Qin Yuan reached a conclusion. The strength of the sword shadow clone is approximately at the 2nd-tier Black Iron Realm. It can only operate within a radius of 100 meters from Qin Yuan. Possessing an autonomous attack consciousness, it can also be directly manipulated by Qin Yuan. The source of energy for the sword shadow clone is the Azure Lotus Sword Qi. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, the clone will vanish. Thus, Qin Yuan must not only increase the quantity of Azure Lotus Sword Qi, but also enhance its quality to enable sustained combat. After conducting several experiments with the sword shadow clone, depleting the 6 strands of Azure Lotus Sword Qi within him, Qin Yuan has essentially mastered the application of the sword shadow's 9 levels. Subsequently, he took a bath and retired to bed. In the inner city, the living conditions stipulate that one must possess at least 1 Copper Realm Spirit Master. Qin Yuan grew up in the inner city during his childhood. However, 9 years ago, he was compelled to relocate to the slums. Further in lies the main urban area. As for new students of the academy, they are restricted to activities near the school and are not permitted to roam freely within the main city. After the city gate soldiers checked the identification of Qin Yuan and his companion, they allowed them entry into the main city. The annual awakening ceremony had just concluded, marking the beginning of the enrollment period for many new students. However, only students are allowed entry. Family members without special permits are similarly barred from entering the main city. The Yun City base is divided into various zones: the main city, the inner city, and the outer city. The streets of the main city are bustling with activity. At the main city gate, a Golden Realm Spirit Master is stationed year-round. Additionally, armored patrolling soldiers appear far more professional than the part-time patrol members of the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps. The streets are impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the slums. Qin Yuan observed the passers-by, each adorned in splendid attire, their faces radiant with joy. Those residing in the main urban area are either formidable spirit masters or members of influential families. It is said that Yun City boasts 3 Diamond Realm Spirit Masters, in addition to 4 prominent families. Zhao Feng, glancing around excitedly, commented on the 3 major official powers and the 4 families that jointly govern the entire Yun City. 3 Diamond Realms? Qin Yuan inquired, perplexed. The only Diamond Realm individual he knew of was the city lord of the Yun City base. Indeed, this information has come to my attention over the past few days, Zhao Feng replied, having recently mingled with the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps while staying in the outer city. Gleaning much about Yun City. The first is the city lord of Yun City, the second is our academy's dean, and the third is a military magnate. The 4 families are the Qian, Yu, Shi, and Feng families, each possessing at least 1 Platinum Realm Spirit Master, Zhao Feng elaborated. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. The 3 Diamond Realms are dispatched by the Alliance, with at least 1 required to safeguard each base city. The Yun City base, being a medium-sized city with a population exceeding 1 million, necessitates 3 Diamond Realm Spirit Masters to maintain a balance of power. As they approached the Yun City Spirit Master Academy, the streets became increasingly lively, filled with shops and the sounds of vendors calling out, enticing passing students. In Chapter 11, the Qian family extends an invitation, offering 1,000,000 spirit coins, blood of magical beasts, rare ores, various spirit inscriptions, alchemical recipes, and an array of extraordinary treasures abound. Regrettably, Even the most inexpensive treasures hold a value of at least 100,000 spirit coins. Although Qin Yuan still has over 500,000 in his account, he is reluctant to squander it. Spirit masters may earn money swiftly, but they also incur substantial expenses. Once one begins their cultivation, even considerable wealth can seem trivial. Thus, every coin must be judiciously spent. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, could scarcely afford such amounts. Hold on. Just as Qin Yuan and his companion were about to enter the academy, a middle-aged man approached them from a shop at the academy's entrance, blocking their path. Greetings. I am Qian Fu, a steward of the Qian family in Yun City. Introducing himself, he continued, Are you Zhao Feng and Qin Yuan? That's us. What's the matter? Qin Yuan nodded, his gaze falling upon the badge on Qian Fu's chest, indicating a third-tier silver realm. Qin Yuan then realized that spirit masters often favor wearing badges as a display of their status. Perhaps it serves to showcase their identity, allowing them to bask in the admiration of ordinary people, while also granting them numerous privileges, such as entry into important venues and avoidance of various troubles. Additionally, it enables spirit masters to assess each other's strength at a glance, weighing the pros and cons to prevent unnecessary conflicts. I am here, representing the Qian family, to extend an invitation for you to join us. You would receive a monthly compensation of 1 million spirit coins, access to mid-tier cultivation techniques, and a special purchasing discount of 10% at the Qian family commerce, Qian Fu stated earnestly. 1 million spirit coins. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. That's merely a month's salary. Over a year, that amounts to 12 million. In a decade, it's 120 million. In a century, it's 12 billion. In a millennium, it's 120 billion. It seems unlikely one could live that long, unless they break through to the king realm, he mused. Indeed, 1 million per month, totaling 12 million annually, is available immediately upon joining, Qian Fu noted, pleased with Zhao Feng's naive reaction. Furthermore, the Qian family offers loan services, with an eligibility for loans of no less than 100 million, he added. Ahem, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Joining the Qian family would be akin to selling oneself. Surely, there must be significant costs involved, Qin Yuan interjected, gently pulling Zhao Feng, who seemed mesmerized by the prospect of wealth. Had he not earned 80,000 over the past 3 days, Qin Yuan might have also been swayed by the allure of 1 million monthly salary. However, he understood all too well how swiftly a powerful spirit master could accumulate wealth through the hunting of magical beasts. A mere 1 million spirit coins is an astronomical sum for an ordinary person, yet for a spirit master, it is insufficient even to procure a rare spirit inscription. The price offered by Qian Fu is exorbitant for their current circumstances, but paltry compared to their potential future. This is not merely an investment. It could very well become a form of servitude, binding them to serve the Qian family for life. Indeed, we shall not sign a contract of servitude. I have heard tales of some factions engaging in such practices, Zhao Feng quickly realized, his expression turning wary as he regarded Qian Fu. Haha, the Qian family is not so despicable. We simply propose a friendly agreement, where you would assist the Qian family during times of need. Qian Fu's smile faded, revealing a more serious demeanor. Of course, the choice lies with you. The Qian family is eager to foster friendship with you. Qian Fu cast a meaningful glance at Qin Yuan. This young man is quite astute, in stark contrast to the seemingly oblivious Zhao Feng beside him. With Qin Yuan present, it would be challenging to manipulate the situation, as this youth is not easily deceived. Here are 2 silver cards, each containing 1 million spirit coins. Redeemable at any shop under the Qian family's commerce, with a discount of 95%, as a token of our meeting, Qian Fu said. Shifting tactics upon realizing his initial ploy had failed, he produced 2 shimmering silver cards and handed them over, gesturing towards the shop behind him. A store specializing in cultivation elixirs, a property of the Qian family. Zhao Feng hesitated, casting a glance at Qin Yuan. Then we shall graciously accept the Qian family's gesture and the steward's kindness. We will take these cards, Qin Yuan said, accepting the silver cards. He also exchanged contact information with Qian Fu before entering the Spirit Master Academy under his watchful gaze. Qin Yuan, why did you accept his silver card? Zhao Feng asked, clutching one of the silver cards tightly. Their intentions are far from innocent. Rest assured, exercise caution and refrain from hastily entering into contracts with those formidable powers, lest you find yourself sold without even realizing it. However, do not dismiss all their goodwill outright. Cultivating an additional ally is often more advantageous than acquiring another adversary. Furthermore, this is a silver card exclusive to the Qian family, redeemable solely for their affiliated products and utterly useless elsewhere. Once you utilize these funds, you may unconsciously gravitate towards the Qian family commerce for future purchases of desirable goods. Having accepted so many favors, the primary choice for materials from the beasts hunted by spirit masters will naturally be the Qian family. This illustrates the shrewdness of the Qian family, as they aim for long-term gains, fishing for bigger rewards through sustained investments that are unlikely to falter. Bestowing silver cards serves to leave a favorable impression. Once acquired, one is naturally inclined to shop at the Qian family's establishment, gradually forming a habit. Such patterns, once established, are notoriously difficult to alter. As a prominent family, the Qian family's approach seems relatively amicable, at least not forcing Qin Yuan and his companion into compliance. Of course, it could also be that they wish to avoid any scandal at the academy's entrance. Is it possible that the Qian family is merely manipulating us? Zhao Feng expressed his discomfort. It would not be quite accurate to label it manipulation. It is a mutual agreement. As one party is willing to engage while the other willingly acquiesces, Qin Yuan chuckled. If you truly wish to sever ties with the Qian family, you need only discard the silver card to avoid entanglements. But it's worth $1 million. Precisely so, Qin Yuan replied with a grin. The Qin family, renowned as one of the 4 great families, possesses a profound understanding of human nature, expertly maneuvering its intricacies. A common youth who has just ascended to the status of spirit master, no matter his latent potential, would find it hard to resist the allure of 1 million spirit coins. For the Qin family, a mere $1 million is a small price to pay to cultivate a relationship with an epic-tier spirit master or one endowed with innate energy of the highest order. Their investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. Even if Qin Yuan and his companion choose not to patronize the Qian family in the future, it would merely be a minor investment that did not yield returns, an inconsequential loss. The Cloud City Spirit Master Academy stands as the centerpiece of the Cloud City base. Grand and magnificent, boasting splendid scenery and an expansive area, bustling with the vibrant figures of youth. So many people, Zhao Feng exclaimed. Along their path, they encountered numerous students, all of whom were newcomers to this year's intake. With a population exceeding 1 million in Cloud City, at least 10 to 20,000 undergo awakening each year, and the academy enrolls no fewer than 1,000 students annually. Qin Yuan was not particularly astonished by this, despite the low awakening rate. The sheer number of individuals ensures a substantial influx. Moreover, the Spirit Master Academy is the only one of its kind in Cloud City, attracting all awakened spirit masters seeking further education. Given that the program spans 3 years, it is reasonable to conclude that the academy harbors at least 3,000 spirit masters. Qin Yuan first collected his student badge, received his academy uniform, and was assigned to a dormitory. At this juncture, the disparity in talent became evident. Ordinary students are relegated to dormitories shared by 6 or 8 individuals, while students in elite classes enjoy accommodations of 2 to a room, or even solitary quarters. Their lodgings resemble luxurious apartments, complete with private training and exercise rooms. By fortunate coincidence, both he and Zhao Feng were allocated to the same dormitory. Chapter 12. Qian Family's Prosperity, Sure Family's Might. This dormitory is simply splendid. All the amenities are complete, Zhao Feng exclaimed, reclining on a plush sofa. The environment far surpasses the squalor of slum housing. Yes, let us organize our belongings. Our first class for new students begins at 10 o'clock. After resting for a while, Qin Yuan departed the dormitory and proceeded toward the academic building. The freshman cohort is divided into 30 classes, each comprising around 40 students, totaling approximately 1,200, more than Qin Yuan had anticipated. The classes also differ in caliber, with 15 ordinary classes, 10 advanced classes, and 5 elite classes. Ordinary classes consist of spirit masters who have awakened with common abilities, while advanced classes require the awakening of higher-level abilities or innate energy of 3 stars or more to gain entry. Elite classes have even stricter criteria, necessitating at least a rare level of ability, innate energy of 5 stars or above, or substantial family influence to gain admission. At least one of these conditions must be met. By fortunate coincidence, both Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng qualify. Qin Yuan, we are both in elite class 2. Zhao Feng exclaimed joyfully. The elite classes range from 1 to 5, with elite class 2 being among the top-tier groups. Upon entering the classroom, they found it filled with students. Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng casually selected a seat. The classroom was predominantly populated by children of nobility, as evidenced by their opulent attire. Those who have attained nobility typically have parents who are spirit masters, and their offspring inherit their father's talents, endowing them with significant advantages over commoners. The likelihood of awakening abilities is markedly higher, compounded by their childhood diets rich in beast flesh and the consumption of precious herbs. The spectral ice spiritual grass that Qin Yuan had obtained, for instance, is often purchased and consumed by these aristocrats. I heard that several commoners have joined our class this year, one student remarked. I've also heard that one of them possesses an epic-tier blazing sun flame with innate energy at 7 stars. Goodness, such high potential. Another chimed in. And there's another with full innate energy who shattered the testing crystal during awakening. Is there truly such an extraordinary individual? I've heard that person is called Qin Yuan, but unfortunately, his awakened ability seems rather unimpressive. Laughter erupted from a chubby boy who was guffawing heartily. At that moment, he noticed a youth beside him staring intently and inquired, Brother, also from elite class 2, may I ask your name? Qin Yuan, came Qin Yuan's expressionless reply. Boom. The boy was taken aback, stumbling backward. Yet, despite his rotund physique, he reacted swiftly, executing a backflip to land gracefully on his feet. Haha. So you are Brother Qin Yuan. The plump boy chuckled awkwardly and extended his hand. I am Qian, with wealth flowing in like a river. A member of the Qian family in the main city. The Qian family. Another member of the Qian family. Qin Yuan politely shook his hand before withdrawing it. Qian appeared unfazed, beaming broadly as he produced an array of items on the table with a flick of his wrist. Potions, spirit stones, martial arts manuals. Weapons, an overwhelming assortment of goods that dazzled the eye. These are all excellent items that can provide immense assistance to novice spirit masters, giving you a head start. Qian declared, his smile radiant. As your classmate, I offer you a 20 discount, and if you purchase with academic credits, you can enjoy a 40 discount. Qin Yuan scrutinized Qian's merchant-like demeanor, quickly realizing the Qian family's business acumen. Are you a member of the Qian family? Indeed, Qin Yuan. Your discerning eye is commendable. Qian replied cheerfully. The Qian family commerce is the largest in the entire Cloud City base. Whatever you desire. We have it in stock. Not at the moment. Could you clarify what you just mentioned about academic credits? Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Academic credits are the universal currency of the academy, highly valuable and accepted across all Alliance academies. They can be used to procure rare treasures such as epic tier abilities. Even legendary tier abilities, as well as powerful techniques available exclusively through academic credits. Qian, without reservation, shared this information. As elite class students, each of us is allotted 500 academic credits. Advanced class students receive only 100, while ordinary class students receive even less, merely 1/10 of what we have. 500 academic credits? Qin Yuan mused, finding it hard to believe that such a sum seemed relatively modest. Do not underestimate these 500 credits. Their purchasing power is exceptionally strong. One credit can be worth anywhere from 10 to 20,000 spirit coins, and they are often in high demand. Furthermore, using academic credits to make purchases allows you to enjoy special discounts, Qian explained. Of course, if you find yourself in need of money and wish to sell your credits, you may seek me out. I shall offer you double the rate, 20,000 spirit coins for a mere credit. What say you? Qin Yuan sighed inwardly, contemplating the generosity of Yunqing Academy. With a single gesture, they were willing to part with 500 credits. If one were to consider the valuation provided by Qian, this sum of 500 credits would be worth at least 10 million spirit coins. This was far superior to the silver cards offered by the Qian family. It appears that Qin Yuan had underestimated the world of spirit masters, where sums in the millions or tens of millions of spirit coins were commonplace, while ordinary people had to scrimp and save for even a single spirit coin. As Qin Yuan pondered further, an untimely voice interrupted his thoughts. A group of 5 or 6 young men approached, led by a haughty young man clad in noble attire, whose condescending gaze seemed to regard Qin Yuan as one might a beggar. Qin Yuan frowned, but chose not to respond. Hey, kid, are you ignoring Brother Ting's question? A lackey behind the nobleman exclaimed, clearly displeased. Who are they? Qin Yuan chose to disregard the interruption and turned his attention back to Qian. Shi Ting, the second son of the Shi family, she replied through gritted teeth. The Shi family controlled several elite mercenary groups in Yunqing, wielding the most formidable hunting power in the wilds, all built upon the lives of countless spirit masters, while the Qian family treated spirit masters as treasures. Providing them with abundant resources, the Shi family employed underhanded tactics to make them serve as mere instruments for monetary gain. Each year, the casualties among spirit masters in the Shi family's mercenary groups were countless. Shi Ting, what do you want? Qian seemed to anticipate his intentions and positioned herself protectively in front of Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng. Fatty, this is none of your concern, so step aside. Shi Ting stepped forward, pulling 2 crumpled papers from his pocket. The word contract was emblazoned prominently atop, alongside a dense array of text. Qin Yuan, Zhao Feng, I'm offering you a chance to ascend to greatness. Join the Shi family, and you'll receive a monthly stipend of 500,000 spirit coins. After graduation, you'll enter our mercenary group, enjoying the finest luxuries and wealth, Shi Ting proclaimed, slapping the contracts onto the table. Dismissing Qian's objections with a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan glanced at the documents, noting the numerous stipulations that were overwhelmingly favorable to the Shi family. It was no exaggeration to say that this was akin to a bond of servitude, and the terms were far inferior to what the Qian family offered. The condescension and attitude displayed by Shi Ting were 100-fold worse than that of the Qian family. As if he believed Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng were desperate to join the Shi family, Qin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Shi Ting, too apathetic to utter a word. This individual exuded an air of superiority, and Qin Yuan had no desire to entangle himself with such a person. Simultaneously, he noticed a somewhat familiar figure standing behind Shi Ting, a young man named Yang Wenhu, who had awakened alongside them a few days prior. Possessing the rare spirit of the glowing tiger, he bore a bruised visage and a downtrodden expression, evidently having been coerced by Shi Ting into signing a contract of servitude. Qin Yuan, do not sign that. Otherwise, you will be compelled to serve them, Qian interjected. Shi Ting, do you dare to drag our classmates into the Shi family's mercenary group as fodder? Do you believe I want to report you to the principal? Huh. Go ahead. I dare you. Shi Ting retorted, his gaze dismissive of Qian, radiating an overwhelming aura. 4th tier Black Iron Realm. It was sufficient to look down upon the entire class. Do not be ungrateful, and do not think that the academy and the teachers will protect you. If you offend the Shi family, do you believe you can leave Yunqing unscathed? Chapter 13. Rare Grade Stone Armor. Mentor is Qin Yuan. Instantly, all eyes in Elite Class 2 were drawn to Shi Ting, who stood there arrogantly, completely disregarding the others. Having awakened only 3 days prior, Shi Ting had already reached the 4th tier Black Iron Realm, towering above his peers. Among the gathered students, even those with decent talents were merely at the 1st tier Black Iron Realm, for today marked their first day of enrollment. And they had yet to learn any cultivation techniques. Not everyone possessed the innate ability like Qin Yuan, who had the Qinglian sword body and could cultivate independently. Kid, do not think that possessing innate spiritual energy makes you invincible. Shi Ting sneered at Qin Yuan. Our Shi family's cultivation technique is a superior grade energy absorption method, capable of enhancing cultivation speed by 16 times. In all of Yunqing, it ranks among the best. Even with only 5-star innate spiritual energy, my cultivation speed can easily crush yours. Shi Ting spoke the truth. Not only had he cultivated the Shi family's superior techniques, but he also had access to their abundant resources. Thus, in just 3 days, he had achieved the 4th tier Black Iron Realm, leaving his peers far behind. Furthermore, the Shi family's background was not simple. It was said they had a main branch hailing from a super base city. The Yunqing Shi family was merely a collateral branch. Even as a collateral branch, the Shi family possessed top-tier cultivation techniques among the 4 great families. The Shi family capitalized on their superior cultivation techniques to attract countless spirit masters into their mercenary groups, compelling them to serve. Ding. Host has been provoked. The system issues a task. Injure Shi Ting and establish authority. Completion reward, 200 evolution points. Yet another task, albeit with a modest reward. However, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. One cannot afford to waste it. Moreover, Qin Yuan had long harbored a distaste for Shi Ting. But what of it? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had attained the 3rd tier Black Iron Realm without practicing any cultivation techniques, even managing to slay a low-grade bronze class multicolored python. A mere 4th tier opponent, bolstered by pills, paled in comparison before him. Then, Qin Yuan dispatched a mid-tier Black Iron beast, far surpassing Shi Ting's capabilities. Nevertheless, despite the system's task, Qin Yuan refrained from making the first move, opting to continue provoking Shi Ting instead. Qin Yuan, you are quite something. You have finally managed to infuriate me. Shi Ting's face flushed with anger. No one had ever dared to disregard him so blatantly or provoke him in such a manner. Yet today, Qin Yuan had repeatedly countered his words, showing him no respect. Stone Armor Transformation. Shi Ting bellowed, launching a fist towards Qin Yuan. His spirit was a rare elemental type known as stone armor. At that moment, his right hand glimmered with a brownish hue, resembling armor. Once fully transformed, his power surged, and most importantly, his defense became formidable, deemed impenetrable, granting him a position of invincibility. Currently, Shi Ting could not achieve complete stone armor transformation, but even a partial transformation of his right hand was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary spirit master. Shi Ting brimmed with confidence, believing that with his realm and stone armor spirit, he could easily handle a student with no spirit. As Shi Ting made his move, the other students felt a collective tension, gasping in alarm. Some even dared not look directly, fearing to witness a scene of bloodshed. Just as everyone anticipated Qin Yuan's impending misfortune, he merely extended a finger with nonchalance. The onlookers assumed Qin Yuan had resigned himself to defeat, but then an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A scream pierced the air, echoing throughout the classroom. A figure was sent flying backward, blood streaking through the air like a comet. The crowd stood in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The one sent reeling was none other than the seemingly invincible Shi Ting. What is happening? Qin Yuan had managed to block Shi Ting's attack with a mere finger and even sent him sprawling. Look at Shi Ting's arm. As the murmurs spread, the students beheld Shi Ting's right hand, which had been transformed by stone armor, now mangled and bloodied. Even a streak of azure sword energy spiraled around Shi Ting's right arm, etching tiny fissures and incessantly slicing through the wound, causing blood to flow freely from his arm, rendering him incapable of further armor manifestation. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Oh, I recall a rumor that Qin Yuan's bestowed spirit appears to be a fragment of a broken sword, reputed to possess formidable power, having pierced the ground on the day of its awakening. When I first heard this news, I thought it to be mere fabrication, exclaimed one individual. At this moment, all gazes turned to Qin Yuan, filled with reverence and trepidation. Previously, they regarded him as a fusion of a cultivation prodigy and a wastrel from a humble village. Now, however, Qin Yuan had substantiated his worth through sheer strength, earning the acknowledgement of all. His bestowed spirit was far from being a worthless one. Its might was astonishing. Shi Ting's stone armor paled in comparison to Qin Yuan's prowess. Absolute defense. Merely a jest. A single Azure Lotus Sword energy effortlessly resolved the situation. Qin Yuan exercised remarkable restraint, only severely injuring Ting's arm. Otherwise, he possessed the capability to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, being within the academy, even amidst conflict, killing a fellow student would result in repercussions for Qin Yuan. However, acquiring 200 evolution points was indeed worthwhile. Cough, cough, class is in session. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Qin Yuan looked over to find Jin Yun, the one responsible for the awakening ceremony. With a cold glance at the injured Ting and the seemingly innocent Qin Yuan, Jin Yun proceeded directly to the podium. I am Jin Yun, the instructor for Elite Class 2, and I shall be responsible for your education from now on. Now, all students, take your seats. You have 30 seconds. Upon this command, all students promptly returned to their seats. Despite having lost an arm, Jin Yun was a bona fide Gold Realm Spirit Master. More importantly, his close ties with the Academy's principal were no secret within the aristocratic circles. Had it been any other teacher, Ting would not have shown them any respect. However, Jin Yun was different. Even Ting would hesitate to offend him. Qin Yuan had already returned to his seat, observing Jin Yun at the podium. Truly, this was Yun City Academy, and it was fitting for Elite Class 2 to have a Gold Realm Spirit Master as their mentor. Qin Yuan, just wait. Ting spat venomously. With the assistance of a few sycophants, he begrudgingly found a spot. In Yun City Academy, strength reigned supreme. The academy did not prohibit sparring among peers in the same grade, provided no lives were lost. Thus, being defeated by fellow students was a source of great shame. If one suffered injury, one could only blame their inadequacy. After all, who was to blame for their lack of strength? To seek revenge, one must diligently cultivate and enhance their abilities. As for reporting to a teacher, such grievances were rarely addressed. This was also the reason Jian Yun showed no interest in the earlier conflict or its aftermath. Youngsters, newly awakened to their bestowed spirits, were naturally willful, and occasional clashes were to be expected. Without competition among them, how could they be motivated to grow? Alright, let us commence with the formal lesson. Today's class is divided into two segments, theory and basic cultivation. The morning session will cover theoretical knowledge, while the afternoon will focus on basic cultivation techniques, teaching you how to absorb spiritual energy for your training. After stating this, Jian Yun seamlessly transitioned into the formal curriculum. Qin Yuan listened attentively. The earlier incident was but a minor interlude, hardly occupying his thoughts. The course content was primarily divided into 3 points. First, it elucidated the various grades of bestowed spirits, levels of cultivation, and classifications of magical beasts. Second, it detailed the predicaments faced by humanity. Although human beings had established numerous base cities, they still struggled to survive in the crevices of existence, confronting foes not only in the form of magical beasts but also the abyssal creatures emerging from spatial rifts and the enigmatic world beyond the time-space fissures. These were external threats. Additionally, there existed the traitorous demon spirit sect, labeled as the disgrace of humanity, a faction that had allied with the abyssal monsters, a common enemy to all humankind, deserving of extermination. Third, a thorough explanation of bestowed spirits was provided. The initial awakening of a bestowed spirit is termed the innate bestowed spirit, which boasts a 100% compatibility with its wielder. Subsequently, spirit masters may either self-awaken or contract external bestowed spirits to augment their spirit count. The number of bestowed spirits is intrinsically linked to one's innate spiritual energy. Generally, the rank of innate spiritual energy determines the upper limit of contracted bestowed spirits. Furthermore, the elevation of a bestowed spirit's rank can be achieved not only through personal cultivation, but also by consuming beast souls, bestows, and rare celestial treasures, facilitating a rapid enhancement of the bestowed spirit, which can also evolve in alignment with the user's needs through special methods. Well then, that concludes the morning session. We shall continue tomorrow. Jian Yun gathered his textbooks, surveying the room, and stated that the afternoon session would take place on the first floor of the training hall, emphasizing that attendance was mandatory for all. After Jian Yun exited the classroom, the knowledge imparted lingered, leaving all students immersed in its profundity. They found themselves captivated by the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate themselves, reveling in the marvels of the Spirit Master's world. This realm was vast, and humanity appeared minuscule in comparison. Qin Yuan, just wait for me. A voice filled with rage shattered the classroom's tranquility as anticipation built for a second confrontation. Ting stormed out of Elite Class 2, his expression one of indignation. A mad dog, ignore him. Qian Gun led Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng to the academy canteen for a simple meal. The 4 great families of Yun City are the paramount powers across various domains, holding dominion over the city's lifeblood. Through Qian Gun's introduction, Qin Yuan gained a preliminary understanding of these illustrious families. The Qian family is a lineage of merchants, boasting dozens of shops scattered throughout every district of Yun City. Their trading guild is the largest in the city and maintains close commercial ties with other cities. The Shi family, a clan of mercenaries, commands 5 large mercenary groups. with countless hunting teams and adventure squads, making them the most powerful family in the wilderness area. The Yu family is entrenched in the underworld, wielding control over the largest underground forces in Yun City, including illegal organizations such as blood arenas and black markets. The Fong family represents the military, holding significant prestige in Yun City and considerable influence within the army. Once a family member comes of age, regardless of whether they are a spirit master, they will enlist. Moreover, each family possesses at least one Platinum Realm spirit master. Thus are the four great families of Yun City. This is troubling. Qin Yuan, having offended Shirting, will undoubtedly face repercussions when he enters the wilderness area. Zhao Feng expressed concern. Given Shirting's arrogant demeanor, he is certainly the type to seek revenge. With numerous mercenary groups and adventure squads operating in the wilderness, the likelihood of Qin Yuan being targeted covertly is exceedingly high. Indeed, the wilderness area is fraught with danger, not only from magical beasts but also from human conflicts. Even alliances struggle to manage the skirmishes among spirit masters within, Qian Gun remarked. However, if you remain within the base city and focus on your cultivation, the Shi family may not dare to act against you openly. Understood. Qin Yuan nodded. Considering it a trivial matter, the vast Shi family would hardly expend energy to monitor a nameless individual like himself. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan's inner vigilance heightened. After all, one must always guard against treachery. Still, although Shirting was a member of the Shi family, he did not represent the entirety of it. Even if they could mobilize forces against Qin Yuan, their capacity would be limited, making it difficult to deploy high-tier spirit masters. What Qin Yuan needed to do now was to swiftly enhance his own strength. Everything else was merely inconsequential. In the afternoon, the first floor of the training hall witnessed the students of Elite Class 1 finishing their cultivation and gradually departing. Students of Elite Class 2 had already gathered outside the training hall, their eyes turning towards Qin Yuan as he arrived. Some bold young ladies even cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Although the nature of Qin Yuan's elemental affinity remained a mystery, his extraordinary talent for cultivation was undeniable, as evidenced by his innate full spiritual energy, heralding an infinite future. Furthermore, his swift defeat of Shirting showcased his formidable combat prowess, instantly establishing him as the strongest and most representative figure of Elite Class 2. Shirting, seething with resentment as he watched the crowd's attention fixated on Qin Yuan, clenched his teeth in frustration. Before long, Jian Yun approached with an air of calmness, surveying the assembled crowd. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed inside, he stated succinctly. With his left hand resting on the weighty door of the training hall, he began to push it open. A low hum resonated as the heavy iron door creaked ajar, prompting a surge of eager students to rush inside. As Qin Yuan stepped into the hall, he was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy within this training hall is astonishing, he marveled. This was the only training hall in Yun City capable of accommodating up to 300 individuals, and its spiritual energy was tenfold that of the outside world. Oh, the air is so invigorating, Qian Gun exclaimed, taking a deep breath. The training hall has 3 floors. The first offers 10 times the energy, the second 20 times, and the third a staggering 40 times. A sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Yuan's lips. If only one could cultivate on the 3rd floor. The speed of cultivation would be 40 times that of the outside world. One day here would equate to 40 days elsewhere. You have only 2 hours to find a suitable spot and settle in. Do not squander this precious time, Jian Yun instructed. Next, we shall watch a video tutorial on the basic absorption method. Pay close attention and feel free to inquire should you have any questions. If there are no issues, begin practicing the absorption method promptly. As Jian Yun concluded, the screen in the training hall flickered to life, revealing a middle-aged man who passionately began to elucidate the intricacies of the absorption method. The spiritual energy absorption techniques varied in levels. The video introduced the foundational method, which could yield a cultivation speed of 1 to 2 times. Beyond that lay the inferior grade absorption method, providing approximately 4 times the speed, while the middle grade offered around 8 times, and the superior grade boasted a remarkable 16 times. It was evident that a superior grade absorption method, with its 16-fold speed enhancement, was immensely alluring. Was it any wonder that so many spirit masters flocked to the Shi family in pursuit of the superior grade absorption techniques? Subsequently, the video detailed the application of the absorption method, explaining how practitioners could harmonize their own spiritual energy with the surrounding energies of the cosmos, drawing it into their bodies and storing it within their dantians, thus enabling spirit masters to wield spiritual energy with finesse. Chapter 15. Basic Absorption Method, Astonishing Cultivation Speed. Generally, the rate of spiritual energy absorption hinges on several factors. Firstly, the environment plays a pivotal role. For instance, the first floor of their training hall, with its tenfold energy concentration, significantly accelerates absorption compared to the outside world. Secondly, innate talent, measured by 1's innate spiritual energy star rating, affects absorption speed, the higher the rating, the swifter the absorption. Thirdly, the grade of the absorption method itself determines the pace. Under identical talent conditions, superior methods surpass inferior ones. Lastly, the practitioner's mastery of the absorption method influences absorption speed. The greater the proficiency, the faster the energy can be absorbed. This was the students' inaugural cultivation session. As long as they could sense spiritual energy and initiate its movement, it would be deemed a success. Students with high innate spiritual talent could absorb energy into their bodies, storing it within their dantians. Exceptional talents might even gather enough energy to break through to the second-tier Black Iron realm. With the training hall's tenfold concentration of spiritual energy, newcomers found it considerably easier to grasp the process of the absorption method. The video was presented swiftly yet clearly, and the students grasped the concepts well. After all, Elite Class 2 comprised individuals who, barring a few who had gained entry through less honorable means, possessed commendable talent. Many of the students hailed from noble backgrounds and had already studied cultivation methods within their families, so they bypassed the video and dove directly into practice. For them, the primary motivation for attending the training hall was the concentration of spiritual energy. Conversely, students from commoner backgrounds attentively absorbed the lecture, inadvertently wasting precious time. Such disparities in starting points highlighted the inherent inequalities. Next came the period for independent cultivation. Each student's progress now rested solely upon their own efforts. Just then, a student exclaimed in astonishment, "Ting has successfully cultivated?" Of course he has. He is already at the 4th tier of the Black Iron realm and practices the Shur family's superior absorption method. What envy! I hear it offers a 16-fold cultivation speed. As the gazes of astonished peers bore down upon him, a fine mist of spiritual energy began to coalesce above Ting's head. Spiritual energy manifesting as mist. A vortex of energy, measuring a full 5 meters in diameter, swirled above him. How astonishing! The Shur family truly excels. Even their absorption techniques surpass ours. Oh heavens! With such talent, resources, and absorption methods, it's no wonder they are so far ahead. As admiration and envy mingled among the students, Ting gritted his teeth and inhaled deeply. Who? Countless streams of spiritual energy surged towards him, flooding into his body in an instant. A crisp crack echoed from within Ting. Is that a sign of a breakthrough? With that sound, Ting opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance shining within. An even more potent aura radiated from him. 5th tier Black Iron realm. To everyone's astonishment, Ting had advanced from the 4th tier to the 5th in less than an hour of cultivation. While the training hall's intense spiritual energy certainly played a role, it was also a testament to Ting's innate talent and the strength of his techniques. This rate of progression was enough to eclipse all others. Wenhu, the spotlight now shifts to you, Ting declared, rising to his feet and turning his gaze toward Wenhu. Wenhu, a commoner who had been taken under the Shur family's wing and granted access to superior cultivation techniques, felt a bit awkward as he responded, "Yes, young master." He then settled into a meditative position. The onlookers soon witnessed a vortex of spiritual energy, rivaling that of Ting, flowing into Wenhu's body. With a series of crisp sounds, Wenhu not only sensed the spiritual energy, but also swiftly completed his breakthrough. 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier. He ascended to the 3rd tier of the Black Iron realm before finally coming to a halt. Ting surveyed the room, reveling in the envious gazes of his classmates. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. What good is talent without access to high-grade absorption methods? The pace of growth would still lag behind theirs. This is the Shur family's superior absorption method, capable of achieving 16 times the cultivation speed. The difference in speed is astronomical compared to the basic absorption method. Ting proclaimed with pride. Once the efficacy of the techniques became known, he had no doubt that many would be swayed, particularly those from commoner backgrounds. They lacked resources and techniques. Relying solely on innate talent was far from sufficient. If one were to rely solely on hard work, they would never catch up to Wenhu. Those commoner students who had successfully mastered the basic absorption method felt their spirits dampen as they witnessed Wenhu's rapid ascent in cultivation. Wenhu stood beside Ting, his face radiating with newfound confidence and excitement, basking in the envious glances of his peers. This sense of honor was something he had previously dared not dream of. Yet now it was effortlessly within his grasp. Although his allegiance to Ting had been coerced, Wenhu now recognized that his choice had proven to be a prudent one. Qin Yuan, if you kneel and apologize to me now, I shall generously impart the superior absorption technique to you. Ting's gaze fixed upon the meditating Qin Yuan. At that moment, all eyes were riveted on the two, well aware of their animosity. Despite Ting's arrogance, his esteemed lineage and the coveted high-grade spirit absorption technique rendered him enviable. Were he to treat them similarly, many would likely rush to ingratiate themselves before him. Qin Yuan opened his eyes briefly, casting a glance at Ting before closing them again, feigning ignorance. His expression, dismissive, contemptuous, and indifferent, struck Ting like a punch thrown into thin air, leaving him seething with unexpressed fury. Ting began to approach Qin Yuan, but in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming weight pressed down upon him. as if his body were ensnared beneath a mountain. The cultivation class lasted only 2 hours, and time should not be squandered, nor should any student be disturbed in their practice. Those who felt they had mastered the absorption technique and wished to refrain from further cultivation were to leave the training hall immediately. Any who dared to cause trouble would incur a penalty of 1,000 credits. Qin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the first floor. As his words fell, Ting felt a sudden lightness, the oppressive aura of a Golden Realm spirit master dissipating. His complexion fluctuated between hues of green and purple. Qin Yuan was truly oblivious to the consequences of his actions, repeatedly embarrassing him. If this continued, Ting thought, he could no longer endure Qin Yuan's insolence in Elite Class 2. Yet, faced with Qin Yuan, he lacked the audacity to act. Chapter 16. The 100-meter spirit energy vortex shocks everyone. We're leaving, Ting declared, his expression dark. However, Yang Wenhu hesitated. The cultivation hall was not a place one could visit casually. An hour of practice here was equivalent to 10 hours outside. If he were to be granted just a bit more time, he might even break through to the 4th rank. Dare you defy my command? Ting was already seething with frustration. And no, Yang Wenhu stepped back. Buzzing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The onlookers beheld a colossal vortex of spirit energy swiftly coalescing. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. The vortex encompassed the entire ceiling of the training hall. It was Qin Yuan. All eyes converged on the figure of the young man beneath the spirit energy vortex. None other than Qin Yuan, who was deep in cultivation. Even those students in the midst of their own training could not help but open their eyes in astonishment. They realized they could not sense even the slightest trace of spirit energy. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan appeared to have entered a state of enlightenment, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. He remained in a meditative state, his breathing steady as he practiced the foundational absorption technique. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's consciousness expanded. In a realm of darkness, he discovered countless shimmering points suspended in the air. These luminous dots represented spirit energy. Soon, Qin Yuan felt these points surge violently toward his body, their gathering speed astonishing all witnesses. It was known that Qin Yuan possessed a mythical innate spirit energy talent, far exceeding the mere full innate energy assessed after testing. Coupled with the unique constitution of the Qinglian sword body, his cultivation speed was akin to lightning. Though he was merely employing the foundational absorption technique under Qin Yuan's mastery, its efficiency rivaled that of the high-grade absorption technique. As Qin Yuan continued his practice, growing ever more adept, the rate at which he absorbed spirit energy accelerated exponentially. Outside, everyone watched in awe as Qin Yuan voraciously consumed the spirit energy within the training hall. The vortex continued to swell at an alarming rate. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. It even spread to the 2nd and 3rd floors of the training hall. Ultimately, it seemed that even the spirit energy from outside the hall was being drawn in. Had the walls of the training hall not been constructed from special materials, the external energy would have surely flooded in by now. Thus, the 100-meter vortex of spirit energy was not the limit of Qin Yuan's capabilities. Whoosh! Like a tempest, the abundant spirit energy surged into Qin Yuan's body, coursing through his limbs and entering his dantian. Such an overwhelming influx would have ruptured the dantian of anyone else. Yet Qin Yuan remained unfazed. With the Qinglian sword body's transformative abilities, the pure spirit energy was converted into numerous strands of Qinglian sword qi, hovering within his dantian. 1, 5, 10, 20. Crack. Qin Yuan's body emitted a sound akin to popping beans as the spirit energy entered him, transforming not only into usable energy, but also flowing through his limbs and meridians, continuously enhancing his physique. Boom. Qin Yuan felt a shackle within him shatter, and the dantian, previously brimming with Qinglian sword qi, swelled even further. 4th rank Black Iron Realm. Accomplished. Qinglian sword qi. 30 strands. 10 minutes later. 5th rank Black Iron Realm. Accomplished. Qinglian sword qi. 50 strands. And this was not the end. Qin Yuan continued to cultivate, his body resembling a black hole, insatiable and endless. Meanwhile, the onlookers murmured, transitioning from shock and envy to outright frustration. Under Qin Yuan's cultivation state, the others found it impossible to practice normally. Left to gaze at the solitary figure of Qin Yuan with a blend of admiration and jealousy. My heavens, this is astonishing, Qin Yuan exclaimed, mouth agape. Even as a Golden Realm spirit master, well-versed in various phenomena, he had never witnessed a talent with a cultivation speed rivaling that of Qin Yuan. He even began to suspect that Qin Yuan was practicing not the foundational absorption technique, but rather a mid to high-grade one. Otherwise, his talent was simply beyond comprehension. In a courtyard deep within the academy, a middle-aged man reclined comfortably in an armchair, soaking up the scorching sunlight like a languid fish. In the open space before him, a young man clad in black, around 18 or 19 years old, repeatedly swung a long sword. Suddenly, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, rising into the air and gazing intently in the direction of the training hall. The young man paused his sword practice, fixing his determined gaze on the middle-aged figure. Floating in the air was a Diamond Realm Spirit Master. Today's training ends here, the middle-aged man uttered, then vanished into the void. In the next instant, he appeared inside the training hall, his eyes glinting with intrigue as they landed on the cultivating Qin Yuan. Simultaneously, information regarding Qin Yuan surged forth. Is this the one with the innate spirit energy talent, supposedly deemed a waste? Jian Yun had mentioned Qin Yuan before, but he had not paid it much heed. A waste talent was still a waste, and even if it could unleash some power, its potential for growth was limited, never to surpass that of genuine prodigies. However, it now seemed that Qin Yuan's cultivation aptitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even a typical innate, full spirit energy spirit master could not achieve such a terrifying cultivation effect. Thus, even if he were considered a waste talent, he was still a worthy investment. I will take Qin Yuan with me. Let the students resume their lesson. A familiar voice echoed in Jian Yun's ears. In the next moment, Qin Yuan vanished without a trace, along with the colossal spirit energy vortex. Ahem, the cultivation class will continue. This session will be extended by half an hour. Students who have yet to succeed in their practice should make haste, Jian Yun announced to the crowd. The abrupt disappearance of Qin Yuan went largely unexplained. At this moment, the students, suppressing their myriad questions, hurriedly resumed their training. Zhao Feng gazed at the spot where Qin Yuan had vanished, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Qin Yuan's talent was extraordinarily monstrous. It was only a matter of time before he would leave Zhao Feng in his wake. As a childhood friend of Qin Yuan, Zhao Feng was unwilling to be outdone. With this thought, he closed his eyes in deep contemplation, recalling the instructional content from the video. Soon, he grasped the fundamental operation of the absorption technique. Buzzing. Another vortex of spiritual energy formed. However, compared to Qin Yuan's impressive vortex, Zhao Feng's was rather modest, measuring only about 2 meters. Nonetheless, it still required an exceptional innate talent to generate a vortex during training. This underscores the formidable nature of the innate spiritual energy at the 7 stars level. It is noteworthy that even Shi Ting, who practiced the superior absorption technique, could only produce a 5-meter vortex. The surrounding students, accustomed to such displays, could only lament their own lack of talent. Even the simplest among them had become immune to the spectacle, for this cohort of students was indeed a gathering of prodigies, overflowing with genius. Shi Shao, shall we take our leave now? Yang Wenhu inquired languidly. Leave? Absolutely not, Shi Ting retorted, his expression fraught with frustration as he found a spot to sit down and resumed his training. That fellow Qin Yuan had also achieved a breakthrough to the 5th rank Black Iron Realm. If they were to spar again, Shi Ting was certain he would not stand a chance against Qin Yuan. At this moment, Shi Ting dared not concern himself with anything else. He was solely focused on his cultivation, determined to at least maintain a lead over Qin Yuan in terms of rank. In a lavish office, Qin Yuan regarded the middle-aged man before him with a wary gaze. The man wore a sly grin, his eyes scrutinizing him up and down, exuding an aura of insincerity. This was particularly disconcerting as he had interrupted Qin Yuan's training. Just moments ago, Qin Yuan had sensed he was nearing a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he could train for just another 15 minutes, no, just half that time, he was certain he could advance from the 5th rank Black Iron Realm to the 6th. Who are you? Qin Yuan inquired, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Relax, lad. I am Jian Wenyu. Surely you have heard of me, Jian Wenyu replied, standing confidently with his hands clasped behind his back. Jian Wenyu? I have not, Qin Yuan admitted candidly. Not heard of me. Jian Wenyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Qin Yuan. Upon seeing the innocent expression and pure gaze of Qin Yuan, it became apparent that he truly was oblivious. How peculiar. You've entered my Spirit Master Academy, yet remain unaware of the esteemed name of your principal. Qin Yuan was not lying. Although he knew the principal of Yun City was a Diamond Realm Spirit Master, he had no knowledge that he was called Jian Wenyu. I am the principal of Yun City Academy, one of the only 3 Diamond Realm Spirit Masters in Yun City, Jian Wenyu explained, eager to ensure Qin Yuan did not say he was unaware again. Oh, I see now, esteemed principal. I have long admired your reputation, Qin Yuan replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. It was no wonder the man had managed to bring him to the office so stealthily. He was indeed a Diamond Realm Spirit Master. With this realization, Qin Yuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Surely, as the principal of Yun City Academy, Jian Wenyu would not harbor ill intentions towards a mere junior student. Moreover, should the principal choose to act against Qin Yuan, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant for a Diamond Realm Spirit Master against a Black Iron Realm Spirit Master. Long admired? I trust your jesting, Jian Wenyu thought to himself, though he refrained from quibbling with the student. If word got out, others would claim the principal lacked magnanimity. I have reviewed your records, and based on your recent training performance, your talent may not be as simple as previously assessed, Jian Wenyu stated to Qin Yuan, revealing his intentions without reservation. I wish to reevaluate your talent. Must we? Indeed, Jian Wenyu declared. All decisions rest solely with the principal. Qin Yuan's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, showing none of the indifference he had displayed towards Shi Ting. After all, this man was not only the principal of the academy, but also a formidable Diamond Realm expert. One word from him could determine the fates of thousands of Spirit Master students, even if Qin Yuan was reluctant to undergo retesting. Defying the will of a Diamond Realm Spirit Master was beyond his capabilities. "You little rascal," Jian Wenyu chuckled. Then a radiant light flickered in his hand. A crystal ball shimmering with iridescent hues appeared within his grasp. "What is this?" Qin Yuan inquired, observing the crystal ball, which looked distinctly different from the one he had seen during the awakening ceremony. "This is a high-grade testing crystal ball, worth over 100 million spirit coins." Jian Wenyu replied with a smile. "Ordinary testing crystal balls can only assess innate spiritual energy up to the 10 stars level, whereas this one can evaluate talents exceeding the 10 stars threshold." "Exceeding 10 stars? Isn't the full innate spiritual energy the ultimate limit for humanity?" Qin Yuan questioned. "Precisely. For most spirit masters, knowing that innate spiritual energy is categorized into 10 stars is sufficient. However, 10 stars is not the highest. Beyond that, there exists a classification from 11 to 20 stars, Jian Wenyu patiently elucidated. The criteria for classification are primarily twofold. One is the speed of cultivation, which indicates the higher the speed, the greater the innate spiritual energy talent. The second criterion, as you might know, is that the spirits a spirit master can contract are closely linked to their innate spiritual energy star rating. Qin Yuan nodded, recalling that this knowledge had been imparted during the morning's lessons. Theoretically, the star rating of innate spiritual energy determined the upper limit of spirits a spirit master could contract. For instance, Yang Wenhu, with his 5 stars innate spiritual energy, could contract up to 5 spirits, while Zhao Feng, with 7 stars, could contract 7. A spirit master with full innate spiritual energy, or 10 stars, could contract 10 spirits. The potency and utility of these spirits are self-evident. With each additional spirit, one's combat prowess would surge dramatically. Does this imply that some spirit masters have contracted more than 10 spirits? Qin Yuan pondered, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Indeed, this is not a secret. One day, when you reach that level of power, you will understand. Currently, the spirit master with the most contracted spirits possesses 19. Jian Wenyu remarked, his eyes shining with excitement and envy. Thus, the higher echelons of the alliance have defined innate spiritual energy talent as a 20-star classification, where the first 19 stars represent the known limits, and the 20th star signifies the realm of the unknown. Now, place your hand upon it, and let me see if you can become the one to break the limits of humanity, Jian Wenyu urged. His gaze fixated on Qin Yuan with keen anticipation. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering. He was acutely aware that his talent surpassed mere 10 stars. It was of mythic caliber. Jian Wenyu, however, made no push. He simply awaited in silence. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan met Jian Wenyu's gaze. He stepped forward and placed his hands upon the high-grade testing crystal ball. Focusing his mind and energy, both their eyes were locked onto the crystal ball. Inside, stars of various colors began to emerge, radiating a luminous glow. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 11. The count swiftly surpassed the 10 stars threshold. Indeed, Qin Yuan's talent exceeded 10 stars. 12 stars. A smile of satisfaction graced Jian Wenyu's lips. 15 stars. Jian Wenyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he re-evaluated Qin Yuan. 18 stars. Jian Wenyu's heart surged with exhilaration, his hand holding the crystal ball trembling slightly. 19 stars. The breaths of both Qin Yuan and Jian Wenyu grew heavy. The entire office fell into a hushed silence, save for the dazzling 7-colored glow emanating from the high-grade crystal ball. With a flash, the final star erupted forth like a blooming flower, radiating blinding brilliance. 20 stars. An innate spiritual energy talent of 20 stars. This was an unparalleled existence in the annals of human history. Never before had anyone reached such heights. Buzzing. Jian Wenyu had yet to revel in his excitement when he felt the crystal ball in his hand tremble violently. Boom. In the next instant, the high-grade crystal ball worth over 100 million shattered like a cannonball. This is bad. Jian Wenyu's immediate thought was not for the crystal ball, but rather a swift movement as he positioned himself protectively behind Qin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The intense aftershocks swept across a radius of several dozen meters, transforming the entire office into a scene of ruin. The top floor of the faculty building was nearly leveled. Surrounding them were figures exuding formidable auras. All teachers from the academy, each at least possessing the strength of the Golden Realm, converging upon the scene. The academy's enforcement team promptly arrived, clad in spirit armor and wielding enchanted weapons, surrounding the faculty building in a protective perimeter. Ha ha ha, no worries. I am merely conducting a small experiment, Jian Wenyu proclaimed, his hair disheveled and looking almost frenzied as he gazed skyward. The crowd was perplexed, wondering if the dean had truly lost his mind. Yet, they complied with his orders and gradually dispersed. The dean was the strongest in the entire academy. If a formidable enemy were to attack, they knew they would be of no assistance. However, curiosity lingered regarding the nature of his experiment that had resulted in such destruction. Chapter 18. 2 choices. The dean's private treasure vault. Ha ha ha. 20 stars. 20 stars of innate spiritual talent. No, it's more than that. You are truly a prodigy, Qin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with undeniable excitement as he surveyed the ashes of the crystal ball. If it were indeed 20 stars of talent, it would have remained within the crystal ball's tolerance limits and not exploded. Thus, it was evident that Qin Yuan's potential far exceeded the 20-star mark. Should Qin Yuan flourish, he could potentially contract at least 20 spirit entities, if not more. His latent talent surpassed the current limits of human understanding. Feeling Qin Yuan's fervent gaze, which seemed to strip him bare to examine his very essence, Qin Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Dean, I hope I won't have to compensate for the shattered crystal ball, he inquired, wiping his nose. Huh, what? No need for that, Qin Yuan stammered, waving his hand dismissively. It was precisely Qin Yuan's interjection that gradually calmed Qin Yuan's frenzied emotions. After a considerable pause, Qin Yuan regarded Qin Yuan as if he were an extraordinary treasure. Who would have thought that our Yun City Academy would witness the emergence of a genius capable of astonishing the entire Blue Star? He mused thoughtfully. However, your talent is exceedingly powerful. Should word of it leak, it could incite turmoil across the Blue Star. You must understand that humanity is not a monolith. There are external threats, particularly the abyssal demons, who possess intellect rivaling our own. If your talent is discovered, you would be subjected to relentless assassination attempts. After careful consideration, I have resolved to keep your talent concealed, revealing it only to a select few high-ranking members of the Alliance Academy, ensuring they provide you with the necessary resources while safeguarding your security. Externally, you will still be regarded as possessing a 10-star innate spiritual talent, Qin Yuan stated solemnly. This, without a doubt, was the best form of protection for Qin Yuan. While having a fully realized innate spirit was exceptional, he was not the only prodigy within the Alliance. This arrangement would afford him the privileges of a genius without drawing excessive attention from adversaries. Thank you, Dean, Qin Yuan replied, inclining his body slightly. The Dean's approach aligned perfectly with Qin Yuan's intentions, as he wished to keep his true talents under wraps. Furthermore, I have a personal question to ask you, Qin Yuan said with a serious expression. Please, go ahead, Dean, Qin Yuan responded. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with a mix of trepidation and hope as he fixed his gaze upon the young man. Ah, Dean, I tend to prefer my freedom. Qin Yuan gently declined. Indeed, as he stated, he cherished his autonomy. Although becoming Qin Yuan's disciple would grant him the Dean's unwavering support, it would also impose an additional constraint. The master-disciple relationship would leave him feeling somewhat confined. Moreover, the future was uncertain. Qin Yuan was more accustomed to solitude, unrestrained and unfettered by obligations. Very well, I shall not pressure you. Qin Yuan seemed to have anticipated this response and added, with such a high innate spiritual talent, your future prospects are boundless. However, for a spirit master, contracting spirit entities is of utmost importance. Your first spirit entity is a fragment of a broken spirit, what is referred to as a waste spirit. I have two proposals for you to consider. First, you could awaken your true spirit entity by discarding your current one and utilizing a special treasure to help you awaken a new entity, thereby making it your first spirit. Second, you could retain your current spirit, seeking treasures to restore it to completeness. However, lacking a spirit entity in the early stages would significantly impact your combat prowess. During this time, you could contract another spirit entity with combat capabilities, thereby having a second spirit. Given your talent, you could contract at least 20 spirit entities, making the difference of one less significant. Having said this, Qin Yuan glanced at Qin Yuan, awaiting his decision. The innate spirit entity was crucial, the most important spirit for a spirit master. For an ordinary spirit master, if their innate spirit were a waste spirit, their prospects would be bleak. However, Qin Yuan was different. Endowed with 20 stars of innate spiritual talent, his cultivation speed was remarkable, allowing him to rapidly enhance his strength and contract additional spirit entities. Nevertheless, the deficiency in his innate spirit could have considerable ramifications for his future. Thus, Qin Yuan proposed that Qin Yuan discard his current innate spirit and awaken another to serve as his true innate spirit. Yet, Qin Yuan offered two choices to Qin Yuan, allowing him to make the decision without imposing his will. Clearly, Qin Yuan's attitude toward Qin Yuan had subtly shifted. Dean, I choose the second option, Qin Yuan stated resolutely after a moment of contemplation. His innate spirit was not a mere flawed entity. There was no way he would discard it. Very well. I respect your choice, Qin Yuan nodded. If it were any other prodigy, he would have made a decision without hesitation, without consideration for the other's feelings. But Qin Yuan was exceptional, displaying unparalleled talent. The path of a prodigy was one that Qin Yuan could advise on, but he would not dictate. Otherwise, even a genius could become mediocre. Should Qin Yuan flourish, his strength would undoubtedly be astonishing, with the potential to alter the landscape of the Blue Star and lead humanity to glory. Qin Yuan yearned to witness the birth of a formidable figure, not wishing to see such a prodigious talent falter due to a misstep. As the dean, there was little he could do. Now that Qin Yuan had chosen the second option, he would assist him in contracting a second spirit entity. Jian Wenyue extended his hand, grasping Qin Yuan's. In the next moment, the two vanished into the void. Soaring through the air at incredible speed, this was Qin Yuan's first experience of flight, allowing him to behold the entirety of Yun City Academy from above. Eventually, they landed in a secluded area on the back mountain of the academy. Dean, where's this place? Qin Yuan inquired. Jian Wenyue's demeanor had grown remarkably affable, showing deep respect for Qin Yuan's opinions. Qin Yuan, in turn, felt no reservations and engaged in dialogue on equal footing. This is the private treasure vault of this dean, Jian Wenyue replied with a grin. You are in for a treat today. I will let you see for yourself. Utilizing special means, the two entered the vault. Upon witnessing the treasures within, Qin Yuan was immediately dazzled. Countless spirit stones were piled high in every corner, overwhelming his senses. The exquisite martial techniques that the outside world clamors for. Qin Yuan had encountered at least 3 or 4 tomes. Some even recorded methods for the awakening of unique affinities and innate skills. It appeared that the awakening of affinities was controlled within a certain probability range. Moreover, through some special methods, one could significantly increase the likelihood of acquiring the desired innate skill after enhancing the affinity star rating. Spirit weapons, spirit armors, elixirs, treasures, countless in number. Although the celestial source crystal did not compare to the divine source crystal, it could still enhance innate skills below the legendary level. The essence spirit could ensure that an ordinary person would successfully awaken their innate affinity with 100% certainty. There were also unique weapons, transformed from the affinities of powerful spirit masters after their demise. Spirit masters could wield these to unleash considerable power. Swords, blades, and even thunder pearls could augment the devastation of lightning affinities. Blood River Sand could transmute into Earth-type affinity weapons, enhancing both defense and attack for Earth-type affinities. There were also various peculiar items. Qin Yuan felt like a naive bumpkin, gazing at these unprecedented, priceless treasures. Each item, if placed in the outside world, would start at no less than 100 million spirit coins. Jian Wenyu proclaimed with pride, once you become my disciple, all these treasures will belong to you. Qin Yuan did not respond, but instead directed his gaze toward the depths of the treasury. In the depths of the treasury, the 10th chapter. The celestial rainbow demon-slaying sword. None of these affinities interested him. 10 luminous orbs, each several times larger than the Ironhide Rat King's affinity, glimmered like colossal luminous pearls, radiating brilliant light. Particularly, the 4 affinities positioned at the back, housed in containers crafted from red jade, were dazzling and captivating. The affinities that could be stored even by a Diamond Realm Spirit Master were undoubtedly extraordinary. You rascal, truly. Jian Wenyu sighed with a helpless smile as he led Qin Yuan before the 10 luminous orbs. This was also his purpose in bringing Qin Yuan here, to contract a second affinity for him. Among these, there were 6 rare-grade affinities and 3 epic-grade affinities. The 6 rare-grade affinities were exceptionally powerful entities within their category, rivaling some epic-grade affinities. This time, you may choose one from the 3 epic-grade affinities or the 6 rare-grade affinities as your second affinity, Jian when you introduced. However, as Qin Yuan activated his affinity eye and surveyed the area, he fixed his gaze on one of the luminous affinity orbs. That affinity, Qin Yuan exclaimed, pointing towards the orb at the very back, within which lay a long sword adorned with intricate engravings. This affinity was not included in the 9 affinities Jian when you had mentioned. Affinity, Celestial Rainbow Demon-Slaying Sword. Type, Weapon. Grade, Legendary. Origin, a sword forged from the essence of the heavens and earth, having bathed in the blood of 3 stellar realm fiends. Uses, Contract, to be contracted as the second affinity, success rate 20, Devour, to absorb affinity energy, converting it into evolution points, success rate 100, Fusion, to enhance the affinity, success rate 40, strengthening any innate skill, success rate 71. Qin Yuan inwardly marveled. This affinity was truly remarkable. 3 stellar realm fiends, formidable beings from another abyssal world, were exponentially stronger than their counterparts of the same tier. Even Jian Wenyu was merely a Diamond Realm Spirit Master. The Stellar Realm was a realm that even Jian Wenyu had to look up to. Qin Yuan could only imagine the terrifying origins of this sword and wondered how Jian Wenyu had acquired it. You have a keen eye? This is the only legendary grade affinity, brought back at great peril by our academy head from the abyssal world, known as the Celestial Rainbow Demon-Slaying Sword, Jian Wenyu said, his eyes brimming with pride. Originally, it was intended for the academy head to contract this legendary grade affinity upon breaking through to the stellar realm. However, if you are willing to become my disciple, I wouldn't mind gifting you this legendary grade affinity right now. Qin Yuan felt helpless. The headmaster was indeed persistent, never straying far from the topic of apprenticeship. After all, with such an extraordinary talent as Qin Yuan, Jian Wenyu had encountered countless individuals. Yet Qin Yuan's aptitude was undoubtedly unparalleled. Although he was reluctant to become Jian Wenyu's disciple, turning down a legendary grade affinity proved to be a formidable challenge. A legendary grade affinity. A rarity indeed. This year, among the multitude of awakeners in Yun City, none had awakened a legendary great affinity. If the celestial rainbow demon-slaying sword were to serve as Qin Yuan's second affinity, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength immensely while also concealing his innate affinity. Jian Wenyu remained expressionless, yet internally, he was elated. Little one, you surely cannot refuse me this time. A legendary great affinity is coveted even by those of the monarch realm. Moreover, this legendary great affinity has an extraordinary origin. Even a monarch realm powerhouse could wield significant power with it. Just as Qin Yuan grappled with his decision, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Ding. The system has detected the presence of heroic soul fragments and issued a mission. Please, host. Seek and obtain the soul fragments. Mission reward. Activation of the host's second affinity, a piece of the celestial repair stone. Note. The heroic soul fragments are within 100 meters of the host. Qin Yuan was taken aback. Heroic souls represented a mythical grade affinity. Although this time it was merely fragments, the system's reward included the celestial repair stone, capable of restoring the incomplete affinity to its pristine state. With his possession of the divine affinity system and the system's assistance, any awakened or contracted affinity would at least be of mythical grade. A legendary grade affinity was akin to comparing heaven and earth against a mythical grade affinity. Instantly, Qin Yuan made his decision. Headmaster, I have made up my mind. I do not want any of these affinities. I wish to exchange them for something else within the treasury. May I? Qin Yuan pointed towards the 10 affinity orbs ahead. Do not want an affinity? Jian Wenyu's brows furrowed tightly. He could not fathom why Qin Yuan would give such an answer. What could possibly entice him more than a legendary great affinity? The celestial rainbow demon-slaying sword was undoubtedly the most precious item in the treasury. How could anything else compare? Then what do you desire? Jian Wenyu did not press, but rather sought to hear Qin Yuan's reasoning. I wish to select something from the treasury, Qin Yuan replied calmly. You must consider carefully. Although your talent is astounding, you have only just begun your training. Acquiring a high-grade affinity is by no means an easy feat with your current abilities, Jian Wenyu cautioned. This is your only opportunity. Do not think that because I have 10 high-grade affinities for you to choose from, that obtaining affinities is simple. Additionally, no matter how valuable other treasures may be, they ultimately cannot surpass the value of an affinity. His private treasury contained numerous priceless items such as the celestial source crystal, which could enhance legendary grade innate skills, worth as much as epic grade affinities, and the thunder pearl, which could amplify the power of lightning affinities, valued similarly to rare grade affinities. However, these items, while splendid, held little significance for a spirit master in the early stages. For someone of Qin Yuan's age, the paramount importance lay in contracting high-grade affinities to establish a solid foundation. I have thought it through, Headmaster, Qin Yuan stated resolutely. Sigh, then choose. I want to see what you select before deciding whether to grant your request. Jian Wenyu replied with a wry smile. Although he respected Qin Yuan's choice, he still acted like a teacher, ready to guide him, fearful that Qin Yuan might stray onto the wrong path. Thank you, Headmaster. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan began to walk towards the pile of treasures. Since the heroic soul fragments could not be something known, the range of possibilities had instantly diminished significantly. Qin Yuan headed towards a corner where miscellaneous items were stacked. Jian Wenyu observed Qin Yuan's actions and could not help but shake his head. Although Qin Yuan possessed remarkable talent, he was still a youth, often yearning to tread unique paths. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that many such paths were well trodden by predecessors, often leading to dead ends. Once embarked upon, retreat would be impossible. The path Jian Wenyu offered Qin Yuan was undoubtedly the most advantageous. However, Qin Yuan was preoccupied, rummaging through a pile of debris. Eventually, his gaze settled upon an object. In his hand lay a fragment of a broken tree, resembling a bow, with an ancient design adorned with a few drops of some unidentified creature's blood. This would evoke a profound similarity to the jagged remnants of the sword he had worn for over a decade. Within this object lay an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. If restored successfully, it would surely rank alongside the Fei Huang sword. Chapter 20. The Godslaying Bow, Mythical Grade. Jian Wenyu approached, his eyes fixated on the item in Qin Yuan's grasp, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his features. This object was also something he had retrieved from the Abyssal world, suspected to be a shard of a divine artifact. Regrettably, it was severely damaged, its divine might lost, rendering it incapable of manifesting any power. Moreover, due to its obscure origins, it could neither be repaired nor utilized, leading Jian Wenyu to discard it into the farthest corner of the treasury. Over the years, he had nearly forgotten about it. The sudden sight of it stirred a tempest of memories within him, recalling comrades forever lost in the Abyssal world. Do you desire this item? Jian Wenyu asked, suppressing his emotions and speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, I sincerely hope the director will agree to bestow it upon me. Qin Yuan replied resolutely. Before him, an attribute panel appeared, invisible to others. Attribute, Godslaying Bow, Fragment. Type, Weapon System. Grade, Mythical. Origin, crafted from the trunk of the life tree of the elven race. It embodies the powers of life and destruction. Once wielded by the heroic archer Ho-E, it has slain god-tier beings. Purpose. Contract. Becomes the second attribute spirit. Success rate 100. Cannot be devoured. Cannot be fused. Indeed, this was a quest item from the system. Simultaneously, it was a weapon of a hero, renowned for vanquishing god-tier adversaries, aptly named, the godslaying bow. The few drops of blood upon the wood, having endured countless epochs, had not faded. They were likely the blood of a deity. Furthermore, according to the system's task description, the godslaying bow undoubtedly contained a fragment of a heroic soul. As a weapon carrying a heroic soul, it could only be contracted, neither devoured nor fused. As Qin Yuan concealed the attribute panel of the godslaying bow, he turned his gaze to Jian. Although the fragment of the godslaying bow resided in his possession, it still belonged to Jian. His consent was imperative for it to truly belong to Qin Yuan. I require a reason. Otherwise, you will either contract one of the 10 attribute spirits or depart empty-handed. Jian gaze settled upon the youthful, yet resolute countenance of the boy. He did not indulge Qin Yuan merely because of his talent. The item in Qin Yuan's hands, though shrouded in mystery, was something he had brought back from the abyssal world, subjected to scrutiny by numerous powerful beings and appraisers, yet none could ascertain its nature. Some speculated it might be a type of weapon attribute spirit, but no one could contract it, utilize it, or restore it. More critically, the object was incomplete. Even if contracted, it could not unleash any true power. Qin Yuan's first attribute spirit was already flawed. Now, he sought another incomplete relic. Jian was determined not to let Qin Yuan stray further down the wrong path. A reason? Qin Yuan fell into contemplation. Jian intentions were benevolent. He would not have brought Qin Yuan to the treasury and offered him the rare attribute spirits to choose from. Even after Qin Yuan had declined his kindness, he still allowed him to select the godslaying bow. Director, in truth, my first attribute spirit is not a flawed spirit, Qin Yuan finally resolved, intending to convince Jian. Though he knew it would not be simple, he needed to demonstrate true capability. What do you mean? Not a flawed spirit? Jian furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Qin Yuan's situation, as Jian Yun had reported in detail. Although that attribute spirit could manifest power, it was fundamentally incomplete. And while it might be useful in the early stages, its deficiencies would inevitably reveal themselves as Qin Yuan grew stronger. In the millennia-long history of human attribute spirits, there had been precedents. The foundational attribute spirit of a spirit master was pivotal. Should one fail to grow, it could adversely affect all other spirits, potentially leading to regression in cultivation, causing all spirits to weaken collectively. Suddenly, without further ado, Qin Yuan extended his right hand. A translucent sword, intricately carved with a phoenix totem, appeared silently in his grasp. Swish! A regal aura emanated from the Fei Huang sword, enveloping the vicinity for several dozen meters. The Tianhong demon-slaying sword deep within the treasury resonated, seemingly in harmony with the Fei Huang sword. This is my foundational attribute spirit. It is not a flawed spirit, Director. Now you understand. Qin Yuan wielded the Fei Huang sword with ease, rays of sword light flickering, exuding a formidable sword aura. What? Your foundational attribute spirit. How has it been restored? Jian trembled slightly. He sensed a tremendous sword momentum from the Fei Huang sword, evoking a desire for submission, even provoking a challenge to his own attribute spirit. However, Jian, being a Diamond Realm spirit master, easily resisted the urge to submit. Yet, according to Jian Yun's reports, Qin Yuan's attribute spirit was indeed severely damaged, retaining only a small fragment. Many had witnessed its awakening. It was a shard of a broken sword, not the intact long sword displayed now. My foundational attribute spirit is somewhat unique. It can gradually restore itself to its original state by devouring special treasures, such as attribute spirits, Qin Yuan elucidated. So, are you saying this state is not its complete form? Jian seemed to grasp something. Sort of. This is not its most powerful state. Qin Yuan had no intention of hiding the truth, yet he also did not wish to divulge everything at present. The Fei Huang sword, after all, was merely the sword of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal Li Bai and was not its complete form. Moreover, Qin Yuan could not always keep the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal concealed. It was prudent to plant a seed of understanding now, so it would be easier to explain later if it were revealed. If he could consume several legendary attribute spirits, perhaps he could fully restore it to become a mythical-grade attribute spirit. Your ambitions are quite substantial, Jian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yuan. Nonetheless, there was some merit to what Qin Yuan claimed. Certain special attribute spirits possessed growth potential, not only capable of restoration, but also of continuous growth, elevating their grade. As for the notion of devouring his Tianhong demon-slaying sword, that was a pipe dream. What is the name of this sword? Jian inquired. Fei Huang sword. Qin Yuan replied honestly. Isn't it called Azure Lotus Sword Immortal? Jian countered. I believe the name Fei Huang sword suits it better. Qin Yuan replied with an awkward smile. During the awakening ceremony, Jian Yun had posed the same question, to which Qin Yuan had initially responded with Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Qin Yuan must have reported Qin Yuan's information to the director, so Qin Wenyu could not be unaware. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenyu refrained from further questioning. For everyone harbored their own secrets. However, since Qin Yuan's innate spirit is not a useless one, there is no need to continue with the two choices he previously offered. After all, one should not relinquish their innate spirit lightly unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, I must still test the power of your spirit. Qin Wenyu gestured for Qin Yuan to unleash his full strength against him. Chapter 21. With all one's might, Qin cuts the dean. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded slightly. To acquire the godslaying bow, he must earn Qin Wenyu's trust and showcase the formidable power of his innate spirit. Grasping the Fei Huang sword with both hands, Qin Yuan resolved to give it his all. He summoned the Azure Lotus Sword Qi from within, concentrating it upon the Fei Huang sword. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze as he looked at Qin Wenyu. You invited me to strike, so I shall not hold back. Sword Immortal's 9 strikes. In an instant, Qin Yuan transformed into a streak of cold light, slicing towards Qin Wenyu. The aura of death. Qin Wenyu raised an eyebrow, sensing the lethal energy emanating from Qin Yuan. It seems this lad has tasted blood before. Slowly, Qin Wenyu extended a hand to block in front of him. Receiving Qin Yuan's strike. Clang. The blade met Qin Wenyu's hand with a resounding metallic clash. Qin Yuan appeared unfazed, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Drunken immortal sword step. In the next moment, Qin Yuan materialized behind Qin Wenyu. Qin Wenyu's expression momentarily faltered before a smirk crept onto his lips. Rather than turning to defend, he allowed Qin Yuan's Fei Huang sword to strike at every part of his body, his head, neck, back, legs, and arms. With each successive strike, Qin Yuan infused the Azure Lotus Sword Qi into his attacks, unleashing a total of 9 strikes. By the 9th, the might of the Sword Immortal's 9 strikes reached its zenith. With a sudden surge, Qin Yuan unleashed all the Azure Lotus Sword Qi within him, delivering his most powerful blow. Boom! The entire treasury reverberated with the sound. Qin Wenyu remained steadfast, yet his garments transformed into tattered shreds. Observing this, Qin Wenyu smiled wryly and quickly donned a casual outfit, his eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. It is worth noting that as a diamond-tier spirit master, Qin Wenyu possesses an incredibly robust physique, rendering him nearly impervious to the attacks of ordinary spirit masters. Qin Yuan's 9 strikes were similarly formidable, yet only marginally more powerful. What astonished Qin Wenyu was that, despite no visible wounds, he felt a series of sharp pains coursing through his body. These were the piercing sword glimmers that disregarded his defenses, penetrating deep within and wreaking havoc inside him. Whoosh! Qin Wenyu's body shifted, as if something was forcibly expelled from within. In an instant, several streams of azure light swirled into sword Qi materialized in his hand. These sword Qi appeared to attempt an escape, but were firmly held in his palm. These streams matched the Azure Lotus Sword Qi that Qin Yuan had coalesced in the Fei Huang sword, possessing the remarkable ability to bypass any defense. However, due to Qin Wenyu's overwhelming physical prowess, the disparity in their strengths rendered Qin Yuan's attacks incapable of inflicting substantial harm. Is this sword Qi? Is it a result of your own comprehension, or a gift from your spirit? Qin Wenyu, whose own spirit was also a sword, and who had immersed himself in the way of the sword for decades, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Azure Lotus Sword Qi. The fact that it could penetrate his defenses and enter his body was indeed remarkable. If a foe of equal rank were to unleash the Azure Lotus Sword Qi upon him, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. It is undoubtedly due to the spirit's influence. Qin Yuan replied weakly. Earlier, he had released all the Azure Lotus Sword Qi within him, while simultaneously employing the Sword Immortal's 9 strikes and the Drunken Immortal Sword Step, 2 of his innate techniques. Despite giving it his all to unleash his strongest strike, he still could not inflict a single scratch on Qin Wenyu. However, if word of this were to spread, Qin Yuan could certainly boast about it for some time. In the entire Yun city, only a handful dared to challenge Qin Wenyu, and today, Qin Yuan had joined their ranks. You have truly astonished me. Very well, I can see that your innate spirit is completely unexpected. It is not only not a useless spirit, but even stronger than legendary spirits. If it fully recovers, could it possibly reach the mythic tier? Qin Wenyu exclaimed. That is a possibility, but unfortunately, such recovery is exceedingly difficult. It may require the fusion of several legendary spirits, perhaps 10 or 8. Qin Yuan replied weakly. By the way, what is the current star rating of your spirit? Qin Wenyu inquired, having just realized that Qin Yuan had unleashed several innate techniques. 3 stars. Qin Yuan responded. Qin Wenyu appeared utterly astounded. When did it become so easy to elevate the star rating of spirits? That's quite impressive. 1 special sword Qi, 1 teleportation ability, and 1 damage amplification. A well-rounded set of innate techniques, Qin Wenyu said, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, speaking in a calm tone. Truly, you are a prodigy with a talent exceeding 20 stars. It has only been 3 or 4 days since your awakening, correct? Indeed. All thanks to the Dean's guidance and favor, Qin Yuan thought to himself, noting how observant the dean was. Of course, since Qin Yuan had demonstrated his abilities, he had no intention of concealing anything from Jian Wenyu. Given Jian Wenyu's high regard for him, Qin Yuan naturally wanted to showcase his corresponding value. In the future, Jian Wenyu would be a pillar of support for him. As for Jian Wenyu's character, after a brief acquaintance, Qin Yuan felt he was a reliable person. After all, not just anyone could assume the role of the Dean of the Spirit Master Academy. It was a position designated by the League as the cradle of Spirit Masters. The role of Dean was of utmost importance. Thus, one who could become Dean and oversee the fates of thousands of Spirit Masters would surely possess commendable character and integrity. However, Jian Wenyu never expected that Qin Yuan's third innate technique was not the Azure Lotus Sword Qi, but rather the shadow of the sword, 9 layers, which Qin Yuan had not displayed earlier. Haha, in that case, I shall grant your request, Jian Wenyu said, glancing at a nearby tree segment. Though he was immensely curious, Jian Wenyu refrained from asking further questions. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and so did he. In his past, he too was a prodigy, possessing secrets to strengthen himself. It was under the protection of his mentor that he successfully grew into a powerful being. Now, he sought to protect these talented spirit masters, helping them become the pillars of the League. Thank you, Dean. Qin Yuan bowed deeply to Jian Wenyu, a gesture of genuine respect. The news of your ability to restore your innate spirit must be kept confidential, as mythic tier spirits are far too astonishing, Jian Wenyu cautioned. Publicly, we shall claim that you have contracted a second spirit, one of legendary rank. Dean, my innate spirit is of legendary rank, Qin Yuan replied innocently. Haha. Jian Wenyu let out a series of cold laughs, and added, given your talent, the Academy will strive to provide you with cultivation resources. Really? Could you possibly send me that legendary one? No, those several epic tier spirits would suffice. You little rascal, do not covet those epic spirits. Their value to you is merely marginally enhancing, yet for other spirit masters, they are of paramount significance. Do you understand? Suddenly, Jian Wenyu's expression grew serious. Though your spirit is rather unique, requiring the absorption of spirits to enhance, many high-tier spirits are rare commodities, severely lacking in humanity. One high-tier spirit can grant humanity an additional powerful spirit master. I understand, Dean. I will not squander high-tier spirits casually, Qin Yuan acknowledged, finding great wisdom in his words. Regardless of whether you genuinely comprehend or not, do refrain from harboring any intentions towards my painstakingly collected endowments, you rascal. Jian Wenyu's tone shifted abruptly, causing Qin Yuan to nearly stumble to the ground. Such righteous rhetoric. This must be your true intent, am I correct? Moments later, Qin Yuan and Jian Wenyu reappeared in the dilapidated office. Very well, concerning your exceptional privileges, I shall petition the higher-ups of the Alliance, and I will notify you in due course. Jian Wenyu waved his hand, intending to dismiss Qin Yuan. Oh, very well. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Wait a moment. In your quest to enhance your innate endowment, would you prefer a common endowment or one of higher quality? Jian Wenyu inquired suddenly. Naturally, the higher the quality, the better. Qin Yuan replied. Higher quality endowments yield more transformative evolution points and possess a greater success rate for strengthening endowments and innate skills. I happen to know of an epic level endowment. Should you be interested, it would be worth your while to seek it out. Chapter 22, Blood Arena, Exchange Center. After leaving the director's office, Qin Yuan strolled along the verdant, winding path. The Blood Arena? This was what the director had informed him of, as the only venue where, given his strength, he might acquire an epic-level endowment. The Blood Arena resembled the gladiatorial arenas of a bygone era. Though the combatants were now spirit manipulators or spirit manipulators facing off against demonic beasts, various gambling establishments thrived within the Blood Arena, attracting countless individuals eager to place wagers, making it a veritable goldmine. It seems the Blood Arena is under the influence of the Yu family, Qin Yuan pondered, but set the thought aside for the moment. With his formidable strength, he was nearly invincible among peers. Venturing into the Blood Arena appeared to be a prudent choice, as it would allow him to enhance his combat experience with spirit manipulators. Until now, his encounters had primarily been with demonic beasts. After all, spirit manipulators were human, possessing intelligence far superior to the brutish creatures, and their combat techniques were considerably more diverse. Thus, engaging in battles with spirit manipulators would significantly bolster his practical experience. Previously, during his time with the Blackwolf mercenary corps, he had faced several bronze-level spirit manipulators, yet they had consistently held back their true capabilities. Consequently, Qin Yuan found it challenging to experience the exhilarating thrill of combat and the life-and-death crises that accompany it. A visit to the Blood Arena was indeed warranted, whether for the epic-level endowment the director had mentioned or to enhance his real-world combat experience. However, that would not be today. Having obtained the fragments of the godslaying bow and successfully completed the task, Qin Yuan chose not to utilize them immediately. It was still daylight. He would address it later in the evening. Proceeding to the training hall, Qin Yuan discovered that the members of Class 2 of the elite group had dispersed. He resorted to contacting Zhao Feng via his smart wristband. The exchange center? Very well, I shall arrive shortly. Qin Yuan activated the navigation function on his smart wristband and quickly located the exchange center, situated less than 3 miles from the training hall. Within the exchange center, a plethora of treasures awaited, available for exchange with academic credits. Even items unavailable in Yun City could be swiftly transported from other major base cities, provided one possessed sufficient credits. Qin Yuan, where have you been? Zhao Feng asked, approaching him with concern, followed closely by the portly Qian Gun, who bore a similarly curious expression. Oh, nothing much, just had a casual chat with the director. Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. The director? Are you serious? That's a diamond-level spirit manipulator, one of the top powers in Yun City. Zhao Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, it is true, Qin Yuan chuckled. Come, let us explore what treasures can be exchanged for academic credits. There are indeed many valuable items, endowments, demonic beast blood, demonic beast souls, and even high-grade techniques. Though they are regrettably quite expensive, Zhao Feng, having shifted the topic, refrained from further inquiries. As long as Qin Yuan was unharmed, he felt reassured. The trio made their way to the exchange center, where Qin Yuan scanned his student badge, revealing his personal information on the display panel. Student, Qin Yuan class, first year elite, class 2 realm, first rank Black Iron realm academic credits. 500. His personal information was straightforward. The realm displayed was that of the first rank Black Iron realm, which would only be updated after a reassessment of his abilities. Subsequently, Qin Yuan accessed the exchange items. Common endowment, Wind-Chasing Wolf, beast transformation type, sourced from a Bronze realm Wind-Chasing Wolf, exchange credits, 8 points. Advanced endowment, Snow-Stepping Steed, beast transformation type, sourced from a Gold realm Snow-Stepping Steed, exchange credits, 60 points. Rare endowment, Millennial Spirit Snow, elemental type, sourced from the Tianshan Snow region, exchange credits, 800 points. 10 drops of Bronze realm Wind-Chasing Wolf blood, usable for body tempering or alchemy, exchange credits, 1 point. 5 drops of Gold realm Berserk Demon Bear blood, excellent for body tempering, exchange credits, 30 points. 3 drops of Platinum realm Purple Wing Unicorn blood, transformative properties, exchange credits, 180 points. 5 drops of Diamond realm Gale Dragon blood, enhancing defense, speed, and self-regeneration, exchange credits, 1,000 points. Silver realm Mountain Cleaving Bull soul, usable for enhancing endowment star ratings, exchange credits, 3 points. Gold realm Multi-angled Iron Rhinoceros soul, usable for enhancing endowment star ratings, exchange credits, 16 points. Platinum realm Flame Sand Beast soul, usable for enhancing endowment star ratings, exchange credits, 82 points. Low-grade absorption technique, Hunyuan Ju, capable of increasing cultivation speed by 3 to 5 times, exchange credits, 250 points. Mid-grade absorption technique, Songshan Classic, capable of increasing cultivation speed by 7 to 10 times, exchange credits, 2,000 points. High-grade absorption technique, Qinquan Ichi method, capable of increasing cultivation speed by 15 to 19 times, exchange credits, 20,000 points. King-grade absorption technique, Lihua Zhuanshan Gong, capable of increasing cultivation speed by 30 to 40 times, exchange credits, 400,000 points. To his astonishment, even a king-grade absorption technique was available for exchange. Qin Yuan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, but the value was enough to deter anyone. 16,000 credits. If converted at the purchasing price offered by Qian Gun, at 2,000 spirit coins per credit, that would amount to a staggering 8 billion spirit coins. Even the low-grade absorption technique demanded 250 credits, which represented half of Qin Yuan's current credits. Other items were equally precious and rare, yet the credits required left one feeling impoverished. Simultaneously, Qin Yuan gleaned insights into the value of endowments. Aside from their grade, the type and origin played crucial roles. For instance, among beast transformation endowments of the same common grade, one derived from a Bronze realm demonic beast would vastly differ in value from one sourced from a Gold realm demonic beast. The blood of demonic beasts was primarily utilized for potion crafting or body tempering. A competent spirit manipulator requires not only formidable endowments, but also a robust physique. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the endowment, should the body sustain grave injuries, how could one combat enemies? Qian Gun, what exactly is a demonic beast soul? Qin Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at him. We all know that slaying certain demonic beasts may yield a small chance of acquiring their innate endowment. Qian Gun explained with a grin. However, a demonic beast's endowment is not innate at birth, it gradually forms during their growth. In this process, the soul of a demonic beast is somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary demonic beast. If killed, using a special container allows one to collect their soul. In essence, a demonic beast's soul is akin to a semi-finished endowment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan understood. Could it be that a demonic beast's soul could also enhance the star rating of an endowment? Indeed, given that the supply of endowments has consistently fallen short of demand, utilizing demonic beast souls serves dual purposes, filling the void of endowments and offering a more affordable alternative, leading many spirit manipulators to favor them for elevating endowment star ratings. Qian affirmed with a nod. What have you all exchanged for? Qin Yuan inquired. I exchanged for a low-grade Hunyuan decision. A low-grade body tempering technique utilizing the spirit fire to refine bones, as well as 100 drops of the essence blood from bronze-tier demonic beasts. Expending a total of 490 credits, Zhao Feng lamented with a pained expression. The techniques and their costs are exceedingly steep. Furthermore, the redeemed techniques are limited to personal use only, prohibiting any sharing or unauthorized dissemination. Well, it suits you quite well, Qin Yuan nodded slightly. There is no need to elaborate on the Hunyuan decision. It is undoubtedly far superior to the basic absorption technique. The spirit fire refinement technique is specifically suited for spirit masters endowed with fire attributes, allowing for significantly more efficient cultivation. The essence blood of demonic beasts will aid in body tempering. For newcomers like them, the paramount objective is to elevate their realms and strengths. Ascending the ranks of endowment requires substantial resources. Typically, new students without family backing find it challenging to amass the necessary resources for advancement. They must wait until their strength reaches a certain level before venturing into the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts and accrue wealth. Qin Yuan, what are your plans for redemption? Zhao Feng inquired. Chapter 23, Credit Redemption, Sword Condensation Body Refinement Technique. I'll first acquire a body tempering technique, along with essence blood and a soul of a demonic beast, and then proceed to obtain an endowment. Qin Yuan contemplated for a moment before making his decision. 500 credits is neither too much nor too little. This will serve as a primary resource for early cultivation and should not be squandered. For now, I can manage with the basic absorption technique, as my cultivation speed is sufficiently rapid for the time being. Qin Yuan's goal is to accumulate enough credits or spirit coins to directly exchange for superior or king-grade absorption techniques, thus avoiding the waste of credits on mid-tier absorption techniques. Moreover, enhancing his physique is Qin Yuan's most pressing need. His physical form does not confer any advantage compared to other spirit masters. Physical prowess impacts one's strength, defense, and speed. If the physique falters, everything else suffers. Qin Yuan believes that his offensive capabilities in endowment are extraordinarily potent, far surpassing those of spirit masters of the same tier, yet his defensive abilities remain a weakness. His endowment and innate skills lack any defensive properties. As for the soul of the demonic beast, Qin Yuan intends to analyze its potential benefits for enhancing his endowment. If it proves more cost-effective than the endowment itself, he may consider using demonic beast souls for future enhancements. As the Dean Jian when you stated, the demand for endowment within the human alliance is immense, perpetually outstripping supply. Thus, it is prudent to conserve high-quality endowments whenever possible. Ultimately, Qin Yuan chose a low-grade body tempering technique, the sword condensation body refinement technique. This method utilizes sword-type endowments to refine the physique, costing 280 credits, while he opted for the essence blood of a golden-tier berserk demon bear, purchasing 20 drops for 120 credits. He selected the soul of a golden-tier multi-angle iron rhinoceros for 16 credits and a common-grade beast transformation wind-chasing wolf for 8 credits. In total, he expended 434 credits. As he redeemed fewer techniques than Zhao Feng, he had a slight surplus of credits remaining. Nonetheless, Qin Yuan felt a similar pang of anguish. 434 credits equate to at least over 800,000 spirit coins. Qian Gongong, on the other hand, acquired nothing. Given his family background, he found no need to spend credits on ordinary items. However, for precious items, an exorbitant amount of credits is required, making redemption impossible. After finishing dinner, Qin Yuan did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he received a last-minute notification from his mentor, Jian Yun, that there would be an additional class that evening. Truly, the Spirit Master Academy maintains an exceedingly rigorous schedule, Qin Yuan mused. Indeed, there's barely a moment to rest. Qian Gongong complained. I wonder what we'll learn tonight. Zhao Feng expressed his anticipation. The theoretical knowledge and foundational training imparted during the day greatly benefit the students. The three conversed as they walked. Soon arriving at the training hall, one cannot help but marvel at the immense size of the academy. It boasts a plethora of diverse venues, each occupying a significant area, with every hall capable of accommodating at least 1,000 individuals. The large competition venues can host over 50,000 spectators. Even if every member of the Spirit Master Academy attended the event, they would scarcely fill 1/10 of the seats. Greetings, Brother Qin, Brother Yuan. Upon entering the training hall, Qin Yuan was greeted enthusiastically by many students from Class 2 Elite, who waved at him fervently. Brother Qin? Qin Yuan chuckled ruefully. It had only been a day, and he was already being called brother. Shi Ting, lurking in a corner, ground his teeth in frustration, glaring fiercely at Qin Yuan. When he noticed Qin Yuan's gaze upon him, he hastily turned away. Qin Yuan ignored him completely and moved forward, spotting a massive machine. The displayed number was 320. Evidently, some students had already tested their strength. That is a machine for testing combat power. Are we expected to evaluate our strength tonight? Qian Gongong explained. Brother Qin, quickly throw a punch. Let us witness the extent of your combat prowess. A classmate exclaimed. Yes, Brother Qin's punch will surely exceed 700. 700? I believe it must be at least 800. 800? Do you underestimate Brother Qin? A throng of elite class students gathered around, eagerly anticipating Qin Yuan's demonstration. Shall I go first? Zhao Feng tentatively asked, noticing Qin Yuan's lack of action. The instructor has arrived, Qin Yuan replied, shaking his head as he turned his attention forward. At that moment, the one-armed middle-aged mentor, Qin Yuan, ambled over with a recorder in hand. Upon his arrival, the students fell silent, no longer daring to create a ruckus. Qin Yuan stood still, fixing his gaze on Qin Yuan. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. This is the combat power testing machine. 1 kilogram of force corresponds to 1 point of combat power. The minimum standard for a first-tier Black Iron Realm is 100 combat power, while the minimum for a 9th-tier Black Iron Realm is 1000 combat power. Naturally, as elite class students, you cannot be judged by these minimum standards. Today, we will assess your foundational combat power, maximum combat power, and the amplification from your endowments. Firstly, the testing machine will automatically detect your realm. Next, we will evaluate your foundational combat power. You must not use your endowments or external forces. Instead, employ only the strength of your physique to strike the testing machine and yield an ultimate value. Lastly, we will assess your maximum combat power, where you may utilize endowments or weapons to unleash your fullest strength. For this test, the first place will receive 100 credits. The top 3 will earn 30 credits each. The top 10 will gain 10 credits each, while the bottom 10 will incur a deduction of 10 credits each. Qin Yuan's voice resonated, somber and matter-of-fact. The elite class students initially felt exhilarated upon hearing the rewards, but anxiety and concern washed over them when the penalties were revealed. Many students were well aware of the significance of credits, which hold substantial purchasing power. Each credit, in private transactions, is worth no less than 20,000 spirit coins. 10 credits equate to 200,000 spirit coins, a considerable fortune for many common students. Qin Yuan, you're bound to earn big this time. 100 credits will surely be yours, Qian Gonggong remarked enviously. Perhaps, but let us wait and see. Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Quiet down. Students whose names are called, step forward for testing. Qin Yuan raised his voice. Zhao Feng. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Feng promptly stepped forward. First, strike the machine 10 times, then use your endowment for another 10 strikes. I will take the highest value as your score. Qin Yuan instructed Zhao Feng. The highest value. How wonderful. The crowd rejoiced, as no one could guarantee that their strikes would consistently yield the same power. By taking the highest value, at least the resulting figure would appear more impressive. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Feng positioned himself before the testing machine, delivering a series of powerful punches. 247, 268, 294, 269. Afterward, Zhao Feng summoned the epic flame of the sun. A wave of heat surged forth, prompting the surrounding students to retreat several paces. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhao Feng's right fist was enveloped in the dazzling flame of the sun, resembling a blazing gauntlet. Boom. The combat power testing machine trembled slightly. 612, 734, 932, 847, 684. After unleashing 20 consecutive punches, Zhao Feng staggered back, slightly exhausted. The surrounding students gazed in astonishment at the numbers displayed on the testing machine. Student, Zhao Feng. Realm, 2nd grade Black Iron Realm. Basic combat power, 294. Maximum combat power, 932. Spirit enhancement multiplier, 317 times. The basic combat power is solely reliant on personal strength, serving as a measure of one's physical prowess. The maximum combat power reflects the might unleashed by a spirit master through their spirit. The enhancement multiplier primarily depends on the grade of the spirit and the spirit master's mastery over it. Remarkably, achieving 932 combat power at the 2nd grade Black Iron Realm is commendable. Qin Yuan smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Truly, it is a testament to the epic spirit, with its combat enhancement exceeding threefold. A combat power of 932 meets the minimum standard for a 9-star Black Iron Realm. This performance ensures a spot in the top 10, with a potential chance to vie for the top 3. Chapter 24, Testing Combat Power, Fang Yaoyao. Next, Yang Wenhui. After recording Zhao Feng's results, Qin Yuan called out the name of the next student. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Wenhui approached the machine, unleashing powerful punches. After 10 strikes, a dramatic transformation overtook him, and before him appeared a resplendent tiger, a rare-level light flow tiger. With a fierce roar, the light flow tiger lunged at the testing machine. Boom. After a resounding crash, the machine's screen displayed Yang Wenhui's results. Student, Yang Wenhui. Realm, 3rd grade Black Iron Realm. Basic combat power, 395. Maximum combat power, 1040. Spirit enhancement multiplier, 263 times. Gasp. The surrounding students inhaled sharply. Both the basic and maximum combat powers surpassed Zhao Feng's by 100 points. Yang Wenhui beamed upon seeing his results, glancing at his master, Shi Ting, who nodded in approval while throwing a provocative glance at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's complexion reddened, his fists clenched tightly. Do not take it to heart. Your realm is one grade lower than his. Were you both of the same tier, your combat power would not be inferior. Moreover, he is of the beast transformation type with an advantage in strength, while your flame of the sun excels in burning intensity, Qin Yuan consoled. Indeed. And your spirit enhancement multiplier reaches 317 times, whereas he only has 263 times, Qian Gun chimed in. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression softened. Once I cultivate the spirit firebone refinement technique, my basic combat power will surely surpass his. Due to Shi Ting's repeated provocations, Zhao Feng developed a strong aversion to Yang Wenhui, leading to an unspoken rivalry between them. Next, Ji Wenji. Next, Song Yuanfei. Next, Fang Yaoyao. Fang Yaoyao. A tall girl with a youthful visage and a generous heart, elicited cheers from numerous students upon her turn. In Class 2, she was exceedingly popular, boasting an extraordinary lineage and commendable talent, coupled with striking beauty that rendered her goddess-like. Yet, when she made her move, many were taken aback, particularly by her spirit. Fang Yaoyao's actions were swift and decisive, exhibiting a fierce demeanor as if confronting a merciless beast. Her spirit manifested as two double-edged axes, the epic heavenly blood axes. Student, Fang Yaoyao. Realm, 4th grade Black Iron Realm. Basic combat power, 720. Maximum combat power, 2528. Spirit enhancement multiplier, 351 times. Fang Yaoyao's 20 consecutive full-force strikes left her seemingly unfazed, as if effortlessly mastering the challenge. Upon viewing her results, she nodded in satisfaction. Achieving 720 combat power at the 4th grade Black Iron Realm surpassed many 6th grade Black Iron Realm Spirit Masters. Most astonishing was her maximum combat power, reaching 2528, rivaling that of the Bronze Realm. Her enhancement multiplier also soared to 351 times. Qin Yuan, I eagerly await your results, Fang Yaoyao said, shouldering her axes as she approached him. If you perform admirably, I might consider dating you. This bold girl exuded confidence. Qin Yuan regarded Fang Yaoyao, acknowledging her striking figure, which could only be described as devilishly alluring. After her proclamation, she nonchalantly joined a group of girls, embodying the essence of a leader. Qin Yuan, you are fortunate, Zhao Feng remarked with envy. Huh, Qin Yuan sneered. Am I the sort of man who is easily swayed? Women merely hinder my sword-drawing speed. However, Fang Yaoyao's formidable combat power and impressive enhancement multiplier of 351 times indicated her exceptional prowess. This not only showcased the spirit's enhancement, but also reflected her high mastery over her own strength and spirit. Next, Qian Gun. It's my turn, Qian Gun exclaimed as he approached the machine for testing. Despite his round and plump appearance, his explosive strength was formidable. Student, Qian Gun. Realm, 4th grade Black Iron Realm. Basic combat power, 610. Maximum combat power, 1800. Spirit enhancement multiplier, 295 times. His results ranked among the top in the class. However, following Fang Yaoyao, his performance seemed less remarkable. Is your spirit a coin? Qin Yuan scrutinized Qian Gun anew. Hee, it's a rare level 10,000 treasures coin. Qian Gun replied with a grin. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, noting that among all students with rare level spirits, Qian Gun's enhancement multiplier ranked first, nearly reaching 3 times. It is noteworthy that only students with epic level spirits achieved multipliers exceeding 3 times. Despite his unassuming appearance, Qian Gun's combat prowess was no less impressive. Undoubtedly, he hails from one of the 4 great families. Could Fang Yaoyao be from the Fang family? Her straightforward demeanor suggests a likely connection to a military lineage. Next, it was Shi Ting's turn. Student, Shi Ting. Realm, 5th grade Black Iron Realm. Basic combat power, 712. Maximum combat power, 1994. Spirit enhancement multiplier, 28 times. His results, slightly inferior to Qian Gun's, were nonetheless commendable. After all, his spirit, the stone armor, excelled in defense, with offense not being its strong suit. Moreover, his enhancement multiplier reached 28 times, surpassing the average of 25 times for other rare-level spirits. Indeed, the 4 great families of Yin City were flourishing, with each family's offspring showcasing remarkable talent. By now, 39 students had completed the test, with Fang Yaoyao leading, followed by Shi Ting, and then Qian Gun. Yang Wenhui secured the 7th position, while Zhao Feng placed 9th. Next, Qin Yuan. It was uncertain whether Jian Yun deliberately placed Qin Yuan at the end, but all eyes converged upon him. Despite it being merely the first day of school, Qin Yuan was shrouded in mystery. Initially, his innate, full spirit energy talent and the presence of a seemingly useless spirit had stirred considerable intrigue, creating a stark divide among perceptions. Furthermore, he had injured Shi Ting in response to provocation, further adding to his enigmatic reputation. After his inaugural practice of the absorption technique, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy, spanning 100 meters, was formed. During this training, however, he mysteriously vanished, leading to rumors that the dean had taken him for dissection and research, even causing an explosion in the office building. Now, As the combat power test approaches, there is uncertainty whether he will create a miracle. Particularly, Qin Yuan has reached the 5th rank of the Black Iron Realm. Among the 40 students in Elite Class 2, the two with the highest realms are Shurting and Qin Yuan. In contrast, both Qian Gun and Fang Yao Yao remain at the 4th rank of the Black Iron Realm. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Qin Yuan slowly approached the testing machine. To be candid, he felt uncertain about his foundational strength. Although he had slain numerous beasts and even vanquished a multicolored python on the verge of advancing to the Bronze Realm, it was not due to raw power, but rather the enhancement from his spirit endowment. Jian Yun fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan, signaling him to commence. The eyes of the other students were all focused on Qin Yuan. Summoning all his strength, Qin Yuan swiftly struck the machine with a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The numbers on the machine spiraled wildly. 530, 540, 550, 560, 570, 520. Chapter 25, Combat Power Surpassing Limits, 17-fold increase. The data remained remarkably stable, with little variation. Yet, the highest value recorded was merely 570 points, 142 points less than Shurting, who also occupied the 5th rank of the Black Iron Realm, equivalent to a deficit of 142 kilograms in individual strength. Compared to Fang Yao Yao, he was even short by a full 150 points. This figure barely met the standard threshold, rendering him one of the lowest performers in Elite Class 2. While 570 points ranked him within the top 10 among all students. Many surpassed him, and it was important to note that most students were only at the 1st or 2nd rank. Qin Yuan, however, had reached the 5th rank of the Black Iron Realm and was expected to achieve at least 700, if not 800, points to be deemed competent. In this context, a 5th rank Black Iron Realm individual should be able to attain a foundational combat power of 570 points, which was something all students in Elite Class 2 could achieve. Hiss. Many envious students, witnessing this number, could not help but hiss in disdain. Especially Shurting, upon realizing that Qin Yuan's foundational strength was even weaker than his own, erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too rich. Qin Yuan, your physique is lacking, your strength is weaker than a woman's. With this remark, he felt a surge of satisfaction and garnered the agreement of many around him. Indeed, coming from a commoner's background, what could talent accomplish if one's physique was inadequate? Even battling a beast would leave one gasping for breath. Ha ha ha, once I reach the 5th rank, I'll easily surpass 600 in combat power. Indeed, even a fully endowed spirit is merely this. Yang Wenhu and his entourage, along with other students harboring grievances against Qin Yuan, chimed in. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth in anger, while Qian Gun appeared somewhat disappointed. A flicker of disappointment crossed Fang Yao Yao's beautiful eyes. Foundational combat power is of paramount importance, representing the strength of a spirit master's physique and setting their lower limits. In a world rife with peril, a weak physique is the gravest flaw, easily leading to death. During battles with beasts, lacking physicality results in injuries that can hinder the team. Wilderness training often spans 10 days to half a month, underscoring the significance of physical strength. To discover he had only 570 points was indeed a surprise for Qin Yuan. He had not anticipated such a low figure, and it was a shock to him as well. However, being of common birth and having grown up under humble circumstances, it was commendable that he had developed healthily, with a physique akin to that of an ordinary person. Becoming a spirit master in just 3 days had enhanced his physique. But the improvement was within normal bounds and not particularly remarkable. Additionally, having just recently advanced from the 3rd rank to the 5th rank of the Black Iron Realm, the lag in his physicality was understandable. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had exchanged credits for a body tempering technique, and once mastered, his physical attributes would improve significantly. Silence. Continue the test. Jian Yun furrowed his brow, commanding attention. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan nodded slightly. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as the Fei Huang sword materialized in his hand. A surge of overwhelming sword intent enveloped the area, seemingly rising in defense of Qin Yuan against the mockery of others. Many students displayed expressions of terror and apprehension. What? Is this Qin Yuan's spirit endowment? Wasn't it supposed to be a worthless one? How can it be so formidable? Qin Yuan gently stroked the Fei Huang sword, calming its emotions. As a mythical-grade weapon and an innate divine sword, its intelligence was not low, teetering on the brink of manifesting a sword spirit capable of speech. Boom. With the Fei Huang sword in hand, Qin Yuan struck down upon the testing machine. Sword Immortal's 9 strikes. Qin Yuan radiated a terrifying sword aura, merging with his weapon to unleash a formidable force. The first strike, 999. The second strike, 2,100. The third strike, 3,200. The fourth strike, 4,100. The fifth strike, 5,600. The sixth strike, 6,400. The seventh strike, 7,700. The eighth strike, 8,500. The ninth strike, 9,900. The 10th strike. Boom. The testing machine erupted in a cloud of black smoke before collapsing. Only the machine's screen flickered with red light, displaying a series of values. Student, Qin Yuan. Realm, 5th rank Black Iron. Foundational combat power, 570. Maximum combat power, 9900. Spirit endowment amplification, 1736 times. Hiss. This combat power is simply off the charts. As everyone beheld Qin Yuan's figures, they were rendered speechless, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. 9,900 points of combat power. Surely, this machine must be malfunctioning. No, the testing machine was indeed broken, but not due to a programming error. It was obliterated by Qin Yuan's strike. How utterly astonishing. Only 9,900 points of combat power? Qin Yuan scoffed. Just? Not bad. The students of Elite Class 2 were left in a state of frenzy. This individual is so ostentatious. How arrogant. I want to beat him up. Oh, but it seems I cannot. Never mind. With 9,900 points of combat power, he surpassed Fang Yao by 4 or 5 times. When everyone's gaze turned to Qin Yuan, the earlier mockery and ridicule evaporated, replaced by solemn apprehension. Qin Gu, as expected, remains the pillar of Elite Class 2. Qin Yuan surveyed the room, calmly sheathing the Fei Huang sword. You all looked down on me and laughed at my expense. Now, let us see who the real joke is. Zhao Feng and Qian Gun stared at Qin Yuan in shock, as if they had encountered a ghost. Although his foundational combat power was quite ordinary, his maximum combat power reached a staggering 9,900 points, a truly terrifying figure. The amplification from his spirit endowment was astounding, reaching 1,736 times. What caliber of spirit endowment could achieve such an amplification? It is worth noting that the previous highest, Fang Yao, had only reached 351 times. Qin Yuan, you are impressive. Although your first spirit endowment was deemed worthless, your second spirit endowment has contracted a legendary great spirit. I hadn't anticipated you'd harness its power so swiftly, Jian Yun remarked with genuine admiration. The other students realized they must strive diligently to master the power of their spirit endowments. A rare great spirit should achieve at least a 3-fold amplification, while an epic great spirit should reach a 5-fold amplification to be considered a standard of competence. What? The students of Elite Class 2 were once again left astounded. Qin Yuan has surprisingly contracted a second spirit, and it is of legendary caliber. No wonder the power of Qin Yuan's spirit is so fearsome. Furthermore, the typical legendary spirits do not possess such terrifying enhancements. Therefore, the second spirit that Qin Yuan has contracted must undoubtedly be one of the most elite among legendary spirits. A multitude of envious and resentful glances were directed towards Qin Yuan, particularly at the phoenix sword in his grasp. Indeed, several astute students seemed to have pieced together a certain conclusion. It was rumored that the director possessed a legendary spirit in his collection. Could it be that he has bestowed it upon you? Qian Gun looked at Qin Yuan with incredulity. Both Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng were momentarily taken aback. Ahem. You know, my disappearance from the training hall was due to being summoned by the director, Qin Yuan ambiguously replied. He neither confirmed nor denied the speculation, instead leaving an air of intrigue. Yet, upon hearing this, the crowd's suspicion only deepened. After all, given Qin Yuan's humble origins, how could he possibly acquire and contract a legendary spirit without the director's favor? It was evident that the director, having recognized Qin Yuan's potential, gifted him the long-coveted legendary spirit he had treasured for years. Chapter 26. Is the second spirit legendary? 6th tier Black Iron Realm. Everyone wore expressions of sudden realization, save for Zhao Feng, who appeared puzzled. In fact, Qin Yuan had no intention of clarifying the misunderstanding, allowing it to persist. Only Zhao Feng knew that Qin Yuan's spirit was not a second spirit, but rather his true, innate spirit. Qin Yuan shook his head at him, signaling to discuss it in their dormitory later. Since the director, Jian Wenyu, had decided to proceed in this manner, he must have made ample preparations. Anyone who had witnessed the true form of Qin Yuan's phoenix sword would undoubtedly have signed confidentiality agreements, bound to secrecy and forbidding the disclosure of Qin Yuan's information. Zhao Feng, the Blackwolf mercenary corps, and certain commoners believed that this would pose no issue for the esteemed director of the Spirit Master Academy, a diamond tier spirit master. What Qin Yuan needed to do was merely cooperate with the director. This evening, Jian Yun specifically stated that Qin Yuan's phoenix sword was a second spirit, evidently under the director's directive, serving as a smokescreen to the outside world. While Qin Yuan's first spirit was of legendary caliber, possibly even mythic, it might attract attention but would not cause an uproar. However, if he were to revive a discarded spirit to the legendary or mythic tier through his own abilities, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions regarding the secrets he might harbor. Qin Yuan's remarkable cultivation talent was evident to all in Elite Class 2. For various reasons, Qin Yuan had caught the director Jian Wenyu's eye, and it seemed entirely reasonable that the director would grant him a legendary spirit from his collection. The external world would not focus on whether Qin Yuan's innate spirit was a discarded one. Moreover, this signaled to the world that Qin Yuan was under Jian Wenyu's protection. Anyone who dared to harm him would have to face the director's wrath. Well, that concludes today's test. After a moment, Jian Yun addressed the students of Elite Class 2. I will now announce the results. The first place is Qin Yuan, with the 2nd to 9th places going to Feng Yao Yao, Shirting, and Qian Gun Gun. The credit rewards will be deposited into your personal accounts. The last two, Ji Wenji and Song Yuanfei, will each have 10 points deducted from their credits. As soon as the words fell, the students displayed a myriad of expressions, some joyous, others sorrowful, while some appeared relieved. This test was a first, but certainly not the last. Students should strive to cultivate diligently, for the purpose of the Spirit Master Academy is to nurture elites, not the inept. In the coming weeks, there will be combat power tests, adhering to tonight's reward and punishment system. Furthermore, any student whose basic combat power increase falls below 100 or whose maximum power is below 200 will incur an additional deduction of 20 credit points. Should this happen 3 times or more, I will petition the Academy for the expulsion of that student. With that, Jian Yun departed briskly, leaving behind a chorus of lamentations from the students. The members of Elite Class 2 exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been ensnared in a trap. Their test results were determined by the highest score achieved, meaning that in the next combat power test, they would be required to exceed this highest value by at least 100 and 200 points, respectively. Failure to do so would lead to credit deductions. While credit deductions were bearable, the most daunting prospect was the potential for expulsion after 3 failures to meet the standards. We should be on our way, Qin Yuan noted, feeling increasingly elated as he saw his credits had been credited. Although he had secured first place, it was primarily due to the strength of his spirit. His own basic combat power was quite unimpressive. Thus, Qin Yuan was eager to practice the sword condensation body refinement technique to enhance his physical strength. Increasing his combat power by at least 100 points each week was akin to advancing a tier in rank, a challenge not to be underestimated. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhao Feng expressed his concerns. Initial progress may be swift, but as one advances, the challenges only intensify. More importantly, I have nearly exhausted my credits, and there will not be many remaining to exchange for cultivation resources. Are there any ways to earn credits? Qin Yuan inquired. Glancing at Qian Gun Gun, there are indeed numerous ways to earn credits, such as completing tasks issued by the Academy, donating spirit coins, or slaying beast monsters. Oh, there's one method that all students can utilize to earn credits, Qian Gun Gun contemplated. What is it? Qin Yuan asked. Advancing in rank. The Academy stipulates that starting from the first tier of Black Iron Realm, each tier you ascend grants you a specific number of credits, 20 for reaching the 2nd tier, 30 for the 3rd tier, 40 for the 4th tier, and so forth. As long as you continue your studies at the Academy, this remains effective, Qian Gun Gun explained. As long as you keep breaking through, you can continuously earn credits. That's quite favorable. Then, being at the 5th tier of Black Iron Realm, I can claim 140 credits. Qin Yuan calculated. Precisely. Once you are certified by the Academy or the Spirit Master Guild, you can exchange your credits at the Redemption Center with your Spirit Master badge. Qian Gun Gun affirmed. The 3 of them continued their conversation, with Qian Gun Gun enlightening them further about credit acquisition. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Yuan briefly explained the matter of the 2nd spirit to Zhao Feng and requested his discretion. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will not let it slip, Zhao Feng solemnly vowed. Qin Yuan nodded, placing his trust in his childhood friend. Otherwise, he would not have confided in him previously. Besides Qin Yuan's explanation, it was likely that the Academy would soon summon Zhao Feng for a private discussion and require him to sign a confidentiality agreement. With so few individuals having witnessed Qin Yuan's spirit, it would not be difficult to keep the information under wraps. Sword condensation body refinement technique. Returning to his room, Qin Yuan picked up the jade slip containing the technique and observed the images within. The sword condensation body refinement technique is a method that utilizes spiritual energy, transforming it into sword energy, which circulates through the body's meridians, continuously refining physical strength and enhancing one's physique. For others, the most challenging aspect is the conversion of spiritual energy into sword energy, which can only exist for a brief time before dissipating. However, for Qin Yuan, this step was already accomplished. The effect of the Azure Lotus Sword body was fully manifesting at this moment, which was one of the primary reasons Qin Yuan chose the sword condensation body refinement technique. Subsequently, Qin Yuan attempted to control a strand of Azure Lotus Sword energy, allowing it to flow out from his dantian and circulate through his meridians. 1 small circulation, 2 small circulations, 1 large circulation, 2 large circulations. Hiss. Qin Yuan could not help but cry out in agony. The entire process was excruciatingly painful. It felt as though a razor-sharp dagger were incessantly slicing through the flesh and meridians of his dantian, a sensation so unbearable it rendered him nearly lifeless. However, after each circulation through the meridians, Qin Yuan experienced a euphoric intensity of pain that transcended all limits. He sensed a metamorphosis occurring within his flesh and blood, his physical strength surging at an astonishing pace. Once proficient, Qin Yuan began to simultaneously channel multiple streams of Azure Lotus Sword Qi to refine his physique, until every last strand of Azure Lotus Qi was expended. He then resorted to the fundamental absorption method, drawing in the spiritual energy surrounding him. Suddenly, A vortex of spiritual energy, spanning 100 meters, materialized above the dormitory, with the base of the vortex directly above Qin Yuan's room. Zhao Feng, who was cultivating in the adjacent room, abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he could not sense even a trace of spiritual energy. Well, this is a perfect opportunity to test my body refining technique, he mused wryly, glancing at the wall. While Qin Yuan was voraciously absorbing spiritual energy, the other students in the dormitory suffered the consequences. Many of those who had only just learned to draw energy into their bodies found themselves unable to sense or absorb spiritual energy, leading them to question their existence. Crack. In no time, Qin Yuan, who was voraciously consuming spiritual energy, experienced a seamless breakthrough in his realm, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. He advanced from the 5th rank of Black Iron to the 6th rank. The total number of Azure Lotuses surged past 60 in a single leap. As Qin Yuan opened his eyes, he marveled at how effortlessly he had achieved this breakthrough. Today marked the 4th day since his initial advancement. In the preceding 3 days, through self-cultivation of the Azure Lotus Sword body, he had risen from the 1st to the 3rd rank of Black Iron. On his very first day of school, he ascended from the 3rd rank of Black Iron to the 6th. Chapter 27. The Second Endowment of Spirit, Radiant Light of Dawn. After cultivating for a while and feeling the Azure Lotus Sword Qi replenishing within him, Qin Yuan proceeded to refine his physique once more. At the same time, he retrieved a drop of the blood essence of a Golden Realm Berserk Demon Bear from his spatial ring. This single drop was roughly the size of a ping-pong ball and carried a faint pressure reminiscent of a Golden Realm beast. The body refining effect of the Berserk Demon Bear's blood was exceptional, making it the optimal choice for early-stage spirit masters. Unfortunately, it was prohibitively expensive, thereby rendering it inaccessible to most spirit masters. The technique for consuming blood essence was detailed in the Sword Refinement Body Technique. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yuan swallowed the blood essence of the Berserk Demon Bear, which immediately transformed into a torrent of violent blood energy coursing through his body. Enduring immense pain, he diligently controlled the Azure Lotus Sword Qi to commence the refinement process. Under the dual influence of the Azure Lotus Sword Qi and the blood essence, the strength of Qin Yuan's physique escalated rapidly. The speed of the entire body refinement process more than doubled. Moreover, after digesting the blood essence, it became part of Qin Yuan's own vitality, continuously enhancing his physical strength. Before long, the blood essence of the Berserk Demon Bear was entirely consumed, prompting Qin Yuan to extract another drop. Late into the night, drenched in sweat, he finally ceased his body refinement practice. He had exhausted 20 drops of the Berserk Demon Bear's blood essence, elevating his physique by at least 50%. Qin Yuan was confident that with this newfound strength, he could achieve a combat power of 900 without relying on any endowment of spirit. It was no wonder that individuals like Qian Gun and Fang Yao Yao, scions of noble families, possessed such formidable innate physiques. In addition to their childhood diets rich in demonic beast meat, upon becoming spirit masters, they inevitably had access to blood essence for body refinement. Resources, given sufficient resources, even a mere pig could be cultivated into a deity. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yuan retrieved a fragment of withered wood from the system space. It was a mythic-grade weapon fragment, the godslaying bow. Now, it belonged to Qin Yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 1 piece of celestial restoration stone, activating the host's second endowment of spirit. Ding. Detection indicates the host can awaken the second endowment of spirit. Radiant Light of Dawn. Shall it be awakened now? Awaken. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan responded to the system's prompt. Were it a common endowment, even a legendary one, he might have hesitated. However, this was a mythic-grade endowment, the highest tier available. What was there to contemplate? There are primarily 2 methods for acquiring an endowment of spirit. The first is to contract an external endowment, and the second is to awaken one's own endowment. While both methods yield an endowment, contracted endowments differ in their compatibility with the individual. Each person's physique varies, influencing their selection of endowments. The degree of compatibility with an endowment affects a spirit master's mastery over it. However, even with extremely high compatibility, achieving a perfect 100% is unattainable. Only through awakening an endowment can one achieve perfect compatibility, thereby unleashing its full potential. This is one of the reasons why one's innate endowment is of paramount importance. Many spirit masters are generally only able to awaken their first endowment, after which they can no longer awaken again, relying solely on external contracts. In contrast, the system's endowment does not involve a contract, but rather integrates fragments of divine souls into Qin Yuan's being, facilitating a profound awakening that achieves perfect compatibility. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening the mythic-grade endowment, Radiant Light of Dawn, incomplete. Ding. Host utilizes the Celestial Restoration Stone. Radiant Light of Dawn has been fully restored. Within the depths of Qin Yuan's soul, alongside the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal by, a fiery red bow materialized. The godslaying bow. Subsequently, a beam of blazing sunlight descended from the heavens. A strikingly handsome man, clad in golden armor and adorned with silver hair, walked upon the light and suddenly appeared. Second endowment of spirit, radiant light of dawn. Origin, the heroic soul of Ho-E, the radiant light of dawn, who fought valiantly to protect the elven race until his last breath. Grade, mythic. Star rank, 1 star, can be elevated to 2 stars with 200 evolution points. Weapon, godslaying bow, mythic, crafted from the trunk of the elven race's tree of life, embodying the powers of life and destruction. Destructive power, attacks inflict annihilative flame damage. The godslaying bow can grow by slaying enemies, gaining life force upon reaching certain thresholds. Innate skill, elven blessing, passive skill, grants protection from the elven race. Enhancing luck and archery talent, bestows the eagle eye perception, amplifying vision range and sensory capabilities tenfold. Dusk's afterglow, summons a flaming arrow, delivering a fatal strike to targets within a specified range, accompanied by splash flame damage. Radiant light of dawn. Hoi, in the dormitory, a fiery red figure gradually materialized before Qin Yuan. Like the sun in the night, it radiated brilliance, illuminating the world. This ethereal figure was Qin Yuan's second endowment of spirit, radiant light of dawn, embodying Hoi. The coolly handsome visage of Hoi, with piercing eyes that instilled fear, held the god-slaying bow, his entire form engulfed in blazing flames. This was no ordinary flame. It was the annihilation flame. A destructive force acquired after Hoi shot down the sun god. Due to the overwhelming power of the annihilation flame, it had entirely suppressed the life force inherent in the god-slaying bow. Nevertheless, the god-slaying bow possessed growth potential, capable of regaining its life force through vanquishing foes. The second endowment requires an increase in evolution points from 100 to 200 to reach 2 stars, indicating that future upgrades would become increasingly challenging. Qin Yuan fell into contemplation regarding the evolution points needed for his upgrades. His mentor, Qin Yuan, had once remarked that the more endowments one possessed, the greater the difficulty in upgrading, a notion that now resonated deeply with Qin Yuan. He felt a sense of foreboding regarding the future path of upgrading his endowments. He wondered if the evolution points required for the third endowment to progress from 1 star to 2 stars would be 300 or 400. If it were 300, that would be manageable. Following that pattern, the fourth endowment would require 400 points, and the fifth would necessitate 500 points. If it were 400 points, then the fourth spirit endowment could potentially be 800 points, and the fifth spirit endowment would amount to 1,600 points. At that point, the evolution points merely required for upgrading the spirit endowments would be sufficient to bring Qin Yuan to his knees. One wonders how that spirit master, possessing 19 spirit endowments, managed to upgrade them. Qin Yuan glanced at the system's evolution points, 600 points. He consumed 200 evolution points and directly opted for an upgrade. Ding! The Radiant Dawn was elevated to 2 stars, and he acquired the innate skill, Moment of the Hunt. At this moment, the attributes panel of Radiant Dawn displayed an additional innate skill. 3 innate skills, akin to those of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, comprised 1 passive skill and 2 active skills. The passive skill should be exclusive to mythic-level spirit endowments. Qin Yuan had yet to hear of any student whose spirit endowment possessed a passive skill. Typically, a spirit master's endowment at the 1-star level would only have a single endowment. Chapter 28, The Rear Mountain Courtyard, 7th rank Black Iron Realm. Qin Yuan scrutinized the attributes panel. The first passive innate skill was Elven Guardian, granting him the protection of the elven race, along with luck and archery talent. It was also accompanied by the eagle eye perception, enhancing Qin Yuan's visual range tenfold and his sensory capability by 10 times. The second innate skill was Dusk's Afterglow, enabling him to shoot a fiery arrow that caused area of effect explosions, further inflicting the damage of the cataclysmic flame. The third innate skill was Moment of the Hunt, which granted Qin Yuan the attributes of an elven marksman, entering a state of divine archery. Arrows shot would disregard any distance, time, or space, automatically locking onto the target's aura, ensuring a hit upon release. These 3 skills were undoubtedly extraordinary. The passive skill, Elven Guardian, with its enigmatic protection and luck, remained uncertain in terms of activation, yet the archery talent allowed Qin Yuan to master the art of archery without starting from scratch. Dusk's Afterglow and Moment of the Hunt were immensely powerful offensive innate skills, with the addition of another endowment imbued with destructive power, specifically of the bow and arrow variety. Qin Yuan now possessed means to confront adversaries from both long and short ranges. He murmured to himself. Suddenly, a peculiar light gleamed in his eyes, akin to bright stars in the night sky. This was the eagle eye perception, bestowing him with extraordinary vision and awareness. Suddenly, an unusual feeling surged within Qin Yuan. Relying on his intuition, he withdrew Radiant Dawn back into his body. Moments later, a shadow appeared in Qin Yuan's dormitory. The newcomer uttered a soft exclamation, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. However, nothing was discovered. Ultimately, their gaze fell upon Qin Yuan. Dean, you're not resting so late. And your presence is quite ghostly, nearly giving me a fright. Qin Yuan stared at Jian Wenyu with a helpless expression. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced. For this eagle-eye perception was truly a divine skill, enhancing his sixth sense tenfold. Had it not been for that instinctive awareness, Radiant Dawn might have been uncovered by Jian Wenyu. The temperature in your dormitory is rather abnormal. It seems to be caused by flames. Jian Wenyu did not respond to Qin Yuan, but furrowed his brow and inquired. To his knowledge, Qin Yuan's spirit endowment was not of the fire element. Dean, you're making a fuss. Are you not aware that my roommate's spirit endowment is the epic level flame of Inferno? Qin Yuan pointed towards the adjacent dormitory. He did not wish to reveal Radiant Dawn so soon, as it was already in its complete form, and revealing it now would be astonishing. Moreover, he found it challenging to explain how he restored a fragment resembling a piece of dry wood into a complete spirit endowment. Whether it was a mythic-level endowment or the celestial stone, both were too extraordinary. Even a king-level spirit master would be tempted to claim it for themselves. Although Jian Wenyu valued Qin Yuan, he had no intention of challenging human nature. So it is that fellow. He is somewhat intriguing. Jian Wenyu glanced at the neighboring dormitory and immediately spotted Zhao Feng, who was practicing the spirit firebone tempering technique. It seems I misperceived. Jian Wenyu returned his gaze to Qin Yuan. You've reached the 6th rank of the Black Iron Realm? Indeed, I just broke through. I hit a bottleneck while training at the academy during the day. Qin Yuan nodded. Dean, what brings you here so late? There was nothing to conceal regarding his realm, as it was impossible to hide it. Some descendants of prominent families, utilizing vast resources, cultivated at a pace far exceeding Qin Yuan's. Your cultivation talent is exceedingly monstrous. Depleting the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, students and instructors reported disturbances late at night, and I was led to believe a supernatural incident had occurred, Jian Wenyu remarked. If you continue to cultivate in your dormitory, the surrounding students will no longer have the opportunity to practice. Surely, I cannot be deprived of my training. Qin Yuan waved his hand, feigning innocence. He did not desire this outcome. After all, whenever he trained, a vortex of spiritual energy spanning 100 meters would form, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. This poses a dilemma. How about relocating to the rear mountain courtyard? That is where I usually rest. And I can guide your training there. Jian Wenyu pondered for a moment before speaking. That might not be appropriate. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt that it would mean being monitored daily. Is there no semblance of personal autonomy? Well, it's up to you. But do not think you cannot cultivate in your dormitory. If not in my dormitory, where else can I go? The training hall is rich in spiritual energy. As you know, is the training hall accessible for free? Naturally not, but you can use credits. It's merely 10 credits for an hour. Qin Yuan was rendered speechless. 10 credits for just 1 hour? He currently possessed only 168 credits, which amounted to a maximum of 16 hours of training time. Oh, I forgot to mention. I've arranged a spirit gathering array in my rear mountain courtyard. While the spiritual energy is not comparable to the training hall, it is still 8 to 9 times denser, though it hardly matches your genius level. Jian Wenyu expressed with a look of regret. Such a pity, truly a pity. Since the dean extends such a gracious invitation, it would be remiss not to honor it, Qin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. No, no, no. You need not feel compelled. I detest forcing others to do anything, Jian Wenyu stated with a serious demeanor. Absolutely not. Dean, I am entirely voluntary. Qin Yuan clutched the dean's sleeve. 8 or 9 times the spiritual energy would undeniably enhance his cultivation speed significantly. Crucially, since it was the dean's private courtyard, it would surely be free of charge. The training hall, while boasting 10 or even 20 times the concentration of spiritual energy, required credits. An hour cost 10 credits, and few students could afford it unless they were on the brink of a breakthrough. Ah, since you are so insistent, then I, the dean, shall agree. Jian Wenyu nodded with satisfaction, extending his hand to clasp Qin Yuan's shoulder. Dean, may I prepare my belongings? What is there to prepare? Jian Wenyu replied. And in an instant, the two figures vanished from the room. Moments later, they appeared within a courtyard on the rear mountain. With Qin Yuan's eagle-eye perception, even in the darkness, he could clearly discern the surrounding environment. The courtyard was constructed in an ancient architectural style, steeped in cultural ambience. Surrounding it were several rock formations, with remnants of sword marks etched into the resilient stone. This place, Qin Yuan sensed the spiritual energy around him, which was indeed quite abundant, rivaling that of the training hall. Furthermore, it appeared to be a training ground. Indeed, I usually sleep. Oh no, I mean train. Here, Jian Wenyu remarked, leisurely reclining on a nearby armchair. Oh, my named disciple occasionally visits, but not for too long. You needn't worry about that. A disciple? The dean has a disciple? Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Do you think this dean cannot take on disciples? Jian Wenyu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Qin Yuan, understanding the situation, chose to remain silent. After a while, Qin Yuan pondered over an important question. Right, director, which room will I be sleeping in tonight? He asked, his expression momentarily stunned. Sleeping? You dare to think about sleep? Jian Wenyu, reclining in an elderly chair with half-closed eyes, responded. As a spirit master, the utmost priority is cultivation, not idling away the day. From now on, You shall replace sleep with meditative training. Qin Yuan was instantly dumbfounded, glancing around to realize that the courtyard in the back mountain was merely that, a courtyard, devoid of any rooms. Well, I've certainly fallen into a trap, he remarked, left speechless, and had no choice but to sit and cultivate. In the next moment, a swirling vortex appeared above Qin Yuan's head, stretching 100 meters wide. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Crack. He had reached the 7th rank of the Black Iron Realm. Not again. I truly did not wish to break through so quickly, Qin Yuan lamented. He genuinely desired to enhance his physical strength first. Otherwise, if his body could not keep pace with his elevated realm, it might not bode well. Jian Wenyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have heard Qin Yuan's murmurs, as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A sleepless night passed, and Qin Yuan ceased his studies on spirit endowment, for Jian Wenyu was still present. Instead, he dedicated himself to absorbing spiritual energy and tempering his body, enduring a long and fulfilling night. Chapter 29, Special Treatment, Arrow Feathers Whirling. As dawn broke, Qin Yuan halted his cultivation and casually threw a few punches, the air whipping around him with ferocity. He gradually became attuned to his body's power. With a casual punch, he could easily achieve a fighting strength of at least 1,000. Moreover, he had mastered the sword refinement body technique to perfection, enabling him to temper his body anytime and anywhere. Coupled with the unique constitution of the Azure Lotus Sword body, Qin Yuan was now adept in both self-cultivation and body tempering. It can be said that even while engaged in other activities, his body continued to cultivate. Not bad. This already places you at the 7th rank of the Black Iron Realm, Jian Wenyu commented. However, your physical strength still leaves something to be desired. Indeed. With my current power, I still cannot defeat a Bronze Realm beast with a single punch. I must strive harder. Qin Yuan earnestly nodded. Listen, is this even human speech? Jian Wenyu quipped. Oh, the higher-ups from the academy have reviewed your treatment. He deftly shifted the topic. What treatment? Qin Yuan inquired eagerly. The academy's higher-ups have decided that you can exchange 1,000 spirit coins for a single credit point, provided that you earn the spirit coins yourself. There is no limit to the amount, Jian Wenyu explained. Qin Yuan listened quietly, awaiting further details. That's all, Jian Wenyu replied nonchalantly. That's it. Qin Yuan's face scrunched in confusion. Indeed, Jian Wenyu affirmed. What kind of treatment is this? Qin Yuan lamented, feeling that not only was there no resource reward, but not even a single credit point. You, young man, do not recognize a good thing when you see it. Credit points are universal within the alliance. As long as you have sufficient points, you can exchange them for any items you desire, Jian Wenyu continued. You should know that on the black market, credit points can be traded for 2,000 to 3,000 spirit coins each. That does sound somewhat appealing, Qin Yuan mused after a moment of contemplation, realizing it was indeed quite advantageous. If money could be made from trading credit points at such a price, wouldn't that double his profit? But you must not entertain any other thoughts. The academy's loopholes are not to be exploited lightly, and the credit points you earn cannot be traded with others. They must only be used by you, Jian Wenyu warned. Perhaps you will evade capture once or twice, but should you overstep, you must understand the consequences you may face. Very well, then it seems I shall have to work diligently to earn spirit coins. I suppose I must venture outside the city to hunt beasts, Qin Yuan concluded, dispelling his previous notions. After all, should they investigate thoroughly, the higher-ups could unearth Qin Yuan's entire lineage, and his every move would be scrutinized. At that point, it was likely that Qin Yuan's secrets would be entirely exposed. Simultaneously, this treatment was indeed quite favorable. While short-term benefits might not be apparent, in the long run, it could amount to a staggering sum. Others wishing to amass significant credit points would need to engage in private transactions, trading credit at 2,000 spirit coins each, while Qin Yuan could obtain them through legitimate means at 1,000 spirit coins each. This approach was far superior to directly granting Qin Yuan large sums of credit points. It provided Qin Yuan with a sense of special treatment while allowing him to earn wealth through his own efforts, thus avoiding the fate of becoming a sheltered flower. There were countless ways to earn money. Slaying beasts was merely one option. With your current strength, how many spirit coins could you earn from hunting beasts? 100,000? 1,000,000? Jian Wenyu inquired. What insights do you have, Director? Qin Yuan turned to Jian Wenyu. Did I not mention the blood arena yesterday? It is also a natural gambling den, Jian Wenyu pointed out. The purpose of the blood arena was to allow 2 spirit masters to engage in combat, with the victorious party receiving generous rewards. Meanwhile, the spectators placed wagers on which side would win, and the winners could also earn substantial spirit coin rewards. But I have no idea who will win, Qin Yuan began, halting mid-sentence, realizing that the director might expect him to compete personally. Of course, with your strength. You are virtually invincible against opponents of the same rank. Even foes of a higher realm may not be your match, Jian Wenyu assured him. Moreover, did I not inform you that the simplest way to obtain an epic spirit endowment is through the blood arena? Qin Yuan found some reasoning in this. If I enter the blood arena, win the matches, and bet on my own victory, wouldn't that be a windfall? Not only could I earn money, but I could also acquire spirit endowment, and most importantly, gain combat experience against other spirit masters. After all, the most dangerous beings in this world are still humans. Qin Wenyu added. Qin Wenyu did not wish for Qin Yuan to become a sheltered flower. After all, he lacked a powerful family background. Qin Wenyu could protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. The best approach was to allow Qin Yuan to grow resilient like a tenacious weed, unyielding and robust. Very well, but I have heard that the blood arena is associated with underground forces. As a pure student, what if I encounter a black market scheme? Qin Yuan pondered, still hesitant despite his intrigue. Rest assured, in Yun City, even in the black market, no one would dare to scheme against you, Qin Wenyu guaranteed. Thank you, Director. Qin Yuan exclaimed with delight, for with the Director's assurance, his safety seemed secured. In the wilderness or other cities, it was one thing. But in Yun City, Qin Wenyu, as one of the 3 diamond-ranked spirit masters, could easily safeguard a student like him. Qin Yuan departed from the back mountain courtyard. Along the way, he opted to devour the beast souls and spirit endowments he had exchanged for the previous day. The soul of the golden-ranked multi-angled iron rhinoceros, valued at 16 credit points, transformed into 750 evolution points. The ordinary level Wind Chaser Wolf Spirit Endowment, worth 8 credit points, converted into 400 evolution points. Thus, it appeared that the evolution points obtained from spirit endowments were indeed slightly higher. Indeed, this world had thoroughly studied the value of beast souls and spirit endowments, leaving no room for loopholes. Aside from unknown items, everything else had a relatively equal purpose and value, particularly in the Academy's marketplace. Every item had been researched and appraised before a price was set. Qin Yuan's evolution points reached 1550, but unfortunately, he was still unable to level up. Just as he prepared to head to the classroom, he diverted to the exchange center. Spending 9 credit points, he redeemed an ordinary level Beast Transformation Spirit Endowment. The Beast Transformation Spirit Endowment was arguably the most common type, obtained with a certain probability through slaying beasts. Although the probability was low, the sheer number of beasts made up for it. Moreover, spirit masters primarily ventured into the wilderness for the purpose of engaging in battles with beasts. This time, Qin Yuan's 450 evolution points perfectly reached a total of 2,000 points. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal has reached the 3rd star and now seeks to ascend to the 4th, requiring a total of 10,000 evolution points. This time, Qin Yuan intends to upgrade the Radiant Dawn, transitioning from 2 stars to 3, which necessitates precisely 2,000 points. Ding! The Radiant Dawn has been elevated to 2 stars, unlocking the innate skill, Whirling Arrow Feathers. Whirling Arrow Feathers allows the shooter to launch a rapidly spinning arrow, capable of altering its flight trajectory. The longer it spins, the more damage it inflicts, should it strike the target after spinning back. It will deal at least double the damage. How formidable! It undoubtedly serves as a weapon of surprise. Just when the enemy believes they have evaded the arrow shot by Qin Yuan, it turns back with a vengeance, capable of inflicting severe harm. Coupled with the innate skill of Hunting Moment, it becomes nearly impossible to evade. In the classroom, as Qin Yuan entered, he was met with a barrage of fervent gazes directed at him. The students of Elite Class 2 greeted him with enthusiastic salutes. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded, making his way back to his seat. Qin Yuan, you have become a sensation, renowned throughout Cloud City, Zhao Feng remarked enviously, paying little mind to Qin Yuan's disappearance the previous night. Why is that? Qin Yuan inquired nonchalantly. 2 significant pieces of news broke last night, Qian Gun chimed in, scrutinizing Qin Yuan as if both pieces of news pertained directly to him. Pray, enlighten me, Qin Yuan urged, looking towards Qian Gun. The first concerns your innate full spiritual energy talent and your contract with a legendary second spirit, instantly elevating you to the pinnacle of genius in Cloud City. Ranking on the heroic list, Qian Gun exclaimed animatedly, as if he were the one being discussed. After a pause, he continued with a mix of envy and awe. The second is that our dean has announced overnight that he will no longer accept disciples. Well, the first was rather predictable, but the second is puzzling, Qin Yuan replied. Thoroughly perplexed. We're all brothers here, and these matters are common knowledge. What is there to conceal? Pray tell. What is it like to be recognized as a closed-door disciple under the dean? Zhao Feng teased, winking at Qin Yuan. Indeed. From now on, you can walk with confidence in Cloud City. With the dean's protection, who would dare to provoke you? Qian Gun laughed heartily while glancing towards another corner of the room, where Shirting and his entourage sat with their heads bowed, feigning interest in their books. Afraid to utter a word. Closed-door disciple? Qin Yuan chuckled bitterly. Although Qin Wenyu wished to take Qin Yuan as his disciple, he had not agreed. Yet, Qin Wenyu orchestrated such a scenario. After Qin Yuan showcased his astonishing cultivation talent and communicated his contract with a legendary second spirit to the outside world, it was evident to all that Qin Wenyu had indeed accepted Qin Yuan as a closed-door disciple and bestowed upon him a legendary spirit. What an ingenious scheme. Qin Yuan felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. The dean was far from the harmless facade he presented. Even now, Qin Yuan found it difficult to defend himself. What is there to deny? You moved into the rear mountain courtyard overnight, and many witnessed your departure in the morning. There are images to prove it. Even on the Academy forum, Qin Yuan remarked, opening his smart bracelet to display a forum thread. The post outlined logical arguments regarding the origins of Qin Yuan's second spirit, accompanied by a photograph of him leaving the rear mountain courtyard that morning. That courtyard belonged to Jian Wenyu personally, and typically did not entertain outsiders. If anyone were to claim that Qin Yuan had no master-disciple relationship with Jian Wenyu, they would never be believed. Think what you will, Qin Yuan retorted, at a loss for words. There was no convincing explanation. Moreover, Jian Wenyu's actions were evidently deliberate. Unable to compel Qin Yuan to acknowledge him as a master, he instead led everyone to believe that Qin Yuan had taken him as a mentor. In the morning, the class resumed with a simplified theory lesson, while the afternoon was reserved for free cultivation, allowing students to arrange their own schedules. Qin Yuan, where do you plan to cultivate? Qin Yuan and Zhao Feng asked in unison. I will step outside the academy. You need not concern yourselves with me. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and exited the classroom. He first visited the training hall to assess his combat prowess. Without the aid of any external forces, he achieved a combat strength of 1,500 points, surpassing the baseline strength of a first-tier Bronze Realm Spirit Master. With the enhancement of the Sword Immortal's 9 slashes, his maximum combat strength transcended 30,000, comparable to the peak strength of many Bronze Realm Spirit Masters. Furthermore, with the addition of 2 mythic spirits, Qin Yuan could defeat over 90% of Bronze Realm Spirit Masters, even against those of higher tiers. Of course, those who reached the Bronze Realm typically possessed more than 1 or 2 innate skills, often wielding 2 spirits. However, while his opponents may have spirits and innate skills enhancing their abilities, it was inconceivable for them to match Qin Yuan's prowess at the 7th-tier Black Iron Realm, which could rival that of the Bronze Realm's pinnacle. To say Qin Yuan was invincible at the Black Iron Realm would not be an exaggeration, while achieving invincibility at the Bronze Realm would require further efforts. Afterward, Qin Yuan went to the Academy's Certification Center to validate his strength, earning 7 stripes on his Black Iron badge, officially ranking as a 7th-tier Black Iron Realm practitioner, along with a reward of 270 academic credits. Qin Yuan changed into a rather ordinary outfit, for the Academy uniform was far too conspicuous, and purchased a mask to obscure his appearance. After a brief disguise, he made his way to the Black Market of Cloud City. Located on the outskirts, near the slums, the Black Market serves as a free trading zone. Even a lawless territory where individuals from all walks of life mingle, and items of dubious origin are frequently exchanged. In the Black Market, value is the sole consideration, and the origins of items are irrelevant. As long as one can offer a sufficient price, they can acquire anything, from martial arts techniques, spirits, elixirs, and spiritual artifacts, to women and even men. As for why Cloud City tolerates the existence of the Black Market, that is not a concern for Qin Yuan. Where there is light, there is darkness. An unyielding suppression of the shadows would only yield adverse effects. The Black Market provides a venue for both righteous and nefarious forces to negotiate and interact, thereby preventing outright conflict. Moreover, the Black Market is not solely comprised of dark forces. For instance, the Yu family, which controls the market, engages in business with both the righteous and the wicked, consistently paying substantial taxes to the city lord's office each year. As Qin Yuan approached the blood battle arena, at the city gates of Cloud City, a group of young individuals, all around 18 or 19 years of age, fully armed, gathered together. These individuals were clad in the uniforms of the Cloud City Spirit Master Academy's elite class. The weakest among them possessed Silver Realm strength. They were preparing to venture into the wilderness for training. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Look at the forum. The dean has actually taken on a disciple." Upon hearing this, the group hastily opened their smart bracelets and accessed the Academy forum. Not only has he taken a disciple, but he has also gifted them a legendary spirit. Can you believe it? My heavens, who is so fortunate? It seems to be a new student named Qin Yuan. Look at that sword in his hand. It looks so impressive. This is a legendary spirit. Can it not be impressive? I wonder if I will ever attain an epic spirit in my lifetime. And yet this newcomer possesses a legendary one. The dean has indeed bestowed a legendary spirit upon someone, which implies. The atmosphere grew silent as several gazes turned towards a black-clad figure at the forefront. This individual, named Zhou Zhun, had attained peak Silver Realm strength. Everyone recognized his identity as Jian Wenyu's named disciple and a prominent figure on the Cloud City Spirit Master Academy's heroic list. Logically, he should be the most likely candidate to receive that legendary spirit. Furthermore, Zhou Zhun had only 2 spirits thus far, with the 3rd spirit yet to be contracted. As he awaited the legendary spirit, the surrounding students gazed at Zhou Zhun with expressions of regret and pity. As Zhou Zhun, the designated disciple of the esteemed Dean Jian Wenyu, dedicated 3 full years to the study under his tutelage. He had anticipated that Jian Wenyu would bestow upon him the legendary spirit endowment. To his surprise, it was snatched away by a newcomer. Indeed, the treatment afforded to a direct disciple and a named disciple is starkly disparate, almost as if they inhabit different realms. Let us depart, Zhou Zhun declared with an air of indifference as he closed the forum and stowed away his smart wristband, setting off towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 31. The Life and Death Arena. Challenge of 100 victories upon entering the Blood Arena. Qin Yuan was immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of ferocity. The individuals traversing the space were all adept spirit masters, ranging from those of the Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, and even Golden realms. Within the Blood Arena, there existed a counter designated for registering participants, where numerous spirit masters awaited their turn. Qin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, noting that nearly everyone concealed their true identities behind an array of masks, some even shrouded entirely in black robes. Clearly, they wished to keep their identities hidden. As he approached the queue, it wasn't long before his turn arrived. A middle-aged attendant received him, scrutinizing the ghostly mask he wore before proceeding to register his alias and strength. Alias? Qin Yuan murmured, realizing that the Blood Arena placed considerable emphasis on privacy. Choosing not to inquire about the real names of the contestants, he had no intention of using his true name, as that would negate the need for disguising his appearance. Furthermore, revealing his identity could lead to unnecessary complications. Li Taibai, 7th tier Black Iron Realm. Qin Yuan proclaimed, adjusting his voice. The famed green Lotus Sword Immortal Li Bai, also known as the Celestial Exile, was a fitting reference for Qin Yuan, as his intrinsic spirit endowment was that of the green Lotus Sword Immortal, making the choice of name quite apartment. The middle-aged attendant silently activated the nearby detection device, which emitted a crimson light, scanning Qin Yuan's physique. He took a step back, arching an eyebrow. Fear not. This is merely a basic detection device, capable only of assessing the realm of spirit masters, the middle-aged attendant explained with a smile. Familiar with the demeanor of novice participants, the purpose of the device was to prevent any spirit masters from misrepresenting their strength. Naturally, should anyone be found to have falsely reported their prowess, the Blood Arena would impose severe penalties, ranging from financial ruin to potential loss of life. The detection device confirmed Qin Yuan's declared realm as 7th tier Black Iron, prompting the middle-aged attendant to inquire. Do you wish to compete in the ordinary arena or the life and death arena? What are the distinctions? Qin Yuan replied in a gravelly tone. In the ordinary arena, matches conclude when one party concedes, resulting in mere injuries, with a reward of 10,000 spirit coins per victory, without any special bonuses for consecutive wins. In contrast, the life and death arena demands combat until the ultimate conclusion, with no regard for victory or defeat, and even a concession holds no value. The minimum reward for the life and death arena begins at 100,000 spirit coins, with an additional 100,000 entering the prize pool for each victory. And for every 10 consecutive wins, both the base and bonus rewards increase by 100,000. Should you emerge victorious in the final match of the life and death arena, you would claim the entirety of the rewards. There are 4 tiers within the life and death arena. The challenges of 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins, 50 consecutive wins, and 100 consecutive wins. Each tier rewards a corresponding spirit endowment, ordinary for 10 wins, advanced for 20, rare for 50. And the ultimate reward for 100 consecutive wins is an epic level spirit endowment. The middle-aged attendant elaborated patiently, as he did for every newcomer. Knowing that the allure of such bountiful rewards often lured them into the life and death arena, Qin Yuan was taken aback by the astonishing rewards of the life and death arena. 10 consecutive wins equated to 1 million spirit coins, 20 wins to 3 million, 50 wins to 15 million, and 100 wins to 55 million, culminating in a staggering total of 101 million when factoring in the prize pool. Such rewards are indeed enticing, he mused. The epic level spirit endowment associated with 100 consecutive wins bore a value in the hundreds of millions of spirit coins, a commodity that would be in high demand upon its release. It was no wonder the Blood Arena was known for its irresistible incentives. Have you reached a decision? Will you partake in the ordinary arena or the life and death arena? The middle-aged attendant inquired, patiently awaiting Qin Yuan's choice. The other participants in line also gazed at him with eager anticipation. What is the strength of the opponents in the life and death arena? Qin Yuan asked, remaining grounded despite the allure of the rewards. They will not exceed a single major realm. As a 7th tier Black Iron Master, your opponents will be at most 7th tier Bronze. The middle-aged attendant clarified. Typically, those with a significant realm disparity only appear after you have achieved several consecutive victories. Initially, you will face opponents of similar strength. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, reassured by this information. After all, his combat prowess rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. Should he unleash his full potential, he could contend with many Bronze Realm Spirit Masters. As long as his adversaries were not of the Silver Realm, he felt confident in his chances of victory. Moreover, his primary intention in participating was to garner invaluable experience in life and death combat, rather than merely pursuing monetary gain. What happens to the prize pool should one be defeated midway? Qin Yuan inquired. To be defeated in the life and death arena is tantamount to perishing. Half of the prize pool would be awarded to the challenger, the middle-aged attendant explained. If, after achieving 10 consecutive victories, someone were to best you, they would claim half of your winnings, equating to 500,000 spirit coins. He gestured towards a massive screen within the Blood Arena, showcasing the names of various challengers. To become a challenger, one must secure at least 10 consecutive victories in the Blood Arena, he added. The prize system was designed to incentivize more participants to engage in the life and death arena, while also encouraging challengers to confront consecutive victors. Lastly, what differentiates the various tiers of consecutive victories? Qin Yuan asked. The life and death arena features challenges for 10 consecutive wins, 20, 50, and 100. Once you select a tier, you are obliged to participate in every match without the option to decline the Blood Arena's arrangements or any challenges from other challengers. Only upon achieving the required number of victories can you claim the entire prize, the middle-aged attendant clarified. In essence, selecting 10 consecutive wins mandates a full 10 matches, while choosing 100 requires 100 matches, or death upon the arena's stage. Qin Yuan fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the increasing difficulty with higher match counts. The necessity for consecutive victories meant that a single defeat could cost him his life. Ding. The system triggered a mission. Host challenges the life and death arena for 100 consecutive victories. Mission rewards will be determined based on the host's completion. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Qin Yuan realized he no longer needed to deliberate on his choice. Chapter 32. The first match, Blood Butcher. I choose the life and death arena. Excellent. How many consecutive victories do you intend to challenge? 100 consecutive wins. Haha, such ambition. I have high hopes for you. The middle-aged attendant clapped his hands, summoning a staff member to handle the registration while he stood to address Qin Yuan. Competitor Li Taibai, please follow me to sign the life and death contract. The life and death arena is a matter of utmost importance. Each participant must sign a life and death contract before entering the fray, particularly for the ultimate challenge of 100 consecutive victories. Half an hour later, Qin Yuan affixed his signature to the contract. Li Taibai, this is your exclusive lounge. Here is your anonymous black card. With each victory, spiritual currency will be credited to it. Upon achieving 100 consecutive victories, the entire sum within can be withdrawn. The middle-aged manager, Yu Xing, placed a black card upon the tea table. I shall now arrange your opponent. It will soon be your turn to take the stage. Should you require anything, you may instruct these two. They can fulfill all your desires. With that, Yu Xing exited the lounge. Within the room, only Qin Yuan, seated upon the sofa, remained, accompanied by two scantily clad maidservants. Qin Yuan examined the black card before slipping it into his pocket. With each match he won, spiritual currency would be transferred to the black card. Naturally, during the series of victories, the funds on the card could not be withdrawn or transferred, except for the betting stakes placed in the arena. Only upon achieving 100 consecutive victories would the spiritual currency truly belong to Qin Yuan. This rule serves to prevent participants from absconding with their winnings after a few victories, thereby ensuring their continued participation in subsequent matches. The Blood Arena had maintained such stringent regulations for many years. However, throughout its existence, only a select few had successfully claimed the 100 consecutive victories reward. The lounge was spacious, furnished not only with sofas, but also with various training equipment and a row of alloy weapons. The alloy weapons, crafted from relatively hard metals, possess limited strength. They are adequate for confronting ordinary individuals, yet their efficacy against spiritual masters is negligible. Even a standard-level spirit wielder would wield far greater power than an alloy weapon. In the life and death arena, any weapon may be utilized, but armor or protective gear is strictly prohibited. Qin Yuan casually selected a suitable alloy longsword, approximately 1.5 meters in length. Due to the dazzling nature of Qin Yuan's spirit endowment, which bore distinct and recognizable features, he was easily identifiable, especially after his combat prowess was tested yesterday. Numerous classmates had shared his photograph on the Academy's forum. While he had gained renown in Cloud City, it had also drawn excessive attention to him. I'll start with the alloy sword. If that fails, I have a second spirit endowment. Qin Yuan set aside the alloy longsword and turned to the two maidservants standing nearby. You can fulfill any of my desires? Indeed, esteemed spirit master. The two maidservants replied, their demeanor alluring and playful. Excellent. Qin Yuan beckoned them closer. The two maidservants, swaying their hips enticingly, approached him with eagerness. Qin Yuan smiled, reaching into his trousers to retrieve another bank card. This card contains 500,000 spiritual currency. Take it and place bets on my victory. After Yu Xing's departure, explosive news swept through the Blood Arena. Someone had challenged the life and death arena for 100 consecutive victories. Who could this daring individual be? Surely, another novice blinded by the promise of ultimate rewards. Who cares who it is? Just do it. I'm sick of watching the ordinary matches every day. Quick, let us see who it is. Li Taibai, 7th tier Black Iron Realm. As expected, a newcomer. His strength is rather unimpressive, even inferior to mine. And his opponent? The Blood Butcher, 8th tier Black Iron Realm. Wow, step aside. I need to place my bets. This is a surefire win. Through the deliberate dissemination of information by the Blood Arena, the entire black market, and a significant portion of Cloud City's spirit masters, even the citizens residing in the inner city, became aware of the challenge to the life and death arena for 100 consecutive victories. The more spectators that flock to the blood arena, the greater their profits. Even the commissions from the betting stakes or the simultaneous broadcasting of the life and death matches could fill their coffers. Of course, the blood arena thrived on the lifeblood of its participants. Petty commissions were beneath their notice, as the real spectacle lay ahead. Li Taibai, your opponent has been matched. The blood butcher of the 8th tier Black Iron Realm will enter the arena in 5 minutes. A staff member's voice echoed from beyond the door. Blood butcher? That name certainly sounds imposing. I should have named myself the Slaughtering Sword Immortal Li Taibai. With that thought, Qin Yuan rose, grasped the alloy sword beside him, and traversed the dim corridor, arriving at the arena. The arena resembled a cage, with only 2 passageways for entry and exit. Upon entering, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Given the life and death stakes and the challenge of 100 consecutive victories, the audience was several times larger than usual. Haha. Finally here. Blood butcher, tear Li Taibai apart. Hey, this should be an easy task, despite only having fought in ordinary matches. The blood butcher boasts a record of 7 wins and 1 loss. Indeed, his realm surpasses Li Taibai by 1 tier. Defeating a newcomer should be as simple as drinking water. Too bad the odds are a bit low, 3 to 1. Otherwise, this would be a huge profit. Hehe. I placed 1,000 spiritual currency on Li Taibai. If he pulls off an upset, I could win 10,000. I also bet on Li Taibai. After all, anyone brave enough to challenge 100 consecutive victories must possess some strength. If he loses, it shall be his offering to the heavens. As the discussions continued, the opposing gate of the arena slowly creaked open. A burly man emerged, donning a blood-red mask. Upon facing Qin Yuan, he revealed his long, rough hands and made a slashing motion across his throat. Blood butcher? This suggests a possible embodiment-type spirit endowment. Qin Yuan remained inwardly vigilant, aware that even though his adversary was merely an 8th tier Black Iron Realm, one must not underestimate their opponent. After all, a lion does not play with a rabbit half-heartedly, especially when the enemy's realm exceeds his own. Li Taibai, you seem to be quite the literary youth, but alas, you have encountered me. Today, I shall send you on your way. The blood butcher spoke coldly. I shall rend you asunder, tear off your 3rd leg, and smash your organs to pulp, ravaging your very form. He bore no weapons. His strongest tools were his hands. Qin Yuan stood still, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the blood butcher. Unperturbed by the verbal provocation, it was evident that such taunts could not stir his emotions. Die! The blood butcher, seeing his words ineffective, charged forth. His robust frame surged towards Qin Yuan like a freight truck, arms outstretched, enveloped in a crimson hue resembling the claws of a ferocious beast, sharp and bloody. Swish! The speed was astonishing. In the life and death arena, there were no referees. As soon as both contestants entered, the battle commenced. Only one could leave the cage-like arena alive. In the blink of an eye, the blood butcher closed the distance to within 3 meters of Qin Yuan, his bloodied hands lunging towards Qin Yuan's head. The audience beheld a mere blur, realizing that the 2 figures had already collided. The blood butcher's spirit endowment not only conferred immense offensive power, but also enhanced his speed. Utilizing surprise attacks, he had repeatedly bested his opponents in the arena. This time, it would be no different. To the blood butcher, Qin Yuan appeared as a naive fool, standing there like a target. Chapter 33, Claw of the Blood Demon, Forging Weapons. The audience erupted in cheers. And just as everyone anticipated that Qin Yuan would soon succumb beneath the blood butcher's claws, none noticed the subtle narrowing of Qin Yuan's pupils, shimmering with a faint green luminescence. Eagle-eye perception. In Qin Yuan's field of vision, every motion of the blood butcher's advance was captured. Not a single minute action escaped his scrutiny. Slow. Astoundingly slow. Like a snail. At that moment, Qin Yuan sprang into action. The alloy sword, which had somehow appeared before him, was raised defensively. Clang. The blood butcher's face registered astonishment, not expecting his hands to be thwarted. As everyone witnessed the clash between the 2, they initially believed that blood butcher's attack had been intercepted by Li Taibai, only to be astonished when they noticed a pair of claws, each measuring half a meter in length, quietly materializing behind him. The claws of the blood demon. This was indeed the manifestation of blood butcher's spirit. The claws erupted with terrifying speed, transforming into mere afterimages as they lunged towards Qin Yuan's vulnerable back. Haha. Truly worthy of the blood butcher, such mastery of combat techniques. What a clever feint. Li Taibai was doomed. Indeed. By first unleashing a frontal assault to capture Li Taibai's full attention, he planned to strike with his spirit when Li was fully engaged, a ruthless finishing move. But wait. What spirit did Li Taibai possess? Why hadn't he summoned it? Foolishness. He is merely a novice, likely paralyzed by the sudden onslaught. Unable to summon his spirit for defense. A death match, with 100 consecutive victories? What a farce. The surrounding spectators buzzed with chatter. Yet it had no bearing on the 2 combatants on the stage. Fool, perish. Blood butcher taunted, his hands still reaching for Qin Yuan. Ahead of him was his full-force assault, his hands akin to 2 razor-sharp blades. Behind, the surprise attack of the blood demon claws, capable of shredding through human defenses. Under this double assault, There was no chance for his opponent to breathe. After all, this was a life-and-death match. Only one could emerge alive. And that would undoubtedly be him. Thus, he launched into an all-out attack, seizing the initiative to obliterate his foe with the strongest strikes and the quickest speed. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted, crimson droplets splattering across the arena. Gasps of shock arose from the audience. They soon realized that Blood Butcher had been sent flying, drenched in his own blood. Alongside him, his severed arms were flung away. Meanwhile, the ferocious attack of the blood demon claws had met with empty air. Li Taibai had seemingly vanished into thin air. What? The audience remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. No one had seen it clearly. In the next moment, as Blood Butcher was propelled backward, his pupils constricted, fear etched across his face. For, in the very direction he was hurtling, stood Li Taibai, donned in a mask of a ghostly visage, brandishing a blood-dripping alloy longsword. There, precisely where Blood Butcher was destined to fall. Realizing the dire situation, Blood Butcher felt the dread wash over him. Having lost his arms and now soaring through the air, he was utterly beyond control. It was over. This was the last flicker of awareness for Blood Butcher. With a sickening thud, his body crashed onto the alloy sword, a gaping wound puncturing his heart. The dull thump echoed as his lifeless form tumbled onto the arena floor. Nearby, the blood demon claws, which had attempted to assist him, began to dissipate into nothingness. Instantly, the arena fell into an eerie silence. No one had anticipated the battle would conclude so swiftly, with victory claimed by the novice. Many experienced fighters, including Blood Butcher, had been mercilessly dispatched in the blink of an eye. A defeat so complete, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena, accompanied by a chorus of furious curses. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. This was the essence of a blood match, igniting fervor among the audience, especially with the final outcome, which had taken everyone by surprise. Yu Xing gazed at Li Taibai on the stage, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This fellow indeed possessed remarkable skills, just as he had anticipated when arranging for Blood Butcher to take the stage. Of course, the spectacle was one matter. More importantly, the blood arena had profited immensely from this match. The volume of the angry curses attested to the number of people who had lost their wagers. By the heavens, Blood Butcher was utterly powerless. And Li Taibai, was he truly that formidable? Is he really still in the Black Iron Realm? How could he be so powerful? What spirit does he possess? Did anyone notice? No, but did Li Taibai just utilize a speed-type talent or a teleportation-type talent? It must be speed. How could a Black Iron Realm fighter possess teleportation abilities? The murmurs surged like a tide, ceaselessly flowing. However, at that moment, Qin Yuan had no mind to heed them. After slaying Blood Butcher, he received a prompt from the system. Ding. You have slain a Black Iron Realm human and obtained the spirit, Blood Demon Claws, ordinary grade. Murder. There was a reward for that too. Moreover, it was distinct from slaying beasts. The system did not grant evolution points, but awarded him the spirit of Blood Butcher. Only by awakening one's innate spirit could one become a spirit master. Thus, acquiring a spirit by killing a spirit master seemed quite reasonable, if there were no surprises. This was indeed Blood Butcher's innate spirit, and it was his only spirit. However, slaying a fellow human spirit master was entirely different from slaughtering beasts. Could others also acquire spirits by killing spirit masters? Qin Yuan was uncertain in this regard. It seemed he needed to delve deeper into the knowledge of spirit masters. Spirit, Blood Demon Claws. Type, Beast Transformation. Grade, Ordinary. Star level, 2 stars. Origin, the innate spirit of a Black Iron Realm spirit master. Usage, non-contractable, devour, success rate 100. Fusion, enhanced spirit, success rate 0.01. Forge, create weapons, success rate 100. After scanning the attributes of the Blood Demon Claws with the Eye of Spirits, Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. The star level had increased by 1, evidently due to Blood Butcher enhancing it to 2 stars. As for its usage, the non-contractability stemmed either from the impossibility of contracting a spirit obtained from a human, or because Qin Yuan had awakened a second spirit, rendering him temporarily unable to contract. The success rates for devouring and fusion were normal, but the addition of a unique usage, forge, was unexpected. Qin Yuan understood that there existed weapons far superior to alloy ones, crafted by formidable spirit masters. Regrettably, his knowledge of forging was scant. It seemed he would need to peruse some literature upon returning. With his thoughts collected, Qin Yuan turned his gaze back to the arena. 3 or 4 staff members clad in white were beginning to clear away Blood Butcher's corpse. This was Qin Yuan's first kill. Yet, he felt no discomfort. His mind remained undisturbed, as if he had slain not a human but a beast instead. Was this good or bad? Perhaps, deep down, Qin Yuan was a cold-hearted individual. Nevertheless, in this world of the survival of the fittest, such a disposition might enable one to endure longer. The principal, Jian Wenyu, had sent Qin Yuan to the blood arena to fortify his resolve. After all, if one could not bring themselves to kill, they would inevitably fail to achieve greatness in the future. Of course, the killing here was not of the innocent, but rather those who deserved death. Like Blood Butcher, having entered the life and death arena, he had sealed his fate. Even should Qin Yuan himself perish in this arena, it would be a deserved end. Those who committed heinous crimes, slaughtering innocent civilians and ravaging cities, as well as those like the demon spirit sect, were all traitors and deserved their fates. You have 5 minutes to rest, or you may directly challenge your next opponent. The middle-aged overseer, Yu Xing, informed Qin Yuan from outside the arena's cage. Next, Chapter 34, Ghost Shadow Assassin, Group Attack Talent. Next, Qin Yuan replied calmly. Also, wager all my spirit coins on my own victory. The audience erupted in cheers, perceiving Li Taibai as a reckless gambler, staking everything on a single throw. Victorious, one returns home clutching a fortune in spirit coins. Defeated, one meets an inevitable end. Such individuals are precisely the contestants they yearn to witness. Excellent. Yu Xing revealed a smile. The fervor of the blood arena surged to its zenith with the conclusion of the first match. Now was the opportune moment to strike while the iron was hot, and simultaneously, the spectators were most susceptible to losing their discernment. At the arena's entrance, a second figure gradually emerged. Iron Tiger, an 8th-rank Black Iron Realm warrior. His body was a testament to explosive musculature, exuding formidable strength. Iron Tiger cast a cold glare at Li Taibai, deeming him merely a novice, an ideal target for honing his skills. He strode toward Qin Yuan, his physique expanding, akin to that of a true tiger. Kid, don't think that just because you've slain Blood Butcher, suddenly. A bloodied corpse plummeted onto the arena pathway. The staff members, preparing to depart, swiftly removed the body, placing it alongside Blood Butcher S as they exited the passage. The crowd erupted in a cacophony. To their astonishment, not a single soul had discerned Li Taibai's movements. Ding. Killed a Black Iron Realm human. Obtained the Spirit Beast Iron Armored Tiger, common level. Spirit, Iron Armored Tiger. Type, Beast Transformation. Grade, common level. Star level, 2 stars. Origin, the innate spirit of a Black Iron Realm Beast Master. Usage, non-contractable, Devour, Success Rate 100, Fusion, Enhance Spirit. Success Rate 2, Enhance any innate skill, Success Rate 5, Forging, Create Weapons, Success Rate 100. Another spirit acquired, still of the common level. Though with slightly elevated fusion success rates, the other options remained unchanged, including the forging of weapons. Next, Qin Yuan spoke nonchalantly. The adversaries were simply too weak. In confronting such opponents, one need not even expend unnecessary movements. A single sword strike would suffice for annihilation. Third, dead. Fourth, dead. Fifth, dead. 5 consecutive contestants fell before Qin Yuan with effortless ease. Throughout, none beheld the full extent of Qin Yuan's power unleashed. In fact, he scarcely exhausted any stamina or spiritual energy, even foregoing the need for rest. 7th, dead. 8th, dead. 9th, dead. As Li Taibai approached the prospect of 10 consecutive victories, the blood arena was in a complete frenzy. Although many contenders had previously achieved 10 victories, none had done so with such ease. Every opponent fell to a single strike. If one sword failed, a second would follow. Throughout, Li Taibai had not exerted himself to his fullest potential. At this moment, his accumulated prize pool reached 900,000. Should anyone vanquish Li Taibai now, they would claim 450,000 spirit coins. However, most challengers bided their time, as the modest reward of 450,000 spirit coins failed to entice the more formidable opponents. Finally, the 10th contestant stepped onto the stage. Upon sighting this individual, numerous spectators erupted in cheers. The Phantom Shadow Assassin, a 9th-rank Black Iron Realm warrior. His swiftness was ghostly, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Reputedly invincible within the Black Iron Realm, he had established records of 50 consecutive victories in the ordinary arena and 20 in the life and death arena. To their astonishment, it was him. A thrilling spectacle awaited. The audience cheered once more. The day's life and death arena was exceptionally intense. The 9th rank represented the pinnacle of the Black Iron Realm, making this individual the strongest in that domain. Though merely a Black Iron Realm warrior, the Phantom Shadow Assassin excelled in speed and assassination. Even Bronze Realm Beast Masters dared not underestimate him. The newcomer, shrouded in a black cloak, revealed only his eerily penetrating eyes. Qin Yuan narrowed his gaze. This was the first Black Iron Realm Beast Master to incite his vigilance. Clearly, he was adept in speed and offensive capabilities. Through his keen sixth sense, honed by the Eagle Eye spirit, he sensed a subtle danger emanating from the Phantom Shadow Assassin. Qin Yuan glanced toward a corner outside the arena cage. The middle-aged manager, Yu Xing, observed and offered a faint smile to contestant Li Taibai. Was he eager to conclude Li Taibai's winning streak? Or did he genuinely believe Li Taibai possessed the capability to defeat the Phantom Shadow Assassin? However, Qin Yuan considered that speed-oriented beast masters were less formidable than defensive types, as the latter could at least withstand one of Qin Yuan's sword strikes. Eagle Eye. This had become an instinct for Qin Yuan. With extraordinary observational and perceptive abilities, no adversary's actions could elude his sight. The cloaked figure stood still. Yet in Qin Yuan's eyes, a shadow stealthily slipped into the darkness, rapidly approaching him. Beneath the cloak, Two sharp daggers gleamed ominously. Stealth, ambush, speed, assassination. Such was the Phantom Shadow Assassin. Swish. A sharp glimmer appeared unexpectedly at Qin Yuan's back. The Phantom Shadow Assassin materialized, daggers radiating a terrifying crimson light. In the next instant, a potent and piercing spiritual energy surged through the daggers, aimed directly at Qin Yuan's body. Clang! As Qin Yuan spun around. His alloy longsword clashed violently with the blood-red dagger. An audible snap echoed as the alloy sword shattered. The Phantom Shadow Assassin gasped, astonished that Qin Yuan had thwarted his assassination attempt. Swish! Realizing his strike had failed, the Phantom Shadow Assassin vanished once more, entering a state of invisibility. The audience had scarcely witnessed the brief exchange between the two. All they saw was Li Taibai standing alone on the stage. The Phantom Shadow Assassin, living up to his name, seemed utterly elusive. At that moment, only half of the longsword remained in Li Taibai's grasp. This was the first instance in 10 matches where someone had managed to break Li Taibai's weapon. Following a brief silence, the air quivered, and suddenly, dozens of dagger-like flashes erupted from all directions, simultaneously targeting Li Taibai and sealing off all his escape routes. A wide-ranging group attack, innate skill. A flurry of dozens of dagger flashes. At this moment, the sole target was Li Taibai. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the Phantom Shadow Assassin was extraordinary. This was a competent assassin. Either he remained hidden, or when he struck, it was inevitably lethal. If struck by this innate skill, even with Qin Yuan's formidable physique, he would sustain severe injuries. At this juncture, had Qin Yuan utilized the drunken immortal sword steps, he could have effortlessly evaded this assault. Yet, he chose not to do so. I have yet to test this move in actual combat. Today shall be the day. Qin Yuan pushed his eagle-eye spirit to its limits, raising the broken sword as a blue lotus sword energy coalesced within it. As dozens of flashes encircled Qin Yuan, hurtling towards him, even the swiftest speed-based innate skills could not evade all attacks. He would inevitably sustain some damage from the dagger flashes. Being the first to be injured by the enemy on the arena would signify a substantial defeat. As the attacks drew near, Qin Yuan unleashed a strike, sending forth a blue lotus sword energy. The audience gasped. Was Li Taibai preparing to repel all the surrounding dagger flashes with his sword energy? That was a multitude of attacks. It seemed impossible, while blocking one or two might hold hope. To withstand them all was utterly unfeasible. Simultaneously, dozens of dagger flashes struck Li Taibai's body. Crash! Li Taibai was finished. Even a Bronze Realm Beastmaster would suffer grievous wounds from the Phantom Shadow Assassin's onslaught. To be struck by dozens of attacks simultaneously was unavoidable. There was no escape, no evasion, and all attacks landed. Chapter 35, Shadowblade, 10 consecutive victories. 50 million spirit coins. Just as everyone believed Li Taibai was undoubtedly doomed, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Dozens of luminous blades pierced through Li Taibai's body, ultimately crashing onto the surface of the arena. Hiss! How could this be possible? How did Li Taibai achieve such a feat? Some formidable spirit manipulators narrowed their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. They witnessed Li Taibai's form briefly flicker, as if he had transcended into another dimension, rendering him almost non-existent. The luminous blades, launched by the shadowy assassin, seemed to strike nothing but air, all of them missing their mark. Among those astonished were the lurking shadow assassins, whose breaths quickened involuntarily. What left the shadow assassin dumbfounded was that the sword aura, which had shot forth, landed behind him. Initially, the shadow assassin had not paid attention, believing it to be a casual attack from Li Taibai that had gone awry. Yet, that very sword aura morphed into a silhouette, charging towards him. With a piercing sound, a razor-sharp blade penetrated the shadow assassin's body directly. Just as the onlookers began to comprehend how Li Taibai evaded numerous attacks, a scream erupted from a corner of the arena. Subsequently, the shadow assassin's body fell from the shadows, motionless, riddled with wounds, in a state of utter demise. Phew! Qin Yuan exhaled softly. Although his opponent was not particularly formidable, the encounter was nothing short of thrilling. This was Qin Yuan's practical trial of the Qinglian sword body. One of its characteristics is that each time a talent skill is unleashed, it grants a brief period of invulnerability, rendering one immune to all damage and control-type abilities. Moments ago, Qin Yuan had activated the Sword Shadow's 9th layer, which was also responsible for the demise of the shadow assassin's silhouette. While the duration was exceptionally fleeting, lasting no more than 0.1 seconds, under the auspices of his eagle-eyed perception, he adeptly seized that precious moment. Standing firm, Qin Yuan evaded all of the shadow assassin's attacks. Otherwise, any attempt to break through from any direction would have subjected him to the harm of the luminous blades. Mastering that 0.1 seconds was imperative. Otherwise, whether a fraction quicker or slower, he would have been vulnerable to a fatal strike from the daggers. Ding! The notification chimed, indicating the elimination of a Black Iron Realm human and the acquisition of an advanced spirit essence, Shadowblade. Spirit essence, Shadowblade. Type, elemental. Grade, advanced. Star rank, 3 stars. Origin, a spirit essence from a Black Iron Realm spirit manipulator. Usage, non-contractable, devour, success rate 100, fusion, enhance spirit essence, success rate 20, enhance any talent skill. Success rate 80, forge, create weapon, success rate 100. It turned out to be an advanced spirit essence, and one with the exceedingly rare shadow ability among elemental types. No wonder it could conceal its form. Qin Yuan was somewhat astonished to discover that the Shadow Assassin had elevated its star rank to 3 stars, possessing 3 talent skills, 1 for concealment, another for area of effect dagger blades, and the third remained a mystery, perhaps a speed enhancement. This was the 10th spirit essence Qin Yuan had acquired today, and the only advanced one. For today, he decided to call it a day. A streak of 10 consecutive victories was more than sufficient. Continuing further would undoubtedly incite a sensation. In the resting chamber, the middle-aged steward, Yu Xing, gazed at him with a broad smile. Today, Li Taibai's 100 consecutive victory challenge had ignited the blood battle arena entirely. Moreover, with Li Taibai ceasing his challenge after 10 victories, the number of onlookers would only continue to swell. Li Taibai's 10 consecutive victories, halting further challenges, was precisely what the blood battle arena desired. Should Li Taibai continue his winning streak, the excitement would only escalate. And should he perish midway, at least they could delay his demise for a few more days. Each additional day of his 100 consecutive victory challenge would yield substantial profits for the arena. Congratulations, Li Taibai, on achieving 10 consecutive victories. In addition to a reward of 1 million spirit coins, there is also a reward of a common grade spirit essence. The middle-aged steward, Yu Xing, cheerfully presented a pale blue orb of light. Qin Yuan accepted it and casually glanced. Spirit essence, Azure Wind Wolf. Type, beast transformation. Grade, common. Origin, derived from the mid-grade Azure Wind Wolf of the Bronze Realm. Usage, contract, success rate 50. Devour, success rate 100. Fusion, enhance spirit essence, success rate 20. Enhance any talent skill, success rate 80. This spirit essence differed somewhat from those erupted from humans, resembling more closely the attributes of the Ironhide Rat King and the colorful python that Qin Yuan had previously hunted. This spirit essence could be contracted, yet lacked the forging option. What could this mean? Qin Yuan furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. The resting chamber fell into a hushed silence. Nearby, the middle-aged steward Yu Xing gazed at Li Taibai's ghostly mask. I almost forgot. Aside from the prize money, there is also your wager, totaling 50 million spirit coins. With a chuckle, Yu Xing produced a bank card. This was the wager Qin Yuan had entrusted to his maidservants to place. Qin Yuan shot Yu Xing a cold glance. It seemed he had no intention of returning the card earlier. This 50 million was a wager placed solely by Qin Yuan, entirely belonging to him, and even the blood battle arena had no right to interfere. Within the black card, aside from the 1 million base prize, there was also the 10 million wager one, though it couldn't be withdrawn just yet. Thus, with this 10 consecutive victories, Qin Yuan had amassed a total of 61 million spirit coins. Indeed, this was the swiftest avenue to wealth. Had Qin Yuan relied on his current strength to hunt beasts, it would have taken him at least a month or two. Yet now, it had only been half a day. In the first match of the life and death arena, Qin Yuan's 500,000 had transformed into 5 million. Unfortunately, after the consecutive victories, the odds had diminished. Otherwise, he could have earned even more. After verifying the amount on the card was accurate, Qin Yuan remained silent and made his way toward the exit. Your match is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Please be punctual. The middle-aged steward, Yu Xing, reminded him. Rest assured, prepare the prize money. I shall arrive on time tomorrow to collect it. Qin Yuan replied without looking back as he departed. Such an arrogant fellow. Yu Xing's smile faltered, replaced by a chilling demeanor. 50 million spirit coins were not a trivial sum for the vast blood battle arena, given that their daily turnover was calculated in the hundreds of millions. However, for one individual to acquire such a hefty wager was far from ideal. If Li Taibai were to forfeit the prize money within the black card and not participate in the life and death arena, they would have no recourse. Steward, should we send our men to the arena tomorrow? A male staff member entered as the door swung open to inquire. No need. It's merely 10 consecutive victories. Yu Xing contemplated for a moment, then resolved to amplify the publicity surrounding Li Taibei's challenge for 100 consecutive victories, disseminating news of his winning 50 million spirit coins. Understood, steward. 50 million spirit coins. Not 500,000, nor 5 million, but a staggering 50 million. It is worth noting that Qin Yuan had previously spent 3 days hunting beasts along the buffer zone's edge, and with the spirit essences and treasures, had only garnered 800,000 spirit coins. Now he had obtained 50 million spirit coins. Even a Gold Realm spirit manipulator would find it no easy feat to earn 50 million spirit coins through slaying beasts. Qin Yuan had never anticipated that spirit coins could be acquired with such ease. It seems the blood battle arena is indeed a splendid place. Not only can one enhance practical experience, but one can also amass numerous spirit essences and even accumulate considerable spirit coins. Of course, this is also a testament to Qin Yuan's formidable strength and unwavering confidence. as he wagered all his spirit coins on his own victory. Otherwise, he could not have earned so much. In a secluded and deserted corner, Qin Yuan changed into a different attire, then employed the drunken immortal sword steps several times, completely vanishing from sight. Returning to the academy, I made my way directly to the courtyard at the back mountain. Chapter 36, Redeeming Credits, Battling in the Thicket. 50 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? In the courtyard, the voice of Jian Wenyu echoed, filled with rage. Dean, are you serious? I just want it back. Qin Yuan sat nonchalantly on a stone bench, a bank card resting beside him. Jian Wenyu was at a loss for words. His primary intention was to urge Qin Yuan to gain some real-life combat experience and perhaps earn a modest reward. Little did he know that aside from the prize money, Qin Yuan had also secured 50 million spirit coins, such a substantial sum, and he was unconcerned about the potential dangers of the blood arena. Did you really achieve 100 consecutive wins? Jian Wenyu paused, inquiring. Indeed, isn't that what you suggested, Dean? Qin Yuan retorted. The Dean was truly perplexing. It was he who had encouraged Qin Yuan to undertake the challenge for the ultimate reward of epic spirit infusion. All right then. Jian Wenyu asked Qin Yuan to recount the entire incident, and upon hearing it, his expression transformed dramatically. You defeated a child with a single strike? When did the life and death arena become so simple? The opponents he faced were overwhelmingly crushed. From Jian Wenyu's knowledge, those who participated in the life and death competition, while not particularly high in rank, were all desperate individuals, fiercely tenacious, seasoned in bloodshed. Otherwise, they would not dare enter such a perilous arena. Yet, before Qin Yuan, they seemed like mere weaklings, utterly incapable of withstanding his might. Was it that Qin Yuan was too powerful, or were his adversaries simply too weak? I've said all I needed to. Please assist me in converting this 50 million into credits, Dean. After finishing, Qin Yuan added, this is my hard-earned money. Surely it doesn't violate any rules. Of course not, Jian Wenyu replied, his lips twitching. 50 million for credits, and you won't be placing any bets tomorrow? Hey, if I throw this 50 million in, even if I achieve consecutive wins tomorrow, I won't be able to leave the blood arena. That manager, Yu Xing, is no pushover. Qin Yuan displayed an innocent expression. You lad, you truly know how to gauge the situation. Wealth is merely an external possession, especially at your age. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Earning too much money may not necessarily be a good thing. Jian Wenyu nodded, saying, winning a few spirit coins is acceptable, within the limits of the blood arena. But if you were to win hundreds of millions, or even billions, how could the blood arena possibly let you go? But you didn't say that before, Dean, Qin Yuan countered. 50 million is nothing to me. Besides, there's still 10 million in that black card. If I win 10 consecutive matches tomorrow, I can easily rake in 1 or 2 billion, right? And by the end of the 100 consecutive wins, 1 or 200 billion wouldn't be excessive, would it? Don't play with fire. What is there to fear? I'm Jian Wenyu's prized disciple, a second-generation prodigy, a remarkable newcomer. Who in Yun City would dare provoke me? Do you believe I could use the Dean's legendary spirit infusion to leave them utterly bewildered? Even the city lord's mansion wouldn't stand a chance. Take your 50 million credits and get out. Don't let me see you again. A roar erupted from the back mountain of the academy. Boom. Then, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into a dense thicket within the academy. Instantly, several raggedly dressed men and women burst forth, seeking warmth through mutual embraces. Bah! In broad daylight, instead of diligently cultivating, they dare to engage in such lewd acts in the woods. Qin Yuan, clutching his back that nearly snapped, stormed out in fury. The couples, wide-eyed with terror, hastily adjusted their uniforms, fearing it was some sort of surprise inspection by a mentor. Upon seeing Qin Yuan's youthful and unfamiliar face, their fear morphed into confusion, then into rage. Kid, haven't I seen you before? Are you a newcomer this year? One tall man approached, his demeanor unfriendly, towering over Qin Yuan, at least 2 meters tall. Yes, and who might you be? Even if you're the Dean's named disciple, you can't engage in such activities during the day. Qin Yuan placed one hand on his hip and brushed the leaves from his head. The Dean was far too ruthless, his frail frame nearly split in two. Had it not been for last night's training in the sword condensation body refinement technique, which bolstered his physique slightly, such a sudden encounter could have proven fatal. A newcomer dares to be so arrogant. Fang Zhong fumed. Who does this newcomer think he is? Interrupting our elegant pursuits? Does he truly believe that becoming a spirit master makes him invincible? Today's newcomers have no respect. It seems we must teach him a lesson on what it means to respect his seniors. Hearing that he was a newcomer, the other male students gathered around. They were second-year students, all possessing bronze-level strength. The Yun City Spirit Master Academy has a 3-year curriculum. New students must cultivate for a year, and if they do not reach bronze rank, they will be forcibly expelled from the academy. After all, the academy provides students with abundant resources annually. If one cannot break through to bronze rank within a year, they are of little use for further cultivation. The academy focuses on nurturing elites, not ordinary spirit masters. Just like the many spirit masters Qin Yuan encountered on the arena, most were eliminated by the Yun City Academy. Without the academy's resources to support them, lacking formidable power. Aside from the blood arena, where else could they earn quick money? Going into the wilderness to slay beasts carries a high mortality rate, especially for spirit masters at the Black Iron rank. Those who remain and advance to second-year students are undoubtedly bronze-level spirit masters. Third-year students reach the silver rank. What do you want? Bullying a newcomer like me? Don't underestimate me just because I'm a newcomer. You may not be my match. A gentleman speaks rather than fights. Qin Yuan retreated a few steps, stepping into the thicket. Yet, Fang Zhong and his group were relentless, pressing forward. With no other option, Qin Yuan had to endure the pain in his back and stretch his muscles. Ha! Let us see how you're going to be ungracious. Fang Zhong felt emboldened with the presence of several male students beside him. They were all at the bronze level, while Qin Yuan was merely at the Black Iron level. Just a newcomer, what is the big deal? Spirit Master Academy has always revered the strong. Besides, with a few senior students on his side, they had nothing to fear from a single newcomer. Even if he was a prodigious newcomer, he would have to kneel and take the beating in their presence. Let us go all out. In the next moment, Fang Zhong and his companions swiftly charged forward, surrounding Qin Yuan completely. The thicket erupted with cries of anguish, screams, and pleas for mercy. The sounds were utterly pitiful, moving enough to stir the heavens. Chapter 37. Divine Techniques. Heavenly thunder breaks the apertures. Clap, clap, clap. A figure leisurely emerged from the thicket, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I told you not to fight, yet you refused to listen. Qin Yuan wore a carefree expression, complemented by his handsome and refined features, exuding an irresistible charm. Next time you seek a boyfriend, remember to find someone like me, handsome and strong, a true man. The female students turned pale with fear, their faces drained of color, forgetting entirely what Qin Yuan had said. So dull. I'm leaving, no need to see you off, Qin Yuan remarked, striding away. After he departed, the female students took a long moment to regain their composure. Was that really a newcomer? So strong, so handsome. Indeed, Fang Zhong and the others are truly inadequate, being taken down by him alone. One of the female students timidly remarked. Fang Zhong and his companions, bruised and battered, emerged from the thicket, their faces filled with frustration. Upon hearing the female studentess' words, their expressions darkened significantly. That newcomer was simply astonishingly powerful. When had this batch of newcomers produced such a prodigy? It is indeed the pinned post on the Academy forum that speaks of the prodigious freshman named Qin Yuan. He has even been taken under the wing of the dean as a disciple. Could it possibly be him? As Fang Zhong contemplated Qin Yuan's identity, his initial desire for vengeance was swiftly extinguished. Everything that transpired today must remain confidential. No word shall escape your lips, Fang Zhong warned the individuals beside him. Rest assured, I would rather perish than utter a word, one of the male students asserted. Indeed, those who speak shall be deemed traitors. Another chimed in. What a stroke of misfortune. That fellow is nothing short of a monster. Several male students echoed, collectively agreeing that such an embarrassing incident would never be disclosed voluntarily. And you all? No sharing this outside. Fang Zhong cast a stern gaze towards the trembling female students. What ill fortune. These female students were no weaklings. They possessed strength at the bronze level. Yet, just moments prior, they had not even entertained the thought of offering assistance. Had they intervened, it would not have resulted in only the boys facing the brunt of the attack. Why should it be them who bore the brunt of the assault while traversing the same secluded grove? A few minutes later, the Academy forum buzzed with new posts that soared to the homepage at an astonishing speed. Breaking news, prodigy freshman Qin Yuan engaged in a skirmish in the grove. The dean's disciple and the secret affairs of several men. Genius prodigy Qin Yuan, enraged for the sake of a fair lady. The information surrounding Qin Yuan surged once more to the trending list, complete with images and various interpretations. Some claimed Qin Yuan was an adept at capturing men. Others suggested it was for the sake of a beloved companion, while yet others asserted that Qin Yuan was equally adept in dealing with both genders. At that moment, Qin Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. In the exchange center, Qin Yuan was meticulously selecting items for redemption. Nearby, an old man with shifty eyes fixated on Qin Yuan, or more precisely, on the credit card in Qin Yuan's possession. This card bore a diamond emblem, the sole one in the entirety of Cloud City Academy. This was, of course, not Qin Yuan's own, but belonged to Jian Wenyu. The blood essence of a Golden Realm Berserk Demon Bear is quite effective. I shall procure 30 drops. As for the blood essence of the Platinum Realm Purple Winged Unicorn, which is said to be transformative, I will take 10 drops for now. I will refrain from using cultivation techniques for the time being. As my rapid advancement has left my foundation somewhat unstable, I shall focus primarily on body refinement for a while, Qin Yuan murmured to himself. Reflecting on body refinement, he recalled the efficacy of the sword condensation body refinement technique, albeit a low-grade technique that could only enhance physical strength by threefold. For Qin Yuan, 3 times was far from his limit, thus he sought out superior body refinement techniques. Before long, he discovered a particularly powerful body refinement technique, the Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture. This was a divine grade technique, the only one available for redemption through credits. Moreover, It stood as one of the most formidable body refinement techniques within the human alliance. Most notably, the Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture was divided into several segments, each corresponding to different grades, from low to divine. However, the complete divine grade version was exclusively accessible to individuals of exceptional merit. Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, first segment. Low-grade technique unlocks 9 spiritual apertures, enhancing physical strength by 9-fold. The difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly high. Please proceed with caution. For spirit masters with lightning affinity, the effects are doubled. Redemption credits, 3,000 points. Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, second segment. Mid-grade technique unlocks 18 spiritual apertures, enhancing physical strength by 18-fold. Redemption credits, 30,000 points. Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, third segment. Upper grade technique unlocks 36 spiritual apertures, enhancing physical strength by 36-fold. Redemption credits, 300,000 points. Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, fourth segment. King grade technique. Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, complete version. Divine grade technique unlocks 360 celestial apertures and 360 spiritual apertures, enhancing physical strength by at least 1,000 times. Only spirit masters who have made significant contributions to the human alliance may apply for redemption. The first segment of the low-grade Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture alone enhances physical strength by 9-fold, surpassing the Sword Condensation Body Refinement technique by a full 3-fold. The complete version, meanwhile, could amplify physical strength by a staggering 1,000 times. If one were a Lightning Affinity Spirit Master, the enhancement would reach at least 2,000 times, based on the minimum standard of 1,000 combat power for a 9th-grade Black Iron Realm. A 2,000-fold increase would yield a combat power of 2 million points. Such a terrifying augmentation would enable a Spirit Master at the Black Iron Realm to challenge those in the Platinum Realm, transcending from major realms. The Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture truly lives up to its reputation as a divine grade technique. Although Qin Yuan could not yet redeem the highest tier, he could acquire the first segment, as it constituted a complete set of techniques that could be cultivated continuously without the need to switch to other body refinement methods. Unlike the Sword Condensation Body Refinement technique, which provided a mere 3-fold enhancement and would ultimately be rendered obsolete at the Bronze or Silver Realm, the choice of the Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture presented its own formidable challenges. Firstly, the cultivation difficulty was exceptionally high, as explicitly noted in the technique's introduction. Secondly, the redemption cost was 10-fold that of other techniques of the same grade. The low-grade Sword Condensation Body Refinement technique cost only 280 credits, whereas the low-grade Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture demanded 3,000 credits. Without a guarantee of consistently obtaining substantial credits, the subsequent techniques would be unattainable. Thirdly, for Lightning Affinity Spirit Masters, the enhancement was doubled. However, for Spirit Masters of other affinities, even if they cultivated the same Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, they would fall short compared to their Lightning Affinity counterparts. Though Qin Yuan wielded the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal and the Radiance of the Dawn, mastering the Azure Lotus Sword Qi and the Annihilating Flame, he had yet to command the power of thunder and lightning. Chapter 38. The Exceptional Delivery Specialist, the Smith. It is merely the lightning affinity. I trust that with my strength, I shall surely obtain it. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Lightning affinity, being an elemental type, stands as the most potent form of offensive element and is exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan believed in his luck and strength, confident that he would acquire lightning affinity in the future. According to Jian Wenyu, Qin Yuan could potentially possess at least 20 affinities, making the contract of a lightning affinity a trivial matter. Unlike others who could only contract 3 to 5 affinities, with each choice being of utmost importance, Qin Yuan's path was clear. Thus, he resolved to select the first segment of the Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture. Instantly, his credit card was debited by 3,000 points, an equivalent of 30 million spirit coins. Indeed, no amount of credits could withstand such expenditure. Previously, he had already consumed over 1,000 points in redeeming a plethora of blood essences, and with the 3,000 points for the Divine Thunder Shattering Heaven Aperture, he was now left with merely 1,000 points. The spirit weapons. Qin Yuan suddenly recalled spirit weapons and promptly accessed the weapon category. He disregarded the various alloy weapons worth a single credit and sought out those suitable for combat by spirit masters. 1-star spirit weapon, Gravity Halberd. Forged from heavy black iron and imbued with gravitational affinity, fusion degree, 60, redemption credits, 90 points. 2-star spirit weapon, Water Refining Pearl. Crafted from water spirit ore and infused with elemental light water affinity, containing 2 innate skills, fusion degree, 68, redemption credits, 1,000 points. 3-star spirit armor, Rock Dragon Armor. Made from purple gold copper and infused with beastification black-scaled rock dragon affinity, possessing 3 innate skills, fusion degree, 65, redemption credits, 30,000 points. 4-star spirit weapon, Ice Flame Demon Claw. Thus, these were spirit weapons. They were indeed forged from special metallic materials and affinities. Furthermore, the quality of spirit weapon crafting was not significantly influenced by the materials, but was rather closely related to the star rating of the affinities. A 1-star spirit weapon only possessed 1 innate skill, whereas a 2-star spirit weapon could contain 2 innate skills, with higher star ratings allowing for an increasing number of innate skills. The higher the star rating of a spiritual weapon or armor, the greater its efficacy and value. With each star difference, the required credits increase tenfold. Defensive spiritual armors of the same star level are valued approximately 3 times higher than their offensive counterparts. As for the concept of fusion, it remains somewhat elusive. However, Qin Yuan speculates that it pertains to the compatibility between the spirit infusion and the materials during the forging process, akin to the alignment between a spirit master and their infused spirit. The higher the fusion rate, the greater the potency of the spiritual weapon. The elevated worth of spiritual weapons and armors is not without justification. Possessing an additional piece of such equipment equates to augmenting the combat prowess of a spirit master significantly. Moreover, unlike the gradual enhancement of spirits, spiritual weapons and armors are immediately in their most formidable state upon acquisition. Of course, this advantage also presents a drawback, as they cannot be further strengthened or upgraded like infused spirits. Lost in thought, Qin Yuan pondered whether the system's weapon forging option could enable him to forge infused spirits into spiritual weapons. The mere thought sent his heart racing. The price of a spiritual weapon is tenfold that of an infused spirit. Calm down. He needed to gather more information regarding the forging of spiritual weapons. After all, if such weapons exist, there must be individuals capable of forging them. It is implausible that any spirit master could craft spiritual weapons, for that would render them far too commonplace and diminish their exorbitant value. Kid, do you wish to exchange anything further? Inquired the elderly attendant at the exchange center. Not this time, perhaps next. Qin Yuan stored several drops of beast blood into his spatial ring and turned back to look at the elder. Don't look at me. The Thunder Shattering Heaven technique is a special item and will be delivered to you by the Alliance S Express service. The elder cast an exasperated glance at Qin Yuan. Express service? Just how efficient is that? Qin Yuan couldn't help but mutter as he exited the exchange center. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Qin Yuan looked up to see a starship, measuring nearly 100 meters in length, hovering above the academy. Hello, may I inquire if you are Mr. Qin Yuan? Alliance ID 886? A sun-kissed, handsome young man with black wings descended before him. That's me, and you are? Qin Yuan replied, puzzled. I am the delivery courier from the Alliance S Express service. Here is your package, please sign for it. The courier produced a meticulously sealed parcel along with a delivery slip. Oh, Qin Yuan, somewhat dazed, signed his name, watching as the courier flapped his wings and soared back onto the starship. In an instant, both the courier and the starship vanished from sight. My goodness, is this the express service? How long has it been since I placed the order? A minute? 30 seconds? This courier service truly lives up to its name. The speed is astonishing. Upon opening the parcel, Qin Yuan was greeted by a square crystal radiating a purple glow. This was indeed the cultivation technique for Thunder Shattering Heaven. Around him, a throng of students, drawn by the starship, turned their gazes toward Qin Yuan. The starship is a formidable entity capable of traversing various bases within the Alliance. It is said that even the most basic Starship S weapon systems can inflict fatal damage on diamond-grade beasts. Otherwise, these vessels would not be able to navigate the skies besieged by flying beasts. Such a hassle. Qin Yuan frowned at the growing crowd. In the next moment, he vanished among them. Undoubtedly, the spectacle of Qin Yuan retrieving his package had been captured by a bystander and swiftly uploaded to the forums. Thus, yet another legend regarding the newcomer Qin Yuan emerged. Starship arrival, and it's all for him. Home delivery, the heartfelt connection between Qin Yuan and the courier. What did Qin Yuan exchange that warranted personal delivery from the Alliance S Express service? After departing the exchange center, Qin Yuan made a trip to the library to delve into the knowledge of weapon forging. It turned out that there exists a profession known as a weapon forger. The purpose of weapon forgers is to create various types of spiritual weapons and armors. To become a weapon forger, one must possess an exceptionally high innate talent for spiritual energy, along with a fire-type spirit of no less than rare quality, as well as the knowledge and training in the art of weapon forging. In addition to the metallic materials required for weaponry, another crucial component is spirit infusion. The spirits needed for forging are not like those acquired from slaying beasts or obtained from treasure lands. Such spirits cannot be directly forged into spiritual weapons or armors. Instead, the spirits utilized in forging are derived from the weapon forger themselves, who infuses their own spirit into the materials, fashioning them into a spiritual weapon or armor. Chapter 39, Spirit Stripping Technique, Weapon Forging Technique, Sacrificial Technique. In essence, the emergence of a spiritual weapon first necessitates the acquisition of a spirit, which must then be contracted by the weapon forger and nurtured, employing all means to elevate the spirit S star rating to its zenith. Once the spirit reaches its highest rating, The weapon forger can utilize the weapon forging technique to extract the spirit from its soul, integrating it with the prepared materials, ultimately culminating in the creation of a spiritual weapon or armor. This elucidates the complexities of weapon forging. Qin Yuan mused, no wonder spiritual weapons are so exorbitantly priced. The costs involved are substantial. Merely nurturing a spirit requires considerable time. Furthermore, the extraction of the spirit from its soul, while Qin Yuan is unaware of the specific process, must surely be excruciating. The library provided only a rudimentary overview of weapon forgers, lacking extensive details on the weapon forging technique. Just as Qin Yuan was about to set the book aside, he noticed something inscribed on the last page, the origin of the weapon forging technique. Humans awakened their spirits 1,000 years ago, and within that millennium, the development of spirits progressed at a remarkable pace. Approximately 500 years ago, researchers discovered that through certain specialized techniques, it was possible to strip a spirit from a spirit master, thereby contracting it as one's own spirit. This was the spirit stripping technique. In the dark era that brushed the pages of Alliance history, a technique that instilled terror in the hearts of all spirit masters. Following the advent of the spirit stripping technique, humanity plunged into a despairing spiral of internal conflict. Numerous newly awakened spirit masters, brimming with potential, fell victim to sinister forces. Stripped of their innate spirits, should a prodigy with a mythical-level spirit emerge, it could spark a war capable of obliterating major base cities. Even competent spirit masters possessing high-tier spirits faced assassination, all in the pursuit of seizing their spirits. Consequently, a multitude of formidable spirit masters arose, their spirits predominantly being of epic or legendary caliber. In a mere decade, humanity witnessed a surge in the number of kings among spirit masters, far exceeding previous counts. On the surface, this significantly bolstered humanity's strength, prompting plans to counterattack the abyssal world. However, subsequent events led to a disconnection in human society, a period remembered as the Dark Age of Spirit Masters. The emergence of organizations dedicated to hunting talented spirit masters resulted in the untimely deaths of many rising stars. As a consequence, the subsequent centuries saw no new kings among spirit masters, with even those at the stellar radiance level becoming exceedingly rare. Common-born spirit masters couldn't even boast a single diamond-tier individual. The drastic decline in the number of spirit masters, coupled with the reluctance of youth to participate in awakening ceremonies, culminated in humanity losing more than half of its elite combat power and overall strength. In order to prevent a potential discontinuity or even extinction of human spirit masters, major organizations led by the Huaxiao Alliance initiated a call against the practice of spirit extraction. They prohibited any individual or organization from employing this technique and permanently sealed its related technologies. After a rigorous decade-long overhaul, spirit extraction gradually faded from human perception, allowing humanity to develop normally and return to a stable trajectory. Subsequently, the technique was reformed into what is now known as weapon forging, alongside a sacrificial art that permitted select spirit masters to pursue its study. Weapon forging involves the forging masters infusing their own spirit into weapons, thus creating spiritual armaments for the use of numerous spirit masters. The sacrificial art enables spirit masters to sacrifice their lives to infuse their essence into a particular weapon, the cost being their own demise. It is precisely due to the resolute actions taken by the higher echelons of humanity to ban spirit extraction and its associated technologies that humanity can no longer derive essence from spirit masters. However, there still exist malevolent organizations that wield spirit extraction, the most formidable of which is the Demon Spirit Sect. A deep, resonant male voice approached from afar. The newcomer was a middle-aged man adorned in an opulent tailcoat, exuding an air of nobility. The Demon Spirit Sect? Qin Yuan's pupils constricted upon hearing the man's words. Indeed, the Demon Spirit Sect possessed the original form of spirit extraction from 5 centuries ago. However, in the present day, the sect, pursued by various powerful factions, no longer dared to appear as brazenly as before. The middle-aged man explained, due to the immense societal repercussions caused by spirit extraction, it was declared a forbidden art. Nonetheless, there are still some spirit masters who have learned this technique, continuing to act recklessly and slay human spirit masters. Of course, these individuals are hunted down by various human organizations. In desperation, some choose to surrender, while others join the Demon Spirit Sect. This does not bode well. Qin Yuan thought. His ability to kill humans was derived from essences obtained through the system, which bore a resemblance to spirit extraction, as both methods involved extracting essence from humans. If discovered, it would be difficult to prevent people from associating his actions with spirit extraction. The only distinction was that the essence acquired through spirit extraction could be used for contracts, whereas the system's essence could not. Perhaps this indicated the system's integrity. Otherwise, if Qin Yuan were to exploit this function, he might indeed tread the path of murder to seize essence. He envisioned targeting those with legendary or mythical essences, slaying them, and then binding their essences. The system's essence, while non-contractable, granted the ability to forge weapons. According to the descriptions in the book, Qin Yuan concluded. The essence from spirit extraction is obtained from living individuals, can be recontracted, but cannot be forged, while reverting to its original 1-star. The essence from the system is obtained from deceased individuals, cannot be contracted, but can be forged, retaining its original star rating, innate skill. The emergence of spirit extraction represented a societal advancement for humanity. Just like the system's functions, technology itself is neither good nor bad. The critical factor lies in how the possessor of the technology chooses to wield it. Should an individual harbor malevolent intentions, it could lead events in unforeseen directions. Thank you for the clarification. May I ask your name? Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief within. He was fortunate to have made a trip to the library to review relevant knowledge. Otherwise, if he had inadvertently revealed the method of acquiring essence from the deceased, it could lead to exposing the system, or worse, being mistaken for a member of the demon spirit sect and executed on the spot. Clearly, the method of obtaining essence from spirit masters must remain a secret and must not be divulged. I am Wu Ming, a forging master, he introduced himself. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Yuan. Young man, I see remarkable potential in you. You possess the makings of a prodigious forging master. Would you care to train in the art of weapon forging with me? Unremarkable. That is indeed a curious name, Qin Yuan thought to himself with a hint of skepticism. Chapter 40. Exchange for weapon forging, the dean departs. Not at all. I am merely a student and must focus on my cultivation to become a formidable spirit master. Protecting humanity is my ultimate aspiration. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Who says a forging master cannot also be a powerful spirit master? A true forging master is inevitably a powerful spirit master, Wu Ming asserted with gravity. Forging masters can transform their essence into weapons that suit them, serving as their combat tools. Who else possesses such capability? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan found some merit in Wu Ming's words. The purpose of spiritual weapons is to enhance the strength of spirit masters. If a forging master does not aim to profit from selling spiritual weapons, but instead utilizes their essence to forge their own spiritual weapons and continues to contract their essence thereafter, they could create an endless cycle of enhancement. Qin Yuan envisioned a forging master wielding multiple powerful spiritual weapons, clad in layers of spiritual armor, equipped with various supportive spiritual tools. The resulting combat prowess would be extraordinarily formidable. Not to mention, they would be invincible among peers, as spiritual weapons are exceedingly rare. And not every spirit master can possess a suitable weapon. It appears that a true forging master can indeed be a powerful spirit master without any contradictions. It seems Qin Yuan could learn the relevant techniques of weapon forging, crafting spiritual weapons, and either genuinely become or disguise himself as a forging master. The system indeed possessed forging capabilities, allowing him to create the weapons he needed while also enabling the sale of any excess weapons, thus serving dual purposes. The market price of spiritual weapons and armor is tenfold that of essence. Moreover, the essence Qin Yuan possessed could not be sold in the conventional manner, as it could not be contracted, rendering it essentially useless. Whether through devouring, merging, or forging, these were the system's functions, and for other spirit masters, they held no utility. Only through forging could he maximize the value of that essence. Have you given it some thought? Wu Ming spoke, emanating a dazzling array of multicolored light. His tailcoat transformed into a black cloak, radiating rippling waves, and his hands adorned themselves with several offensive spiritual weapons. Merely gazing upon them, Qin Yuan could sense a faint pressure emanating from these weapons. Their star ratings were undoubtedly high, and the quality of the essence consumed was certainly exceptional. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no immediate intentions of becoming a forging master. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. The individual before him clearly bore an extraordinary background. However, such an abrupt invitation to train in weapon forging would raise suspicion in anyone. Even if Qin Yuan were to consider becoming a forging master or learning from this man, he would need to involve the dean to ensure proper oversight. With that, Qin Yuan swiftly departed the library. This lad is quite intriguing. Wu Ming smiled faintly, followed by a sigh. It seems that the number of children interested in weapon forging is dwindling. I was fortunate to encounter a promising talent, yet unfortunately, that fellow Jian when you beat me to it. After leaving the library, Qin Yuan made his way to the exchange center. Although he had declined Wu Ming's offer, his interest in weapon forging and the role of a forging master remained undiminished. Finally, with a resolute heart, he exchanged for the foundational weapon forging technique, valued at 600 points. Upon exiting, he bumped into Zhao Feng and Qian Gun, who seemed to be evading him, unwilling to engage in conversation. Qin Yuan, you've become quite the sensation. The entire forum is abuzz with posts about you. Qian Gun chuckled, scrutinizing Qin Yuan from head to toe. I never anticipated you had such interests. Indeed, old Qin, while we are brothers and I would agree to anything, that particular matter is where I must draw the line. Zhao Feng shuddered at the thought, taking a step back from Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's expression darkened as he perceived their unfriendly gazes. At last, under the explanations of the two individuals, the specific cause became clear. A trending post on the Academy's forum recounted the tale of Qin Yuan engaging in a playful skirmish with several men in a small grove. Is not the Academy a place for the cultivation of spirit masters? How is it that incidents of peeping, photographing, and spreading rumors proliferate? Qin Yuan felt a surge of frustration and promptly closed the forum. Rumors about him had saturated the platform, bolstered by purported evidence, transforming a trivial matter into a widely known scandal. There were even several peers expressing a desire to befriend him. Absurdity. Such a handsome man as he would never struggle to find a partner. Even if every woman on earth perished, he would not resort to such measures. Outrageous. Qin Yuan cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Feng and Qian Gun before sprinting towards the rear mountain courtyard. Had it not been for the dean casting him into the grove, such a monumental misunderstanding would never have arisen. Boom. As Qin Yuan charged into the rear mountain courtyard, he was taken aback. At that moment, Jian Wenyu was clad in a black-scaled spirit armor, enveloping him entirely. His expression was one of grave seriousness. Beside him stood a refined middle-aged man in a blue robe. The two were engaged in conversation. The dean? Qin Yuan approached slowly. Jian Wenyu and the middle-aged man halted their discourse, their gazes converging upon Qin Yuan. So this is your prized disciple, Qin Yuan. He appears rather unremarkable. Lu Yunyuan jested with a smile. Haha, he resembles you slightly in youth, Jian Wenyu responded, turning his attention to Qin Yuan. Boy, there has been a situation in Falling Star City. I must attend to it. Take care of yourself and refrain from causing trouble. He then addressed Lu Yunyuan. Please keep an eye on this lad. Ensure he doesn't meet his demise. Absolutely. As for the affairs of Falling Star City, I entrust them to you and Old Qi. I have already reported the situation to the higher echelons of the Alliance. They will dispatch reinforcements. Lu Yunyuan nodded. Let us hope reinforcements are unnecessary, Jian Wenyu sighed. Adding, Qin Yuan, this gentleman is the City Lord of Cloud City. If you find yourself in trouble or encounter an insurmountable enemy, seek refuge in the City Lord's manor. Qin Yuan and Lu Yunyuan exchanged speechless glances. Such words made it seem as though Qin Yuan was perpetually courting misfortune. Dean, City Lord, what has transpired? Qin Yuan inquired, nodding in acknowledgement, as if he were the one prone to causing chaos. However, judging by Jian Wenyu's demeanor, it seemed he had encountered significant trouble. If he had surmised correctly, the Old Qi mentioned by Lu Yunyuan was another Diamond Realm spirit master, a military magnate. Falling Star City, a desolate ruin not far from Cloud City, had long been overrun by monstrous beasts. What calamity could warrant the presence of two Diamond Realm spirit masters? Chapter 41, Cultivation. Unveiling the first spirit aperture. You need not concern yourself with this matter. With your strength, you would be of no assistance. The utmost priority is to diligently cultivate within the Academy and enhance your capabilities. Jian Wenyu stated earnestly. Very well. Qin Yuan acquiesced without further inquiry. Indeed, even if he were to learn of the troubles that even a Diamond Realm master found daunting, it would avail him nothing. Just ensure nothing happens to you. It took considerable effort for me to find a reliable backing, should you be lost. Boom. Qin Yuan collided forcefully with a decorative rock formation. Huh. Lu Yunyuan observed the master-student duo with an expression of calm amusement. Subsequently, Jian Wenyu and Lu Yunyuan took to the skies, leaving Qin Yuan alone in the rear mountain courtyard. Alas, Qin Yuan staggered to his feet, his head ringing. The dean's methods were indeed ruthless. Now, the entire rear mountain courtyard was his domain. Qin Yuan sighed softly, retrieving the scroll detailing the divine thunder-breaking heaven aperture technique. Following the instructions on the packaging, he dripped a drop of blood onto the crystal. Henceforth, only Qin Yuan could access the secrets within the crystal regarding the divine thunder-breaking heaven aperture. This served as a protective measure against leakage. Even if the crystal were lost, others would be unable to decipher it. The divine thunder-breaking heaven aperture entails the process of unlocking spirit apertures within the body. These apertures are not mere acupoints, but rather spaces created within the body, housing vitality and spiritual energy comparable to one's own. The spirit apertures are intricately linked to the human body, akin to developing multiple versions of oneself within. During an attack, countless versions strike simultaneously. During defense, they absorb damage collectively. This is the essence of the divine thunder-breaking heaven aperture. Each spirit aperture represents a facet of oneself. The most arduous part of this process lies in identifying the corresponding acupoints and subsequently developing them. The technique documentation presents two methodologies. One is the ordinary approach, which involves relentlessly assaulting the body's limits with spiritual energy to forcibly unlock the spirit apertures. The other employs the overwhelming force of thunder to tear apart space, thereby establishing apertures within. Hiss. Upon reviewing the cultivation methods, Qin Yuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This method of cultivation was tantamount to courting death. One misstep could lead to the entire body being pierced through, let alone successfully unlocking an aperture. No wonder the technique explicitly warned of its formidable difficulty. This was not merely a matter of challenge. It was a question of life and death. After scrutinizing the technique several times, Qin Yuan began his attempts. His spiritual energy was not ordinary, but rather the exceptionally solid azure Lotus Sword Qi, possessing immense power. After repeated attempts, Qin Yuan felt as if his body were on the verge of tearing apart. The entire process was not only excruciatingly painful, but also exceedingly energy draining. Soon, his vitality was completely depleted. In desperation, Qin Yuan retrieved the blood essence of the rampaging demon bear and consumed it directly. 1 drop, 2 drops, 5 drops, 10 drops, 20 drops. Crack. The first spirit aperture unlocked. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from within Qin Yuan, resonating endlessly. In the next moment, he felt his vitality surge. A formidable aura emanating from him, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. Whoosh. Qin Yuan collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. And it took a considerable while for him to regain some strength. Upon introspection, he discovered a spiraling vortex of spiritual energy had manifested on his right shoulder, continuously drawing on his vitality and spiritual energy, resembling a black hole. This was the spirit aperture. Qin Yuan sensed that within the aperture lay another version of himself, composed of vitality and spiritual energy. The two seemed unrelated yet were intricately connected. Qin Yuan unleashed a punch against the nearby rock formation, effortlessly manifesting a strength that surpassed his own, doubling his power. Boom. A fissure appeared on the massive rock formation. Qin Yuan estimated that this punch bore at least 3,000 combat power. Basic absorption method. Sword refinement body technique. Divine thunder breaking heaven aperture. 3 techniques operated simultaneously within Qin Yuan. Countless streams of spiritual energy transformed into mist, flowing into his body. The surging spiritual energy instantaneously morphed into waves of azure Lotus Sword Qi. Half flowed into Qin Yuan's dantian, while the other half infused into the spirit aperture. The quantity of azure Lotus Sword Qi rapidly coalesced. 1, 10, 50, 100, 200. Upon reaching 200 azure Lotus Sword Qi, the number ceased to increase, seemingly hitting a limit. This was a substantial increase of 130 over the previous 70. The body's limits extended beyond mere numbers. The standard for the 9th rank Black Iron Realm is 1,000 combat power, while I can currently achieve at least 3,000. Coupled with the Divine Thunder Breaking Heaven Aperture technique, unlocking a Spirit Aperture could elevate my foundational combat power to a minimum of 6,000. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. The next moment, he gazed at the remaining blood essence of the rampaging demon bear, alongside 10 drops of the purple-hued essence from the purple-winged unicorn. Gulp. Qin Yuan extended his hand to grasp a single drop and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the previously calmed flow of his vital energy surged back to life. The blood, flesh, and bones within Qin Yuan began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Every hair on his body stood on end, and wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his flushed skin. Approximately half an hour later, his skin became as smooth and fair as white jade, and his already handsome visage grew even more captivating. Alas, it seemed he had transformed into a pretty boy. No longer did he wish to toil. Perhaps a wealthy matron would take him under her wing. Returning to his senses, Qin Yuan felt his strength had increased by about 10 to 20%. Regrettably, without a combat power testing machine, he could not ascertain the exact value of his battle prowess. However, he was unconcerned and continued his cultivation. He consumed a total of 10 drops of the purple-winged unicorn's essence, which resulted in a terrifying enhancement of his power. Boom, boom, boom. In the courtyard, several ornamental rocks were reduced to mere piles of rubble. The spiritual aperture was not immutable. It expanded alongside his physical prowess. Initially the size of a thumb, it had now grown to the size of an egg, capable of accommodating even more vital energy and the azure Lotus Sword Qi. Yet, the difficulty of breaking through realms had also increased. Qin Yuan chuckled wryly. After diligently training for an extended period, his physical strength had multiplied several times. Yet, his realm remained firmly entrenched at the 7th tier Black Iron level. Had he maintained his previous training pace, reaching at least the 8th tier, if not the 9th, would have been well within his grasp. But this was fine. After all, it was all about enhancing strength. Whether it was an elevation in realm or physical prowess, the principles remained the same. Qin Yuan reassured himself. Ultimately, his increased physical strength would enable him to defeat stronger opponents, yielding results akin to an elevation in realm. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon. Chapter 42, Forging Weapons, the 3-star Shadow Blade. It appeared he had spent the entire day in training, neglecting even the morning's theoretical classes. Qin Yuan approached a nearby stone table and picked up his smart wristband, discovering several missed calls from Zhao Feng, Chang'an, his mentor Jin Yuan, and an unknown number. He returned the calls, explaining his absence to Jin Yuan, who responded not with reproach, but with a reminder for Qin Yuan to balance work and rest. As the star pupil of Elite Class 2, Qin Yuan enjoyed special treatment. As long as his realm did not falter, Jin Yuan would not interfere excessively in his daily cultivation. After a brief tidying up, he had to visit the blood combat arena in the afternoon. Although with his current strength, he was virtually invincible among bronze tier opponents. The challengers he faced would hardly stand a chance. Nevertheless, participating in the competition was necessary, as the blood combat arena served as a crucial avenue for earning wealth. Had he not earned 50 million the day before, how could he have exchanged for the thunder-shattering aperture and a substantial amount of essence, enabling such rapid growth and strength? Moreover, he could also acquire a significant amount of spiritual essence. Wait, remembering the spiritual essence, Qin Yuan retrieved the forging technique he had exchanged for yesterday. After reading it twice and attempting a trial run, he ultimately abandoned the idea of cultivating the forging technique. Becoming a blacksmith was a process of constant experimentation and accumulation of experience. It could not be mastered overnight. The forging process was exceedingly difficult, with a considerable failure rate. In the event of failure, not only would the original spiritual essence and materials be lost, this was the least of the losses, but a severe mishap could even lead to devastating harm to the blacksmith's soul and body. Undoubtedly, blacksmiths were a respected and revered profession, often regarded as esteemed guests by many powerful individuals and factions. Yet, the arduous sweat behind the scenes was known only to the blacksmiths themselves. High-star spiritual weapons were exceedingly rare, necessitating a reservation with a blacksmith for customization. Simultaneously, the speed of earning money was rapid, as a high-star spiritual weapon could fetch a handsome price. This ensured that the role of a blacksmith was highly sought after. However, once one became a blacksmith, all focus had to be dedicated to nurturing spiritual essence. After the star rating of the essence increased, it could no longer be utilized for oneself, but had to be integrated into weapons, becoming someone else's spiritual weapon. Of course, one could opt, as Wu Ming suggested, to forge weapons solely for oneself rather than for others. Never mind, Qin Yuan had no desire to waste time learning the forging technique. However, this did not imply that he was incapable of forging weapons. Soon, he gathered several alloy weapons and leather armor. The metallic materials were quite ordinary and commonplace, as Qin Yuan had no time to seek out special metals. Moreover, the art of forging also demanded meticulous attention to the combination of materials and spiritual essence, requiring an understanding of various metal materials. Clearly, Qin Yuan did not possess that luxury of time. Thus, he could only casually find weapons made from alloy materials. With a flick of his hands, he produced several pieces of spiritual essence harvested from the spirit masters he had slain. Ding. Would the host like to forge a weapon? This will consume 100 evolution points. Ding. The host has insufficient evolution points and cannot forge a weapon. Qin Yuan was taken aback, realizing that he had exhausted all his evolution points in upgrading the Radiant Dawn. Reluctantly, he needed to convert the Qing Feng Wolf spiritual essence given to him by Yuxing after achieving 10 consecutive victories into 500 evolution points. Ding. The host consumes 100 evolution points, utilizing the 8 Directions Copper Essence, successfully forging a 1-star 8 Directions Star Sword. Ding. The host consumes 300 evolution points, utilizing the Blood Demon Claw Essence, successfully forging a 2-star Blood Demon Gauntlet. Ding. The host has insufficient evolution points and cannot forge a weapon. Ding. The host devours the Qingwei Beast Essence, obtaining 600 evolution points. Ding. The host devours. Ding. The host devours. Ding. The host consumes 300 evolution points, utilizing the Iron Armored Tiger Essence, successfully forging a 2-star Iron Tiger Armor. Ding. The host consumes 300 evolution points, utilizing the 7-star Flying Beast Essence, successfully forging a 2-star 7-star Moonchasing Boots. Ding. The host consumes 1,000 evolution points, utilizing the Shadow Blade Essence, successfully forging a 3-star Shadow Blade. Hiss. A vibrant and terrifying flame erupted from within Qin Yuan. The world-extinguishing flame. The annihilating flame associated with the godslaying bow. Qin Yuan was astonished that the system's forging would employ the world-extinguishing flame. It was no wonder that the primary requirement for becoming a blacksmith, as stated in the forging technique, was to possess formidable fire-type spiritual essence. Under the world-extinguishing flame, the alloy materials and spiritual essence melded completely. In no time, a series of spiritual weapons were fully completed. Qin Yuan inhaled sharply. At this moment, he finally understood the immense power of the system's 100 success rate in forging. Undoubtedly, the greatest contributor to this success was the world-extinguishing flame. According to the records in the basic forging book, the average success rate for blacksmiths crafting spiritual weapons was around 40, and that was for low-star spiritual weapons. For high-star spiritual weapons, the success rate was tragically low, often yielding less than 1 in 10. In contrast, the system guaranteed a 100 success rate, with not a hint of failure. It was simply astonishing. Should this be known to blacksmiths, they would undoubtedly go mad. Even those super factions would attempt to recruit or even imprison Qin Yuan, compelling him to forge weapons continuously. Phew. Looking at the various spiritual weapons and armors before him, Qin Yuan felt both exhilarated and fatigued. The thrill of having such an array of spiritual weapons that could be sold for a substantial sum was overwhelming. However, his body was weary, as the forging process had not only consumed evolution points and spiritual essence, but also drained his physical strength and spiritual energy due to the exertion of the world-extinguishing flame. It felt akin to having undergone a fierce life-and-death battle, and he found himself plunged into a state of weakness. Nevertheless, the rewards were undeniably immense. A 1-star 8 directions star sword, a 2-star blood demon gauntlet, a 2-star iron tiger armor, a 2-star 7-star moon chasing boots, a 3-star shadow blade, especially the 3-star spirit weapon, shadow blade. At the exchange center, the price for a 3-star spirit weapon hovers around 10,000 credits. This implies that Qin Yuan spent 1 3-star spirit infusion and 1,000 evolution points to acquire a spirit weapon valued at 10,000 credits. Should he choose to sell it, whether for spirit coins or credits, he stands to make a considerable profit, surpassing even the earnings from the blood arena. Qin Yuan was astonished to discover the sheer madness of this world. The system's capabilities were remarkably formidable. Clad in the iron tiger armor, donning the 7-star moon chasing boots, wielding the blood demon gauntlets, and equipped with the 8 directions star sword and the shadow blade, Qin Yuan found himself fully armed to the teeth. Even the scions of prominent families did not possess such opulent gear. However, this was merely ordinary attire. Without the blood binding ritual, the true power of the spirit weapon could not be unleashed. Only after the blood binding, once bound to its master, could the spirit weapon exhibit its prowess and unleash the innate abilities contained within. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan opted for the sole 3-star spirit weapon, the shadow blade. Although it was a dagger rather than a long sword, the distinction was negligible for him. A drop of crimson blood fell from his fingertip into the shadow blade. In the next instant, he felt a black dagger materialize in his mind. Unlike the infusion, the shadow blade could not be stored within his body, nor could it be upgraded further. The current state of the shadow blade was its most potent form. The 3-star shadow blade possessed 3 innate abilities. One was shadow stealth, which allowed the wielder to conceal their form and enhance their speed. The next attack made after revealing themselves would deal double damage. Another was whirlwind blade, which, after a brief charging period, unleashed up to 50 wind blades upon designated enemies within a specific range. The third was shadow assassination, which marked the target's shadow with a kill imprint, requiring some time to activate, transforming into a shadow clone equivalent to the wielder's power, briefly achieving triple speed and inflicting lethal damage upon the target. These were the 3 innate abilities of the Ghost Shadow Assassin Shadow Blade, now transformed into the skills of the Shadow Blade. Regrettably, by the time the Ghost Shadow Assassin was able to activate the 3rd innate ability in the arena, Qin Yuan had already slain him. Acquiring this equipment was tantamount to possessing the 3-star spirit infusion of the Ghost Shadow Assassin. Truly, the spirit weapon provided an immense boost to combat prowess. A quiet demeanor was essential. After toying with his newfound gear for a while, Qin Yuan stored all the spirit weapons into the system space. Although he had obtained a plethora of spirit weapons and armors, their origins were shrouded in mystery. He could not explain their provenance to outsiders. Even though Qin Yuan was a weaponsmith, the process of forging weapons was lengthy, and he could not account for the multitude of 2-star and 3-star spirit infusions in his possession, especially since the endowments and innate abilities of these spirit weapons were identical to those of the competitors in the blood arena. It would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from the observant. To possess a treasure trove, yet be unable to divulge it was indeed a source of distress for him. Qin Yuan furrowed his brows. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient strength. He could not withstand scrutiny. If he were endowed with the power of the Academy's headmaster, or even greater, casually displaying a few treasures would be deemed entirely reasonable. Even if there were suspicions, no one would dare to investigate. Yet, as a new student of the Black Iron Realm, having just become a spirit master, suddenly producing such an abundance of spirit weapons would invariably invite scrutiny and covetous glances. To possess treasures without the strength to safeguard them was not necessarily a boon. Strength. Strength. Qin Yuan murmured softly, departing the courtyard and making his way back to the exchange center. This time, he was attended to by a middle-aged mentor named Guja. Upon seeing Qin Yuan arrive, the mentor's expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance. News of Qin Yuan's extensive exchanges from the previous day had spread among the mentors. This new student possessed an alarming amount of credits. Even the headmaster's disciples could not frivolously spend their credits as if they were spirit coins. Bring me 20 spirit infusions. The ordinary grade will suffice, Qin Yuan declared, seemingly oblivious to the mentor's scrutiny. The Academy's reserves of spirit infusions are dwindling. Other students also require them to enhance their strength. Guja replied with a hint of concern. Do they have credits to exchange? Qin Yuan countered, suggesting that if they did, they could have his share. At this, Guja was rendered speechless. Ordinary students could practice for long periods with just 1 or 2 ordinary grade spirit infusions, and they certainly did not spend their credits so lavishly. The method of enhancing one's spirit infusion star grade through infusion was undoubtedly the most effective approach. However, the cost was not insignificant. Not every student was willing to invest, as Qin Yuan did. Here you go, a total of 230 credits. Guja relented, retrieving 20 ordinary grade spirit infusions from the treasury and tossing them to Qin Yuan. Young man, although ordinary grade spirit infusions are common, the Academy's reserves are limited. We must retain some for emergencies. If you wish to acquire a large number of spirit infusions in the future, you'll need to place advance orders and have them transported from other cities, Guju advised. Thank you, teacher. I will be more mindful in the future. Qin Yuan nodded slightly, storing the spirit infusions into his spatial ring. Purchasing such a large quantity of spirit infusions at once, even with credits, was not a trivial matter. For now, he needed only ordinary infusions, as their purpose was to facilitate the training of spirit masters. It was rare for a spirit master to contract ordinary-grade spirit infusions. Using higher-grade infusions for training would be an egregious waste. Neither the Alliance nor the Academy would condone such extravagance. As he walked, Qin Yuan utilized the system to consume the spirit infusions. Soon, his evolution points surpassed 10,000. To upgrade the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal from 3-star to 4-star required precisely 10,000 evolution points. Ding! The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal has been upgraded to 4-star. Acquiring the innate ability, Azure Lotus Clone. The Azure Lotus Clone allows the host to conjure a clone, which can resemble the host, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal Li Bai, or the Radiant Archer Ho-E. The clone possesses 99% of the host's power and shares consciousness and the system, remaining in existence as long as it consumes 3 times the spirit energy and can be up to 1,000 meters away from the host. The Azure Lotus Clone was indeed an opportune innate ability. From now on, there will be a true Li Tai Bai existing alongside me. There might even be a divine Archer Ho-E. A peculiar smile crept across Qin Yuan's lips. Perhaps he had previously harbored reservations. But now with a tangible yet ethereal clone, he could conveniently accomplish many tasks. The clone's power was akin to Qin Yuan's, and most importantly, it shared consciousness, allowing Qin Yuan to directly manipulate it and share the system's functionalities. The only drawback was that for the clone to persist, it required a substantial amount of spirit energy to maintain. During combat or when utilizing innate abilities, the energy consumption would be 3 times that of the main body. In the blood arena, a man adorned with half a fox demon mask, clad in flowing white garments, wielding an 8-star square sword and a wine flask at his waist, strode in. In an instant, he captured the attention of many onlookers. Through the revealed portion of his face, it was evident that the white-clad man's features were extraordinarily handsome. His ethereal aura seemed to transcend the mundane world. Particularly among the ladies, many gazed in rapture, their cheeks flushed and voices raised in excitement. In the exclusive lounge for contestants, "Are you Li Tai Bai?" Yu Xing inquired, scrutinizing the individual before him. He sensed a subtle difference from the previous day. However, yesterday, Qin Yuan had donned a ghost mask, and Yu Xing had not discerned his appearance. The only distinction lay in the aura each exuded. Indeed, Li Tai Bai replied, tossing forth his black card. "Very well, you shall be on stage in 5 minutes." The manager, Yu Xing, glanced at the black card and then employed a detection device to assess Li Tai Bai's realm. "No issues. Wager all the funds in my card on my victory," Li Tai Bai proclaimed. "Very well. However, there is a stipulation in the blood arena that the maximum bet for competitors is 10 million spirit coins," Yu Xing remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. 10 million, you say? That is acceptable." Li Tai Bai nodded slightly. It was uncertain whether this regulation was an existing rule of the blood arena or specifically instituted for him. Nevertheless, there was a certain rationale behind its existence. After all, seasoned veterans in the blood arena are aware of their opponent's strengths and can gauge their chances accordingly. Encountering a weaker adversary, one might indeed wager their entire fortune. The cap of 10 million not only ensures competitors can reap certain rewards, but also safeguards the blood arena from incurring excessive losses. Chapter 44, The Half-Faced Fox Demon. Li Tai Bai, Yu Xing let out a soft hum before departing the lounge. 2 alluring maidens, captivated by the enchanting presence of Li Tai Bai, shyly approached, revealing a glimpse of their fair skin. However, Li Tai Bai merely closed his eyes, not deigning to acknowledge them. The Qinglian avatar was indeed extraordinary, identical to its original form. In the front row of the audience, a man clad in a black mask, Qin Yuan, slowly opened his eyes. He had been controlling the Qinglian avatar, and everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, devoid of any surprises. The sole drawback was that Qin Yuan's spiritual awareness, or soul power, was insufficient. He had yet to master the art of dual focus. He could neither manage both himself and his avatar simultaneously nor engage in combat at the same time. It appeared he needed to gradually hone this skill. Mastering dual focus was not inherently difficult, yet it would be beneficial to cultivate a formidable soul-based technique. Qin Yuan muttered to himself. Minutes later, garbed in flowing white, the half-faced fox demon, the strikingly handsome and alluring Li Tai Bai, emerged onto the death arena. Is this really Li Tai Bai? He seems like an entirely different person. It must be. The blood arena would not make such an error. Wow, he is so handsome. I just encountered him at the entrance. Humph, merely a pretty boy. What use is being handsome? Someone, hurry and kill the more handsome Li Tai Bai. The audience erupted in exclamations and discussions, particularly among the female spectators, who were instantly smitten by Li Tai Bai's figure. I am far more handsome than Li Tai Bai. Why did no admirers approach me yesterday? Qin Yuan thought, observing Li Tai Bai on the arena. Indeed, This world is one that values appearances. However, Li Taibai was Qin Yuan, and Qin Yuan was Li Taibai. The cheers for Li Taibai were, in essence, cheers for Qin Yuan. Yet, a twinge of discontent stirred within Qin Yuan. It was genuinely vexing to see an avatar overshadow him. Ah, look at you, Li Taibai, indeed possessing a delicate and youthful visage. However, I find it quite to my taste. From the opposite side, a burly man with a bushy beard approached, eyeing Li Taibai beneath his mask and licking his lips. A shiver ran down Li Taibai's spine. What is wrong with this world? In the next moment, Li Taibai swung his 8-star square sword, slicing through the bearded man's head in a single strike. A 9th-grade black iron opponent. A decisive kill. This is Li Taibai. Next, Li Taibai's voice rang out, and the arena erupted in cheers. The comparatively few female spectators screamed in delight, drowning out the furious shouts of the majority of men. Yuxing fixated on Li Taibai's figure, then glanced at the women who were more fervent than the men, lost in contemplation. Previously, the blood arena had primarily revolved around bloodshed and violence, particularly leveraging the death arena to attract a vast audience, predominantly male. However, it seemed they had inadvertently stumbled upon a method to enhance the blood arena's popularity. A fan market? Could it be that the blood arena required a representative idol to draw in female spectators? Although this world revered strength, with a greater number of male spirit masters, wherever there are women, men will invariably flock, and some would even compete fiercely for a woman's affection, spending extravagantly. The manager has arranged for 3 bronze-grade opponents to appear in the 7th, 8th, and 9th matches, a staff member whispered to Yuxing. No, do not send bronze-grade spirit masters today, Yuxing replied, his eyes glinting. There are only 7 black iron masters competing today, one of whom is our own. The staff member quickly responded, but Qin Yuan just swiftly dispatched a 9th-grade black iron opponent and has demonstrated prowess surpassing that of a black iron master. Therefore, even if some desperate individuals lacked the strength of a bronze master, they would not foolishly rush to their deaths. Send those slaves up, Yuxing stated expressionlessly. The slaves were not ordinary civilians nor mere fighters sold to the blood arena, but rather spirit masters who had survived the annihilation of their factions, captured and sold to the arena as beasts. Their lives held little value to the blood arena. Understood, the staff member replied. On the arena, Qin Yuan had already dispatched 5 opponents in quick succession. Just as he expected the blood arena to deploy bronze-grade fighters, he discovered that the next 4 were all black iron masters. To his bewilderment, even 7th and 8th grade black iron masters emerged later on. This only left Qin Yuan more puzzled. Naturally, this also incited many spectators who had bet against Qin Yuan achieving 10 consecutive victories to vocally decry the existence of corruption. Given the typical behavior of the blood arena, they would invariably send someone to thwart Li Taibai's winning streak at 20 victories. Yet today, the 10 matches presented no semblance of suspense. This is turning out to be rather effortless, Li Taibai murmured to himself. 10 opponents had not lasted even a quarter of an hour. Next, after winning 10 consecutive matches, Li Taibai did not exit the arena, but continued to call out, Next, hurry and send someone up. The blood arena is a bunch of inept fools, unable to defeat even a black iron master. If this continues, I shall have to step in myself. Where are the challengers? Why is there not a single one? Whoever takes down Li Taibai, I shall reward them with 100,000 spirit coins. This pretty boy has been flirting with my woman. A flamboyantly dressed young man, devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor, pointed at the arena with one hand while striking a nearby noblewoman with the other. The woman beside him, upon witnessing Li Taibai's victory, shrieked in delight, far more melodious than her cries in bed. I came to watch a death match, not to have my woman swoon over a pretty boy. Manager, what should we do? A staff member hurriedly approached. Presently, there was indeed a group of eager bronze-grade contenders wanting to step up and teach that arrogant pretty boy Li Taibai a lesson. Conversely, no black iron candidates had signed up. Not to worry, send up another 10 slaves. Yuxing chuckled at the frenzied audience. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such enthusiasm. The adoration of women and the jealousy of men. What kind of sparks would the collision of these two extreme groups ignite? As someone who had managed the blood arena for many years, Yuxing was quite adept at playing the gender rivalry card. Yes, a total of 10 opponents entered the arena, each swiftly dispatched by Li Taibai with effortless grace. Li Taibai's winning streak ignited a powder keg of excitement. Women went wild, while men seethed with rage. Many male spectators, blinded by emotion, could only think of wanting to witness Li Taibai's defeat, placing all their bets on it. In the end, they lost everything, even the women they had once wooed. Ah, Li Taibai, I stand in opposition to you. Is there truly not a single worthy adversary in this bloodstained arena? Is this the infamous half-faced fox demon, Li Taibai? I am utterly captivated. Brother soars bravely, while sister follows eternally. Chapter 45, 120 million, ambushed. Next, Li Taibai spoke with a calm demeanor. Despite having triumphed in 20 consecutive matches and acquiring 20 spirit endowments, he felt no joy. An unsettling sensation lingered in the air, as though unseen hands orchestrated a conspiracy. Such a feeling was undeniably disconcerting. What irked him further was that this life-and-death arena hardly provided any thrill. His opponents were no match for his sword. Li Taibai, you have already fought 10 matches today. There are no challengers left for you in the blood arena. Yu Xing appeared at the corridor, addressing Li Taibai. His voice was scarcely audible, drowned out by the roars of the audience, yet Li Taibai alone could discern it. No opponents left? Li Taibai furrowed his brow, utterly disbelieving the notion. He found it implausible that the entire blood arena consisted solely of Black Iron Realm contestants, with not a single Bronze Realm fighter among them. However, as the overseer of the blood arena, Yu Xing's word was final, and the prospect of continuing the challenge was unequivocally impossible. Upon returning to the resting area, Li Taibai finally felt a semblance of tranquility. Only 120 million? Qin Yuan examined the balance on his black card, questioning the amount. Indeed, due to the feebleness of your adversaries, the blood arena has adjusted the odds accordingly, Yu Xing replied with a forced smile. Only 120 million? Do you truly believe that spirit coins are so easily acquired? It seemed that today's earnings from the blood arena would undoubtedly fall into Li Taibai's hands. Very well. Qin Yuan paused before adding. The rules of the blood arena state that opponents will not exceed my own realm, correct? Precisely, Yu Xing nodded in affirmation. Then for my next challenge, I wish to face 30 matches. No, 50 matches. Li Taibai fixed his gaze upon Yu Xing. Have you thought this through? Once you initiate the challenge, you will be granted a maximum of 5 minutes of rest between each match, even if you are injured or exhausted. You must enter the arena until you achieve victory in 50 matches or perish on the stage, Yu Xing cautioned, his eyes glinting. Arrange the opponents for 50 matches. That is all I require, Li Taibai replied indifferently. Very well, as you wish. However, with so many contestants, 3 days will be needed for preparation. Please ensure you arrive on time, Mr. Li Taibai. With that, Yu Xing turned to depart. Wait, Li Taibai called out. Is there anything else? Yu Xing inquired. I have yet to receive my spirit endowment rewards. Outside the blood arena, Qin Yuan stood on the second floor of the Qian family shop, surveying the street scenery. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Yet another beast transformation spirit endowment. Despite his 20 consecutive victories, the spirit coins remained trapped within the black card, inaccessible for use. As for the spirit endowments, he had received 1 advanced and 20 ordinary ones, the majority of which were of the 1-star variety, tasteless to consume, yet too valuable to discard. At that moment, the half-faced fox demon, Li Taibai, emerged from the blood arena. Surrounding him was a throng of men who had lost their fortunes and a group of infatuated women, creating a bottleneck in the street. Suddenly, Li Taibai weaved into the crowd and, after a few moments, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of onlookers. I wish to purchase body tempering and healing elixirs. Qin Yuan retracted his gaze and approached the counter, addressing a woman clad in uniform. How many would you like, sir? The uniformed woman inquired alluringly. This card holds 1 million. Spend it all, Qin Yuan declared, brandishing the silver card bestowed upon him by the Qian family's steward with great flourish. Very well, sir, the uniformed woman replied, slightly taken aback. Shortly thereafter, she returned with 4 vials of elixirs, 2 body tempering elixirs, and 2 blood replenishing elixirs. Each vial contained 5 perfectly round pills. As Qin Yuan accepted the elixirs, a glimmer of danger flickered in his eyes. Thank you, I'll sit here for a while. Is that all right? Qin Yuan moved to the sofa in the lounge and seated himself. Observing his actions, the uniformed woman maintained her professional smile. Of course, sir, feel free to sit. Just call me if you need anything. That's good. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, appearing to doze off. Less than 500 meters from the blood arena, within a foul-smelling alley, the ethereal figure of Li Taibai slowly materialized. Come out. How long do you intend to follow me? Li Taibai's eyes gleamed with an emerald light as he fixated on the shadows. With his keen perception, no concealment could escape his notice. Moreover, the palpable aura of malice they exuded was swiftly detected by Li Taibai. Li Taibai, hand over all your wealth, and I shall spare your life. Several figures emerged from the shadows. 5 individuals swiftly positioned themselves around Li Taibai, encircling him. Bronze Realm. Li Taibai's eyes narrowed. Their strength hovered around the first and second tiers of the Bronze Realm. I don't possess a single coin. Li Taibai waved his hand dismissively. He was not deceiving them. Apart from the spirit coins within the black card, he had nothing on him. Nonsense. Hand over the 50 million spirit coins you won yesterday, or you'll regret it. The scarred leader bellowed. As he spoke, he lunged forward, swinging his wolf-tooth club viciously at Li Taibai. The remaining 4 revealed their spirit endowments and charged at Li Taibai in unison, launching their strongest offensive. 50 million? A cold glint flashed in Li Taibai's eyes. That was precisely the amount he had won from the blood arena the previous day. Only a handful of individuals were privy to that figure. Those within the blood arena undoubtedly knew. Could it be that these individuals were sent to eliminate him by the blood arena? However, this seemed uncharacteristic of their style. If the blood arena truly intended to do so, they could have dispatched several 7th-tier Bronze Realm Spirit Masters to eliminate Li Taibai directly on the life and death stage. Surely that would have been more effective. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Taibai's movements remained unimpeded. Azure Lotus Sword Sword Immortal's 9 strikes. A fierce barrage of sword energy, accompanied by a terrifying whirlwind, engulfed the group of 5. Ding. Killed a Bronze Realm human. Acquired the Spirit Endowment. Wolf-Tooth Club, advanced. Ding. Killed a Bronze Realm human. Acquired the Spirit Endowment. Shadow Avoidance Umbrella, advanced. Ding. Killed a Bronze Realm human. Acquired the Spirit Endowment. Multi-Angled Rhinoceros, ordinary. Ding. Ding. A series of system notifications echoed. The group of 5 had contributed 5 Spirit Endowments to Qin Yuan, 2 of which were advanced and 3 ordinary. Now he possessed the materials needed to forge spirit weapons. In the next moment, several swift sounds of movement approached as figures rushed toward the alley. Li Taibai's form flickered before vanishing once more. At the pinnacle of the blood arena, dead, they were slain in an instant. Yu Xing reported respectfully. It seems Li Taibai possesses formidable strength. Typical Bronze Realm fighters are no match for him. A middle-aged man reclined on a plush sofa, observing the battle footage of Li Taibai on the screen. Chapter 46, Spirit Treasure Pavilion, 100% fusion rate. Indeed, I estimate his combat prowess to be at least 5th-tier Bronze Realm, Yu Xing remarked. Do not underestimate this individual. Though he appears youthful, his battle strength is remarkable. It remains a mystery from whence this talent has emerged. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Could he be one of those prodigies from the prominent families? Yu Xing speculated. If he truly hails from one of those influential families, the blood arena may find itself in a precarious situation. The term prominent families does not refer to the 4 great families of Yun City, but rather those from major base cities and even super base cities, which are the true influential families. Esteemed clans, aristocratic lineages. The formidable powers of these illustrious families possess individuals who, with mere ease, could obliterate the 4 great clans of Yun City. It is perplexing. Despite Yun City being a medium-sized base city devoid of any remarkable features or precious lands in the vicinity, what could possibly draw the descendants of such prominent families here? The middle-aged man shook his head, lost in contemplation. What shall we do in response? Yu Xing inquired. Since their origins are unknown, we shall proceed according to standard protocol. Even if they hail from prestigious families, if they prove lacking in strength, their demise is inconsequential, the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Of course, during this process, we must strive to extract their value to garner greater profits for ourselves. After all, behind the blood duel arena lies a formidable power in its own right. Blood duel arenas exist in virtually all major cities within the Alliance. Indeed, Yu Xing nodded. By the way, if he achieves 50 consecutive victories and remains alive, we might consider recruiting him. What if he is unwilling? Then it is up to you to handle it. Yes. But what if his strength is sufficient to secure 100 consecutive victories? Regardless, we must ensure he does not claim the rewards for 100 consecutive victories. Understood, Master. Lingbao Pavilion. This establishment is a superpower that spans across the major base cities of the Alliance, dealing in various resources, including elixirs, spirit enhancements, and spiritual weapons, while also hosting auctions. The Lingbao Pavilion in the black market of Yun City is merely a branch, modest in scale, holding a lesser share than the local force. The Yun family. Nevertheless, the influence of Lingbao Pavilion in Yun City far surpasses that of the Qian family commerce, as most rare treasures are transported to Yun City by Lingbao Pavilion from larger base cities. The choice of Lingbao Pavilion stems from its standing as a superpower, which ensures greater credibility in a broader market. The local Qian family commerce, however, is constrained by significant limitations. At this moment, Li Taibai no Hoi stood tall at over 2 meters, adorned with a white mask and cascading silver hair reaching his waist. Beneath the mask glimmered a cold and piercing gaze as he entered the Lingbao Pavilion. The prowess of the Qinglian avatar was showcased to its fullest by Qin Yuan, who was also the true identity entering the Yun City Academy. Participating in the blood duel arena as the half-fox demon Li Taibai, he now bore yet another identity, Hoi. Qin Yuan speculated that there exists a certain connection among the heroic souls, allowing the Qinglian avatar to manifest in the guise of the radiant Hoi. Should Qin Yuan awaken more heroic souls in the future, he would acquire even more identities. With an abundance of aliases, he would not fear exposure. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan himself remained merely a humble student of Yun City, quietly developing in obscurity. Sir, how may I assist you? A female staff member approached warmly, a smile gracing her lips. I have several spiritual weapons to sell. Ho Yi's deep voice resonated. Very well. Please follow me. The woman's eyes sparkled at the mention of spiritual weapons. In the marketplace, they are highly sought after, even at inflated prices. Many would vie for them. After all, for those spirit masters hunting beasts in the wilderness, possessing an additional spiritual weapon signifies an increase in combat capability and a means of survival. In a reception room, Ho Yi awaited patiently. Shortly after, the female staff member entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman wearing round spectacles. Spiritual weapons are high-value items, and each requires appraisal to determine its worth, necessitating the presence of an appraiser. The elderly gentleman was indeed one of Lingbao Pavilion's appraisers. Sir, Please present the spiritual weapons you wish to sell. The bespectacled old man seated himself opposite Qin Yuan, separated by a wooden table. Without hesitation, He produced a pair of gauntlets from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. 2-star blood demon gauntlets. The old man glanced over, immediately discerning the gauntlet's metallic composition, which was of the lowest grade alloy. Typically, such alloy can only be utilized to forge ordinary weapons, offering no comparison to spiritual weapons. These gauntlets are generally crafted by apprentice smiths for practice, possessing little intrinsic value. However, as a qualified appraiser of Lingbao Pavilion, the old man maintained a commendable level of professionalism. He retrieved a set of precise instruments, commencing the evaluation of the blood demon gauntlets. Soon, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes as his previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness. Ultimately, his eyes shone brightly, as if he had beheld a stunning beauty laid bare. The attack-oriented gauntlets had incorporated an attack-type Beast Claw Spirit enhancement, rated at 2 stars, boasting 2 innate skills. While these traits were commonplace, what astonished the old man was the fusion rate of this spiritual weapon, which astonishingly reached 100%. What does a 100% fusion rate signify? It denotes that this spiritual weapon can fully harness the power of its spirit enhancement, allowing the spirit master to wield the weapon's capabilities to their utmost potential. Such mastery is typically reserved for spirit masters with a deep connection to their innate spirit. 100% flawless quality. The old man, having served as an appraiser for decades and having evaluated countless spiritual weapons, had never encountered one with a fusion rate of 100%. The highest fusion rate he had previously encountered was a 1-star spiritual weapon crafted by a 5-star smith, which only achieved a fusion rate of 95%. The sole regret was that the metallic material of this spiritual weapon was the most ordinary and commonly found alloy, significantly diminishing its value. However, this also underscored the remarkable skill of the smith who crafted it. To achieve a 100% fusion rate using only alloy materials is not merely the creation of a weapon, it is the crafting of an exquisite piece of art. The value of this spiritual weapon lies not in its practical application, but in its perfect quality. Many smiths would undoubtedly wish to procure this 100% fusion spiritual weapon for thorough study, or even to add it to their collection. To witness a spiritual weapon with a 100% fusion rate, a flawless quality, I have never seen such a thing in my life, the old man sighed, gazing at the composed He across from him. May I inquire as to how you acquired this spiritual weapon? Are you acquainted with the smith who forged it? Chapter 47, VIP Gold Card, Lin Xian. Since the appraisal is complete, please state your price, He replied, not addressing the old man's inquiry. Simultaneously, he felt a profound astonishment. Truly, the system's products were remarkable. Not only was the crafting 100% successful, but the fusion rate was also impeccable, something even divine-level smiths would find challenging to achieve. Typically, 2-star attack-oriented spiritual weapons hold a value around 10 million spirit coins. However, considering the unique nature of this weapon, its ordinary alloy material, and its 100% fusion rate, I would appraise it at 13 million. Lingbao Pavilion would offer 80% of that, amounting to 10,400,000. The old man proposed a relatively reasonable price. Of course, you may also opt for an auction format, which could yield a higher sale price, albeit with a commission taken by Lingbao Pavilion. When will the next auction commence? He inquired. The next auction will be in 4 days, the old man began, but was swiftly interrupted by He. That won't be necessary. I accept the price of 10,400,000. He stated firmly. 4 days seemed far too lengthy for Qin Yuan, who was currently penniless and in dire need of spirit coins to procure various resources. Very well. The old man produced an exquisite sandalwood box, carefully placing the blood demon gauntlets within. After securing the box, he prepared to take his leave. Wait, I have 2 more items. Let us appraise them together. He remarked, retrieving a leather armor and a pair of boots from his spatial ring. 2-star Iron Tiger armor and 2-star 7-star moonwalking boots. Qin Yuan meticulously forged 5 spirit weapons, among which the 8-direction star sword was wielded by Li Tai-bai, who had showcased its prowess on the life and death arena. The shadow blade of the 3 stars, however, was personally utilized by Qin Yuan himself, as the 3 innate abilities of the shadow blade were exceedingly practical. Once he acquires a more formidable weapon, Qin Yuan intends to replace the shadow blade. All of these possessed a remarkable 100 fusion rate. The bespectacled elder, astonished, exclaimed. The exceedingly rare spirit weapons with a complete fusion rate had unexpectedly appeared in triplicate, igniting his excitement. The only lingering regret was that the materials for the spirit weapons were rather commonplace. Could it be that utilizing alloy metals would significantly enhance the fusion rate of the spirit weapons and their innate abilities? The elder swiftly proposed a price, 30 million for the 2-star Iron Tiger armor and 14 million for the 2-star 7-star moon boots. One was a defensive spirit armor, while the other was a speed-enhancing spirit footwear, both priced higher than the offensive blood demon gauntlets. Offensive spirit weapons and beast transformation abilities are relatively common, hence their prices are somewhat lower. Conversely, defensive spirit armors or functional spirit weapons are rare and precious, thus commanding a higher price. May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir? The bespectacled elder respectfully asked. Regardless of whether this individual was a weaponsmith, his background was undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, while obtaining a single 100 fusion spirit weapon might be a stroke of luck, possessing 3 such weapons, all forged from identical materials and techniques, could only be attributed to the skilled hands of a weaponsmith of considerable renown. Even if this person were not a weaponsmith, he surely had a profound connection with one. Ho, came the calm reply from Ho. Could you please provide me with your bank card number? I will arrange for an immediate transfer, inquired the elder. Just as Hoey was about to divulge his card number, he hesitated. He did not possess an anonymous bank card. The only one he had was tied directly to Qin Yuan's identity. There's no need. I happen to need to procure some items, and I shall purchase them here at your spirit treasure pavilion, Hoey stated. After acquiring the spirit currency, it was essential to exchange it for cultivation resources. However, this process required a conversion into credits. Although he trusted Jian Wenyu, the origins of this money would be difficult to explain. While it was unlikely anyone would delve deeply into it, should they investigate, it could lead to significant trouble for him. The secrets of obtaining innate abilities and forging spirit weapons from humans must never be disclosed. This would be far more troublesome than revealing mythic-level innate abilities. Therefore, after careful consideration, it was more prudent to exchange directly at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion for goods. Moreover, continuing to exchange for large quantities of innate abilities at the exchange center would inevitably attract attention from some teachers, even if they did not lose their minds over it. Ah, very well, Shally, please provide Mr. Ho with a copy of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion's inventory, allowing him to select at his leisure. The bespectacled elder instructed a nearby staff member. After delivering the order, he departed the reception room with 3 exquisite sandalwood boxes. Ultimately, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion rounded up an even sum for Ho-E, 45 million spirit currency. First, he purchased various innate abilities, whether of ordinary or advanced grade. As long as the price was reasonable, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion had an ample stock of innate abilities, so there was no fear of scarcity, only frustration over insufficient funds. He procured the highest quality body refining pills and a small quantity of beast blood for body refinement, 50 drops each from both the golden and platinum realms. The spirit aperture opened by the divine thunder breaking the heavens technique required substantial vitality. He also decided to acquire a bottle of spirit gathering pills to enhance his cultivation speed. Lastly, he bought a thunder flame fruit, which contained a trace of thunder. He wished to experiment with whether cultivating with the thunder flame fruit would yield special effects for the divine thunder breaking the heavens technique. The sum of 45 million was neither excessive nor meager. Particularly in the realm of purchasing cultivation resources, it could vanish rapidly. After finalizing his purchases, the staff quickly delivered the items. In addition to what Ho-E had acquired, there was also a VIP gold card from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. This was an anonymous gold card, ensuring complete confidentiality regarding the client's information, and it offered a 10% discount on purchases at any Spirit Treasure Pavilion. You still have 5 million spirit currency remaining, which I will deposit into the gold card for you. The bespectacled elder personally delivered the items along with the gold card. Oh, I appreciate it, Ho-E replied without hesitation, recognizing that 5 million spirit currency was a considerable amount. Moreover, the 10% discount from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would result in significant savings over time with frequent transactions. Mr. Ho, our pavilion master wishes to meet you. The elder informed Ho-E. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps next time, Ho-E said, accepting his belongings and departing the Spirit Treasure Pavilion without a hint of reluctance. On the 3rd floor of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a captivating figure gazed in the direction Ho-E had vanished, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a violet hue. Pavilion master, he has left, the bespectacled elder reported, bowing his head. Indeed, should he return, notify me at the earliest opportunity, Lin Xian replied with a faint smile. That individual may not return, the elder mused. Momentarily taken aback. 3 spirit weapons with a 100 fusion rate are exceedingly rare. I doubt he can produce more. We shall see, Lin Xian remarked. Her gaze lingering on the list of items purchased by Ho-E, her expression revealing anticipation. Chapter 48, 80,000 Battle Power, Welcoming Ceremony. From the items acquired, one could glean insights. They were all treasures essential for a novice spirit master. Through Lin Xian's observations, it became evident that Ho-E did not conceal his strength, being at the Black Iron realm. Consequently, his background likely included a weaponsmith of considerable stature. Although Yun's city boasted 5-star weaponsmiths, none could achieve a 100 fusion rate. Thus, Lin Xian speculated that either this weaponsmith was a recluse in Yun City, unknown to the public, or that the duo had traveled from afar, currently short on funds, which led them to sell spirit weapons. This individual must be befriended. Establishing a connection with the esteemed weaponsmith behind him could yield access to the secret methods for achieving a 100 fusion rate, significantly elevating the status of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion among the major superpowers. Lin Xian's violet-hued gaze settled on the 3 spirit weapons, observing them intently for a considerable duration. Each incremental increase in the fusion rate would significantly enhance the potency of the innate abilities. Not to mention an astonishing 100 fusion rate. Even if the secret method could not elevate all spirit weapons to a complete fusion, even a few percentage points of improvement would be invaluable. Regardless of the cost, acquiring that secret method was imperative. You are to visit the Weaponsmith Association and request that the chief weaponsmith, Wu Ming, come to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Lin Xian instructed the bespectacled elder. Although we have previously invited Wu the weaponsmith, he has always declined. Inform him of the existence of these 3 spirit weapons. I believe he will find it intriguing. It is time to depart. On the second floor of the Qin family shop, Qin Yuan opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He leisurely exited the black market through the bustling streets. At Yun City Academy, training hall. Boom, boom, boom. 3,600, 3,800, 4,000. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Without the aid of any external force or the activation of innate abilities, he achieved an astounding battle power of 4,000 solely through his physical strength. This battle power had already met the standards for the 4th rank bronze realm, absent the divine thunder breaking the heavens technique. Qin Yuan's base battle power would have been a mere 2,000. Nevertheless, he still sensed that his physique had not yet reached its limits. There remained ample room for improvement. In terms of realm, he was merely at the 7th rank Black Iron, still some distance from the peak of the Black Iron realm. Furthermore, under the dual refinement of the sword condensation body refining technique and the divine thunder breaking the heavens technique, his physique continued to advance rapidly, encountering no bottlenecks. Thus, Qin Yuan anticipated that without employing his spirit veins, his foundational combat power must reach at least 5,000 points to be deemed within his capability. Currently, he rested at 2,000 points, leaving a daunting 3,000 points to attain. In the next moment, a transformation overtook Qin Yuan. He wielded a phoenix sword, radiating an astonishing sword intent. As Qin Yuan's strength escalated, the potency of his spirit endowment also intensified. Only in the state of spirit endowment could Qin Yuan truly manifest his utmost strength. Evenly Tai Bai, battling on the life and death arena, although utilizing his innate abilities, lacked the summoning of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal or the Phoenix Sword's spirit endowment, thus rendering his combat effectiveness not at its peak. Qin Yuan's current strength can be categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier corresponds to his state on the life and death arena, refraining from any spirit endowment, relying solely on innate techniques. The second tier involves wielding the Phoenix Sword or the godslaying bow, leveraging the spirit endowment of mythical-grade weaponry. The third tier represents a full-blown eruption, unleashing the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal alongside the Radiant Celestial, at which point Qin Yuan embodies his most formidable state. However, he seldom resorts to this third tier unless faced with a life-threatening crisis, and he refrains from revealing it lightly. The spirit endowment from mythical-grade weaponry is already remarkably impressive. Should he possess a mythical-grade heroic soul, it would be utterly astounding. Particularly, Qin Yuan is acutely aware that his spirit endowment is anything but ordinary. A heroic soul spirit endowment equates to 2 mythical-grade spirit endowments, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal and the Phoenix Sword, the Radiant Celestial, and the godslaying bow. Boom, boom, boom. The Sword Immortals, 9 slashes. One after another, the strikes descended upon the combat power testing apparatus. In an instant, the numbers on the machine's display soared rapidly. 10, 0, 0, 0. 20, 0, 0, 0. 30, 0, 0, 0. 50, 0, 0, 0. 70, 0, 0, 0. 80, 0, 0, 0. Ultimately peaking at an astounding 80, 0, 0, 0 points of combat power. This represented an impressive increase of a full 50, 0, 0, 0 points compared to the last assessment. Hiss. Qin Yuan could scarcely believe that the enhancement in his physical prowess could yield such a significant augmentation to his peak combat power. No wonder that body refining techniques, akin to cultivation methods, are deemed indispensable by spirit masters. It is also no surprise that Jian Yun conducts weekly assessments of combat power, focusing on foundational and peak strength rather than mere realm elevation, particularly for someone like Qin Yuan, endowed with the Sword Immortal's 9 slashes enhancement technique. Any slight increase in foundational values results in a terrifying amplification of his combat prowess. Qin Gu, so you are here. A male student hurriedly approached. Qin Yuan scrutinized the newcomer, finding him somewhat familiar. He appeared to be a classmate from class 2. What is the matter? Qin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Today is our first-year welcome meeting. The male student exclaimed, breathless. Oh, I completely forgot. However, my absence shouldn't matter much, right? Qin Yuan pondered, vaguely recalling such a welcome meeting. Yet, Jian Yun had merely announced it in the class group without specifically calling upon Qin Yuan to attend. Previously, when he visited the blood-fighting arena, he had removed his smart bracelet and placed it in his spatial ring. Now, upon retrieving and donning it, he discovered numerous missed calls from Zhao Feng and others. It was indeed about the welcome meeting, but those second-year students were being excessively domineering. They had even made Sister Yao Yao cry, and now Feng Ge and Qian Ge were nearing their breaking point. You must hurry and assist in quelling their arrogance. Yun City Academy accommodates all awakened spirit masters throughout Yun City. Among the new students alone, there are over 1,000, divided into 30 classes, including 5 elite classes filled with exceptionally talented students. This so-called welcome meeting, ostensibly a warm reception for newcomers, is, in reality, a chance for second and third-year students to assert dominance over the recently initiated junior disciples. After all, many of these newly minted spirit masters are considered prodigies among their peers, given that the vast majority cannot awaken as spirit masters, easily fostering a sense of arrogance. The Academy deliberately organized the welcome meeting to provide newcomers with a taste of life's hardships. Particularly this year's cohort, with Qin Yuan as the singular anomaly, has incited considerable dissatisfaction among the upperclassmen, who believe he is excessively ostentatious and monopolizing the forum rankings. Let's go, take me to see. Qin Yuan instructed the male student. As a member of Elite Class 2 and its strongest contender, he felt a compelling obligation to contribute to the class. Especially since the second-year upperclassmen had already assaulted Zhao Feng and Qian Qian, it was intolerable that they had even targeted female students. The resilient and outgoing Feng Yao Yao had been brought to tears, highlighting the ferocity of the conflict. Moreover, Feng Yao Yao ranked second in the class. If she could be defeated, who else could stand against the second-year seniors? Chapter 49, The Clash Between New and Old Students. The welcome meeting for first-year students was held in a competition venue. At the center stood an arena, with new students on one side and upperclassmen on the other. Over 1,000 newcomers appeared dejected, bearing bruises and injuries. The number of upperclassmen was relatively small, totaling just over 100, yet they exuded confidence. Their faces adorned with smiles. Last year, they had endured a similar beating from upperclassmen. This year, it was finally their turn to unleash their frustrations upon the newcomers. On the opposite side of the venue stood a row of instructors, observing the arena with indifferent expressions. The Academy not only permitted but actively encouraged the competition between new and old students. The Academy serves as a microcosm of society. It does not coddle its students like flowers in a greenhouse. The competition among academies is equally ruthless, with a significant number of students eliminated each year for failing to meet standards. Even prodigies must be made aware that there are always those stronger than themselves. Upon Qin Yuan's arrival, he witnessed a flurry of figures clashing within the arena, the battle exceedingly intense, including Zhao Feng and Qian Qian. 11 students from Elite Class 2 were involved, 1 upperclassman against 10 newcomers. However, as the battle raged on, aside from Zhao Feng and a few others who could still mount an offensive, several newcomers lay on the ground, covered in wounds, weeping in agony. Bloodstains marred the ground. And their adversary was a dark-skinned second-year upperclassman adorned with a bronze realm badge, marked with 3 stripes, indicating a third-tier bronze realm. The upperclassman was clad in a layer of black armor, undaunted by any attacks. Even Zhao Feng's blazing fire could not breach his defenses. With a single, forceful strike, he sent one student tumbling to the ground. "Wah, Qin Yuan, you finally arrived," Feng Yao Yao exclaimed, rushing toward him, her face a picture of sorrow, reminiscent of a weeping willow, evoking deep sympathy. It was hard to reconcile this with her usual boisterous demeanor and her formidable axe-wielding prowess. "Ahem. Please don't act like that. I can't handle it," Qin Yuan remarked, feeling the soft pressure against his arm, a sensation that was, in truth, rather pleasant. Such behavior was inappropriate, especially with so many people present. Perhaps they could engage in a more private exchange of feelings on another occasion. Haha. So, these are the elite class students of the first year? Such rubbish can make it into the elite class? The dark-skinned upperclassman suddenly erupted, completely overpowering Zhao Feng and the others. The 10 newcomers were defeated. With the upperclassmen winning yet another match, the surrounding upperclassmen began to boast and ridicule, leaving over 1,000 newcomers feeling furious yet powerless. How many batches had been defeated now? The 38th batch? Or was it the 39th? Nearly every class had sent students into the fray, and it was not one-on-one combat, but rather 1 against 10. Yet the results were brutally lopsided. The upperclassmen dominated, crushing them effortlessly. The regular classes, all defeated. The advanced classes, all defeated. The elite classes, all defeated. This time, it was the second batch of students dispatched from Elite Class 2, yet they still fell short, returning in utter defeat. Such a pity. It seems this year's orientation event remains unchanged. A mentor remarked with palpable disinterest. Battles devoid of suspense, overwhelmingly one-sided, fail to ignite any enthusiasm. Indeed, the disparity in levels is significant, and the seasoned upperclassmen possess far more experience. Mere numbers cannot compensate for that. Mentor Guja shook his head and turned his gaze toward Jian Yun. Perhaps we should conclude today as proceedings. It appears this group of freshmen has endured enough of a setback. Continuing the fight would only yield counterproductive results. Guja, the mentor of Elite Class 1, spoke, while Jian Yun served as the mentor for Class 2. The other mentors nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Prolonging the match would be quite humiliating. Even with an additional 10 days to train, the freshmen would not suffer such a crushing defeat. Then let Qin Yuan began, but suddenly, his attention shifted toward the new students, landing on Qin Yuan. Many mentors followed his gaze and spotted Qin Yuan. They had heard quite a bit about this remarkable newcomer over the past few days. Naturally, the most intriguing tidbit was that Qin Yuan had become the disciple of the illustrious Jian Wenyu and exchanged a substantial amount of points for cultivation resources. Rumor has it that this freshman possesses formidable strength. A legendary affinity for spirit might enable him to challenge the upperclassmen. A second-year mentor remarked. Clearly, you haven't been perusing the forums, another mentor interjected. Qin Yuan is no ordinary individual. He recently turned my student Fang Chong into a punching bag. Although Fang Chong's talent is rather average, being at the second-tier bronze level, he had several upperclassmen alongside him, yet all were thoroughly beaten by Qin Yuan. Oh, in that case, we must take a closer look. Many mentors expressed newfound interest. Qin Gu is here, someone shouted, causing all students to perk up. Although many were seeing Qin Yuan for the first time, the legends surrounding him had swept the campus. In everyone's minds, Qin Yuan undoubtedly stood as the foremost freshman in the first year, unparalleled even among the brilliant talents of other elite classes. After all, the video showcasing his test results, where he unleashed an astonishing 9,900 points of combat power, remained prominently displayed at the top of the forum, its popularity undiminished. Qin Yuan, it's wonderful to see you at last. Zhao Feng and a few others, leaning on one another, descended from the arena. They all appeared quite disheveled, sporting bruises and several wounds, oozing blood. Well then, leave the rest to me, Qin Yuan said, patting Zhao Feng on the shoulder. It takes considerable courage to challenge a formidable opponent, even when one is aware of their own inferior strength, especially given the numerous precedents. Every class has sent representatives, yet none have emerged victorious. Zhao Feng and the others, determined to uphold the pride of the freshmen, bravely stepped onto the stage despite their injuries. Elite Class 2 dispatched 2 batches, the first led by Fang Yaoyao, and the second by Zhao Feng and Qian Gungun. Qin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Shi Ting and Yang Wenhu, who appeared completely unscathed, evidently having not participated in the battle. Sensing Qin Yuan's scrutiny, Shi Ting and the others felt a twinge of shame, yet they resolutely declared, "We're preparing for the third batch." A cold smirk spread across Qin Yuan's face, as did that of the surrounding students. The third batch? In the grand scheme of the year, that amounts to the 60th or even 70th batch. By then, will there be any chance for you to compete? Laughter erupted from the stage, where an upperclassman who had just defeated Zhao Feng and the others mocked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, this guy is insufferably arrogant. He was the one who struck us earlier. Fang Yaoyao fumed, tightening her grip around Qin Yuan's arm. Ahem. So it's you? Allow me to avenge you. Qin Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand from Fang Yaoyao's embrace. While this was a tradition of the orientation event, given the circumstances, ignoring it was not an option. Qin Yuan's expression remained calm as he noted that half of his classmates had fallen victim to the upperclassman's ruthless hands. Particularly having seen such a delightful and tough little girl brought to tears, it was simply intolerable. Chapter 50. The upperclassman Shi Sun, a single, devastating blow. What is your name? Qin Yuan's figure flickered, appearing on the stage. Shi Sun. Shi Sun instinctively replied, only to regret it immediately. After all, he was merely a freshman. Why should he answer at all? Oh, a member of the Shi family? Qin Yuan's gaze settled upon the black armor adorning Shi Sun, which bore a resemblance to Shi Ting's. No wonder it looked so familiar. Who do you think you are to demand an answer? Shi Sun's eyes sparkled with defiance. He indeed belonged to the Shi family, but was of a collateral line, possessing only the advanced Shi armor transformation. However, the second young master, Shi Ting, had instructed him to teach the elite class 2 students a severe lesson, especially the one standing before him, Qin Yuan. If he could defeat Qin Yuan, he would receive a generous reward in cultivation resources. Just you alone? Shi Sun could hardly contain his inner delight. I alone am more than sufficient. Qin Yuan replied indifferently. Arrogant freshman, don't think that with the principal's backing, you are invincible. Shi Sun retorted coldly, casting a glance at the referee mentor by the side of the stage. Qin Yuan, are you certain you wish to challenge Shi Sun solo? Freshmen have the privilege to gather 10 participants for the match, the referee mentor reminded. It's just me, Qin Yuan asserted to the referee mentor. Very well. Let the match commence. As the referee's voice fell, Shi Sun transformed into a shadow, charging toward Qin Yuan with tremendous speed. A sneak attack. What a disgrace. Be careful, Qin Gu. The first-year students cried out in alarm, urging caution. Too slow. Standing on the stage, Qin Yuan's eyes shimmered with a greenish cold light. Suddenly, he extended his palm and struck forcefully to the right. Bang! Shi Sun's figure was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing speed. How is this possible? Shi Sun crashed to the ground but quickly regained his footing, his eyes filled with disbelief. His previous assault had possessed the force and velocity of a heavy-duty truck. Even fellow bronze-level spirit masters would hesitate to withstand it head-on. Yet, he never anticipated that his ambush would be so effortlessly neutralized by Qin Yuan's single punch. Moreover, This arrogant newcomer had the audacity to mock his speed? Slow? Ridiculous. I will show you what true speed is. Shursun's figure vanished once more. Spectators could only see a flurry of afterimages on the stage, unable to discern which was real and which was illusion. The Shur family's Shur armor transformation was renowned for its defense, not its speed. Is this Shursun's second affinity? Bronze-level spirit masters can contract a second affinity. The pairing of affinities among spirit masters varies greatly. Each spirit master's path is unique. One approach is the extreme type, where all affinities are chosen to enhance the same ability as their primary affinity, continually amplifying their advantages in a particular field. For instance, a defensive Shur armor transformation would continue to contract defensive affinities, rendering them an impenetrable tank, making it impossible for enemies to breach their defenses. However, such spirit masters typically prefer to act in teams, with each teammate excelling in their respective fields, creating a strong synergy. Conversely, the other approach is the versatile type, compensating for deficiencies to become a well-rounded spirit master, proficient in various areas without any distinctly exceptional trait. Yet lacking major flaws, this style suits solitary adventurers who do not rely on teammates. Shursun had evidently chosen the path of a versatile spirit master. Speed, defense. These were the two strengths Shursun currently excelled in. However, relative to Qin Yuan, these advantages were utterly inconsequential. Swish, swish, swish. Countless dark shadows swiftly surged towards Qin Yuan. It was impossible to discern which was genuine and which was a mere illusion. Below the stage, Zhao Feng and the others were sweating profusely for Qin Yuan. Remarkably, Shursun had not even exerted his full strength moments ago. In their hearts, they regarded Qin Yuan as the foremost among the elite second class and even the first-year newcomers. Yet, facing the seasoned second-year students and the bronze-ranked spirit master, they remained deeply apprehensive. After all, there was a significant disparity in their levels of power. Have you jumped enough? Qin Yuan stood still, his voice cold and commanding. In the next instant, a terrifying gust of wind from a punch swept in from behind him. Shursun's figure suddenly materialized, his right fist enveloped in a thick layer of stone armor. The murderous intent was palpable, and he struck with all his might, sparing no effort. Should this blow connect, his life would be in grave danger. Too weak, too slow, Qin Yuan murmured softly. Shursun, taken aback by the words, was about to mock Qin Yuan's arrogance when his punch unexpectedly missed. He then saw Qin Yuan extend a finger, pressing it against his chest. Boom. A terrifying force propelled him several dozen meters away, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. What remarkable reflexes! At this moment, not only were the newcomers astounded, but even the seasoned students were taken aback. Nevertheless, the seasoned students maintained their composure, although Shursun was not the strongest among them. His defensive stone armor ranked within the top 5. To breach Shursun's stone armor, one would need to be several ranks above him to have any chance of success. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the fallen Shursun coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. How is this possible? The referee instructor rushed over to examine Shursun's condition. The stone armor that slowly dissipated from his body revealed numerous cracks. Fortunately, there was no immediate threat to his life, but his heart had sustained severe injuries, requiring at least a month's recuperation for recovery. The referee instructor sighed with relief after assessing Shursun's situation. However, despite the absence of life-threatening injuries, such severe wounds would necessitate considerable time for recovery. For students in the midst of enhancing their abilities, a month of recuperation would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage compared to their peers. If they failed to advance to the silver rank within a year, they would face expulsion from the academy. Subsequently, Shursun's instructor took him away. Severe heart injuries. What exactly did Qin Yuan do to be able to shatter Shursun's defenses with a single strike and inflict such grievous harm upon him? Whether they were newcomers or seasoned students, or even the observing instructors, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Even more astonishing was that Qin Yuan seemed to have yet to exert his full strength. Too weak. Is this truly the level of a second-year student? Qin Yuan smirked, his seemingly casual words igniting the ire of the older students. Newcomer Qin Yuan, you are indeed arrogant. Kid, if you have the guts, don't run. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Let me take the stage. I want him to understand what it means to respect his seniors. The older students clamored upon hearing Qin Yuan's remarks. However, none of them rushed onto the arena. For the primary purpose of the orientation was for the older students to challenge the newcomers. The older students did not possess the right to directly challenge the newcomers. They had to wait for the newcomers to choose them as opponents. Qin Yuan, you have defeated an older student and thus fulfilled the requirements of this orientation. You may now leave or continue choosing older students as opponents, the referee instructor informed Qin Yuan. Challenge. To contend with a group of feeble bronze-ranked students. I truly lack the spirit for such a challenge, Qin Yuan replied, casting a smile towards the older students. Arrogant. Conceited, haughty, such outrageousness. They could hardly believe their ears. To assert that the second-year students were weak in front of so many witnesses? It was common knowledge that those who advanced to the second year were undoubtedly bronze-ranked spirit masters. Did he truly believe that by defeating Shursun, he had triumphed over the entire second-year cohort? If not for the restrictions of the rules and the presence of numerous instructors, they would have rushed to teach Qin Yuan a lesson. Seeing this, the referee instructor prepared to announce the conclusion of the orientation. Although Qin Yuan had claimed a victory, the morale of the newcomers had already suffered a significant blow, achieving the desired effect. And with Qin Yuan's brazen demeanor, well, he certainly had the grounds to be so audacious. After all, as a newcomer, defeating the older student Shursun had already proven his prowess. As for discipline, the principal had not raised any objections, so what could a mere instructor do? Wait, Qin Yuan suddenly called out, his gaze slowly sweeping the room before finally resting on the many instructors. Instructor Jian, if I were to defeat this group of older students, would there be a reward? A group? A reward? Everyone was taken aback by Qin Yuan's audacity. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. Instructor Jian's brow furrowed. He knew Qin Yuan was formidable, especially as the principal's favorite student. Defeating the 3-star bronze rank Shursun was within his expectations. However, to challenge over 100 older students was indeed a bit presumptuous. After all, the older students had once been newcomers themselves, and among them were many talented individuals whose abilities ranked among the top in the second year. Challenging across tiers was also their hallmark. Particularly, the few second-year students seated at the center of the arena, who ranked high on the academy's leaderboard, had previously defeated third-year students of silver rank. Ha ha ha, this is amusing. A burly instructor named Wei Qi Liang, mentor of the elite second-year class, laughed heartily. Since you've put it this way, let us add a bit of incentive. Shall we? Wei Qi Liang addressed the surrounding instructors. What do you intend to do? Just speak plainly, one forthright instructor replied. How about this? Wei Qi Liang fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan. For every older student you defeat, I will reward you with 10 credits. What do you think? Only 10 credits? Defeating them all would only yield 1,000 credits, Qin Yuan scoffed. If you are unwilling, then so be it, Wei Qi Liang said, preparing to conclude the orientation. Wait, 1,000 credits is still a significant sum. Even a mosquito's meat is still meat. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Qin Yuan called out to Wei Qi Liang. I wish to challenge the second-year students. While he had sold 450 million spirit coins at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, it had all been converted into training resources. His current credit balance was not substantial. 1,000 credits was no trivial amount, valued at around 20 million spirit coins. Qin Yuan certainly did not wish to miss out on it. Very well, let us see whether your arrogance is backed by true strength, Wei Qi Liang declared, taking a seat and crossing his arms, ready to witness the unfolding spectacle. Though Qin Yuan agreed, the second-year students were in an uproar. Firstly, they were incensed by Qin Yuan's arrogance. The newcomer was indeed excessively brazen. Secondly, they had defeated numerous newcomers without any form of reward. What? You all want rewards, too? Wei Qi Liang sneered at the older students' complaints. There are no credits, but anyone who is defeated by Qin Yuan will have 20 credits deducted. Deductions of 20 credits. This announcement sent the second-year students into a frenzy. They glared at Qin Yuan, their eyes filled with fury. This has nothing to do with me. If you must blame someone, blame the instructors. This is their decision. Qin Yuan shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Enough chatter, quickly choose someone. I will turn you into minced meat. A furious older student in the front row exclaimed. This hot-headed fellow you. Qin Yuan pointed at the speaker. Well, you've chosen the raging leopard, Fang Yu. This is going to be quite the spectacle. A freshman is indeed a freshman, always believing oneself to be the protagonist. Indeed, only by confronting reality can one realize that they are nothing at all. The upperclassmen regard this with a sense of schadenfreude. Qin Yuan, of all people, has chosen to target Fang Yu. Fang Yu's prowess is already ranked among the top 5 in the entire second year, making him one of the strongest among the 100. His strength is firmly established at the 8th tier of the Bronze Realm. Boom. Fang Yu suddenly leapt and landed heavily on the arena. You brat. Today I shall teach you a lesson. How dare you toy with my sister earlier? You will soon learn the consequences. Fang Yu declared as his body underwent a terrifying transformation, revealing layers of leopard-like patterns on his skin. Epic Spirit Awakening. Cloud-treading savage leopard. The spirit manifested. What the hell? Qin Yuan instinctively exclaimed. Fang Yu, Fang Chong, and Fang Yaoyao, members of the 4 prominent families in Yun City, truly are an unshakable presence. Wasn't he at Fang Yaoyao who threw herself at him? He is the victim here. Roar. Fang Yu let out a furious roar, daring to insult him. At this moment, Fang Yu, aptly named the Savage Leopard, indeed possessed a tempestuous temperament. Whoosh. The power of the cloud-treading savage leopard fully integrated into Fang Yu's being. He seemed to tread upon clouds, leaping 100 meters. Around him, swirling gusts of azure wind began to manifest. The whirlwinds grew larger, ultimately transforming into blades of wind, each a meter long, hurtling towards Qin Yuan. Swish. In the face of such a formidable assault, Qin Yuan became exceedingly focused. Despite having provoked the upperclassmen moments ago, he remained acutely aware of the danger, especially with Fang Yu before him, at the 8th tier of the Bronze Realm. While Qin Yuan had only just reached the 7th tier of the Black Iron Realm, he could not withstand this onslaught head-on. Although Qin Yuan's physique was not weak, he could hardly endure a full-force strike from someone at the 8th tier. Swish. Qin Yuan vanished from his original position, reappearing on the other side. Boom. Fang Yu crashed down onto the arena, creating a massive crater in the floor. The surrounding wind blades shredded the ground into fragments. Qin Yuan, be cautious. My brother's innate spirit is the epic-level cloud-treading savage leopard, and now he has mastered the ability to manifest the spirit, fully mastering the savage leopard transformation. His second spirit is the rare-level wind blade, a top-tier elemental spirit, excelling in speed and attack, both spirits reaching 3 stars, with mastery over 6 innate skills. Fang Yaoyao shouted towards Qin Yuan on the arena. Fang Yu nearly spat blood. Was this truly his little sister? His gaze towards Qin Yuan grew increasingly hostile. This pretty boy had audaciously stolen his charming sister. What was most infuriating was that Fang Yaoyao had divulged all his hidden cards to Qin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. A sense of dread washed over Qin Yuan as his expression changed. Countless wind blades surged from all directions. He had to employ the drunken immortal sword steps several times just to evade them. Meanwhile, the savage leopard transformation of Fang Yu stood at the center of the arena, summoning a tempest. The entire arena had become Fang Yu's domain. With merely a thought, he could manipulate the elemental wind blades to launch attacks at Qin Yuan. Chapter 52. The Might of Shadow Blades, defeating Fang Yu. Truly, a member of the Fang family, possessing 2 spirits, one epic and one rare, with an exceptional mastery of their abilities. Qin Yuan activated his eagle-eye spirit sense. Although he could evade the attacks of the wind blades each time, the sheer number of them was relentless. No matter how Qin Yuan dodged, the moment he touched the ground, he would be assailed once more, leaving no room for retaliation. Qin Yuan wielded the flying phoenix sword, shattering the incoming wind blades into fragments. His emerald gaze fixated on Fang Yu, locking onto his form. Swish. In a series of flashes, Qin Yuan arrived behind Fang Yu. Sizzle. The flying phoenix sword emanated a sharp azure lotus sword aura, striking towards Fang Yu's head. Foolish. Fang Yu's eyes flickered, as if he had long anticipated this moment. With a swift step, he transformed into an ethereal shadow, appearing behind Qin Yuan in the next instant, his leopard-patterned claws tearing towards Qin Yuan's back. Puchi. Qin Yuan was sent flying, suffering several attacks from wind blades along the way. Although Qin Yuan possessed the ability to teleport with the drunken immortal sword steps, teleportation was merely a means to approach his opponent. In the moment of attack, Fang Yu's explosive speed allowed him to evade Qin Yuan's strike. Drip, drip. Blood trickled from several gaping wounds on Qin Yuan's back. So this is the pinnacle of second-year talent. Indeed, they far surpass ordinary students like Sun. Surrender. Apologize to me, and promise to treat Yao Yao well in the future, and I shall let you go, Fang Yu proclaimed, adopting a condescending demeanor as he looked down upon Qin Yuan. It must be said that Fang Yu not only held a higher realm than Qin Yuan, but his application of spirit abilities was exquisite. Utilizing 2 spirits simultaneously, he exhibited no sense of discord, perfectly harmonizing them in battle. Even though Qin Yuan had teleportation capabilities, the moment he moved, Fang Yu would sense his landing position. After all, the entire arena was engulfed in a howling wind. This was the domain of the rare-level elemental wind blade. Hee. Qin Yuan let out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, he swung the flying phoenix sword, unleashing one strike after another. Sizzle. Waves of azure lotus sword aura shot towards Fang Yu. Useless. Fang Yu swiftly dodged all the sword energy. Unless someone were faster than him, it was impossible to land a hit. Even if Qin Yuan attempted to engage in close combat, Fang Yu possessed sufficient speed to evade and counterattack. Is that so? Qin Yuan's figure flickered and vanished once more. I told you it's futile. Fang Yu's smile froze, his brows furrowing. From all directions, shadows surged towards him. Ready to strike. 9 shadows of the sword. 9 sword shadow clones launched an assault against Fang Yu. The sudden emergence of 9 clones significantly hindered Fang Yu's perception, as he could not discern which was the true body and which were the illusions. Puchi. 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 Fang Yu's eyes gleamed, and instantly, the wind blades on the arena surged forth, enveloping him in a tempest. The sword shadow clones rushed in, yet before they could approach, they were shredded to pieces by the wind blades. After 9 clones were destroyed, Qin Yuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the corner. Again, 9 azure lotus sword energies transformed into 9 sword shadow clones, dashing towards Fang Yu. Are we resorting to a war of attrition? Fang Yu smirked. Within his elemental wind domain, his energy consumption was minimal, and he feared not the depletion of spirit energy. Once more, Fang Yu commanded the wind blades, launching an overwhelming barrage toward him, over 100 in total. But wait. A sense of crisis flashed through Fang Yu's mind as he gazed upon the familiar, yet somewhat strange wind blades before him. Boom. Dozens of wind blades struck down upon him with tremendous force. What is happening? The audience gasped in astonishment. Had Fang Yu made a mistake? How could he control the wind blades to attack himself? Hee. Now this is getting interesting. Wei Qi Liang laughed heartily. What is going on? A mentor pondered aloud. Those wind blades are not Fang Yu's. It appears that Qin Yuan has manipulated them and deceived Fang Yu, Jin Yun whispered. But isn't Qin Yuan's spirit a sword? How can he control wind blades? Not necessarily. Spirit weapons can also be used. Hiss. The director had indeed bestowed a spirit weapon upon Qin Yuan. It must be of considerable rank. On the arena, Qin Yuan reappeared, one hand wielding the flying phoenix sword and the other grasping the shadow blade. For Qin Yuan to triumph over Fang Yu, the only challenge lay in landing a successful attack against him. Qin Yuan indeed possessed two strategies. The first involved the moment of the Radiant Hunt, where he could directly lock onto Fang Yu's figure, rendering any attack unavoidable. However, this would expose the presence of his second endowment. The second approach was to wield the 3-star spirit weapon, Shadow Blade, utilizing his first innate skill, Shadow Stealth, to become completely concealed, so much so that even Fang Yu would be unable to detect his presence. His second innate skill would unleash 50 swirling blades, seamlessly merging with Fang Yu's own Tempest, launching a surprise assault. As for the third innate skill, Shadow Assassination, Qin Yuan's gaze fixated on the battered Fang Yu. Excellent. You have successfully ignited my fury. From this moment forth, I shall not hold back. Fang Yu spat blood, his body drenched in crimson. Yet this only spurred his fighting spirit. Truly, a descendant of a martial family, he thrived in battle. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous intent erupted from within Fang Yu's shadow. A dark figure whistling forth with astonishing speed. Thud! A sharp dagger pierced through his chest. In the next instant, Qin Yuan's figure appeared before him. The Fei Huang's sword poised at his neck. The blade emanated a fierce light. With the slightest movement, it could sever Fang Yu's head. Senior, you have lost. Qin Yuan remarked with a serene smile. Caught off guard, Fang Yu's eyes flashed with regret. He had not anticipated that the true danger lurked within his own shadow. Qin Yuan's deliberate reveal of his form had merely been a ruse to divert his attention. A clever stratagem. This lad possesses considerable combat experience. What star rating is that spirit weapon of yours? Fang Yu inquired enviously, his gaze fixed on the shadow blade in Qin Yuan's grasp. Just a 3-star. Qin Yuan casually replied, flicking the blade. Without this 3-star shadow blade, he would have had to unleash his second endowment to stand a chance against Fang Yu. Undeniably, this 3-star shadow blade was a true assassin's artifact. Just 3 stars. Fang Yu inwardly cursed the privileged elite. A mere freshman wielding a 3-star spirit weapon made his own treasured 2-star weapon seem unworthy to display. Oh well, defeat is defeat. Fang Yu chose not to engage in a desperate struggle against Qin Yuan, as this was merely a sparring match between newcomers. Even if he had won, there would have been nothing to boast about, and losing to his brother-in-law was of little consequence. They would soon be family. Qin Yuan, I entrust my sister to you. Perhaps we should choose an auspicious day for the wedding. With a single palm strike, Qin Yuan sent Fang Yu hurtling from the arena. Observing Fang Yu's figure soaring through the air, Qin Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. So, this is the sensation of sending someone flying. It seems quite delightful. No wonder the dean often treats him this way. Chapter 54. 1,000 academic credits. A symphony of joy and sorrow. Qin Yuan wins. The referee announced. Instantly, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Fang Yu was no ordinary student. He was a luminary of the academy. Having trained for a year, he had achieved the rank of 8-star bronze. Moreover, his innate endowment was the epic-level cloud-leaping leopard, while his second endowment, though rare, was an elemental wind blade, belonging to a highly offensive category of endowments. It was astonishing that he had fallen to Qin Yuan, whose realm was merely at the 7-star black iron level. Although Qin Yuan had relied on a spirit weapon and a surprise attack, a victory is a victory. No amount of explanation could change that. Next, whom do you wish to challenge? The referee inquired, looking at Qin Yuan. I choose. Qin Yuan's gaze swept over the second-year students. Feeling the weight of his gaze, many lowered their heads, afraid to utter a sound. With Fang Yu's defeat, who could possibly stand against Qin Yuan? Losing 20 academic credits was trivial, but being defeated meant being marked as a stepping stone for Qin Yuan, perhaps even having the match video endlessly scrutinized on the forum. Qin Yuan pointed to a particularly boisterous upperclassman. The upperclassman looked regretful and helpless upon realizing he was the target. Get on stage quickly. No matter how strong he is, what does it matter? There are 100 of us here. Do we fear him? Yes. Niesherluin. Exhaust him with all your might. I'll take my turn next and defeat him. Even if they had to employ a tag team strategy, they would surely bring him down. Though the means might be somewhat dishonorable, it was better than allowing him to leave unscathed. With someone leading the charge, the upperclassmen quickly rallied their attention. At this moment, they could no longer afford to respect the authority of their seniority. They simply wanted to pin Qin Yuan down, even if it required a rotating attack. They were determined to see him defeated. Otherwise, the second-year students would truly become the butt of a joke. All right, brothers, prepare a stretcher for me. Niesherluin charged forward without hesitation. Boom. Swish. A few exchanges later, Niesherluin rolled off the stage, his body riddled with wounds. I regret my earlier bravado. He let out a cry of despair, collapsing unconscious. Again, Qin Yuan then selected another sharp-looking upperclassman. Boom. Next. In one breath, Qin Yuan toppled over a dozen upperclassmen. Brothers, do not be afraid. He is nearing his limit. Indeed, after using so many innate skills, he must have little spirit energy left. Who is next? Surely one of us can defeat him. The upperclassmen murmured among themselves, and those who had previously hesitated now eagerly sought to enter the fray. No matter how strong a freshman might be, their strength was ultimately limited. Moreover, in a state of depleted spirit energy, could they still compete against the upperclassmen? Whoosh! At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the arena. The crowd was puzzled. Had Fang Yu gone mad again? However, Fang Yu was merely tending to his wounds and had not summoned the wind blade. The gale descended, forming a massive vortex. Beneath the whirlpool stood Qin Yuan, poised below the arena. What was he doing? Training. An upperclassman gasped, his voice trembling. He is absorbing spirit energy. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The rumors of Qin Yuan's ability to create a 100-meter vortex of spirit energy were indeed true. Cough. Which brother had intended to go on stage? I will relinquish my spot. My stomach suddenly hurts. I must head to the restroom. Could it be that in such a short time, his spirit energy had fully recovered? Burp. Qin Yuan let out a proud belch, standing confidently atop the arena, his gaze coldly sweeping over the upperclassmen. Although his aura remained formidable, Qin Yuan's heart was racing. His spirit energy had indeed replenished. Yet his physical stamina was nearly depleted. At most, he could endure for 2 or 3 more rounds. Should the tag team strategy continue, he would inevitably face a disastrous defeat. Wouldn't it be too slow to take on one at a time? Qin Yuan mused aloud. What if I take on 10 at once? At this proclamation, the crowd collectively gasped. No one dared to dismiss Qin Yuan's words as mere bravado. Instead, they began to ponder the feasibility of such a possibility. Could Qin Yuan truly be powerful enough to take on 10 opponents simultaneously? If 10 people joined forces, they might not necessarily lose. Many upperclassmen contemplated maximizing the combat effectiveness of their group of 10 to defeat Qin Yuan. How shameless. He genuinely intends to pit 10 upperclassmen against him. Before Qin Yuan could speak, the newcomers erupted into ridicule and discontent. Instantly, the upperclassmen felt a wave of shame wash over them. Just moments ago, they had indeed considered such a possibility. It seemed that no one found fault in sending 10 upperclassmen to the arena. They were simply too overwhelmed by Qin Yuan's extraordinary strength, causing them to forget his status as a freshman. Cough. Let us proceed in a one-on-one format. Anyone who wishes to challenge Qin Yuan may step forward. If not, it shall be deemed a voluntary concession, declared the mentor, Qin Yuan. As a practitioner of the Golden Realm, his insight undoubtedly surpassed that of the bronze and ironclad students, and he had keenly discerned Qin Yuan's precarious situation. Continuing the battle would inevitably lead to Qin Yuan's defeat. Is there no one willing to take the stage? Wei Qi Liang's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the gathered seniors. Although he too recognized Qin Yuan's condition, he refrained from alerting the senior students of his intentions. This was indeed a splendid notion. Was there anyone else eager for a duel? A smile crept across Qin Yuan's face. With this, he would not need to vanquish them one by one. Regardless of his prowess, his stamina was finite, and spiritual energy could not wholly substitute for physical endurance. Having already engaged in a dozen matches was manageable. But by the time 20 or 30 battles rolled around, Qin Yuan's body would surely falter, particularly since these senior students were rather unscrupulous. Each one aware they could not win but determined to drag out the fight, depleting his stamina and spiritual energy. After a lengthy pause, the seniors exchanged glances, yet still, none stepped forward. After all, even Fang Yu had been defeated. Aside from a handful of prodigies, none among the second-year seniors could compete with Qin Yuan. To enter the arena would merely be an exercise in self-torment. Since no one is willing to take up the challenge, all shall forfeit 20 credits. Thus, today's orientation concludes, Wei Qi Liang announced, rising with a glint of menace in his eyes. All second-year seniors are to remain. I wish to discuss life aspirations with you. Those unassociated, depart immediately. Upon hearing this, the second-year seniors trembled in fear, while the new students reveled in jubilation. Though they had been defeated, Qin Yuan had restored a measure of pride, which sufficed. Qin Yuan was equally exhilarated, having triumphed over a dozen seniors. He had effortlessly amassed 1,000 credits. Let us depart swiftly, lest we incur the wrath of the fish pond. Jin Yun and Gu Zhe urged the group of new students. Having spoken, the first-year mentors led all the newcomers away in haste, leaving behind the second-year mentors. Led by Wei Qi Liang, who transformed into a fierce tiger and charged at the 100 or so senior students. Even from a distance, far from the competition venue. The fervent expressions of the mentors towards the second-year seniors reverberated with intensity, fervor, and heartfelt emotion. The symphony of sorrow and joy played on through the night. Chapter 55. Unlocking 3 Spirit Cavities, 9th Rank Black Iron Realm. In the secluded courtyard of the back mountain, having finally escaped the fervor and scrutiny of the newcomers, Qin Yuan collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The battles against the seniors had proven far more arduous than he had portrayed. After all, they were all of the Bronze Realm, a significant gap in levels. In fact, Qin Yuan could only utilize a single spirit endowment, while any one of the seniors possessed two. How careless of me. Qin Yuan sighed, contemplating the life and death arena he would face in 3 days. Previously, he had boasted to Yu Xing about his intention to challenge 50 matches. In hindsight, that had indeed been impulsive. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, the majority of those 50 matches would be against opponents of Bronze Realm strength. After all, he had previously dispatched the Black Iron Realm challengers with a mere sword strike. Should the Blood Arena dispatch any more Black Iron Realm Spirit Masters, the audience would likely wreak havoc upon the venue. Never mind, I shall unleash my full potential. Qin Yuan murmured to himself. Rising from the ground, he retrieved the elixirs and essence blood he had exchanged at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. To secure victory in the Blood Arena, enhancing his strength was imperative. Absorb and devour the essence blood. Cultivate and absorb spiritual energy. Temper the body and unlock the spirit cavities. Thunderous Divine Breakthrough. As Qin Yuan unlocked the first spirit cavity, the difficulty of opening the second increased exponentially. After exhausting all elixirs and essence blood from beast cores, he barely managed to unlock the second spirit cavity. However, the augmentation it provided was immensely powerful. One spirit cavity doubled the strength of Qin Yuan's physique. Thunderfire Fruit. Qin Yuan brandished a fruit for which he had expended a considerable number of spirit coins to exchange. It was a fruit of deep purple-black hue, intermittently crackling with violet lightning. Holding the Thunderfire Fruit, he felt a faint current coursing through him, creating a tingling sensation. Boom. Upon consuming the Thunderfire Fruit, Qin Yuan felt as though a bomb had detonated within him. Waves of electric light enveloped his body, akin to the sensation of high-voltage electricity. Breakthrough. Qin Yuan bellowed, activating the secret technique of Thunderous Divine Breakthrough to forcefully breach the barrier of the third spirit cavity. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed within Qin Yuan's body, resembling a colossal beast thrashing about. After a considerable time, the tumult gradually subsided. Qin Yuan's body, however, was left charred and blackened. Huff. Qin Yuan exhaled, revealing bloodstained teeth. The third spirit cavity had been successfully unlocked. The thunder-based spirit fruit significantly enhanced the Thunderous Divine Breakthrough technique, at least tenfold stronger than the essence blood from beasts. A plethora of elixirs and resources had only allowed him to unlock the second spirit cavity, while a single Thunderfire Fruit enabled him to unlock the third. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Yuan immersed himself in a frenzy of cultivation and body tempering, unable to extricate himself. He had unlocked 3 spirit cavities, tripling his physical strength. Unfortunately, the difficulty of unlocking the 4th spirit cavity was greatly heightened, and without resources to assist him, it would likely take 10 days to half a month to achieve. His realm leapt from the 7th rank of Black Iron to the pinnacle of the 9th rank, mere moments away from breaking into the Bronze realm. Within his Dantian, the Azure Lotus Sword Chi had reached 500 strands, and with the 3 spirit cavities, it surged to an impressive 2,000 strands. Both in quantity and quality far surpassing other spirit masters. His combat power had dramatically exceeded 9,000 points, with his peak strength soaring to 160,000 points. This was still with his power on the rise. Once he fully adapted to his newfound strength, he could potentially reach 200,000 points of combat prowess. In forging weapons, he had crafted 10 2-star spirit weapons and 10 1-star spirit weapons. The spirit weapons were merely one of his gains. The second was his increasingly adept control over the annihilation flames. Simultaneously, Qin Yuan had acquired a new ability, Spirit Endowment. By fully integrating the endowment into his body, he could unleash its true potential. This was akin to the ability Fang Yu had demonstrated during the orientation, merging the power of the cloud-piercing leopard into his being rather than summoning it for independent combat. Originally, the Academy would only teach the ability of Spirit Endowment to those who had reached the Bronze Realm, as it was equally taxing on spiritual energy and required substantial time to master. However, after Qin Yuan's persistent entreaties, Jian Yun reluctantly agreed to impart the technique to him. At present, Qin Yuan could only achieve a single Spirit Endowment at a time and was unable to merge multiple endowments simultaneously. In the state of Spirit Endowment, his mastery over innate techniques reached a level of extraordinary finesse, with their power doubling compared to when he was not in that state. The final gain was his newfound ability to freely manipulate the Azure Lotus avatar. Without delving into other matters, Qin Yuan could now effortlessly multitask, engaging in cultivation while simultaneously commanding the Azure Lotus avatar to perform other tasks. The only regret was that the Azure Lotus avatar could not cultivate, otherwise, his cultivation speed would have easily doubled. In the future, when he acquires higher-grade spirit endowments to enhance the Azure Lotus avatar's innate ability, he wondered if the avatar could cultivate independently. Qin Yuan murmured to himself. Today marked the time for the Blood Arena challenge of 100 consecutive victories. If 3 days prior he had been uncertain about achieving 50 consecutive wins, now he felt an unwavering confidence. This was the assurance that strength bestows. Leaving the back mountain courtyard, Qin Yuan made his way to the exchange center once more. Receiving Qin Yuan was the second-year mentor, Yuchi Liang. It appears that the duty at the exchange center is managed by mentors from various grades. I wonder which grade that old man from last time belonged to. Greetings. Mentor Yuchi. Qin Yuan said respectfully. I came to collect a batch of spirit essences that I ordered last time. At the welcoming ceremony, he had garnered over 1,000 credits, which he promptly spent on spirit essences. Due to the large quantity, the academy needed to transport them from other base cities, resulting in a significant delay. Here you go, Yuchi Liang said, scrutinizing Qin Yuan with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This young man was simply extraordinary. He had reached the 9th rank of the Black Iron Realm in just 3 short days. Moreover, his foundation was solid, devoid of any superficiality. Unlike those who forcibly elevate their ranks through elixirs, Qin Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of vitality within him, akin to a ferocious beast lurking inside. Kid, are you interested in skipping to the second year? Yuchi Liang inquired as he saw Qin Yuan preparing to leave. Skip a grade? Teacher. I've only been in the academy for less than half a month, Qin Yuan replied, taken aback. Cough, cough, that is of no consequence. What matters is your strength. With your prowess, you are already unmatched in the first year. Do you not wish to challenge stronger opponents? Is there any true sense of accomplishment in mingling among a crowd of freshmen? Yuchi Liang remarked. Well, I suppose there is a certain satisfaction. The first-year students all call me boss, and I quite relish the admiration in their eyes, Qin Yuan admitted with a grin. Yuchi Liang was momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he asked, do you not desire to challenge stronger opponents? Do you not wish to become the leader of the second year, or even the entire academy? Oh, indeed, Qin Yuan suddenly realized. So, Yuchi Liang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. So, wouldn't it be more delightful to skip directly to the third year? Qin Yuan teased. You little rascal, get out of here. Ding. Host has devoured the spirit essence of the sand beast, gaining 510 evolution points. Ding. Host has devoured the spirit essence of the howling hound, gaining 520 evolution points. Ding. Host has devoured the spirit essence of the mongoose chicken, gaining 530 evolution points. Ding. Host. After a series of notification chimes, Qin Yuan's evolution points surged past the 20,000 mark. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Radiance Star to 4 stars. Chapter 56. Rain of Arrows. Encountering Zhao Feng and his group. Ding. Radiant Star has been enhanced to 4 stars, acquiring the talent skill, Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows can summon the Golden Archer constellation to unleash no fewer than 1,000 arrows on any area within 5 miles. Inflicting apocalyptic flame damage. The number of arrows depends on the energy of the spirit. Long range. Area attack. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a group attack talent. Moreover, the range was astonishingly extensive, reaching 5 miles. As for the power of the arrows, Qin Yuan was uncertain of its strength. However, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of the apocalyptic flames, capable of instantly melting both spirit essences and alloy materials. He was certain that the system's weapon forging had a 100% success rate in fusion, which was undoubtedly linked to the apocalyptic flames. Although Qin Yuan had yet to test it in actual combat, he was confident it would be at least 10-fold more fearsome than Zhao Feng's Flame of Inferno. If it were not powerful, how could it possibly bring about the end of worlds? Well, now I have another trump card. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. His confidence soared. He felt more assured than ever of achieving 50 consecutive victories. However, upon seeing the evolution points required to upgrade the Radiant Star to 5 stars, his expression fell. The next upgrade required 200,000 evolution points, while the Qinglian Sword Immortal would also need 100,000 evolution points to reach 5 stars. It was simply exorbitant. Qin Yuan lamented inwardly, wondering how many ordinary spirit essences he would need to consume to amass 300,000 evolution points. Even reaching 5 stars seemed trivial compared to the astronomical figures needed for 6, 7, and 8 stars, which was utterly despairing. Forget it, one step at a time. Qin Yuan mused with self-deprecation. Here he was, merely at the Black Iron Realm, yet he had elevated 2 mythic-grade spirit essences to 4 stars. Meanwhile, Feng Yu, at the 8th rank of the Bronze Realm and supported by the Feng family, had only managed to upgrade 2 talent skills to 3 stars. The difficulty of upgrading his spirit essences, which were 1 epic and 1 rare, was far less than that of mythic-grade essences. With that thought, Qin Yuan's mood brightened considerably. His peers in the first year were likely still on the path of upgrading from 1 star to 2 stars. However, he knew he could not afford to slacken his efforts. In this world, strength was paramount, just as the theme of the welcoming ceremony had stated. One must not fixate solely on peers. One must understand that there are countless formidable individuals in this world. Within the strong, there are even stronger contenders. Power knows no bounds. Hey, Qin Yuan, are you leaving the academy as well? A familiar voice called out. Qin Yuan looked over to see Zhao Feng, Qin Gongan, Fang Yaoyao, and 4 others, 2 boys and 4 girls, all from the elite class 2. The 6 of them were walking together in a group. What were they planning to do? Well, I've been practicing for a few days. Just thought I'd take a stroll, Qin Yuan replied casually. Is that so? Aren't you heading to the blood arena? Fang Yaoyao asked, inching closer to Qin Yuan with a curious glint in her eyes. The blood arena? Qin Yuan felt a jolt of alarm, but feigned confusion. You spend all day training and have no idea that you are now one of the top 3 figures in our Academy's leaderboard. Especially after your battle video at the welcoming ceremony against Feng Yu and the other seniors, it captured the attention of the entire Academy. Even the spirit masters of Cloud City, Zhao Feng explained. Moreover, there has been a prodigy in the blood arena who rivals you in swordsmanship, namely Tai Bai. What's more, some speculate that you two might be the same person. Qin Yuan, you're not secretly heading to the blood arena to participate in a life-or-death duel, are you? Zhao Feng and the others fixed their gazes intently on Qin Yuan. After Zhao Feng's explanation, Qin Yuan understood the situation. Following his overwhelming success at the welcoming ceremony, he had gained notoriety, while the blood arena was fervently promoting the exploits of the half-fox demon, Li Tai-Bai. Both had caused quite a stir, leading to comparisons between the two. Both were newly emerged prodigies wielding swords, making it all the more intriguing. In fact, some forums were fervently discussing their battle videos, asserting that Qin Yuan and Li Tai-Bai were one and the same. After all, Cloud City isn't so vast, and the circle of spirit masters is relatively small. The emergence of 2 prodigious talents simultaneously was bound to attract attention. As if, I am far more handsome than Li Tai-Bai. Qin Yuan flashed a charming smile, yet inwardly he remained vigilant. Only the Dean was aware of his trip to the Blood Arena. Since the Dean had gone to Falling Star City, no one else knew about it. Even though the forum had speculated, it was merely conjecture and lacked any solid proof, unless either Qin Yuan or Li Tai-Bai were to confirm it themselves. Huh. Thank goodness it's not you. My idol, Li Tai-Bai, is far more handsome than you. A female student chimed in. Your idol? Qin Yuan scoffed, his face contorting with disdain. All right, Qin Yuan, we're heading to the Blood Arena. Would you like to join us? Chang'an invited. Though it felt more like a test than a genuine offer. He had seen the videos on the forum and noted the similarities between Qin Yuan and Li Tai-Bai. However, Qin Yuan had revealed the Phoenix Sword's spirit essence, while Li Tai-Bai's opponents had been too weak to force him to reveal his spirit essence. This time, though, the 50 battles would feature opponents at least of Bronze Realm strength. Li Tai-Bai would not have the luxury of such ease when he finally revealed his spirit essence. Everyone would be able to discern the truth. As for whether Qin Yuan or Li Tai-Bai possessed 2 spirit essences and deliberately concealed them, they found that hard to believe. After all, it is a well-established fact that a spirit master can only contract a second spirit after reaching the Bronze Realm. Let us take a look, by the way. What has sparked your interest in the Blood Arena? Qin Yuan remarked with a smile. It was fortuitous that he could accompany them and personally appear in the audience, thus dispelling any suspicions regarding his connection with the half-faced fox demon, Li Tai-Bai. No one would ever anticipate that Qin Yuan possessed the divine skill of the Qinglian avatar. After all, Qin Yuan wielded a sword-type spirit. Alas, it was all a result of the chaos caused by the freshman welcome event. Zhao Feng lamented, his face etched with concern. Despite Qin Yuan eventually redeeming the new student's dignity, their defeat had been utterly devastating, diminishing their previous arrogance. Especially as elite class members. They no longer looked down upon the regular classes but had instead adopted a notably humble demeanor, devoting themselves to rigorous training, honing their physical prowess, acquiring knowledge, and enriching their combat experience. All the students were incessantly striving to elevate themselves, becoming stronger with each passing day. It must be said that the changes brought about by the welcome event were indeed profound for the newcomers. Presently, many students were flocking to the Blood Arena to engage in combat, though merely in ordinary matches, whereas we were here to witness the life and death duels. Zhao Feng continued. The life and death match is a brutal confrontation, a visceral clash that undoubtedly exerts a significant psychological impact on the newcomers, while also providing them with invaluable insights. After all, it is not merely a battle among spirit masters, but a fight to the death, with no room for retreat. A competent spirit master must undergo the baptism of blood. Though the newcomers have yet to confront bloodshed directly, witnessing it with their own eyes can yield considerable benefits, allowing them to experience the essence of life and death in advance. Indeed, the sensation of slaying a beast is entirely different from that of taking a human life. Qin Yuan chuckled. By the way, has anyone here ever slain a beast? A timid girl inquired. The thought of killing a beast still lingered in her mind, but taking a human life had never crossed her thoughts. Of course, I have slain quite a few iron-blooded demon mice, Zhao Feng proudly proclaimed, glancing at one of the more attractive girls present. It's just a beast. A single strike is all it takes to bring it down. There is nothing to fear. Feng Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, appearing unfazed. It seemed she too had experience with slaying beasts and had witnessed bloodshed. Qian Gun's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation. Yes, after all, it is merely a beast. Killing it is straightforward. All right. It appears that both Feng Yaoyao and Qian Gun have personally killed beasts. The Academy hasn't sent them to slay any beasts yet, so it must be arranged by their families. I've heard that some prominent families specifically rear beasts for their offspring to practice on. Meanwhile, the common spirit masters are not as fortunate. When they step into the wilderness for the first time, facing beasts will be the true test of life and death. The black market was bustling with twice the usual number of passersby. Qin Yuan even caught sight of many students donned in Yun City Academy uniforms, alongside a group of women in flamboyant attire. Of course, the most crucial participants in the black market, the spirit masters, were notably absent. Most individuals were making their way toward the blood arena. Qin Yuan, I didn't expect to see you here. At the entrance of the blood arena, Feng Yu fixed his gaze on him with an unfriendly expression. This brat was once again associating with his sister, evidently aspiring to become his brother-in-law. Naturally, in Feng Yu's eyes, everyone else was disregarded. Just passing by to take a look. Do you older students also enjoy watching life and death matches? Qin Yuan replied, somewhat speechless at their encounter. Although he had triumphed over Feng Yu at the welcome event, that did not imply Feng Yu was weak. Should they engage in combat again, Feng Yu would have a better understanding of Qin Yuan's capabilities, making it increasingly challenging to defeat him. After all, employing a surprise attack like the Whirlwind Blade once would not guarantee its success a second time. It's not like their SA genius is formidable as you. With a pretty face and considerable popularity, who has come to check things out. Feng Yu was accompanied by several notable second-year students who had not appeared at the welcome event but had heard of Qin Yuan's reputation. Each of them scrutinized Qin Yuan with intense combat zeal. Were it not for the unsuitability of the location, they might have issued a challenge on the spot. I've reserved a private room that can comfortably accommodate 20 to 30 individuals. Would you like to join? A young man in splendid attire extended an invitation to Qin Yuan and his companions. This was Lu Xiaoyun, the son of the city lord. Qian Gun whispered to Qin Yuan, also introducing a few individuals. Among them was Jin Li, a genius from a common background at the 7th rank of the Bronze Realm. Qian Sisi, Qian Gun's sister, at the 9th rank of the Bronze Realm. Lu Xiaoyun, the city lord's son, also at the 9th rank of the Bronze Realm. And Feng Yu, the eldest son of the Feng family, at the 8th rank of the Bronze Realm. These four were the leading figures of the second-year class in Yun City. It is my honor to accept. Qin Yuan responded with a smile. A brief introduction followed, allowing both parties to familiarize themselves with one another. Although their realms surpassed Qin Yuan's, they exhibited no airs of superiority, treating him as one of their own. After all, defeating Feng Yu indicated that Qin Yuan's strength was comparable to theirs. The outcome of a true confrontation was uncertain. Meanwhile, the newcomers, such as Feng Yaoyao and Qian Gun, trailed behind, completely overlooked. In the second private room, a wide expanse of transparent glass offered an unobstructed view of the blood arena. One wall was adorned with screens, providing perspectives of the life and death matches from various angles. The only more luxurious room was the top-tier room, situated one floor above. Those granted access to the top-tier room were the influential figures of Yun City and the most esteemed spirit masters. I've heard that Li Taibai and your brother Qin Yuan share quite a connection. After taking their seats, Lu Xiaoyun initiated the conversation, prompting everyone to engage in discussion. In the contestant lounge, Yu Xing wore a furrowed brow, his anxiety palpable. Has Li Taibai not arrived yet? He had inquired this multiple times. Reporting. We have yet to receive any news, a staff member replied, sweat pouring down his forehead as he trembled. Bang! Yu Xing slammed his fist on the table. The Blood Arena had vigorously promoted Li Taibai's prodigious name throughout Yun City's streets and alleys. This was all in preparation for today, aiming to elevate the Blood Arena's reputation to unprecedented heights, even impacting neighboring cities. Presently, the initial phase of the plan had succeeded, with foot traffic to the Blood Arena 5 times greater than usual, attracting a multitude of spectators, including prominent nobles from Yun City. However, the most crucial figure, Li Taibai, had yet to make an appearance. Without Li Taibai, this life and death match would be nothing short of a farce, and the Blood Arena's reputation would suffer immensely. As a mere manager, he would undoubtedly be scapegoated to quell the public's fury. Perhaps we should find a substitute? A staff member suggested. Who could possibly compare to Li Taibai? Yu Xing began to respond, but seemed to have thought of someone. No. That individual is not only a student at Yun City Academy, but also a disciple of Jian Wenyu. If he were to perish in the arena, the consequences would be dire. Yu Xing had previously entertained the notion that Li Taibai might be Qin Yuan. However, even if Li Taibai were indeed Qin Yuan, as long as his true identity remained concealed, dying in the life and death match would not implicate the Blood Arena, given that a death contract had been signed. Even if matters escalated to the City Lord's office or the Alliance, the Blood Arena would still have the upper hand. Yet, should Qin Yuan appear as a legitimate student and meet his demise, it would spell disaster, not just for Yu Xing, but for the entire Blood Arena. Oh dear. It's incredibly lively outside today. I almost couldn't squeeze my way in. A serene voice gradually resonated, drawing Yu Xing's attention. As he raised his gaze, he beheld the astonishingly handsome visage beneath a half-masked fox demon. Li Taibai, at long last, you have arrived, esteemed sir. A sigh of relief escaped Yu Xing's lips. Mr. Li Taibai, please take a seat. I shall arrange for your appearance shortly. He gestured for the staff to depart and continued. You have become the luminary of Yun City. Indeed. Ah, That is largely due to the relentless promotion by the blood combat arena. Li Taibai reclined on the sofa, his tone cool and detached. Were it not for Mr. Li Taibai's prowess, we could not have achieved this milestone, wouldn't you agree? Yu Xing offered a few flattering remarks, then paused before stating, today, 50 contenders are ready, eagerly anticipating your splendid performance. Naturally, there is no issue. Have the spirit coins and rewards prepared, Li Taibai replied. By the way, there is another matter. My family head wishes to extend an invitation for you to join the blood combat arena, promising to mold you into the arena's next star. An undefeated legend. What say you? Yu Xing looked intently at Li Taibai, adding, should you agree, the resources required for your training will be fully covered by the arena. Chapter 58. The challenge commences, opponents of escalating strength. Li Taibai sat in quiet contemplation, his eyes narrowed, remaining silent. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The extravagance exhibited by the blood combat arena, coupled with their vigorous promotions, was hardly intended to serve Li Taibai's interests. Rather, their aim was to forge him into a gilded emblem, or more precisely, a lucrative tool for profit. Once committed, Li Taibai would become a mere puppet. His life and fate ensnared within the arena's grasp, devoid of autonomy. As long as he was not foolish, he would not acquiesce. Haha, Mr. Li Taibai. Do ponder this well. Achieving 100 consecutive victories is not as simple as it appears. One misstep, and it could lead to your demise. Living is certainly preferable to death. Once Yu Xing concluded, he produced a detection device and scanned Li Taibai's realm. 9th rank Black Iron Realm. Indeed, a prodigious talent. Yu Xing's eyes narrowed, his smile broadening. I shall return shortly to inquire further. I eagerly await your decision. A quarter of an hour later, Li Taibai rose slowly. Wielding a 1-star spirit weapon, the 8-direction star sword, exuding an air of untamed grace and nonchalance. Upon his entrance, he was met with thunderous applause. It must be said, even with only half his face visible, Li Taibai captivated an ardent following of admirers. The fervor of the fans in this world was truly astounding. The originally modest female audience of the blood combat arena now constituted a significant portion of the crowd. Many held signs proclaiming their adoration for the half-masked fox demon. Li Taibai. Is this truly Li Taibai? He doesn't even look that remarkable, Chang'an murmured with a smirk. In an instant, he sensed several glances of ire directed at him, sending chills down his spine. I was merely jesting, dear ladies. Mr. Li Taibai is far more handsome than I. Chang'an swiftly retreated. Qin Yuan, you are not really Li Taibai, are you? Fang Yu exclaimed loudly. The crowd turned their eyes from Qin Yuan to the figure of Li Taibai on the stage. Previously skeptical, they were now convinced that Qin Yuan and Li Taibai were indeed distinct individuals. It is quite baffling why you would doubt this. Moreover, I am one who conquers women through strength, not mere charm. How could I possibly be such a pretty boy? Qin Yuan approached the glass. Standing alongside Lu Xiaoyun and Fang Yu, gazing towards the life and death arena. Qin Yuan, you exude such dominance. I find it utterly appealing. Fang Yaoyao's gaze was riveted upon Qin Yuan. Fang Yu, wearing a frown, contemplated, ah well, one cannot hold back a growing woman. At least Fang Yaoyao was slightly superior to the other girls, surpassing those ensnared by the enigmatic Li Taibai. At least Qin Yuan's lineage was clear. The first match of the day commenced. The 31st battle of 100 consecutive victories featured Li Taibai against the Stray Dog. Amidst a cacophony of cheers, Li Taibai's opponent made his entrance. The Stray Dog, 1st rank Bronze Realm. At last, Li Taibai faced an adversary of the Bronze Realm. With a fierce roar, the Stray Dog unleashed his full power, aware that Li Taibai's capabilities were no trivial matter. Thus, he attacked with all his might, seeking to dispatch his foe swiftly. Clang! The Stray Dog, transformed into a frenzied beast, launched a relentless assault on Li Taibai, who found himself relegated to a defensive stance. The two clashed in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. While the match was exhilarating, it lacked the thrill of a swift victory. Many spectators displayed expressions of surprise and disappointment. Was Li Taibai's strength truly so mediocre? Could a Bronze Realm Spirit Master pose such a challenge? It seemed that the earlier 20 consecutive victories had been against mere black iron opponents, rendering them of little comparative value. On the stage, Li Taibai mused. This is drawing close. As the Stray Dog exposes his vulnerabilities in his attack, my 8-direction star sword shall pierce through his chest. A decisive strike. Whoosh. Boom. This was the true Li Taibai. Here lay his genuine prowess. The audience erupted in cheers, for the familiar Li Taibai had returned. The previous skirmish had merely served as a warm-up. Ding. Eliminated a Bronze Realm human. Acquired the spirit of the Black Dog, ordinary. A 1st-rank Bronze Realm spirit, easily vanquished. Li Taibai reflected. Though the enemy was weak, it signified that the opponents to come would possess at least Bronze Realm strength. The days of facing black iron opponents were over. The second match began. A shadowy figure charged at Li Taibai with a roar. A sudden strike, unleashing the full force of a 2nd-rank Bronze Realm. HM. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, swiftly wielding the 8-star sword, shattering his opponent's weapon, then delivering a piercing thrust. Ding. Eliminated a Bronze Realm human. acquired the spirit of the flying shadow blade, advanced. The second opponent, dead. The third opponent, dead. The fourth opponent, dead. The fifth opponent, dead. The sixth opponent, dead. The seventh opponent, dead. With a swift motion, Li Taibai felled another foe, yet his expression grew grave. The strength of his opponent had escalated to the 7-star bronze realm. This was only the 10th adversary. The blood combat arena was certainly not adhering to conventional norms. Under normal circumstances, opponents should not escalate in strength so rapidly. A 7-star bronze realm opponent was hardly a match for Li Taibai, who had yet to unveil his spirit. He still retained some reserve. In box number 2, Lu Xiaoyan analyzed. Indeed, while Li Taibai struggles against each contender, the moment they reveal a flaw, he seizes the opportunity to eliminate them instantly. Fang Yu's gaze fixated on the arena, his expression thoughtful. Li Taibai does not appear to be concealing his strength. Rather, it seems he is reluctant to reveal too much of his capabilities. That is a valid point. One wonders what he might be hiding. If he possesses such strength, would it not be better to openly showcase his spirit and dispatch his foes? Qin Yuan concurred. Though internally, he grew wary. Initially, he had aimed to conceal the abilities of the Qin Sword Immortal, yet Fang Yu's analysis sparked a sense of alarm within him. Very well, if that is the case, let us embrace absolute madness. No one could fathom that Qin Yuan, even at the Black Iron Realm, possessed 2 spirits, both of mythic caliber. Even if Ding Jian, when you were aware of Qin Yuan acquiring a fragment of withered wood, he would never suspect that it led to the awakening of a second spirit. It was not that a Black Iron Realm individual could not bond with 2 spirits. Rather, it was the relationship between spirit and body, akin to water and its container. Only by expanding the vessel to a certain extent could one hold a sufficient quantity of water. Otherwise, forcibly binding a second spirit contract while in the realm of Black Iron would result in one's body exploding, mildly leading to a year and a half of recuperation, or worse, immediate demise. The others nodded in agreement, finding Qin Yuan's assertions quite reasonable. The 8th contestant, take the stage. Once again, like a ferocious tiger, he lunged at Li Taibai with reckless abandon. This was far from a typical combat style. It was as if he was fully aware of his impending death and was making a final, frenzied charge. Crack! Li Taibai's 8-direction star sword struck down upon the opponent's arm. With a sudden force, it merely shattered the arm's bone. This left Li Taibai astounded. Chapter 59, Contestant Self-Detonation, Ripping the Veil of Civility. Li Taibai's expression sharpened. Although the 8-direction star sword was merely a first-grade spirit weapon, it possessed exceptional sharpness. It could cleave not just through an arm, but through a body entirely. To his astonishment, it had only resulted in a broken arm for his opponent. Even more shocking was the sudden resurgence of the opponent, who, with a terrifying aura akin to a bomb-esque explosion, charged at Li Taibai. Boom. The spirit master of the 7 stars bronze realm had opted for self-detonation. A massive crater formed on the arena, with shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. The surrounding confinement array instantly surged to life, shielding against the dispersing energy. Self-detonation. Gasps erupted from the audience. Though the spirit master of the 7 stars bronze realm may not have been Li Taibai's match, such a decisive act of self-sacrifice was not something ordinary individuals could achieve. As the thick smoke cleared, Li Taibai's figure gradually emerged, surrounded by a mass of shredded flesh, the ground beneath him soaked in blood. With a cough, a stream of congealed blood trickled from his lips. He had not anticipated that his opponent would resort to such an explosive tactic, intending to perish alongside him. Furthermore, the detonation had obliterated his 8-direction star sword. This was Li Taibai's first experience of injury. After all, his adversary was a spirit master of the 7 stars bronze realm, employing a frenzied style of combat that exchanged life for life. The explosion's radius enveloped the entire arena, leaving no room for evasion. Gazing at the dismembered remains of his opponent, a glint of realization flickered in Li Taibai's eyes. This was the essence of the blood duel arena's death fighters. His gaze sharpened as he turned to the smiling steward, Yu Xing, outside the arena. Although it was a life-or-death contest, the opponents would not exceed Li Taibai's realm by more than one major level. Yet, the challengers were all arranged by the blood duel arena. And even though Li Taibai was formidable, it was unreasonable to pit him against so many high-grade bronze opponents. Moreover, they all fought with a mindset of certain death, solely to exhaust Li Taibai's strength. This was not akin to the wheel battle at the Welcome Assembly, where the students fought to win and prove their worth through sparring. The blood duel arena, however, was a battle to the death. Once one entered the arena, there was no retreat, no distinction of victory or defeat, only life and death. This was merely the 8th opponent, a spirit master of the 8 stars bronze realm. The blood duel arena showed no mercy. Thus, Li Taibai had no need to hold back any longer. Otherwise, the next encounter could result not just in injury, but in death. Yet at this moment, Li Taibai chose not to continue challenging, but returned to the resting area. After each match, contestants were granted 5 minutes of rest. His previous opponent had not exhausted him significantly, so he hadn't wasted any time. This time, however, he had sustained injuries. So taking a brief respite was only to be expected. As Li Taibai departed the arena, the staff entered to clean up. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. Glancing at the screen displaying Li Taibai's next opponent, collectively inhaling sharply in shock. The blood duel arena was unyielding, providing no respite for Li Taibai. The door to the resting area slowly creaked open, revealing Yu Xing. So, have you considered your options? Yu Xing smiled. Previously, Li Taibai had rejected the blood duel arena's offer, and the consequence was that the strength of his opponents had escalated from 1st grade bronze to 7th grade bronze. Should Li Taibai refuse the blood duel arena's proposition again, the next opponent would not be of the 7th grade, but could escalate to the 8th or even 9th grade of bronze. You should prepare for an epic spirit contract. A fierce glint flickered in Li Taibai's eyes. Since the blood duel arena showed no mercy, he too had no need to hold back. Did they truly believe that sending forth a legion of bronze death fighters could lead to his downfall? Originally, Li Taibai intended to challenge 50 matches and achieve 80 consecutive victories. However, since he had torn the veil with the blood duel arena, there was no reason to continue. Otherwise, upon leaving this time, he might not have the opportunity to pursue 100 consecutive victories. You wish to challenge for 100 consecutive victories at once. A fierce light flashed in Yu Xing's eyes, fixing his gaze on Li Taibai. Indeed, Li Taibai retorted with a cold laugh. The subsequent matches would not afford the blood duel arena time to prepare. According to the rules, every 10 consecutive victories would grant a day of rest, during which a contestant could opt to continue challenging or defer to the following day. Should one choose to press on, the blood duel arena must arrange opponents. Otherwise, the contestant would continue their winning streak unopposed. Good, good, good. The young and fearless. Yu Xing scoffed repeatedly before turning to leave. Since Li Taibai had made his declaration, the blood duel arena would undoubtedly dispatch formidable opponents to thwart his consecutive victories. Although Li Taibai had vanquished 8 foes, there still lay 62 matches ahead. The blood duel arena had fervently promoted this event, ensuring ample preparation. Given that Li Taibai's strength had reached the 9th grade of the Black Iron Realm, the corresponding adversaries could ascend to the 9th grade of Bronze, thus providing a wider selection of spirit masters for the arena. Yu Xing, recognizing Li Taibai's boundless potential, had entertained thoughts of recruitment. However, for one seeking to claim the epic spirit contract rewards from the blood duel arena, a deadly intent had begun to take root. 5 minutes later, Li Taibai took to the stage once more. His opponent, the Heart Thief, 8th grade bronze. The screen displayed Li Taibai's strength as 9th grade black iron. Although this was within the rules of the blood duel arena's life or death matches, many spectators vehemently condemned the arena's unscrupulousness. This was only the 9th match. Yet they had sent forth such a formidable opponent. Were they to unleash a 9th grade bronze adversary next? Regardless of the audience's vehement reactions, they could not influence the decisions of the blood duel arena. Li Taibai stood upon the arena, this time unarmed, for his previous 1st grade spirit weapon. The 8-direction star sword had been completely destroyed in the mutual annihilation with his last opponent. Clearly, Li Taibai was poised to get serious. Within the private room, all eyes were fixed on Li Taibai's figure. The true extent of his strength remained shrouded in mystery. However, his opponent was an 8th grade bronze master, already of the same caliber as Fang Yu. The blood duel arena's approach was indeed ruthless. Were they overly confident in Li Taibai's abilities? Lu Xiaoyan murmured. The blood duel arena's relentless promotion meant that if Li Taibai were to perish in this 9th match, it would reflect poorly on their efforts. In a typical scenario, challengers would face weaker bronze opponents in the first 30 or 40 matches to ensure a smooth path to victory until nearing 50 consecutive wins, at which point stronger opponents would be introduced to impede Li Taibai. This was in line with the blood duel arena's expectations. No one had anticipated the matches would commence with such intensity and brutality. The only plausible explanation was that negotiations between Li Taibai and the blood duel arena had soured, prompting the latter to abandon their support and instead seek his demise. Chapter 60. The Godslaying Might, King of the Iron Shield. Li Taibai stood resolutely upon the arena, his eyes fixed ahead. The audience gazed intently at the figure of Li Taibai, eagerly anticipating the birth of a new legend. Though unarmed, Li Taibai was the most anticipated spectacle, signaling that he was about to unveil his extraordinary talents. As the spectators had surmised, Li Taibai was poised for a complete and overwhelming display of power, preparing to embark on a relentless pursuit of consecutive victories. The previous combat style was simply too slow and exhausting. It was likely that after merely 20 or 30 matches, he would falter. Instead, a swift resolution was preferable. Suddenly, his opponent, a stealthy 8th grade bronze realm practitioner, vanished from sight, seemingly instructed by the blood arena to engage in a war of attrition against Li Taibai. Given the formidable prowess of an 8th grade bronze realm, truly hiding from him would be no easy feat should Li Taibai fail to locate and eliminate his foe. He would undoubtedly feel immense psychological pressure. Earlier, he might have toyed with such a competitor, but now, there was no need for such frivolity. In an instant, a brilliant crimson radiance emanated from Li Taibai, dazzling as the sun. In his grasp materialized a fiery red longbow, the Godslayer bow. It exuded a terrifying aura of dominance that enveloped the entire arena, even the blood arena itself. The terror of the Godslayer's might. Flames of annihilation. So fearsome. A thief, concealed in the shadows of the arena, was caught off guard by this overwhelming pressure, inadvertently releasing a faint sound. In a flash, Li Taibai's eyes glimmered with a green light, locking onto the thief's presence. He swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow. A blazing projectile that cleaved through the air and struck the corner of the arena with a deafening impact. A scream echoed as the audience witnessed a figure engulfed in flames, revealing itself. The arrow, imbued with devastating power, pierced through the thief's chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a basketball. With a thud, the thief's life extinguished, collapsing to the ground as the flames consumed him, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. The entire blood arena plunged into a chilling silence. No one had anticipated such ferocity. That single arrow's might was unfathomable, and the flames were nothing short of terrifying. Not only had it pierced the body of an 8th grade Bronze Realm Spirit Master, but the inferno it carried could incinerate a Bronze Realm practitioner to cinders in an instant. It became clear that Li Taibai's true strength lay not in the sword, but in the arrow, the burning bow, the formidable arrows. A torrent of heated gazes fell upon the longbow enveloped in flames that Li Taibai held. This manifestation of power was extraordinary, far surpassing even rare or epic grade talents, radiating the aura of a weapon. Thus, one possibility emerged. This was a legendary grade spirit. Legendary grade. How terrifying. Li Taibai remained remarkably composed. Next. Previously, he required but a single sword strike to dispatch his opponents. Now, he still triumphed with just one arrow. At this moment, Li Taibai resembled a war god, unstoppable in his path, radiating an aura of dread as he awaited his next challenger. The audience watched as he unleashed arrow after arrow. Any opponent struck by his flaming projectiles faced certain death. Even those who attempted to self-destruct to inflict harm upon Li Taibai found themselves unable to approach him, falling before his onslaught. Another contender entered the fray. A towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, clad in impenetrable armor and wielding a massive black shield. He was the Iron Shield King of the 9th grade Bronze Realm. A renowned blocker in the blood arena, he had previously vanquished 17 consecutive victors. Rumors also suggested that he was an insider, tasked with thwarting the winning streaks of other contestants. Regardless of the circumstances, the Iron Shield King's defense was indisputable, exceptionally formidable. Even among practitioners of the same tier or Silver Realm Spirit Masters, breaching his defenses proved exceedingly difficult. An unparalleled bow against an invincible shield. Who would emerge victorious in this clash? This was merely the 15th match, and the intensity of the battles was extraordinary. If Li Taibai could defeat the Iron Shield King, who among the Silver Realm could dare challenge him? The Iron Shield King ranked 4th among the blockers. Onward. This battle is truly exhilarating. Ha. This ticket was worth every penny. Li Taibai, burn the Iron Shield King to ashes. Iron Shield King, crush Li Taibai. The combat on the arena was about to ignite. With a swift motion, Li Taibai grasped the Godslayer bow, channeling his spirit energy into the longbow. A fiery arrow materializing with quiet intensity. Boom. The setting sun's afterglow. A blazing arrow surged forth, hurtling towards the Iron Shield King. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Iron Shield King showed no intent to evade, raising his heavy shield to meet the attack head-on. The crowd held their breath, questioning whether the Iron Shield could withstand such a fierce projectile. Thud. Just as the spectators believed that the Iron Shield King would withstand the fiery arrow, they were shocked to see his black shield cleave in two, as if it were a mere door. Behind it lay a void, a desolate world. The fire arrow fell into the abyss, disappearing without a trace. Gone. The flaming arrow had vanished. The Iron Shield possessed the ability to devour all attacks. This was a far more comprehensive solution than merely enduring any assault, was it not? The Iron Shield door slowly closed, and the Iron Shield King wore a triumphant smile. He stood firm, refraining from attacking, quietly observing Li Taibai as if to say, go ahead, keep attacking. With merely that shield capable of swallowing any assault, he felt invincible. After all, once Li Taibai's arrows were released, they would be consumed. No matter how many arrows he fired, the outcome would remain unchanged. This black shield was indeed peculiar. Li Taibai's gaze sharpened. This marked the first instance his flame arrow had failed against an adversary. However, to assume that Li Taibai was at a loss would be sheer folly. Spirit manifestation. The moment of the hunt. Li Taibai's demeanor shifted, his focus intensifying. With bow and arrow harmoniously united, he resembled a masterpiece of art. Li Taibai's eyes narrowed, locking onto the Iron Shield King's essence. He loosed an arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Swish. Swish, swish. The sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the arena as they soared towards the Iron Shield King. Futile. The Iron Shield King smirked derisively, once more parting his heavy shield to devour the incoming fire arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Another flame arrow flew. narrowly grazing the shield and veering towards the Iron Shield King's rear. Chapter 61. The Spiraling Arrow, 1 against 50. It missed. Has this young man lost his composure? He couldn't even hit the target. The Iron Shield King felt a sense of euphoria. It seemed Li Taibai was still too inexperienced. But then, in a bewildering twist, the seemingly errant arrow spun around and struck the Iron Shield King's head with a resounding thud. Thud! His head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter scattering everywhere. Almost instantly, flames engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. Boom! The iron shield was pierced directly by the whirling arrow, reducing it to a mere scrap of metal. A chime echoed, signaling the demise of a bronze-ranked human and granting the rare void shield of affinity. It was indeed a rare-grade affinity. No wonder it proved to be such a formidable challenge. Li Taibai narrowed his eyes. The display of the spinning arrow had revealed one of his trump cards, diminishing his advantages. The next opponent would undoubtedly take precautions or devise countermeasures against the rotating arrows. Regardless of how many trump cards Qin Yuan possessed or how formidable his strength was, his enemies would gradually uncover his capabilities. Is that all? Li Taibai flashed a devilish smile, instantly inciting cheers from all the women present. His prowess was undeniably terrifying. Even a 9th-tier bronze warrior was no match for him. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Li Taibai, possessing both beauty and might, was undoubtedly the most sought-after star. Particularly, he had just showcased his formidable innate talent once more. Though the King of Iron Shields wielded a powerful shield, his physical form was easily shattered, proving insufficient to withstand the onslaught, leading to his total annihilation. What was most terrifying was the flames on Li Taibai's blazing bow. Any adversary who merely brushed against them was doomed to be reduced to ashes. Subsequently, Li Taibai secured several consecutive victories, achieving a remarkable 20-win streak, all against opponents of the 9th-tier bronze rank. It grew wearisome as they came to their demise one after another. He called out to Yu Xing outside the arena. Let them all come at once. Yu Xing was taken aback upon hearing this, but soon his face brightened. Li Taibai's strength indeed surpassed everyone's expectations, even leaving Yu Xing astounded. He contemplated the implications of Li Taibai achieving 100 consecutive victories. It was not an impossible feat after all. The Blood Arena could only send out 9th-tier bronze affinity masters, who still could not contend with Li Taibai. However, at this moment, Li Taibai audaciously declared his intention to take on 50 at once. Such arrogance was beyond belief, disregarding the odds. Could his bow and arrows, no matter how potent, truly slay 50 opponents simultaneously? Yet, at this stage, Yu Xing refrained from impulsive reactions. Instead of responding to Li Taibai, he directed his gaze toward the highest VIP room. Therein resided the true authority of the Blood Arena, the head of the Yu family. Just as he wished, the head of the Yu family murmured softly. Yu Xing, having received the head's directive, nodded slightly and immediately went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Li Taibai withdrew from the arena, for the ensuing battle would be a 1 against 50. This not only afforded Li Taibai time to recuperate, but also allowed the Blood Arena time to prepare. After all, mobilizing 50 bronze-ranked affinity masters at once was no small feat. First, participants in the Death Arena had to disregard their lives, aside from the Death Warriors. Few would willingly enter the fray, especially upon realizing the extent of Li Taibai's strength. Second, not every bronze-ranked affinity master could participate, at the very least. They needed to be 8th or 9th tier, as lower-tier masters would merely be offering themselves up as fodder for Li Taibai. How audacious! Li Taibai is truly insufferably arrogant. Within the VIP room, everyone was utterly astonished, particularly the second-year prodigies like Lu Xiaoyun and Fang Yu. While they had witnessed Li Taibai's previous battles, believing themselves capable of achieving the same with full effort, they felt they could slay 9th-tier bronze masters under duress, perhaps even challenge silver-ranked masters. Thus, they considered themselves equals to Li Taibai. However, the idea of challenging 50 opponents, let alone 10, seemed utterly implausible. Whether he was a genius or a fool would be revealed in the upcoming performance. Fang Yu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Indeed, had he challenged them one by one, he would surely have achieved 100 consecutive victories. Qian Gun mused in awe, recognizing that even 9th-tier bronze opponents had fallen before Li Taibai. As for higher-tier silver masters, they were not eligible under the arena's rules. After all, Li Taibai was merely a 9th-tier black iron master. If he continued to challenge, 100 consecutive victories would be a foregone conclusion. Not necessarily. While Li Taibai appeared to win effortlessly, each defeat of an opponent undoubtedly drained considerable energy. And as his trump cards were gradually unveiled, the Blood Arena would send adversaries specifically tailored to counter him. Coupled with the relentless series of battles, Li Taibai's mental and physical endurance would inevitably reach its limits, and he would eventually falter. Qian Cece countered. Qian Gun, initially unconvinced, fell silent under his sister's glare. However, facing 50 opponents simultaneously seemed to render hope even more tenuous. Fang Yu contemplated. Perhaps Li Taibai possesses hidden depths of strength. Qin Yuan sat on the sofa in the VIP room, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Among the multitude present, only he appeared utterly at ease. Yes, completely unfazed. This was due to two reasons. Firstly, the one competing in the death arena was the Qin Yuan avatar, not Qin Yuan himself. Thus, even if the avatar were to fall, it would pose no great concern, as he could simply reconstitute it after some time. If Qin Yuan himself were to enter the fray, there would be no way to remain detached. Secondly, it stemmed from his immense confidence in his own power and the mythical affinity of Radiant Dawn. The devastating might of the cataclysmic flame had been proven in the previous battles. Moreover, whether facing one opponent or many, it made no difference to Qin Yuan. One by one, he would eliminate them. If 50 came, he would slay them all. Heavenly sacrifice. In the contestants' lounge, Li Taibai swallowed several pills to replenish his internal energy. The previous battle had not significantly depleted his spirit energy. After all, despite being only a 9th-tier Black Iron Master, he had opened 3 spirit apertures. Boasting 2,000 strands of Qinglian sword energy, his spirit energy was at least tenfold that of an affinity master of the same tier. Of course, there was an even simpler method, cultivating techniques to absorb spirit energy, which was 3 times faster than relying on pills. However, Li Taibai refrained from this approach. The commotion caused by absorbing spirit energy was simply too great and would undoubtedly attract attention. Li Taibai, it's your turn to take the stage. The voice of the manager, Yu Xing, resonated from outside. Chapter 62, The Final Battle, Golden Archer. Li Taibai rose and entered the competitor's passage. Yu Xing, gazing at Li Taibai's retreating figure, sneered repeatedly. This time, the Blood Arena had truly invested heavily, bringing forth the real deal. The bronze-ranked affinity masters entering the arena were all of at least 7th-tier caliber, with most being 9th tier. Aside from the death warriors and henchmen of the Blood Arena, many formidable opponents had been summoned at great expense to ensure their participation. However, the affinity masters were merely one element of the equation. Upon Li Taibai's arrival on the arena, he discovered that the stage had expanded several times over, and the protective array of the arena had been significantly reinforced. On the opposite side of the passage, formidable affinity masters gradually emerged. 7th tier bronze, 8th tier bronze, 9th tier bronze, 1, 2, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45. The number of affinity masters reached a staggering 45, most of whom were familiar faces, renowned competitors of the Blood Arena. Simultaneously, a cohort of death warriors specifically trained by the Blood Arena had also been dispatched. The top 10 blockers had all been sent to the arena. It was worth noting that the previous King of Iron Shields had only ranked 4th among the blockers. This time, Li Taibai was truly finished. Indeed, no matter how strong he was, how could he possibly contend against so many adversaries? The numbers were simply overwhelming. Where were the remaining 5? Was there no one else in the Blood Arena? Look over there, the audience exclaimed, turning their attention toward the contestants' passage. A series of ferocious roars echoed from the passageway. Suddenly, a colossal beast, its body adorned with crimson scales, emerged, raising the temperature several degrees. The crimson-scaled beast. Its prowess unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the bronze tier. If it were fully matured, its strength would surely surpass the Golden Realm. Roar. The deafening roar and the terrifying pressure from the beast engulfed the entire arena. The contestants near the passage could not help but curse vehemently. A beast. These lunatics of the Blood Arena. They actually sent a beast into the fray. It is crucial to understand that beasts do not align themselves with humans, harboring no notion of mutual confrontation. In the eyes of a beast, every human is an enemy. When the battle erupts, they must contend not only with Li Taibai, but also defend against the beast's onslaught. Infuriating. Many contestants voiced their anger. At that moment, several more massive figures surged from the passage. Subsequently, the arena's cage opened, sealing the passageway. The battle was far from over. No one could escape. Whoosh. A beast towering several meters high, cloaked in azure fur, descended onto the stage. The Windrunner beast, at the pinnacle of the bronze tier. A dark gold giant wolf, its red eyes surveying all, stood menacingly. The Diamondback wolf, also at the pinnacle of the bronze tier. A massive black bear, battering the ground as if intending to collapse the arena. The Berserk demon bear, at the pinnacle of the bronze tier. In its adult form, it could likewise attain the Golden Realm. During Qin Yuan's body refinement, he had consumed considerable essence from the Berserk demon bear. Screech. An eagle's cry resonated from the heavens. Looking up, a gigantic eagle soared low. The lightning eagle, at the pinnacle of the bronze tier. Its speed rivaled lightning, proclaimed as the ruler of the low skies. Even flying beasts of the Golden Realm may struggle to surpass the lightning eagle's velocity. The thousands of spectators could not help but cheer, while simultaneously cursing the Blood Arena for its shamelessness. Not only had they dispatched 45 formidable bronze-tier spirit masters, but they had also unleashed 5 beasts, each at the pinnacle of the bronze tier, nearly all of them being apex predators among their ranks. Was this the trump card of the Blood Arena? Li Taibai stood proudly, gazing at his adversaries. Though faced with countless foes, one man suffices. Boom. A resonant bell tolled within the Blood Arena. This was the sound of a ceremonial bell, which only rang during the final match of 100 consecutive victories. The last time it had sounded was, it seemed, 20 years ago. It had been an eternity since anyone had dared to challenge the 100-match winning streak, let alone reach the final step. I hereby declare the match to commence. From the topmost private box, a transparent glass descended, revealing a middle-aged figure. This man was none other than the mastermind behind the Blood Arena, the head of the Yu family, Yu Shichong. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He was a platinum-tier spirit master, the patriarch of the Yu family, the helm of the 4 great families. To their shock, Yu Shichong had personally arrived. This ticket was undoubtedly worth every coin. Not only had they witnessed a prodigy like Li Taibai, but they had also laid eyes upon the pinnacle of power in Yun City. One could only wonder if the formidable members of the other great families, or even the 3 diamond-tier spirit masters of Yun City, would make an appearance at the Blood Arena. Boom. As Yu Shichong's voice echoed, the audience remained awestruck while the arena became drenched in blood and chaos. Li Taibai, armed with a single bow, faced the onslaught of 40 bronze-tier spirit masters and 5 pinnacle bronze beasts. 50 adversaries, each of a higher realm than Li Taibai, closed in for the kill. How could one man withstand such an onslaught? Had it truly come to this? A wicked smile graced Li Taibai's lips. His 2 mythic-level spirit endowments primarily granted single-target attacks. While powerful, they were insufficient against overwhelming numbers. However, when the Radiant Dawn ascended to 4 stars, it bestowed upon him a formidable area of effect talent. A rain of arrows. Li Taibai unleashed the Godslayer bow, sending an arrow soaring into the heavens. That arrow, ablaze with golden and fiery light, exploded in a dazzling display. In midair, layers of steps began to rise, forming a staircase of 99 steps, culminating in a towering golden platform. Upon this golden platform descended an angel clad in golden armor, adorned with golden wings, her piercing gaze surveying the world. All present were left astounded by the grandeur of the spectacle. The golden platform seemed insurmountable, and the figure enveloped in golden radiance instilled an overwhelming fear, rendering them unable to gaze directly. The Sagittarius Angel. Not only was the audience astounded, but even Li Taibai himself was rendered speechless. Following this revelation, an overwhelming emptiness washed over him as the azure sword energy within him was completely drained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the Sagittarius Angel, a golden bow materialized, radiating with brilliant flames. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the longbow in Li Taibai's grasp. This confirmed to all that Li Taibai's spirit endowment was a fire attribute longbow, a legendary weapon-type spirit endowment. With a flourish, the golden Sagittarius Angel drew her bow and loosed her arrows. The initial arrow multiplied into 10, then 20, 100, 500. Chapter 63, The City Lord Arrives. Chief Blacksmith Wu Ming. A barrage of fiery arrows rained down from the heavens, their power matching that of Li Taibai's own arrows. Instantly, as the name of the talent suggested, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, mercilessly crashing onto the arena, leaving no one unscathed, no corner to evade. The entire sky and earth were engulfed in flames and arrows. The arena was soon filled with the agonizing screams of contestants. Some were pierced like hedgehogs, others reduced to ashes, while some perished in sheer shock. Only a handful of resilient competitors managed to dodge the deluge of arrows, narrowly escaping. The 5 beasts, relying on their defenses and speed, managed to endure the initial wave, albeit sustaining considerable injuries. Yet it was not long before the entire arena transformed into an inferno. This was no ordinary flame, but the cataclysmic sea of annihilation flames. Following a series of agonizing cries, several contestants were consumed by the inferno. The sheer force of the flames enveloped the arena, even beginning to spread beyond its confines. The protective array surrounding the arena was on the brink of collapse. Fissures appearing as the terrifying aura of flames surged forth, sending tongues of fire towards the audience. This ignited a wave of panic and chaos. As they sensed the despair of the combatants within the arena, the mere presence of the aura was enough to instill fear. But the flames themselves could incinerate one to ashes in an instant. Within the spiritual treasure pavilion, Lin Xian wore a smile as she observed the man before her. Wu Ming, a 5-star blacksmith, the chief blacksmith of Yun City's blacksmith guild, once indifferent to the spiritual treasure pavilion. Wu Ming had been unable to leave its confines for days. In his hands lay 3 spirit weapons with a perfect fusion rate of 100%. Will you truly not sell? I am willing to exchange a 3-star spirit weapon for them. Wu Ming caressed the blood demon gauntlets. His eyes filled with an infatuation that he could not shake. No, unless Mr. Wu is willing to become our partner at the spiritual treasure pavilion, I shall offer you all 3 spirit weapons. Lin Xian replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence. A 4-star spirit weapon. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and replied. What was exchanged, however, was Lin Xian's indifference. A 4-star spirit weapon pales in comparison to the significance of a 5-star forging master. I desire not only your spirit weapon, but also your very being. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Wu Ming's eyes, his expression betraying his indecision. With 3 spirit weapons boasting a perfect fusion rate now before him, relinquishing them was utterly inconceivable. Yet, joining the spirit treasure pavilion, while promising access to its vast resources, would inevitably strip him of his freedom in life. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion is no ordinary force. One cannot simply join at will and then depart as they please. Once bound to the pavilion, one bears its mark for life. Very well, I shall proceed. Wu Ming resolved internally. He spoke half a sentence but abruptly halted, his gaze sharpening as he looked into the distance. Lin Xian rose, her eyes transforming into violet orbs, turning to gaze toward the direction of the blood battle arena. What a rich essence of fire elements. Wu Ming's voice resonated, a tremor emanating from the depths of his soul, an expression of reverence for the quality of the flames. The blood battle arena? What transpired there? Wu Ming stepped to the window. Miss Lin, excuse me. With that, a pair of white wings unfurled from his back. A flying spirit weapon. With a swoosh, Wu Ming transformed into a bird, soaring toward the blood battle arena. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, leapt forward, her feet shimmering with brilliance, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she pursued him. At this moment, within the blood battle arena, the entire platform cage emitted a series of cracking sounds, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The audience scattered in panic. Having previously witnessed the contestants engulfed by the searing flames, their initial shock now overshadowed by an overwhelming thrill as they found themselves in peril. That terrifying inferno. Once it touched anyone, guaranteed certain death. This situation looks dire. Should we leave? Fang Yu expressed concern from the private room number 2. Let us observe for a while. I trust the blood battle arena will not remain idle. Lu Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. For so long, the blood battle arena had not dispatched anyone to maintain the cage formation, allowing the flames to surge uncontrollably. The splattered flames resembled molten lava, creating a vast magma pit upon contact with the ground. Qin Yuan stood before the glass, watching the expanding sea of fire below, lost in contemplation. This matter seemed to be spiraling beyond predictability. Even if he achieved an unbroken winning streak in the life and death arena, the outcome would likely remain unsatisfactory. The blood battle arena, it seemed, relished in the chaos, allowing events to unfold unchecked. If nothing else, deploying a few Golden Realm Spirit Masters could easily stabilize the formation and contain the flame spread. Yet, the blood battle arena chose not to act. What, precisely, was their intent? Whoosh! A sound of slicing air pierced through, as a cyan figure descended upon the blood battle arena. With a single punch, a gaping hole appeared above the arena. What is this? All eyes turned to the figure hovering in midair. A master of aerial movement. A Diamond Realm Spirit Master. Lu Yunyu. Many recognized the identity of the newcomer. Your father has arrived. Fang Yu glanced at Lu Xiaoyan. Such a commotion, my father, as the city lord, would undoubtedly be aware of it. Lu Xiaoyan exhaled lightly. With his father's arrival, there was no need to fret over the situation worsening further. A Diamond Realm Spirit Master was more than sufficient to command authority over the crowd. Is the blood battle arena incapable of managing such trivial matters? A voice echoed from the sky. Lu Yunyu gazed at the figure on the golden platform with a look of astonishment, then turned his attention to Yu Shicheng in the heavenly private room. City Lord, please excuse our oversight. The incident occurred so suddenly that we were caught unprepared. Yu Shicheng dared not retort upon seeing the newcomer, regardless of the brutality of the battles within the blood battle arena or the number of lives lost. It fell outside the purview of both the Alliance and the City Lord's office. Should any spectators be injured or, worse, perish in large numbers, the blood battle arena would bear the consequences. Suddenly, Yu Shicheng made his move, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy towards the formation, swiftly sealing the cage array and preventing the flames from spreading. Moreover, the pure spiritual energy belonging to the Platinum Realm surged towards the golden platform. The Archer Angel's prowess, formidable as it may be, was but a 9th-tier Black Iron Realm talent technique, incapable of withstanding an assault from a Platinum Realm powerhouse. Is the blood battle arena limited to such petty maneuvers? A voice resonated again from the sky. The voice boomed like thunder, infused with an overwhelming energy, shattering Yu Shicheng's attack through layers of formation screens. Who is it? Could it be one of the other 2 Diamond Realm powerhouses? The figure that appeared wore white robes, a pair of pristine wings extending from its back. The entire being resembled a celestial angel. Wu Ming, what brings him here? Yu Shicheng thought inwardly, regretting having entangled himself with these 2 formidable figures. The situation had spiraled far beyond his control, veering into the realm of unpredictability. All of this was clearly drawn forth by the apocalyptic aura of Li Taibai's annihilating flames. Even Yu Shicheng could not have anticipated that a Black Iron Realm Spirit Master could incite such uproar. Is it truly Wu Ming, the only 5-star forging master in Yun City? Chang'an exclaimed. Spirit weapons symbolize immense wealth. Forging masters signify the continuous generation of riches. In his eyes, Wu Ming represented a golden goose, or rather, his most revered idol. A 5-star forging master. Qin Yuan fixated on the figure standing alongside Lu Yunyu. Recognizing him as the individual encountered in the library, he truly was a forging master, the highest ranked in Yun City. More importantly, his previous roar had conjured a shockwave that thwarted Yu Shicheng's underhanded attempt against Li Taibai. Otherwise, the golden platform would surely have collapsed by now. Chief Wu, your esteemed presence is an honor. Yu Shicheng forced a smile, internally seething with frustration. Damn it, why has this guy shown up? What connection does he have with Li Taibai? Had it not been for Wu Ming, Li Taibai would be dead without a doubt. In all of Yun City, Yu Shicheng felt unafraid of the city lord Lu Yunyu. For as long as he adhered to the alliance's rules, Lu Yunyu could do nothing against him. Even the blood battle arena was a legitimate enterprise spread across various regions of the alliance. However, Wu Ming, as a 5-star forging master, possessed considerable influence. Furthermore, he was the chief forging master of the Yun City Forging Master Guild. Nearly all spirit masters and major factions in Yun City relied on the Forging Master Guild. To offend Wu Ming was tantamount to antagonizing the guild, effectively making enemies of all spirit masters in Yun City. Even the Yu family and Yu Shicheng dared not provoke Wu Ming. Wu Ming chuckled coldly, not sparing Yu Shicheng a glance. Sensing the aura of the annihilating flames, he felt a surge of intrigue as his gaze remained fixed upon the fiery sea below, on that ethereal figure. With a whoosh, the arena had already transformed into a sea of flames, and most contestants had perished within, reduced to ashes. Yet, a few human spirit masters managed to survive, relying on their respective abilities. Li Taibai, however, did not let them escape, swiftly traversing the inferno, dispatching his enemies with a single arrow. To the enemies, the sea of flames was a perilous trap. A moment's carelessness could lead to their obliteration. Yet for Li Taibai, this was his domain. The fiery sea felt like an extension of his being, amplifying both his power and speed. With a swift motion, he pierced the chest of a spirit master encased in stone, who gazed back with terror in his eyes. The last spirit master fell, beneath the deluge of arrows. Amidst the raging inferno, all beings were equal, none would survive. Roar! Li Taibai gazed into the distance, where a once vibrant azure-furred windrunner beast was now engulfed in flames. Letting out a final lament before being completely consumed by the inferno, its life extinguished. Moments later, another beast, the Diamond Wolf, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Even the most formidable and robust of beasts could not escape the clutches of death. The arena had transformed into a veritable death trap. Alas, the Lightning Eagle, possessing the advantage of flight, was struck by an arrow that soared from the golden platform, hitting its wing and plummeting to the earth like a shooting star. The Lightning Eagle, dead. In the end, only 2 beasts remained. One, a frenzied demon bear, struggled against the encroaching flames, teetering on the brink of death. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Taibai loosed an arrow that pierced the demon bear's body. The demon bear, dead. The last remaining creature, the Crimson Scale Beast, lay amidst the fiery inferno, devoid of any breath, appearing as if it had perished. Yet, though its body was shrouded in flames, it had not been reduced to ashes. As Li Taibai approached to inspect the situation, he noted with surprise that he had not received any evolution points for slaying the Crimson Scale Beast. Remarkably, it had not succumbed to death. It seemed that its vitality was not only intact but was, in fact, growing stronger. Was it attempting to break through amidst the world-extinguishing flames? Suddenly, the scales of the Crimson Scale Beast began to crack, emerging from its cocoon. The fissures emitted radiant red light, exuding an aura of terror. Silver Realm. The Crimson Scale Beast had ascended to the Silver Realm. A fierce killing intent surged within Li Taibai. If it were merely a Bronze Realm Crimson Scale Beast, he could have dispatched it with ease. However, a Silver Realm Beast was a whole 2 tiers above. Moreover, having undergone transformation amidst the world-extinguishing flames, the Crimson Scale Beast would possess a formidable immunity to those very flames. Killing it would become an arduous task. Li Taibai's godslaying bow coalesced a fiery arrow with a power exponentially greater than before. The angels on the golden platform similarly locked onto the Crimson Scale Beast's figure. The beast seemed to sense the impending danger and emitted a series of desperate growls, filled with urgency, fear, and a plea for mercy. A miniature orb of light erupted from the Crimson Scale Beast, gently descending before Li Taibai, mere inches from that fearsome arrow. What is this? Li Taibai furrowed his brow. Perplexed. The orb bore a resemblance to a spirit imprint, yet it was not quite that. It appeared to be some form of soul entity. This is the soul imprint of the Crimson Scale Beast. It is submitting to you. Simply drop a drop of blood into the imprint, and the Crimson Scale Beast shall become your companion. Wu Ming's eyes brightened as he called out from above. Oh, so it is the soul imprint of the Crimson Scale Beast. Li Taibai murmured, his arrow poised to be released. Wait, the Crimson Scale Beast has completed its metamorphosis. Evolving from a beast into a spirit beast, its bloodline enhanced, with potential at least at the Diamond Realm. Wu Ming urged, realizing the gravity of the situation. A Diamond Realm beast, no, a spirit beast, held immense value, potentially surpassing that of a Diamond Realm Beastmaster. This young man, was he truly foolish? Or did he disdain the Crimson Scale Beast? Even the pre-evolution Crimson Scale Beast possessed the potential to become a Golden Realm Beast. Not even the 4 great families of Yunqing boasted a Golden Realm companion beast. Diamond Realm, huh? Li Taibai hesitated, caught in a dilemma. To kill or not to kill? While the potential sounded impressive, by the time the Crimson Scale Beast reached Diamond Realm, he might very well be at Starry Sky Realm, or even King Realm strength himself. Never mind, he thought. It is said that spirit beasts among beasts are akin to beastmasters among humans. Should he slay it, he would undoubtedly gain its spirit imprint. The evolved Crimson Scale Beast spirit imprint would not be of low quality and could fetch a handsome price. Wait. The value of a Crimson Scale Beast is at least 500 million spirit coins, and if it possesses Diamond Realm potential, it could be worth 50 billion or even more. If you have no use for it, you can sell it to the Lord's Manor. I, Lu Yunyan, assure you a fair price. Lu Yunyan interjected, his eyes narrowing as he sensed Li Taibai's next move. This is a spirit beast, especially a Crimson Scale Beast. Capable of assisting blacksmiths in forging weapons. How can it be measured in mere spirit coins? Wu Ming exclaimed in exasperation. 50 billion. Li Taibai seized upon a critical piece of information, finally halting his actions. At this moment, the Crimson Scale Beast had fully undergone its transformation. Its size had diminished by a third, and its scales had transformed into fiery red crystalline plates, more vivid than before. Suddenly, flames erupted from its body, radiating an essence reminiscent of the world-extinguishing flames. The Crimson Scale Beast, with its fiery eyes, gazed upon Li Taibai. With a swift motion, Li Taibai reached out and grasped the soul imprint before him. Ding! Detected a Silver Realm Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast's soul imprint. Would you like to form a contract or convert it to a spirit imprint? Silver Realm Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. Li Taibai's eyes narrowed, realizing that not only had it broken through to the Silver Realm, but it had also evolved from the Crimson Scale Beast into the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. A dragon. Even a mere fragment of its bloodline represented an immensely powerful entity. Wu Ming had spoken true. The Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast possessed the potential of a Diamond Realm Spirit Beast. Do you submit? Li Taibai inquired, looking at the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. Although its size had slightly diminished, it still stood 3 meters tall. The Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast seemed to comprehend his words, akin to a faithful hound. It bounded to Li Taibai's feet, extending its tongue. Its eyes, like red crystals, shone with a mix of hope and trepidation as they met Li Taibai's and the godslaying bow, having completed its evolution beneath the world-extinguishing flames. The Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast held an innate reverence for Li Taibai, devoid of any heart to resist. What a loyal creature. Li Taibai composed himself and stored the soul imprint within the system space. He cautiously placed his hand upon the head of the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. He wondered if the system space could accommodate living beings. As the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast reveled in Li Taibai's gentle touch, a gleam sparked in its eyes, filled with confusion as it gazed around. Ultimately, its gaze settled on Li Taibai, and their eyes met, seemingly understanding the meaning behind Li Taibai's expression. Li Taibai's mind received a prompt from the system. It truly could. The system space was indeed capable of accommodating living spirit beasts. However, this required the spirit beast's consent. Ordinary beasts lacked intelligence, while spirit beasts possessed considerable wisdom. Furthermore, to be stored within the system space meant that their lives would rest in Li Taibai's hands, necessitating an absolute trust between them. In the end, Li Taibai withdrew his hand from the head of the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, opting not to place it within the system space. To do so would be too extraordinary. It was known that even high-level spatial rings could not contain living beings. Master Yu, with all foes vanquished, I wonder if my record of consecutive victories has been acknowledged? Li Taibai leaped onto the back of the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, casting his gaze toward Yu Shichong in the skybox. The cage array had been subdued, and the flames in the audience area had been extinguished, allowing the spectators to return to their seats one by one. They looked upon the arena, still ablaze, where only Li Taibai and the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast stood. From the earlier conversation, it was evident that the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast had been subdued by Li Taibai. This should mark the conclusion of the battle. No one had anticipated this outcome. 45 Bronze Realm Beastmasters and 5 Peak Bronze Realm Beasts had proven to be no match for Li Taibai. Moreover, the situation had been overwhelmingly one-sided, with Li Taibai achieving a resounding victory. As the audience's gaze fell upon the towering golden platform, a shiver of dread coursed through them, for they had narrowly escaped death moments ago. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Shichong's eyes. He had never anticipated that Li Taibai would actually succeed in his challenge. Those were the 45 meticulously selected spirit masters of the Blood Arena, along with 5 peak-level bronze beasts that had been captured after immense effort. All of it had been reduced to naught, consumed entirely by the inferno below. Yu Shichong's attention shifted to the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. The evolved spirit beast belonged to the Blood Arena as well. Head of the Yu family. This is my trophy. You wouldn't dare to kill it, would you? Li Taibai said with a smile, looking up at Lu Yunyan. Isn't that right? City Lord Lu? A dead spirit beast is certainly worth far less than 50 billion. Lu Yunyan replied in a somber tone. Earlier, Lu Yunyan had expressed his intent to acquire the Crimson Scale Beast that Li Taibai had subdued. If Yu Shichong were to insist on having Li Taibai kill the beast, it would mean offending Lu Yunyan. This was a strategic move, leveraging the city lord's influence, while simultaneously putting Yu Shicheng in a position where he could not refute it. Thus, it was deemed a success. Grinding his teeth, Yu Shicheng declared, "Very well," and prepared to turn away. "Wait, head of the Yu family. The reward for my consecutive victories has yet to be bestowed upon me," Li Taibai shouted at Yu Shicheng, his voice reverberating throughout the blood arena. The reason he hadn't sought out Yu Xing was that the reward for consecutive victories could not be provided by a mere steward. The actual decision-maker was Yu Shicheng. From the moment both parties had severed their cordial ties, it was all about interests, devoid of any emotional considerations. Seizing this opportunity, with the audience present and Lu Yunyan backing him, along with the support of the blacksmith Wu Ming, Li Taibai knew that if he did not seize this chance to demand his due, he might never receive the reward. At that moment, figures began to appear in the blood arena. Lin Xian from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the vice president of the Spirit Master Guild, and the head of the Qin family, all prominent figures made their entrance. Although the battle had concluded, the ensuing drama promised to be even more captivating. A mere 9th-tier Black Iron Spirit Master was audaciously confronting a Platinum-tier Spirit Master without a hint of mercy. The final reward was an epic-grade Spirit Infusion, a fact that the Blood Arena had been advertising, and which had become widely known due to Li Taibai's challenges in recent days. Historically, no one had ever laid claim to an epic-grade Spirit Infusion from the Blood Arena. Yet today, someone had shattered that record with an astonishing 50 consecutive victories, culminating in a challenge against 50 opponents, thus earning the title of Champion of Life and Death. "Are you certain you wish to claim the epic-grade Spirit Infusion?" Yu Shicheng glared at Li Taibai, emphasizing the words Blood Arena with palpable weight. "Since I have won, it is my right to take it," Li Taibai proclaimed loudly. "Is the illustrious Blood Arena truly incapable of producing even a single epic-grade Spirit Infusion? Are your regular promotional statements mere fabrications meant to deceive participants and audiences alike?" Chapter 66. Abyssal Creatures, Blood Spirits, Legendary Spirit Infusions. The Blood Arena? What of it? "This is rightfully mine," Li Taibai countered assertively, refusing to yield an inch. The leaders of various factions fixated on the youthful figure, whose handsome visage betrayed no hint of fear. This young man was truly audacious. Did he genuinely believe the Blood Arena would not dare to eliminate him? Even if he obtained the epic-grade Spirit Infusion, he might not escape this black market alive. It is crucial to understand that the black market is no ordinary place. Moreover, the Yu family not only controlled the Blood Arena but also reigned as the overlords of the entire black market. In this realm, the Yu family's word carried more weight than that of the city lord's office. Once defeated, one must accept the consequences. Lu Yunyan interjected. He did not wish to know the aftermath, but since the Blood Arena had made a promise, it must be upheld. Could it be that the Blood Arena was incapable of delivering even a single epic-grade Spirit Infusion? Wu Ming turned to Yu Shicheng and said, "There are many powerful individuals present, yet few dare to speak to Yu Shicheng in such a manner. However, even fewer are willing to offend him for the sake of Li Taibai. Of course, if the head of the Yu family truly cannot produce it, simply compensate me with several 100 billion spirit coins. Furthermore, if the promised reward cannot be fulfilled, does the Blood Arena even have a reason to continue operating?" Li Taibai taunted, veiling his words with a deadly undertone. Although the Blood Arena was not a virtuous establishment, it held rules in high regard. If the Blood Arena were to breach those rules first, who would dare to return? The reputation of the underground overlord, the Yu family, would undoubtedly suffer significant damage, jeopardizing their future control over the black market. Very well, a mere epic-grade Spirit Infusion is something the Blood Arena can indeed produce. Yu Shicheng surveyed the room, noting that the leaders of various factions remained silent, unwilling to speak up for him, grateful they had not added fuel to the fire. "I fear you might not be able to take it," Yu Shicheng remarked, casting a challenging glance at Li Taibai. "What? Does the head of the Yu family intend to personally take action against a mere Black Iron Spirit Master?" Li Taibai countered. "Yu Xing, present the Spirit Infusion to him." Yu Shicheng refused to engage in a verbal spar with Li Taibai. No matter how extraordinary Li Taibai was, he was still just a Black Iron Spirit Master. While he himself was the head of the Yu family, the overseer of the Blood Arena, and a dignified Platinum-tier Spirit Master. Continuing down this path would only tarnish the reputation of the Yu family and his own. "Yes," Yu Xing replied, trembling. He deactivated the arena's confinement array, and Li Taibai raised his brow slightly, retracting the golden platform and the sea of flames. Gradually, the inferno subsided, leaving the arena charred and littered with heaps of blackened carbon. Yu Xing approached the arena and opened it in the center. Beneath the arena lay a thick floor made of a special metallic material, which slowly split apart. Despite the fierce battle that had just transpired, that layer of black metal remained intact. What material could possibly have been used to construct it? Then, the crowd witnessed a horrifying spectacle. Suddenly, an altar-like object rose from beneath the arena. Upon the altar was a massive round crystal ball, resembling a petri dish. Within the crystal ball floated a blood-red creature, adorned with numerous black spots. Below the crystal lay a pool of red liquid, undoubtedly the blood of the contestants who had perished in the arena. "Hiss!" The blood arena was actually using the blood of spirit masters to cultivate the creature within the crystal ball. The blood-colored entity writhed within the crystal, seemingly sensing the changes from the outside world. It emitted a piercing shriek, causing ordinary onlookers to clutch their heads in agony. Even spirit masters found themselves frowning in distress. What spirit infusion is this? Was the collective question in everyone's minds. No one had anticipated that the blood arena was cultivating such a creature. A flash of anger crossed Wu Ming's eyes. What is this? Many gazes turned to Wu Ming, awaiting his explanation. This is a blood spirit, an exceptionally rare abyssal creature that resides in perilous regions of the abyssal realm. A powerful blood spirit can rival a starry realm, or even a monarch-tier spirit master. Humanity suffers tremendous losses whenever it encounters a blood spirit. Wu Ming's eyes reflected sheer terror. Blood spirits, abyssal creatures. All eyes shifted from the blood spirit on the arena to Yu Shicheng. The blood arena was actually cultivating such a being, utilizing the blood of countless spirit masters. This is not the Yu family's blood spirit. It belongs to the blood arena. Yu Shicheng scoffed. The Yu family may be the overseers of the blood arena, but the blood arena is not merely an extension of the Yu family. The blood arena, akin to the Armorer Guild and the Spirit Master Guild, stands as a formidable superpower, its influence extending throughout the entire alliance. Thus, the spirit bestowed here does not belong to the Yu family, but rather to the blood arena itself. The earlier remarks made by Yu Shicheng regarding the removal of the blood arena's spirit served as a stark warning to Li Taibai. Since this spirit is the legacy of the blood arena, neither the Yu family nor even the city lord's residents, under Lu Yunyan, would dare to intervene. Chief Wu had previously overlooked a crucial point. This blood spirit is both a type of magical entity and a bestowed spirit, capable of coexisting with spirit masters, symbiotically linked without occupying a designated spirit slot. Although the blood spirit possesses a significant degree of malevolence, it can be managed effectively without considerable detriment. The blood spirit requires an immense quantity of blood to evolve. According to the records, upon its birth, it is equivalent to an epic-level spirit, entirely black in hue. When it fully transforms into a blood-red shade, it ascends to the status of a legendary spirit. As Yu Shicheng's words echoed, a wave of tumult ensued. Blood spirit. Epic-level spirit. Evolving into a legendary spirit. The crowd was engulfed in expressions of shock, swiftly morphing into greed and desire. The blood spirit before them had only a few remaining black spots, signaling its imminent transformation into a legendary entity. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Heavy breaths resonating throughout the arena. This shall be your ultimate reward. Should you seize it, it will be yours. With that, Yu Shicheng left the decision to Li Taibai. If Li Taibai hesitated to claim it, the spirit would remain the property of the blood arena. If he chose to take it, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of all present. Li Taibai stood in contemplation. Beside him, the steward Yu Xing turned pale, extracting a black card from his pocket and tossing it to Li Taibai before vacating the scene in a daze. In losing the blood spirit on the verge of transforming into a legendary entity, the Yu family would bear significant culpability, and steward Yu Xing would inevitably face severe punishment, potentially even death. Upon the arena, Li Taibai stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the blood spirit atop the altar. To take it, or to refrain? Chapter 67. The contest for the blood spirit, under currents of intrigue. A myriad of fervent and avaricious gazes were directed at Li Taibai and the blood spirit. At this moment, the blood spirit still belonged to the blood arena. To attempt to snatch it now would not only incur the wrath of the Yu family, but also that of the blood arena itself. However, should Li Taibai claim it, it would become his property. At that juncture, ambitious spirit masters would undoubtedly stir, preparing to make their move. Legendary level spirit. Li Taibai could sense the intensity of those burning gazes, which harbored undisguised murderous intent. This was a treasure, yet also a hot potato. A single misstep could lead to a total loss of both life and wealth. City Lord, this matter. Li Taibai turned to Lu Yunyan. I cannot assist you in this. If you wish to depart unscathed, I am willing to purchase the Crimson Scale beast at a high price. It was evident that Lu Yunyan sought to distance himself from the affair. Had it been a spirit belonging to the Yu family, Lu Yunyan likely would have already intervened to suppress Yu Shicheng and seize the blood spirit for the alliance's higher-ups. But this was a spirit of the blood arena. A vastly different scenario. As a city lord, he could not contend with such a colossal entity. One of the superpowers constituting the alliance is the blood arena. Regardless of who possesses it, the upheavals in the black market or the casualties incurred are beyond the purview of the city lord's residents. However, should someone bring the blood spirit into Yun City, stirring chaos, then Lu Yunyan would not hesitate to take direct action. As Lu Yunyan's words faded, he transformed into a fleeting light and vanished. His stance was unmistakable. The city lord would not involve himself in the blood spirit affair. But neither should anyone expect protection should they bring the spirit into his jurisdiction. I cannot assist you, but should you forfeit the blood spirit, I can guarantee your survival. Wu Ming interjected. He had his eyes set on Li Taibai's apocalyptic flames. Since fate had intertwined their paths, he He believed that should Li Taibai learn the art of armoring from him, he would undoubtedly become a master in his own right. Yet, as the chief armorer of Yun City, he, like Lu Yunyan, dared not plunge into these murky waters. Although an epic-level spirit, even a legendary spirit, is invaluable, it pales in comparison to his own future. Moreover, it is dwarfed by Li Taibai's potential. Given the prowess Li Taibai had demonstrated, he was destined to become a top-tier spirit master. Why risk everything for a spirit, particularly one as perilous as the blood spirit? Once he attained a level of strength akin to Jian Wenyu, with a formidable backing, none would dare to contest him, even if they knew he possessed a legendary spirit. Power is a timeless truth. Li Taibai withdrew his gaze, realizing the external support was less than encouraging. Ultimately, he and Lu Yunyan, as well as Wu Ming, were merely acquaintances. They had no vested interest in one another's fates, and thus, there was no reason for them to jeopardize themselves for a stranger. Furthermore, Lu Yunyan's earlier demeanor suggested he was unaware that Li Taibai was indeed Qin Yuan. It appeared Jian Wenyu had informed Lu Yunyan of Qin Yuan's participation in the life and death arena's consecutive victories. In Jian Wenyu's perspective, even if Qin Yuan achieved 100 consecutive victories, it likely wouldn't incite such a tumult. Li Taibai pondered what choice Jian Wenyu would make if he were present. Regardless of Jian Wenyu's decision, however, Li Taibai had already formed his own resolution. Do you think Li Taibai will dare to take the blood spirit? Fang Yu inquired expectantly. He likely will not. Even if he were to take it, considering the multitude present, escaping would hardly be a simple task, Qian Cixi remarked. Indeed. Not to mention the blood arena, with so many spirit masters gathered, including those of the silver, gold, and even several platinum ranks, how could Li Taibai hope to flee? Lu Xiaoyan sighed. Regardless of whether he dares or not, if Li Taibai does seize the blood spirit, should we intervene? Qin Yuan maintained his gaze fixed on the arena. His words also served to gauge the sentiments of those around him. Let it be. If it were a masterless blood spirit, that would be one thing. But this is a spirit specially cultivated by the blood arena. For families like ours, with substantial resources and influence, taking it could invite catastrophic repercussions. Lu Xiaoyan shook his head. Indeed, it is said that the blood arena is notoriously tyrannical in its dealings, whether it be Li Taibai or anyone else. Once they possess the blood spirit, they will inevitably face relentless pursuit. Fang Yu added. Yes, we are not to be compared to those desperate individuals, Qin Gungun stated. A legendary spirit, even if not contracted, holds immeasurable value for sale. However, while wealth may be gained, it could also invite endless troubles. If one were alone, taking the risk might be conceivable, but for families with influence like the city lord's residents, the Qian family, or the Fang family in Yun City, once marked by the blood arena, escape would be impossible. This was precisely why City Lord Lu Yunyan refrained from engaging in the contest for the blood spirit. Otherwise, as the sole diamond-ranked spirit master present, acquiring the blood spirit would be an effortless task for him. Qin Yuan surveyed the assembly, noting their expressions did not betray deceit. Of course, while the major factions publicly refrained from involvement, it did not preclude clandestine participation in the contest. After all, what faction is devoid of hidden strength? Perhaps a spectator, a lone wanderer, or an adventurous team might comprise members of the prominent families, especially the Yu family, which would undoubtedly dispatch someone to the arena. Should they reclaim the blood spirit, they could atone for their transgressions and evade the blood arena's wrath. In the arena, all eyes were fixed upon Li Taibai as he gradually approached the colossal crystal sphere. With a resounding crack, Li Taibai's fist smashed against the crystal. Instantly, the blood spirit lunged toward him. Li Taibai reached out, his hands ensnared by a dense aura of blood, striving to infiltrate his being. Suddenly, a world-extinguishing flame ignited quietly, incinerating that sanguine essence to nothingness. At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Taibai's mind, confirming that this blood spirit was indeed a form of bestowed spirit. He collected it. As Li Taibai secured the blood spirit, the blood arena erupted into chaos. No one anticipated his decisiveness and valiance. However, this was precisely what they had hoped for. The treasures of the blood arena were untouchable for them. Yet surely they could see something as trivial as a black iron realm artifact. Eyes fixated on Li Taibai's figure. Go. Li Taibai mounted the crimson crystal dragon scale beast, and together they swiftly departed the blood arena. Chase. Quick, pursue. The spectators immediately followed suit. Upon his exit from the blood arena, Li Taibai encountered a blockade of several hundred individuals ahead. Clad in black robes, their features obscured, they were denizens of the black market, a congregation of desperate souls. Unyielding and fearless, unlike the major factions, they feared neither death nor trouble. With the blood spirit in hand, they could strike swiftly, fetching a handsome price. Enough to sustain a lifetime. At worst, they could switch cities, assume new identities, or live incognito, carefree. Of course, among them could be members of significant factions, akin to the death warriors of the blood arena. After all, a legendary bestowed spirit, if its existence remained concealed, was worth the peril. Chapter 68. The world knows no more Li Taibai. Beyond the blood arena, the throng multiplied. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, making it easier to exploit the confusion. When the blood spirit fell into someone's grasp, identifying the possessor would prove nearly impossible. Li Tai-bai, relinquish your resistance, and hand over the blood spirit. I can spare your life. One shouted towards him, yet their long blade was already slicing through the air towards Li Tai-bai. Roar! Li Tai-bai, atop the crimson crystal dragon scale beast, surveyed the advancing blockade. What began as a mere few dozen had swiftly morphed into hundreds, all eyes hungrily fixed on him. After all, a legendary bestowed spirit was irresistibly alluring, especially since the one possessing it was merely a black iron realm spirit master. To them, he was akin to a child sprinting down the street with billions worth of treasures. Even though Li Tai-bai had displayed astonishing combat prowess in the death arena, it was limited to the silver realm and below. Among the crowd, many were silver and gold realm spirit masters, and lurking in the shadows were platinum realm masters, coveting the situation, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. With a swift lunge, the crimson crystal dragon scale beast pounced, tearing apart the one who had spoken. Blood splattering everywhere. He is dead. This seemed to trigger a signal, as everyone surged forward, converging upon Li Tai-bai. Some adept spirit masters skilled in tracking immediately locked onto his form. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of ferocious spirit masters, Li Tai-bai found no avenue for retreat. The outcome was inevitable: death. Death. Then let it be a spectacle. Activating his keen perception, Li Tai-bai discerned dozens of energy signatures targeting him, alongside some inescapable marks settling upon him. No matter where he fled, they would pursue him relentlessly. Kill. Li Tai-bai drew his bow, releasing a flaming arrow that struck down several charging spirit masters. Yet this act ignited their fury, unleashing a more terrifying wave of murderous intent. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of fierce and powerful attacks rained upon Li Tai-bai. In plain sight, Li Tai-bai was bombarded by hundreds of strikes, his form shattering into fragments. Seize. The encroaching spirit masters, eyes alight with greed, lunged towards the remnants of Li Tai-bai's body, particularly focusing on his right hand, adorned with a seemingly inconspicuous ring. In an instant, his body was torn into pieces, even his garments ripped apart, especially his hands, which became the focal point of their avarice. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Those who failed to seize anything turned their red-eyed gazes towards their neighbors. A bloody melee was on the brink of eruption. What had begun as a pursuit of Li Tai-bai transformed into a frenzied scramble for his remains. Amidst the turmoil, a crimson glimmer darted away into the distance, suddenly vanishing within the crowd. Many brightened at the sight and hastened in pursuit. Moments later, at the entrance of the blood arena, a river of blood flowed. Severed limbs scattered, and corpses lay amidst the crimson puddles. Li Tai-bai had been reduced to a mist of blood, his form utterly dismembered. Even a platinum realm master could not withstand such a deluge of attacks, let alone a mere black iron realm novice. Li Tai-bai, thus he perished. Not a shred of his body remained. No resting place for his remains. He had been torn asunder. A fate far more gruesome than those who had met their end in the arena. The crowd felt a pang of injustice for Li Tai-bai. Was it truly worth it, a life lost for the sake of a blood spirit, facing certain doom? Their greed had cost them their lives. Some girls who had heard of the event, upon seeing the mangled remains, could not help but weep and wail. The world knows no more of Li Tai-bai. The half-faced fox demon would remain in everlasting pain in their hearts. Their idol, so extraordinary, so astonishing, had vanished like a fleeting meteor, disappearing into the horizon. Yet, an indelible mark remained etched in their souls. What a pity that he met his end so soon. Zhao Feng trembled, murmuring, he was a genius. Even more exceptional than himself, now lost without a trace. Indeed, even though Li Tai-bai was a paragon of talent, he could not withstand the onslaught of so many spirit masters. Until one ascends to genuine strength, they cannot dictate their fate, perpetually exposed to peril. A profound murderous intent flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes, but was swiftly tempered. This world has never lacked for talent. Countless prodigies have fallen along the path of cultivation. Only through enduring trials and tribulations can one truly master the world. A steady voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, gradually emerged from behind them. City Lord Lu Yuan, a Diamond Realm master. When had he appeared? Qin Yuan had not sensed his presence at all. A chill ran down his spine. Had Lu Yuan harbored ill will, he might not even know how he perished. Diamond Realm spirit masters were indeed formidable, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. More significantly, while Lu Yuan seemed to depart, he was secretly monitoring the unfolding events. This was unexpected for all. After all, who wouldn't he be tempted by a legendary bestowed spirit? Unbeknownst to them, Jianyuan's legendary bestowed spirit had been seized from the Abyssal world, a trophy of war, and with his academy as backing, none dared covet Jianyuan's spirit. Otherwise, regardless of Diamond Realm strength, even Starry Realm factions would swarm with ill intentions. Father, Lu Xiaoyun's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, his expression becoming considerably more subdued. City Lord, others echoed. Enough, this farce won't conclude so easily. You should return to the inner city and refrain from lingering in the black market. Lu Yuan scanned the crowd, and spoke indifferently. Finally, his gaze fell upon Qin Yuan. Kid, you've swiftly broken through to the 9th tier of the Black Iron Realm. Quite impressive. Truly worthy of Jin Wenyue's attention. Thank you for your praise, City Lord. It was merely a stroke of luck that I managed to break through, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Though his heart was rife with vigilance, his cultivation level could deceive others, yet it could not elude Lu Yunyan's discerning gaze. He had reached the 9th rank Black Iron Realm. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the others. Despite their proximity to Qin Yuan, they had been oblivious to this fact. Not everyone possessed the perceptive abilities of a spirit master capable of discerning another's cultivation at a glance. Qin Yuan chose not to disclose this information, and they had no intention of probing further, for such inquiries could offend. Lu Yunyan, being at the Diamond Realm, could readily perceive their respective levels, yet, if they were of the same realm, it might not have been as easily discernible. Chapter 69, A Safe Departure and Inventory of Gains. Alas, I have exhausted all the resources bestowed upon me by the Dean, and it has only allowed me to reach the 9th rank Black Iron Realm. I wonder if the Dean will be furious upon his return. Qin Yuan shook his head with a sigh. It seemed that all of this was attributable to Dean Jin Wenyue's support. After all, were it not for the resources provided by the Dean, such a rapid breakthrough would seem implausible. However, no one knew how much assistance Jin Wenyue had actually rendered to Qin Yuan, as it was uncommon for anyone to inquire about such matters. As for the resources, they were all earned through Qin Yuan's own efforts and were best kept under wraps. Otherwise, the conspicuous influx of resources could easily attract unwanted attention. Qin Yuan discreetly observed Lu Yunyan and noted that his attention was not directed towards him, but rather fixated on the chaotic battle among the spirit masters. Phew. Qin Yuan felt an involuntary sigh of relief. It appeared that his identity remained undisclosed. Even Lu Yunyan, at the Diamond Realm, had been deceived by Li Taibai. For Li Taibai was not fleeing. He had been utterly torn to shreds. For Qin Yuan, the demise of his Qinglian avatar was far preferable to exposing his own identity. Had Li Taibai escaped, all eyes would have turned toward him. Indeed, the Qinglian avatar was remarkably lifelike, serving a profoundly significant purpose. Without it, Qin Yuan would have been the one facing 50 challengers in the life and death arena. Without it, he would have been the one torn apart. Without it, no matter how he disguised himself or altered his appearance, his true identity would eventually be revealed. Clearly, the use of a disguise was quite effective and utterly foolproof. We must depart, Qin Yuan announced to the group. He was eager to vacate this treacherous black market. As for selling spirit weapons and exchanging resources, he would postpone those matters for a few days. Currently, the black market resembled a vast vortex of peril. Once ensnared, it was nearly impossible to extricate oneself. Let us go. Lu Xiaoyun and the others nodded in agreement. The blood spirit was not something they could afford to meddle with, and given their strength, joining the fray would only serve to make them mere cannon fodder. Suddenly, as Qin Yuan was leisurely departing, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. A fleeting green glimmer flickered in his eyes. He abruptly turned around and beheld a pair of exceptionally enigmatic purple eyes. The owner of those violet orbs was a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and graceful, exuding an alluring maturity in her demeanor. Her beauty was breathtaking. Yet those purple eyes scrutinized Qin Yuan with an unsettling intensity. Frowning in irritation at being observed, Qin Yuan's attention was soon captivated by Lin Xian's exquisite features, causing his face to flush with a youthful embarrassment reminiscent of an inexperienced lad. How peculiar. Lin Xian, noticing Qin Yuan's reaction, withdrew her gaze, her mind a whirl of questions. Once that probing gaze had vanished, Qin Yuan exhaled in relief, urging his companions to hasten their steps and exit the black market. He felt a lingering trepidation. That woman's purple eyes seemed capable of penetrating all secrets. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the prowess of his Qinglian avatar, successfully deceiving everyone. Yet now it appeared that he had only managed to fool a few ordinary spirit masters. Those with extraordinary abilities could surely detect the truth. Just as the theme of the Academy's orientation warned newcomers, there are always greater powers beyond one's own. The capabilities of spirit masters are diverse and extraordinary. If that pair of purple eyes could indeed see through everything, discerning the composition of energy and revealing that Qin Yuan's physical structure mirrored Li Taibai's, it would confirm their identity as one and the same. It seemed prudent to exercise even greater caution, striving to avoid any suspicion. Qin Yuan continually admonished himself, urging vigilance and care. A moment's lapse could invite dire consequences, particularly this time. Although he had managed to escape using Li Taibai as a distraction, the blood spirit remained in his possession. Once the chaos of the black market subsided, it was inevitable that inquiries into the true whereabouts of the blood spirit would arise. Furthermore, the enigmatic and transcendent blood fighting arena awaited. Upon leaving the black market and safely arriving at the academy, Qin Yuan parted ways with the others and made his way to the secluded courtyard on the back mountain. Finding no one in sight, he let out a quiet breath, settling into Dean Jin Wenyue's exclusive armchair to begin his inventory. The spoils of this venture were remarkably bountiful. First, There was the black card from the blood fighting arena, which contained a sum of 500 million spirit coins. Next, he had acquired a crimson crystal dragon scale beast, a silver tier spirit beast with the potential to ascend to the diamond realm. Additionally, he had slain nearly 100 spirit masters, collecting a wealth of endowments ranging from 1 to 4 stars. Finally, there was the ultimate reward for his consecutive victories, a blood spirit on the verge of evolving into a legendary endowment. After securing the black card, Qin Yuan extended his hand forward. Whoosh! A fiery red figure suddenly materialized. It was the crimson crystal dragon scale beast, which he had captured in the system space just as Li Tai-bai was meeting his demise. In the midst of the battlefield's chaos, everyone's focus had been on Li Tai-bai, allowing the crimson crystal dragon scale beast to go unnoticed. The beast whimpered, cautiously approaching Qin Yuan's feet after sniffing the unfamiliar scent. Qin Yuan gently placed his hand upon the creature's head, and it emitted a jubilant roar, confirming its recognition of him as Li Tai-bai. Despite the difference in appearance, the aura of the apocalyptic flames within Qin Yuan exerted absolute dominance over the beast, akin to a bloodline suppression. The evolution of the crimson crystal dragon scale beast stemmed from the apocalyptic flames, rendering it incapable of resisting Qin Yuan, who possessed that very essence. Shall we form a contract, my spirit beast? Qin Yuan murmured as he produced the soul imprint of the crimson crystal dragon scale beast. This creature was worth several billion spirit coins and could surely be exchanged for considerable treasures. After pondering for a while, Qin Yuan sighed softly. At this juncture, aside from transforming it into his own spirit beast, there was little else he could do. Only a couple of factions could possibly consume the crimson crystal dragon scale beast, and one misstep could lead to the exposure of his identity. Contract. A drop of blood flew from Qin Yuan's hand and fell onto the soul imprint of the crimson crystal dragon scale beast. Instantly, he felt a miniature version of the creature take form in his mind. Looking at the crimson crystal dragon scale beast, he felt a newfound sense of kinship. Spirit beast, crimson crystal dragon scale beast. Realm, low tier silver realm. Potential, starry realm. Origin, possesses a trace of ancient red dragon blood, activated by apocalyptic flames. Innate abilities, rage of the red flame, roar of the red dragon, crystal of the red dragon scale, and dragon spirit's might. Pet abilities, life sharing and dragon scale flame armor. Chapter 70, Blood Spirit Holy Sun and Blood Spirit Avatar. After recognizing its master, Qin Yuan could clearly see the attributes of the crimson crystal dragon scale beast. As anticipated, it was indeed a low-tier silver realm creature. The potential surpassed the lofty realm that Lu Yunyan had surmised, reaching the illustrious starry radiance realm. To Qin Yuan's astonishment, this creature possessed a trace of the bloodline of the crimson dragon. Even if the bloodline were exceedingly diluted, it remained a dragon's heritage. No wonder it evolved into the crimson crystal dragon scale beast. In terms of innate abilities, there were 4. The offensive skill, Rage of Crimson Flames, the fearsome technique. Roar of the Crimson Dragon, the defensive skill, Crimson Dragon Scale Crystal, and the pressure-inducing ability, Might of the Dragon Spirit. Finally, there existed a unique skill exclusive to this beast, Life Sharing, allowing a symbiotic exchange of life and damage between master and beast, with control resting solely in the hands of Qin Yuan. The Dragon Scale Flame Armor, forged from the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, significantly enhanced defensive attributes, shielding Qin Yuan from any harm. Quite impressive indeed. Possessing the strength of the Silver Realm, it would provide substantial assistance in the early stages, with 2 beast skills. I had gained at least 2 additional defensive trump cards. Qin Yuan looked at the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast and spoke. The beast, understanding his words, emitted a joyful roar. Though you have become my companion, you must not reveal yourself to others. Henceforth, remain within the system's space until the time for battle arises. Qin Yuan instructed. The Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast whimpered in dismay, and suddenly, a glimmer sparked in its eyes as its body began to shrink, ultimately reducing to a mere half-step in length. It resembled a Tibetan Mastiff, its entire form adorned with red scales, crowned with 2 peculiar horns. Very well. Although the form differs, let's strive to minimize our appearances before others, Qin Yuan remarked, choosing not to confine the beast within the system's space, allowing it to roam at his feet. Next, Qin Yuan turned his attention to the blood spirit that had incited chaos throughout the black market. A crimson orb materialized in his hand. Spirit Bestowal, Demonic Spirit Blood Spirit Saint Child. Type, Demonized. Grade, Pseudo-Legendary. Origin, hailing from the Abyssal Blood Spirit clan. It is a rare blood spirit saint child, seldom seen in a millennium, having inexplicably descended to the Blue Star world. Purpose, Contract, Success Rate 5. Devour, Success Rate 100. Fusion, to enhance the spirit, Success Rate 20. To enhance any innate skill, Success Rate 40. To strengthen the Azure Lotus Avatar, Success Rate 100. Spirit Bestowal, Demonic Spirit. The term demonic spirit was most frequently associated with the demonic spirit sect in Qin Yuan's mind. Could there be a connection between the two? A blood spirit saint child? This was no ordinary blood spirit. but rather a unique entity within the Blood Spirit clan, akin to a once-in-a-millennium prodigy among humans. If united with Qin Yuan, it would be a formidable alliance, a match made in heaven. However, to contract the Blood Spirit entailed peril. It meant coexisting with the Blood Spirit. If Qin Yuan could maintain control, all would be well, but failure to do so could result in a backlash, potentially leading to a loss of autonomy over his own body. Additionally, it implied the emergence of new dangers, distinct from the blood combat arena, as the Blood Spirit clan might set their sights on him. At that juncture, even a king-tier spirit master might find it challenging to protect Qin Yuan. After all, this was the Blood Spirit clan's Blood Spirit Saint Child. The type was straightforward enough. Beastly spirits fell under the beast transformation category, while demonic spirits were classified as demonized. Qin Yuan had not anticipated such a categorization. Despite historical accounts documenting the Abyssal World's incursion, he had always felt a sense of remoteness concerning it. Little did he know, he was now intertwined with the Abyssal realm. The grade of pseudo-legendary indicated that the Blood Spirit was in a transformative state, yet had not fully completed its metamorphosis. Lastly, regarding its purpose, the system's guidance suggested that enhancing the Azure Lotus avatar was of particular significance. Was there something extraordinary about it? Qin Yuan pondered. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could it be possible to manifest a Blood Spirit avatar? With eager anticipation, Qin Yuan did not immediately enhance the Blood Spirit. Instead, he turned to the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, dripping a few drops of his essence to facilitate the Blood Spirit's complete transformation into a legendary spirit. Very well. This is all a reward for you, Qin Yuan exclaimed, tossing several drops of beast essence and a fragment of cataclysmic flame towards the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. Roaring with excitement, the beast disregarded the essence and eagerly ingested the cataclysmic flame, wearing a look of utter satisfaction. It seemed the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast required the absorption of flames to complete its evolution. And such a potent flame as the cataclysmic flame was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Ding. Host successfully enhanced the innate skill Azure Lotus Avatar, acquiring a derivative entity, Blood Spirit Saint Child. The Azure Lotus Avatar allows the host to materialize a duplicate, appearance selectable as the host, Azure Lotus Sword Immortal by Radiant Manhwaedit, or Abyssal Blood Spirit, with the duplicate possessing 100 of the host's strength, sharing consciousness and system access, and capable of existing indefinitely at the cost of double spiritual energy, with a maximum distance of 10,000 meters from the host. Derivative entity, Blood Spirit Saint Child, enabling the host to cultivate a Blood Spirit body, capable of switching between human and Blood Spirit Saint forms, possessing all traits of both human and abyssal demon creatures, impervious to probing or insight, existing independently, growing, and practicing, while mastering fusion techniques such as blood sacrifice, life sharing, death substitution, and blood spirit rebirth, among others. Gasp. Upon reviewing the attributes, Qin Yuan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. First, the Azure Lotus Avatar could transform into the form of the Abyssal Blood Spirit, its power significantly enhanced while reducing spiritual energy consumption, extending the distance from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters. Additionally, the derivative entity meant that Qin Yuan now possessed a duplicate of the Blood Spirit Saint Child. As long as his soul remained intact, he could seamlessly transition between his main body and a duplicate. Even if his main body were destroyed, he could resurrect within the duplicate. It was crucial to note that blood spirits, as spirit bestowals, were formidable demonic entities, ranking among the overlords of the abyssal realm. Unbeknownst to many, even a king-tier spirit master would face dire peril against a mature blood spirit. Most importantly, the blood spirit belonged to Qin Yuan while also retaining its independence, allowing it to grow and cultivate autonomously. This arrangement was akin to free-range farming, capable of being summoned when needed, becoming a powerful ally. Its abilities bore resemblance to those of a pet beast, accompanied by an array of extraordinary innate skills. Fusion techniques could merge with the host, enhancing strength by at least twofold. The blood sacrifice technique allowed for the offering of life to gain immense power. Life sharing, akin to that of the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast. The death substitution technique permitted the blood spirit duplicate to perish in place of Qin Yuan. The blood spirit rebirth allowed for regeneration through the absorption of blood energy. Other unique abilities awaited activation, to be unveiled as the blood spirit duplicate grew stronger. Much like a spirit master leveling up their spirit bestowal. Chapter 71, System Reward, Azure Lotus Sword Array, Judgment. With this, I have gained yet another card in the form of the Blood Spirit Saint Child, along with a plethora of formidable abilities. The disguise has added a Blood Spirit Saint Child to my arsenal. However, this Blood Spirit duplicate must not casually manifest in the world, otherwise, Qin Yuan would find himself an enemy to all. After all, the Blood Spirit is a demonic entity, one of fearsome capabilities. Even a contracted blood spirit as a spirit bestowal would incessantly erode the master's psyche. A single misstep could lead to madness, with the blood spirit manipulating him, rendering him a mere puppet. Should Qin Yuan delve into historical records, he would discover that such occurrences are not without precedent. Fortunately, after undergoing the system's enhancement, the Blood Spirit Saint Child transformed into a derivative entity, completely erasing the Blood Spirit's malevolence and sentience while preserving its capabilities. The Blood Spirit Saint Child duplicate is akin to a nascent entity, cultivated under Qin Yuan's direct guidance. As for the soul, it remains the essence of Qin Yuan's own being. Phew. A quarter of an hour later, just as Qin Yuan felt his own blood nearing depletion, the Blood Spirit Saint Child duplicate finally came to fruition. However, he resembled a mere 3-year-old child. What difference exists between the state of humanity and that of the Blood Spirit Saint? As Qin Yuan divided his consciousness, he beheld a figure towering over him, none other than himself. In contrast, he surveyed his surroundings through the perspective of the Blood Spirit Saint, akin to that of a toddler. Having previously experienced the Qinglian avatar, Qin Yuan swiftly acclimated to this state. In the next moment, the condition of the Blood Spirit Saint began to transform. From a corporeal, flesh-and-blood human child, it morphed into an ethereal, blood-colored spirit, emanating tendrils of sanguine mist and demonic energy, exuding a chilling and fearsome aura. The appearance remained childlike, yet it now resembled a spectral entity. Qin Yuan's original form reached out, his hand passing effortlessly through the spirit. Roar! The crimson crystal dragon scale beast seemed to sense a threat, lunging forward but ultimately crashing into empty space, creating a substantial crater upon impact. This exemplified the state of the Blood Spirit Saint, which bore immunity to the majority of harm. After toying with this ability for a time, Qin Yuan directed the Blood Spirit Saint to sit cross-legged nearby, commencing self-cultivation and absorbing spiritual energy. In truth, for the Blood Spirit Saint to attain rapid growth, it necessitated continuous absorption of blood, particularly the essence of human spirit masters or spiritual beasts, which not only provided immense energy, but also endowed the abilities of the spirit masters and their beasts. Having grasped the prowess and capabilities of the Blood Spirit, Qin Yuan reopened the system interface to review the rewards for his consecutive victories. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards include 1 Divine Source Stone, 1 Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng, a pet beast space, and 100,000 evolution points. Truly, the system offers generous rewards, perfectly aligned with Qin Yuan's needs. The Divine Source Stone can fortify any innate skill with a guaranteed success. The Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng, a lightning-type spiritual fruit, harbors formidable thunderous energy, significantly aiding in the opening of spiritual apertures. The pet beast space serves as an independent realm of spiritual energy, accommodating the crimson crystal dragon scale beast, which may freely move and cultivate within. The 100,000 evolution points are precisely what is required for the Qinglian Sword Immortal to ascend to 5 stars. Though the Radiant Dawn possesses apocalyptic flames, boasting slightly greater lethality than the Qinglian Sword Immortal, it is prudent to conceal its abilities in the short term to avoid insurmountable troubles. Thus, upgrading the Qinglian Sword Immortal appears more fitting. After all, the Radiant Dawn requires 200,000 evolution points to reach 5 stars. Ding! The Qinglian Sword Immortal has been elevated to 5 stars. Acquiring the innate skill, Qinglian Sword Array, Judgment. The Qinglian Sword Array, formed by 99 strands of Qinglian Sword energy, encompasses a 100-meter radius, enacting judgment and assault upon targeted foes. Within the array, all personal attributes are enhanced by 30%, sword-type damage is doubled, and the enemy's strength becomes suppressed, resulting in doubled damage taken. This is the Qinglian Sword Array. The Qinglian Sword Immortal's innate skill has finally evolved beyond singular attacks to encompass a collective area of effect. Only after witnessing the might of the Golden Archer's innate skill does one realize the true power of area attacks. With this additional trump card, which possesses lethal potential, even should adversaries outnumber him, entering the Qinglian Sword Array signifies it is within Qin Yuan's domain. The Divine Source Stone, capable of enhancing any innate skill. Each skill's effects are remarkably potent, leaving Qin Yuan momentarily indecisive. Ultimately, he resolved to enhance the passive ability of the Radiant Dawn. Ding! The host utilizes the Divine Source Stone, strengthening the Elven Blessing. The Elven Blessing, a passive skill, now receives the protection of the Elven race, immunity to 10% of damage and control, fortune, grants divine favor and special luck, archery talent, doubles attack damage from arrows. And eagle-eyed perception, provides 20-fold sight range and perception capabilities, enabling detection of hidden targets. This enhancement renders the data of Qin Yuan's Elven Blessing significantly more detailed. The protection now immunizes against damage and control. The fortune bestows special luck. The archery talent amplifies attack damage. While the perception ability has surged from a 10-fold to a 20-fold increase, now capable of uncovering hidden targets. It must be noted that this enhancement has drastically augmented Qin Yuan's power. Reviewing his personal attribute panel, he reflected with a sense of accomplishment. Host, Qin Yuan. Realm, 9th rank Black Iron Realm. Innate spiritual energy, mythical level. Evolution points, 1,000. Special ability, Spirit Eye. First Spirit, Qin Sword Immortal. Origin, the heroic soul of Li Bai, the Qin Sword Immortal. Grade, Mythical-Level. Weapon, Flying Phoenix Sword. Star level, 5 stars. Innate skills, Qin Sword Body, passive. Sword Immortals 9 slashes, Drunken Immortal Sword Steps, Sword Shadow 9-fold, Qin Avatar, Qin Sword Array, Judgment. Second Spirit, Radiant Dawn. Origin, the heroic soul of Hou-Yi. The Radiant Dawn. Grade, Mythical-Level. Weapon, Godslayer Bow. Star level, 4 stars. Innate skills, Elven Blessing, passive, Sunset Afterglow, Moment of the Hunt, Arrow Feather Whirl, Rain of Arrows. Avatar, Blood Spirit Saint. Pet Beast, Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast, Pet Beast Space. Items, Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng, Shadowblade, Divine Thunder Breaking Aperture, Low Tier, Spiritual Weapon Affinity, etc. Gazing at the attribute panel, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a profound sense of achievement. 2 mythical-level spirits, 1 4-star and 1 5-star. To possess such formidable spirits at the Black Iron Realm is unparalleled in the world. After tallying his gains, Qin Yuan took a moment to regain his composure before resuming his cultivation. Even though his strength rendered him invincible among his peers, this world is far from equitable. Some spirit masters have cultivated for decades, or even centuries. Confronting those powerful spirit masters would still present a formidable challenge. Not to mention, facing silver or gold realm spirit masters, the question of whether he could even escape would remain uncertain. Chapter 72, Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng. Opening 7 spiritual apertures. Swish. A dragon-shaped ginseng appeared in Qin Yuan's hand, enveloped in surges of thunderous flames. The Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng. Boom. Terrifying thunder began to radiate in all directions, filling the courtyard with volatile thunder elemental particles, as if a thunder dragon were poised to reveal its true form. Absorb. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan consumed the Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng. Boom. Waves of frantic thunder and flames surged within Qin Yuan's body, seemingly threatening to shatter him into fragments. Divine Thunder Breaking Aperture. Activate. Qin Yuan channeled the technique of Divine Thunder Breaking Aperture, harnessing the furious thunder energy of the Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng to assault his spiritual apertures. Qin Yuan's entire being felt as if struck by lightning, radiating arcs of electricity, and his body began to crack, an excruciating pain coursing through him, rendering existence unbearable. He had never anticipated the energy of the Thunderflame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng to be so wildly volatile, nor had he fully appreciated its effects. Boom. A crisp sound resonated, and Qin Yuan felt his strength surge dramatically. 4th Spiritual Aperture. Success. 5th Spiritual Aperture. Success. 6th Spiritual Aperture. Success. Boom. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed throughout the back mountain courtyard. The Blood Spirit Saint kept its distance, seemingly apprehensive of the thunderous energy emanating from Qin Yuan. The Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast lay curled at Qin Yuan's feet, its body twitching violently from the thunder strikes, yet its expression reflected sheer enjoyment, utilizing the rampant power of thunder to temper its physique. Upon its crimson scales, a barely perceptible purple lightning pattern began to emerge. Boom. 7th Spiritual Aperture. Success. Qin Yuan's clothing was obliterated by the explosive force, revealing his robust and well-defined musculature. The fractured energy of thunder was directly harnessed by Qin Yuan to refine his body, significantly enhancing his physical strength. He had activated a total of 4 spiritual apertures. As Qin Yuan opened his eyes, they gleamed with a brilliance akin to lightning. To his astonishment, a single spiritual fruit awarded by the system enabled him to unlock 4 apertures. With the number of apertures reaching 7, his physical fortitude increased 7-fold, an utterly terrifying augmentation. Now, with a mere punch, Qin Yuan could unleash over 20,000 points of combat power. After becoming accustomed to his surging strength, he stepped over the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale Beast lying at his feet, casting his gaze towards the Blood Spirit Saint. He then began attempting to guide the Blood Spirit Saint in cultivating the Divine Thunder Shattering Aperture, only to discover that this clone was utterly incapable of such training. Whether it was due to the nature of the technique or the lethal effect of the thunderous power on the Blood Spirit remained uncertain. Conversely, when employing the basic absorption method, the speed of spiritual energy cultivation was surprisingly 3-fold faster than that of Qin Yuan himself. However, to rapidly elevate his strength, the Blood Spirit Saint still required the absorption of blood from humans or demon beasts. After several days of cultivation, Qin Yuan's realm remained at the 9th rank Black Iron level. Nevertheless, his foundation became increasingly stable, with the Azure Lotus Sword Qi in his Dantian reaching 1,000 strands. Unable to augment any further, coupled with the Azure Lotus Sword Qi from the 7 apertures, he possessed a spiritual energy capacity of 8,000 strands, surpassing even the energy reserves of 9th rank Bronze or Silver Realm Spirit Masters. This ensured that he need not worry about a deficiency in spiritual energy for his various innate techniques, allowing him to unleash even his most formidable moves at will. His basic combat power had reached 4,000 points, and with the apertures, he broke through the 30,000-point barrier. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could surpass 500,000 points of combat power, exceeding the vast majority of Bronze Realm Spirit Masters and entering the Silver Realm threshold. Once his foundational physique reached the ultimate limit of 5,000 points, he would be able to break through to the Bronze Realm. Refining resources. Cultivation requires not only talent and effort, but also a substantial accumulation of resources. In Qin Yuan's possession were 500 million spiritual coins and a plethora of spiritual weapons, which upon sale could be exchanged for a considerable amount of essence blood. Additionally, he needed to prepare a sum of points to purchase the mid-grade Divine Thunder Shattering Aperture. It was time to venture out. After several days of seclusion, Qin Yuan immersed himself in cultivation, oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. He directly transferred 500 million spiritual coins into Jian Wenyu's diamond credit card, converting it into 50,000 points of credits. 50,000 points. This was a staggering and terrifying number. Arriving at the credit office, he was greeted by Mentor Guja, who watched Qin Yuan's approach with a wary expression, as if guarding against theft. Qin Yuan cast a glance at Guja, expressing a sense of helplessness. He was not here to steal, but merely to exchange. Was that so hard to understand? These credits were not simply a gift from the wind, they were hard-earned money. Then, under Guja's astonished gaze, he exchanged for 2 manuals. One was the second volume of the Divine Thunder Shattering Aperture, capable of unlocking 18 apertures and enhancing physical strength 18-fold, costing 30,000 credits. The other was 100 drops of essence blood from the Diamond Realm Gale Dragon, consuming 20,000 credits. This decision was made after careful consideration. The Divine Thunder Shattering Aperture was essential for him to acquire, as he had already activated 7 apertures and was now set to cultivate the second volume. Ordinary essence blood held little value for Qin Yuan, and should he opt for common blood, he might deplete the Academy's reserves entirely, creating a commotion and indirectly harming the interests of his fellow students. In contrast, the essence blood from Diamond Realm Demon Beasts would undoubtedly be sourced from the Alliance, posing no significant burden to them. With his foundational physique around 4,000 points, to ascend to the limit of 5,000 points, he required exceptionally effective refining essence blood. Either blood from powerful demon beasts or from those of higher realms would suffice. The Gale Dragon of the Diamond Realm perfectly met Qin Yuan's requirements, enhancing his bodily defense and speed while also boosting his self-healing capabilities. For Qin Yuan, augmenting his physical strength was paramount. This was due to the fact that his 2 mythic-level spirit abilities and innate techniques lacked defensive properties, compelling him to focus on enhancing his bodily resilience. 50,000 credits were swiftly spent. This was the largest and fastest expenditure of credits Qin Yuan had accumulated to date. By the way, you've been cultivating diligently these past few days, right? After your seclusion, make sure to seek out Jian Yuan. Guja called after Qin Yuan's departing figure. This lad is accumulating credits at an astonishing rate. It's quite peculiar. Could it be that the Academy president has bestowed all his riches upon Qin Yuan? Had he possessed such credits back in his day, he would have long since broken into the Platinum Realm, instead of remaining a mere Gold Realm Spirit Master. Understood. Qin Yuan replied, standing outside the exchange center. Observing the bustling students around him, he sensed a greater influx than usual. Suddenly, a shadow swooped down. The Starry Sky battleship had arrived as promised. Chapter 73, Special Approval for Advancement, another from the Sure family. The familiar delivery courier descended swiftly. Qin Yuan fixated on the black wings behind him, which were either a manifestation of a spirit ability or a flying spiritual weapon. Hello. I am the delivery courier from the Alliance, here to deliver your package. Please sign for it. The courier greeted amiably. Thank you. Qin Yuan accepted the 2 securely wrapped parcels, which held a value of 50,000 credits, amounting to 500 million spiritual coins. Mentor Jian Yuan, I hear you were looking for me? Qin Yuan approached the teaching building and found Jian Yuan. Indeed, to keep it brief, given your prowess, it is no longer suitable for you to remain in the first year. Thus, the Academy has decided to grant you special permission to enter the second-year elite class. Jian Yuan was efficient and straightforward, presenting a form for Qin Yuan to fill out. The second-year elite class. Qin Yuan was taken aback, but did not hesitate. This outcome had been anticipated. In truth, there was little difference for him between the first and second years. He had already grasped most of the theoretical knowledge, while the cultivation courses were largely self-directed, with students seeking guidance from mentors when issues arose. In the second year, Spirit Masters engaged in practical combat courses, requiring students to venture into wilderness zones to hunt demon beasts. Moreover, the Academy would assign monthly tasks for demon beast hunts. Second-year students were obliged to kill a certain number of demon beasts to meet the criteria for continued enrollment in the Academy. Simultaneously, they could also undertake tasks from the Academy or the Spirit Master Guild in the wilderness, earning rewards and credits upon completion. After all, not everyone possessed the means to exchange credits for spiritual coins like Qin Yuan could. Only by fulfilling the Academy's designated tasks could one earn credits. Yes, that's the class taught by Wei Qi Liang, Jian Yuan remarked. Oh, him. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. In his memory, Wei Qi Liang was a stringent, yet dedicated teacher who had previously attempted to recruit Qin Yuan into the second year. It seemed he could not escape Wei Qi Liang's influence after all. Furthermore, there has been unrest in Yun City lately. Avoid wandering about unnecessarily and steer clear of trouble. Jin Yun cautioned. Got it. Qin Yuan nodded, rubbing his nose. Why did everyone assume he would cause trouble? He considered himself a law-abiding student. Leaving the teaching building, he walked along a shaded path, preparing to report to Wei Qi Liang's class. Suddenly, a massive flying stone hurtled towards him. Boom. Qin Yuan barely managed to evade, the stone crashing down mere inches from him, creating a deep crater in the ground. Who? Qin Yuan gazed ahead as several figures gradually emerged. They appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, and among them, he recognized two individuals, Shurting and Yang Wenhu, both classmates from Elite Class 2. However, at this moment, they exhibited no trace of arrogance. Instead, their expressions were marked by a sycophantic eagerness. Leading the group was a robust young man. Is this the so-called genius of your academy? Hardly impressive, is it? Such a worthless individual possesses a legendary level spirit. What a waste. Shifeng regarded Qin Yuan with palpable disdain. Brother Shifeng is absolutely correct. He is just a useless fool. How could he possibly compare to you? Shurting immediately ingratiated himself. Ding. A task has been issued. Teach Shifeng a lesson. Give him a severe reprimand. Completion of the task will reward 5,000 evolution points. The system's voice resonated within Qin Yuan's mind. 5,000 evolution points. Neither an insignificant nor an overwhelming sum. More importantly, Shifeng's unwarranted provocation was utterly intolerable. Shifeng, yet another member of the Shi family. Truly relentless. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Previously, he had refrained from confronting these scions of powerful families, deeming it unnecessary and wary of potential retaliations. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Even if he were to be ambushed and perish, his blood spirit avatar would allow him to resurrect. A second chance at life granted him a certain audacity. If you do not provide me with an explanation and an apology today, do not expect to leave this academy. Qin Yuan shrugged and sneered. An explanation? Shifeng burst into laughter, for no one had ever dared speak to him in such a manner. Initially, he had come to see what genius had contracted a legendary spirit, only to discover it was nothing but scrap metal. In the face of his 9th grade bronze realm, how could a mere 9th grade black iron realm individual dare to be arrogant? An explanation? I'll give you one right now. Shifeng, usually restrained in his family, felt liberated in the confines of this small city. With a swift motion, Shifeng charged toward Qin Yuan. Boom. His right hand suddenly became enveloped in a thick layer of black scales, transforming into a fearsome tiger claw aimed directly at Qin Yuan's head. Stone armor transformation. It appeared to be of a higher grade than Shurting's version, and his control was remarkably adept. Such audacity. Qin Yuan sensed a dangerous aura. Shifeng harbored murderous intent. An immediate assault, a lethal strike. Should an ordinary black iron realm spirit master be struck by that claw, death would be inevitable. With no hesitation, Qin Yuan summoned the Fei Huang sword, vanishing from sight. Behind you, Shurting and the others exclaimed in alarm. Shifeng smirked, as if he had anticipated this very move. A sharp stone spike erupted from his back, lunging toward Qin Yuan's chest. Ding! Qin Yuan's sword cleaved through the spike, shattering it into fragments. However, a piece of black debris hurtled back toward him. This is bad. Qin Yuan retreated several steps, narrowly evading Shifeng's attack. Humph, kid. If you have the ability, don't run. Shifeng sneered derisively. Run? What a joke. Qin Yuan retorted coldly, his Fei Huang sword emanating a dazzling aura of sword energy. A fierce momentum surged outward. Such an impressive sword intent. Can Brother Shifeng truly contend with Qin Yuan? Yang Wenhu expressed his concerns. Of course. Brother Shifeng wields an epic great spirit, the stone armor transformation, and his second spirit is the earth fiend demon tiger, also an epic great spirit. Shurting proclaimed loudly. Finally, he could revel in a moment of triumph before Qin Yuan. Shifeng, possessing 2 epic grade spirits and a 9th grade bronze realm, held a significant advantage over Qin Yuan. Even if Qin Yuan wielded a legendary greatsword spirit, he could hardly be a match for Shifeng. 2 epic grade spirits. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. No wonder Shifeng's stone armor transformation exhibited such formidable offensive capabilities. It had nearly caught him off guard. Furthermore, from their brief exchange, it was evident that Shifeng adeptly wielded the powers of both spirits. This was a formidable opponent, far superior to the average 9th grade bronze realm fighters in the blood battle arena. But so what? Chapter 74, King Grade Technique, 10,000 Stones Gathering Spirit Technique. Kill. Qin Yuan's figure flickered as he appeared before Shifeng. The Fei Huang sword radiated a terrifying sword energy, launching directly at Shifeng. This strike was extraordinarily swift. Even before the afterimage had faded, the sword was already poised before Shifeng's chest. You think you can breach my defense? No, Shifeng's words were cut short as blood erupted from his mouth. How is this possible? He glanced down at his chest, astonished to find a wound had appeared. His defense had been shattered by Qin Yuan's Fei Huang sword. Simultaneously, the sword unleashed a barrage of azure Lotus Sword energy, wreaking havoc within him and inflicting significant damage. Shifeng stood dazed, unable to believe that the stone armor covering his body had been so easily dismantled by that sword. A roar. The Earth Fiend Demon Tiger manifested behind Shifeng, opening its maw to pounce upon Qin Yuan. Yet, it was met with a flurry of sword strikes from Qin Yuan, disintegrating into fragments. Regardless of the strength of the defense, it was rendered utterly meaningless before Qin Yuan. Moreover, a 9th-grade bronze realm? That was but a jest. Although Qin Yuan had yet to reach the bronze realm, his physical prowess was formidable, and his strength was by no means inferior to Shifeng's. In merely 2 exchanges, Shifeng found himself defeated. What do you want? Shifeng queried coldly. The Fei Huang sword rested against his neck. A slight exertion would sever his head from his body. Shifeng and the others were utterly astonished, especially Shifeng himself, who had just been boasting about Shifeng's might, only to be thoroughly humiliated. He had known Qin Yuan was powerful enough to defeat Feng Yu, an 8th-grade bronze realm fighter, but Shifeng was a genius from the Shi family and possessed 2 epic great spirits. He had never expected Shifeng to fall short against Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, do not act impulsively. Brother Shifeng is a direct descendant of the Shi family from Tion Base City. If you kill him, the Shi family will not let you off. Shifeng warned, his gaze fixed on Qin Yuan in trepidation. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Shifeng nearly spat blood in outrage. Truly, there is nothing to fear more than a foolish ally, particularly since Shifeng, while boasting, had inadvertently revealed Shifeng's capabilities to Qin Yuan. Oh, is that so? Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Shifeng. He had indeed not encountered this individual before. If he were from Yin City, he would surely not be obscure. It seemed he truly hailed from the Shi family. Tion Base City, a super city within the southern region of the Huaxiao Alliance. The Shi family mentioned by Shifeng was the main branch of the Shi family in Yin City, comprising many powerful spirit masters. Even the superior techniques practiced by Shifeng and Yang Wenhu were derived from the research of the Shi family, allowing them to learn and cultivate with minimal cost. Oh, superior techniques. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. His innate talent for cultivation was remarkable, and he had been diligently practicing the foundational absorption method, enabling him to progress rapidly. However, should one possess a high-grade technique for absorbing spiritual energy, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. No one would ever disdain the prospect of rapid advancement in their training. It is said that the Shi family possesses a unique cultivation method. Hand it over quickly, and I shall spare you this time. Qin Yuan turned his gaze towards Shifeng, a smile gracing his lips. Don't entertain any delusions, even if it costs me my life. I shall never relinquish it to you. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. Shifeng gritted his teeth defiantly. If you perish, not only will you meet your end, but your family and friends shall follow suit. Qin Yuan chuckled darkly. Ah, you threaten me? I have yet to encounter someone who willingly seeks death. Today, I shall grant your wish. With a swift motion, Qin Yuan's phoenix sword gleamed and plunged brutally into Shifeng's chest. Only upon seeing the coffin do you shed tears, he mocked. Blood gushed forth, staining Shifeng's attire a deep crimson. You truly dare to act. Fear finally flickered in Shifeng's eyes. He had never imagined that this wild youth before him would genuinely inflict harm upon him, let alone wish to kill him. Qin Yuan withdrew the phoenix sword, pulling forth a torrent of blood, and then pointed it menacingly at Shifeng's heart. Even though Shifeng's stone armor was of epic quality, a severe blow to the heart would spell certain death, especially from the phoenix sword, known for its terrifying power. Stop. I will give it. Shifeng's teeth clenched as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He could not gamble on his life. Should Qin Yuan truly kill him, it would be a grave loss. After all, as a direct descendant of the Shi family, sacrificing himself for a mere genius from a small base city would be utterly foolish. Now I regret it. Had I killed you and taken your spatial ring, wouldn't that have been more advantageous? Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon the dark golden spatial ring adorning Shifeng's finger. No, my spatial ring bears a family-specific seal. Forcing it open would trigger a self-detonation. Should I die, you would gain nothing. Shifeng hastily interjected, sensing the murderous intent in Qin Yuan's eyes. Qin Yuan paused, taken aback by the existence of such a sealing ability. Nevertheless, he did not fully trust Shifeng and seized the spatial ring. To his dismay, he found himself unable to probe its contents, as though obstructed by an invisible barrier. Attempting to break through could indeed activate the sealing mechanism, leading to an explosion of the ring. Very well, I shall spare you this time. Hand over the technique obediently and refrain from any tricks. Qin Yuan tossed the spatial ring back to Shifeng. This is the complete version of the Shi family's 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, a royal-grade cultivation method. Shifeng produced a block of earthy yellow jade slip from the ring, an exclusive secret method of the Shi family. If you truly dare to cultivate it, disregarding the Shi family, then take it. Why should I fear taking what belongs to me? Qin Yuan reached out and snatched the earthy yellow jade slip, inspecting it thoroughly. Finding no apparent flaws, naturally, The numerous restrictions within made it impossible to ascertain its authenticity. It turned out that the Shi family's main lineage practiced the complete version of the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, achieving royal grade status. Meanwhile, lesser members like Shi Ting and the auxiliary spirit masters could only practice a flawed version, reaching at most a high-grade level. Only direct descendants like Shi Feng had the privilege to cultivate the royal grade technique. Begone! Qin Yuan glared at Shi Feng, delivering a harsh kick that sent him tumbling back to Shi Ting and the others. Despite his demeanor of cold ruthlessness, he had never truly contemplated killing Shi Feng. However, the Academy forbade murder. Should one take a life, they would face repercussions from the Academy, the Alliance, and the Shi family's relentless pursuit. Defeating Shi Feng and teaching him a lesson would not attract scrutiny from either the Academy or the Alliance. As for the Shi family from the super base city, they were far removed. Future matters could be dealt with later. At worst, he could adopt a new identity and start anew. Should you wish to provoke me again, do remember to bring treasures. Qin Yuan scoffed, casting a glance at the spatial ring on Shi Feng's finger. Had it not been for the ceiling restrictions, he would have considered seizing it outright. Surely, with Shi Feng's status as a direct descendant, his wealth must be substantial. Chapter 75, A Gathering of Talents, Confronting Provocations. Let us depart. Shi Feng clutched his wound, rising unsteadily. Although his injuries were grave, they were not life-threatening. His chest wound had ceased bleeding, now encased in a layer of black stone armor. With the aid of some healing elixirs and a brief period of rest, he would recover without major complications. Truly, the dual defensive attributes of the spirit made him remarkably resilient, a veritable cockroach that refused to die. Had he not encountered Qin Yuan, even a Silver Realm Spirit Master would have struggled to breach his defenses. The royal grade 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique must be worth at least several billion spirit coins, while a comparable royal grade technique would be valued at around 400,000 to 500,000 credits. Qin Yuan stowed the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique away. This earthy yellow jade slip, and used, could either be cultivated by him or sold. Of course, he was in no rush to make a decision. This time, his gains were substantial. In addition to the 5,000 evolution points awarded by the system, he had acquired Shi Feng's royal grade technique. As he traversed the path, Qin Yuan encountered many unfamiliar figures, youths not clad in the Yun City Academy uniform. Each one appeared significantly more powerful than the Academy's students, most possessing Bronze Realm or even Silver Realm strength. Strange, it feels as though the world has transformed in just a few days of seclusion. Soon, Qin Yuan arrived at a training arena. Boom. In the open area, two students were engaged in a fierce battle, surrounded by mentor Wei Qi Liang and numerous elite students. Additionally, a dozen or so youths stood on the opposite side, each exuding an air of superiority, casting disdainful glances at the elite class students. This demeanor struck a familiar chord with both Shi Feng and Qin Yuan. Could it be that these were yet more talented students hailing from large or even super base cities? The Yun City Academy was not devoid of students from other cities coming for exchanges. Yet typically, they came from medium-sized base cities like Yun City. How could such prodigies from larger or super base cities be present? The gathering of talents was utterly perplexing. Qin Yuan, over here. Wei Qi Liang's expression darkened as he beckoned Qin Yuan over. Greetings, Mentor Wei Qi, Qin Yuan said respectfully. Wei Qi Liang nodded slightly, his silence betraying his suppressed anger. Qin Yuan surveyed the other students, each appearing disheveled, as if they had just endured a defeat. This sight mirrored the first-year students during the orientation. At the forefront of the elite class stood familiar faces, Fang Yu, Qian Sisi, and Lu Xiaoyun, each bearing signs of battle. Indeed, this was the Spirit Master Academy. Students were either fighting or on their way to fight. Qin Yuan's gaze shifted to the two combatants. One of them was Gu Jianli, a talented youth who, like Qin Yuan, had risen from the slums. His strength was at the 7th rank of the Bronze Realm, with a spirit that enhanced physical power, classified as rare. Currently, he was being overwhelmed by his opponent, battered and bruised yet still valiantly enduring. His adversary, wielding a spirit that manifested as a pair of black glowing legs, possessed astonishing speed and ferocious attacks. With each strike, Gu Jianli was sent flying, blood spattering from his mouth. Who are these people? Qin Yuan inquired. It appeared that this was not a mere friendly exchange. Rather, it resembled a display of superiority by self-important talents, seeking to dominate their weaker peers. These are all geniuses from various academies in the Tion base city. Lu Xiaoyun sighed helplessly. Born in the illustrious super base city, the prodigy possesses resources and innate talent that far surpass their counterparts. Moreover, their combat experience is remarkably extensive. Oh, yet another individual from the southern sky base city? Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. What, have you encountered them too? Fang Yu turned his head and inquired. Indeed, I just came across a chap who calls himself Shi Feng, also hailing from the southern sky base city. He appeared rather arrogant, but I dispatched him in a mere 2 moves. Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. His tone suggested that defeating Shi Feng was as trivial as squashing an ant beneath his foot, unworthy of mention. The crowd directed curious glances towards him. Qin Yuan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet, all present were Bronze Realm spirit masters, and even as spectators, many noticed his arrival. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, several individuals exhibited expressions of skepticism. After scrutinizing his realm, they could not suppress their derisive laughter. A mere 9th-tier Black Iron realm. How audacious to boast. They could believe that Qin Yuan managed to evade 2 moves from Shifeng, but to claim victory over him in 2 moves was sheer arrogance. Shifeng's prowess was that of a 9th-tier Bronze realm, endowed with 2 epic-tier spirit abilities. Among those present, only a handful who had broken through to the Silver Realm could confidently overpower Shifeng. Below the Silver Realm, none dared to assert they could guarantee victory against him, let alone a lowly Black Iron realm. Boom. The outcome of the training hall's duel soon became evident. Gu Jinli was sent flying by his opponent's kick, crashing heavily within 5 meters of the elite class. Wei Qiliang swiftly rushed forward, producing several pale blue pills to place in Gu Jinli's mouth. Fortunately, there was no threat to his life. Who else? Zhong Yongshu mocked, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xiaoyun and the others, who had all recently participated in the matches. Even Lu Xiaoyun, the strongest in the elite class, had only managed to draw against one of them. Finally, his attention settled on Qin Yuan. What is your name? You have quite the audacity to claim you can defeat Shifeng in 2 moves. Do you even know who Shifeng is? Zhong Yongshu's eyes fixed intently on Qin Yuan, setting aside Shifeng's realm. Even his epic tier stone armor ability would render Zhong Yongshu incapable of inflicting harm while merely standing still. My name is not something you are worthy to know. Qin Yuan retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Zhong Yongshu. How brazen. This young man is truly audacious. Zhong Yongshu's face gradually contorted with anger. Do you think you can simply declare you will fight? Qin Yuan responded with an expression of calm indifference. You. Zhong Yongshu stepped forward, leaving deep impressions in the floor with his footprints. Wei Qiliang immediately stepped in front of Qin Yuan, his aura as a Golden Realm spirit master surging forth. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Yongshu halted his advance. In the next moment, an even more formidable aura surged from the distance, overpowering Wei Qiliang's presence. Wei Qiliang's expression changed drastically, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Qin Yuan turned to observe a group of middle-aged men seated 200 meters away, sipping tea. Since this is a duel among students, it is best for us instructors not to intervene, one of them remarked nonchalantly. Humph. Wei Qiliang snorted coldly, returning with Gu Jinli in his arms. Do not act rashly, he whispered as he passed by Qin Yuan. Clearly, even he held little faith in Qin Yuan, doubting that someone not even at the Bronze Realm could stand a chance against a collection of peak Bronze Realm prodigies. These were the chosen ones from the Super Base City. Chapter 76, System Task, Defeat the Enemy with 1 move. Kid, do you dare to step into the arena? Anyone can boast. Just last night, I trampled Jian Wenyu beneath my feet, and he was begging for mercy before I let him off. Zhong Yongshu derided. Clearly, these individuals had come prepared, even aware of the dean's name. To Yun City Academy, Jian Wenyu was their strongest, their faith and aspiration. Are you provoking me? Qin Yuan retorted coldly. If it were merely an insult to him, Qin Yuan could endure it without quibbling. However, disparaging Jian Wenyu was a grave provocation. Though Jian Wenyu had not taught Qin Yuan directly, it was under his banner that Qin Yuan had successfully navigated many challenges. Ding. The host has been provoked. The system triggers a random task. Suppress the crowd and defeat Zhong Yongshu and other prodigies. Completion rewards a Thunderfire Tyrannosaurus Ginseng. The system's voice rang out once more. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to trigger 2 tasks in a single day. Moreover, this task promised a reward far superior to that of defeating Shifeng, a Thunderfire Tyrannosaurus Ginseng. The previous Ginseng had allowed Qin Yuan to unlock 4 spirit apertures. This time, even if he could only unlock 2, it would still be worthwhile. At that point, Qin Yuan would be able to cultivate the 2nd chapter of the Divine Thunder opening aperture technique. Indeed, to achieve rapid growth, one must not only accumulate wealth for resources, but also trigger system tasks. The previous task of achieving consecutive victories had yielded substantial rewards. Then there was the defeat of Shifeng, which netted him 5,000 evolution points, and the coveted King Tier technique. Without engaging in conflict, he could never have acquired such treasures. Finally, defeating Zhong Yongshu and the others would grant him the Thunderfire Tyrannosaurus Ginseng, an opportunity he could not refuse. So what? Zhong Yongshu laughed heartily. Congratulations, you've succeeded. Qin Yuan's figure flickered as he lunged forward. Lu Xiaoyun and the others were taken aback, unable to intercept him. Alas! A collective sigh of despair echoed through the crowd. The opposing students exhibited expressions of eager anticipation, relishing the impending spectacle. Gu Jinli, just regaining consciousness, saw Qin Yuan's silhouette and his expression dimmed. He genuinely wished that Qin Yuan, who shared a humble background, would not suffer the same fate as he had. The road to recovery would not be easy. Kid, you have guts. With your audacity, you might as well mention Shifeng's name. But if I cannot best Shifeng, what makes you think you can? Zhong Yongshu wore a smug grin. It is evident that people from small towns cannot withstand pressure. Why? Because you are simply too weak. Qin Yuan suddenly charged forward with astonishing speed, thrusting his sword. Uft. The blade met nothing but air, cleaving through an afterimage. This person is incredibly swift. Not at all resembling a black iron realm. Swift? Daring to claim swiftness before Zhong Yongxiu. Ha ha ha, he has miscalculated. A group of prodigies from the southern sky-based city murmured amongst themselves. In the arena, Zhong Yongxiu's figure materialized behind Qin Yuan. Swish. A glint of green light flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes, keenly observing Zhong Yongxiu's every move. One could not deny Zhong Yongxiu's remarkable speed. Easily reaching 100 meters per second. Any ordinary Bronze Realm Spirit Master would struggle to catch even a glimpse of his shadow. Boom. Sword Sage's 9th layer. Qin Yuan pivoted, unleashing the Phoenix sword imbued with Azure Sword energy in a decisive arc. Zhong Yongxiu's feet radiated a dark glow, and he vanished into thin air, evading all attacks. Suddenly, he reappeared above Qin Yuan. Light Shadow Kick. Zhong Yongxiu's right foot struck with explosive force, aimed viciously at Qin Yuan's head. Uft. Qin Yuan's head shattered, his figure progressively dissipating. An afterimage. How swift. When did this happen? Zhong Yongxiu was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a searing pain erupting across his back as he was sent sprawling. Boom. Zhong Yongxiu crashed violently to the ground, the Azure Sword energy surging uncontrollably into his body. He writhed in agony, blood spraying forth. A deep sword scar pierced through his back, leaving him in a pitiful state. Hiss. Everyone in the training hall gasped in astonishment. With a single strike, Qin Yuan had defeated the 8th-tier Bronze Realm expert, Zhong Yongxiu, and astonishingly surpassed him in speed. The brilliance of that sword was so swift that even Zhong Yongxiu had failed to react in time. Suddenly, several middle-aged men rushed over from a distance. One of them landed beside Zhong Yongxiu, examining his wounds and breaking into a cold sweat. The others, however, stared in disbelief at the descending Qin Yuan and the gleaming Fei Huang's sword in his hand. No one had anticipated that Qin Yuan would possess such formidable strength, defeating Zhong Yongxiu with a mere stroke. It was well known that Zhong Yongxiu was exceptionally adept at speed. Even if his opponent was stronger, it did not guarantee a hit. He claimed he would defeat Shi Feng in 2 moves. Could it be true? Someone exclaimed. The crowd began to believe, albeit slightly, as Qin Yuan's displayed power earned their acknowledgement. Next, the question arose. Who would take the stage? Qin Yuan glanced at the group of prideful geniuses. Defeating Zhong Yongxiu was just the beginning. Only by subduing these talented individuals would his system task be truly accomplished. In pursuit of the Lei Yin Bao Long Shan, Qin Yuan had fully committed. Concealing his strength and acting modestly was out of the question. Completing his tasks, earning rewards, and enhancing his power was the true path forward. Why is no one daring to step up? Qin Yuan called out. I will. A burly man stepped forward. Tai Qingyuan, 9th-tier Bronze Realm. Tai Qingyuan's innate spirit was the epic Iron Will, and it was said he had mastered elemental transformation, though the truth of that was uncertain. No matter how sharp that fellow's sword was, it could not breach Tai Qingyuan's defenses. Yet, he had claimed to defeat Shi Feng in 2 moves. Anyone can boast. But Tai Qingyuan, be cautious not to be struck by his sword or sword energy. A voice warned. Have no fear, Tai Qingyuan declared, striding forward as the ground thudded beneath him. His entire being began to transform, turning from flesh and blood into a body of iron. Another defensive spirit master, it seemed. Qin Yuan regarded Tai Qingyuan with a cold smirk. If he were a spirit master with special abilities, he might pose a challenge. However, in the face of Qin Yuan, defense was utterly non-existent. With a resounding hum, sword energy coalesced upon the blade of the Fei Huang sword. Sword Saint's 9 cuts. Drunken sword steps. Qin Yuan stepped forward, instantly appearing behind Tai Qingyuan. Instantaneous movement. The middle-aged mentors from the Tion base city and numerous students were left in astonishment. In that moment, they finally beheld the brilliance of Qin Yuan's innate skill. Teleportation, faster than any speed imaginable. With a swift slash, Qin Yuan's sword descended upon Tai Qingyuan, who wore an expression of astonishment. However, the strike was too swift for him to evade, and it struck true upon his shoulder. The blade cleaved through, severing much of his metallic arm and creating a deep crater upon impact. Tai Qingyuan's face was filled with horror. His iron will spirit was renowned for its formidable defense. Impervious to ordinary weaponry, even Shi Feng's stone armor could barely contend. Yet now, he had been effortlessly pierced by Qin Yuan's sword. This man wielded not only an exceptionally sharp weapon, but also possessed astounding strength, likely rivaling his own. How had he cultivated such power? With another swift strike aimed at Tai Qingyuan's chest, he was taken aback. Elemental transformation. Tai Qingyuan exclaimed, his body instantly shifting into a pool of molten iron. This time, he dared not endure Qin Yuan's assault head-on. Otherwise, while Qin Yuan might not take his life, he would surely inflict significant injury, necessitating a lengthy recovery. Thus, his purpose in arriving at Yin City would be rendered meaningless. With a decisive slash, Tai Qingyuan's form split in 2, flying 10 meters away. The severed arm followed suit. Soon, the molten iron coalesced back into his original form. It was indeed an elemental ability. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had encountered someone capable of true elemental transformation. Truly, a talent from the Tiannan base city. Just like Zhao Feng's Sunfire and Feng Yu's Whirlwind Blade, spirit masters who commanded elemental spirits to perfection could transform their bodies, rendering them immune to a portion of damage. As drops of molten iron dripped from Tai Qingyuan's metallic form, they struck the ground, creating several pits. It appeared that maintaining elemental transformation demanded immense energy. Qin Yuan continued his onslaught, delivering blow after blow that sent Tai Qingyuan hurtling backwards as if he were a mere iron ball. The terrifying Azure Lotus Sword energy left Tai Qingyuan no choice but to remain in his elemental state. Otherwise, his flesh and blood body would surely be cleaved in twain by a single strike. Stop. Cease your attacks. I concede. Tai Qingyuan gasped, retreating towards the mentors without daring to linger. He then relinquished his elemental transformation, collapsing to the ground as if drained of all strength. His elemental transformation was still a recent acquisition. The energy expenditure of elemental transformation exceeded that of typical combat by over tenfold, imposing considerable strain on both his spiritual energy and physical body. Moreover, the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation. Such a contest was unbearably stifling. Tai Qingyuan raised his head slightly, relieved that Qin Yuan had not pursued him. This fellow was genuinely terrifying. How could such a prodigy emerge from a mere Yun City base? Who else is willing to step up? Qin Yuan bellowed, oblivious to Tai Qingyuan's thoughts. The many prodigies exchanged glances, having defeated Zhong Yongxiu in one stroke. Shi Feng in two, and treating Tai Qingyuan like a plaything. Who among the Bronze Realm could possibly contend? All eyes converged upon three individuals at the forefront, two young men and a woman, all strikingly handsome and beautiful. These three were the strongest among them, each having attained the Silver Realm. Qin Yuan's gaze settled upon them as well. It appeared they were to be his final adversaries. However, the Silver Realm posed a significant disparity, two whole realms above him. Even if Qin Yuan could battle across realms, overcoming two tiers would be a daunting challenge, especially against prodigies from a super-base city. Are you truly considering sending Silver Realm Spirit Masters against our Academy's Black Iron Realm students? Wei Qiliang mocked. Qin Yuan's prowess had astonished him. After all, he was a genius from Tiannan City. Defeating an opponent by crossing one major realm was an impressive feat. Yet overcoming two was an entirely different matter. It would be wiser to withdraw gracefully after winning two matches. His low realm is merely a reflection of his lack of effort in cultivation. It is no justification for refusal. We are all of the same age. Should we refrain from striking simply because he is of a lower realm? A mentor from the opposing side coldly retorted. The recent defeats of their two students had humiliated them, and they were determined to reclaim their honor. Same age? Wei Qiliang laughed, glancing at Qin Yuan. I forgot to mention, Qin Yuan is merely 16 years old this year, having awakened and trained for less than a month. Wei Qiliang led a group of second-year students, all approximately 17 years of age, each having trained for no less than a year. Opposite them stood a similar cohort. Thus, upon seeing Qin Yuan amongst them, the assumption arose that he too was 17, with over a year of training under his belt. What? A myriad of astonished gazes fell upon Qin Yuan. He had only been training for a month. How could he be so formidable? This was inconceivable. Even the prodigies from the Tiannan base city likely lacked such prowess. Was he perhaps nurtured on some mystical feed? The instructor from Tiannan City found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the students he brought with him had all awakened for over a year, and were all a year older than Qin Yuan. Thus, it appeared that Qin Yuan had ample reasons to decline both in terms of rank and age. Moreover, they could not compel Qin Yuan to continue battling unless he was inclined to do so. I, too, am a swordsman, and I wish to spar with you in the art of the sword, declared a young man with striking brows and an extraordinary demeanor. This individual, known as Zheng Jianzhou, hailed from the Zheng family of Tiannan City. Behind him, he bore an object wrapped in black cloth, which, by its shape, was undoubtedly a sword. He was indeed a swordsman. Qin Yuan regarded Zheng Jianzhou, who exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of sword intent. This young man was one of the three possessing strength at the Silver Realm. If you are willing, engage me with your full strength in battle, regardless of the outcome. I shall gift you this sword origin spirit fruit. Zheng Jianzhou's eyes gleamed with combativeness as he gazed at Qin Yuan. The sword origin spirit fruit. Hiss. All eyes fixated on the spirit fruit in Zheng Jianzhou's hand, which glimmered like a drawn sword, radiating a dazzling light. It was indeed the sword origin spirit fruit, a true treasure of heaven and earth. Soon thereafter, someone began to elucidate the fruit's significance. The sword origin spirit fruit was an exceedingly rare and precious spirit fruit, and it was said that only the Zheng family of Tiannan had control over its production within the Huaxia Alliance. The fruit had three primary benefits. Chapter 78. A priceless wager, the soul-severing sword. The sword origin spirit fruit served three main purposes. Firstly, it was a spirit fruit utilized for breaking through realms. significantly enhancing the success rate of such breakthroughs without any adverse effects. Not only was it effective for breaking through the Bronze Realm, but it also bore immense benefits for ascending to the Gold Realm. Secondly, after consuming the Sword Origin Spirit Fruit and successfully breaking through a major realm, it could double one's physical strength. This meant that if one's original physical strength was 10,000 combat power, it would directly become 20,000 upon breaking through. If it were 50,000, it would escalate to 100,000. The higher the original strength, the greater the enhancement. Thirdly, it contained a thread of sword principles, enabling one to comprehend sword energy or even more potent sword intent. The value of this singular spirit fruit was no less than 1 billion spirit coins. The onlookers were captivated by the Sword Origin Spirit Fruit in Zheng Jianzhou's grasp, their expressions filled with longing. Particularly, the youths behind Zheng Jianzhou, many of whom had reached a bottleneck in their training, were but a step away from breaking into the Silver Realm. The Zheng family of Tion Nan was indeed affluent. Very well, I accept, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. This youth, Zheng Jianzhou, was truly generous, offering the fruit regardless of the outcome. It seemed that fortune favored him, as Qin Yuan was on the brink of a breakthrough. Although there were no significant challenges to overcome, possessing the Sword Origin Spirit Fruit would enable him to smoothly ascend to the Bronze Realm. Furthermore, the second and third benefits would greatly enhance his strength, physical strength, comprehension of the sword path. Of course, I shall not take advantage of you. This is the Wang-grade martial art, the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. If you triumph, this technique shall be yours. In his hand, Qin Yuan produced a yellowed jade slip, which he had seized from Shifeng. Since Zheng Jianzhou was so magnanimous, Qin Yuan would not be outdone in generosity. The 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. At this revelation, not only were the students astonished, but even the instructors from Tiannan City found themselves gasping, their gazes fixated on the object in Qin Yuan's hand. This was a Wang-grade martial art. Its worth rivaled that of the Sword Origin Spirit Fruit. Moreover, it originated from the esteemed Shi family of Tiannan, classified as a top-tier Wang-grade technique. It appears you truly defeated Shifeng. Zheng Jianzhou stepped forward. This technique is worth at least 5 Sword Origin Spirit Fruits, yet I have consumed the others, leaving only this one. After a brief pause, Zheng Jianzhou continued, should you conquer me, the Tion Yuan sword art of the Zheng family shall be yours. Hiss. The entire training hall fell into stunned silence, each individual rendered speechless. Did these two young men comprehend the magnitude of their wager? This was a stake exceeding 100 billion. The Sword Origin Spirit Fruit, the Tion Yuan sword art, the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. Any one of these would incite fierce competition among countless spirit masters in the outside world. Yet, they so casually placed them as stakes in their duel. Had it not been for their self-assured status, Wei Qi Liang and the other instructors would have considered joining the fray themselves. Ha ha ha, splendid. A straightforward individual. Qin Yuan regarded Zheng Jianzhou with admiration. This man resonated deeply with him. A fellow swordsman indeed. Then, I shall accept your spirit fruit and sword art. Qin Yuan's fighting spirit surged. Let us see if you possess the capability. Zheng Jianzhou flipped his hand, the black cloth falling away to reveal a pitch-black broken sword, which he grasped firmly. His aura erupted with a fierce intensity, as if he had transformed entirely. I hope you can endure for a while. A flicker of darkness and bloodlust glinted in Zheng Jianzhou's eyes. A broken sword? A hint of surprise crossed Qin Yuan's gaze. Was this a spiritual weapon? Or merely Zheng Jianzhou's spirit infusion? Whoosh. Zheng Jianzhou moved, channeling his spiritual energy into the black broken sword. A dark aura enveloped him, as if he had merged with the sword, swiftly charging towards Qin Yuan. In the blink of an eye, they were mere paces apart. This sword is named Soul Severing. As the Soul Severing sword descended, the distorted black light flickered in a peculiar rhythm, weaving between slow and fast, left and right, ensnaring the senses in a surreal dreamscape, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Zheng Jianzhou's soul-severing sword was enigmatic and unpredictable, nearly impossible to counter. The students from Tiannan displayed expressions of sheer terror, as if they had all suffered the sword's wrath before. This strike was fundamentally insurmountable. Aside from evasion, none dared to confront Zheng Jianzhou's attack head-on. Just as all present anticipated that Qin Yuan would utilize his teleportation ability to evade the strike, he remained fixed in his gaze upon Zheng Jianzhou. The Fei Huang, sword slicing forward. With the eagle-eye spiritual perception activated, no illusion could deceive Qin Yuan. Clang. The Fei Huang sword collided violently with the soul-severing sword. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The ground beneath them cracked, revealing a fissure extending 10 meters. A testament to the sheer force of their sword energies. Everyone stared in astonishment at the two, their raw and brutal clash reminiscent of two brutes. What was even more astounding was that in this contest of strength, Qin Yuan exhibited no inferiority to Zheng Jianzhou. His physical strength at the Black Iron Realm was comparable to that of Zheng Jianzhou at the Silver Realm. It must be noted that Zheng Jianzhou had consumed the Sword Origin Spirit Fruit. While his physical strength may not have been the strongest of his tier, He was undeniably a formidable presence. In the duel of swordsmanship, Qin Yuan matched Zheng Jianzhou's prowess. How extraordinary! What prodigies are these? The two swords emitted a piercing resonance. Sharp and shrill, as if they unleashed a terrifying pressure upon one another. The soul-severing sword wailed like a banshee, severing the soul and plunging one into a dream. Lost in self-obliteration for eternity. The Flying Phoenix Sword, a divine weapon of innate origin, is indomitable, forged from the very essence of heaven and earth, embodying the righteous spirit that subdues all malevolent forces. Clang, clang. The two combatants engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their fierce clashes forcing them to retreat several paces. Each bore a look of astonishment in their eyes. For Zheng Jianzhou, no one had ever withstood the might of the soul-severing sword. It possessed the terrifying ability to sever one's very soul. Every adversary he faced inevitably succumbed to fear, revealing their vulnerabilities. And those who fell beneath his blade would endure the torment of nightmares, their spirits severely battered. Thus, when he initially challenged Qin Yuan, he willingly offered the sword elemental spirit fruit as compensation. Yet, to his utter disbelief, Qin Yuan appeared entirely unfazed by the soul-severing sword's influence. How could this be? Zheng Jianzhou alone understood the true horror of his blade, which, despite being a broken sword, was indeed formidable. The soul-severing sword. Qin Yuan's heart was similarly stirred. His Flying Phoenix sword was a genuine mythic-grade weapon, exerting suppressive effects on swords below that caliber. However, Zheng Jianzhou's soul-severing sword remained unaffected, unleashing its full power and casting a lethal threat upon Qin Yuan. This indicated that the broken sword held an extraordinary origin. In its complete form, it would certainly be a being of mythic grade. Chapter 79. The Duel of Swordsmanship, Dark Sword Intent versus Azure Lotus Sword Formation. Is this your innate elemental spirit? Qin Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon Zheng Jianzhou. Indeed, I have learned about you. I heard that your innate elemental spirit is also a broken sword. Zheng Jianzhou's aura grew increasingly formidable, a tempestuous essence howling forth, his sword light aimed directly at Qin Yuan. Yet you have forsaken it. Indeed, merely a flawed elemental spirit. Qin Yuan shook his head, aware that the news of Zheng Jianzhou's broken elemental spirit was easily discernible. Your soul-severing sword, it appears, is also incomplete. Yet its power is astonishing. Qin Yuan was astonished to discover that despite Zheng Jianzhou possessing a flawed elemental spirit, it still wielded immense might. Not significantly weaker than the typical epic or even legendary spirits. Could it be? A mythic-grade elemental spirit? Even in its shattered state, it could unleash devastating damage. There are no such things as flawed elemental spirits in this world, only spirit masters with insufficient resolve. A glint of determination flickered in Zheng Jianzhou's eyes. Come, let me see just how strong you truly are. Boom, boom, boom. Zheng Jianzhou transformed into a phantom, a streak of darkness surging forth from the void, aiming for Qin Yuan's vital points. Qin Yuan stepped back, the Flying Phoenix sword sweeping out to intercept the strike, countering with a powerful slash. Sort of 10,000 ghosts. Zheng Jianzhou's eyes were filled with an abyssal darkness, akin to a harbinger emerging from the depths of hell. In the next moment, the ground manifested numerous shadowy figures adorned with ghostly masks, brandishing blades as they surged towards Qin Yuan from every direction. The sword shadow clone innate skill? Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened. It was not solely his exclusive technique, for he too possessed it. Sword shadow ninefold. Qin Yuan unleashed 9 arcs of sword light, instantaneously transforming them into 9 sword shadows, engaging in fierce combat with the ghostly figures. Though the number of sword shadows was limited, each possessed far superior strength compared to the ghostly apparitions. For a time, the two sides matched evenly, neither yielding an inch. Zheng Jianzhou's figure materialized, astonished as he beheld the 9 sword shadows. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Qin Yuan possessed a similar innate technique. Although fewer in number than the ghostly figures, the individual might of the sword shadows was formidable enough to fend off over 100 of them. It seemed this innate skill was equally ineffective against Qin Yuan. Dark Sword Intent. The dark energy surrounding Zheng Jianzhou surged in intensity, threatening to engulf him entirely. A terrifying and despair-laden sword intent, akin to the depths of the 9 hells, enveloped Qin Yuan. Sword intent. It is indeed sword intent. Qin Yuan was taken aback, realizing that Zheng Jianzhou had grasped sword intent, truly a prodigy hailing from Tion. This was no ordinary sword intent, but one imbued with unique attributes, the dark sword intent, instilling a chilling dread from the depths of one's being. The dark sword intent swept across the arena, compelling the middle-aged mentors and others to shield their students and retreat 200 meters beyond the fray. The aftershocks of their battle were tremendous, as they feared being drawn into this duel of swordsmanship. The training hall's floor bore countless sword scars, some extending dozens of meters, others merely 1 or 2. An incalculable multitude. More terrifying still was the overwhelming aura emanating from both combatants, instilling an instinctual dread in all who beheld it. The potent dark sword intent felt as if it originated from the 9 hells, invoking a sense of submission and a willingness to plunge into the abyss. Suddenly, a golden light flickered within Qin Yuan's mind, dispelling the darkness and restoring clarity, instantly awakening his senses. Elven divine blessing. The protection and fortune bestowed by the elven race. This easily overlooked passive innate skill had silently saved Qin Yuan's life. Swish. Qin Yuan retreated several dozen meters. Boom. The spot where he once stood was cleaved into a massive pit by a streak of black sword light. Zhang Jianzhou, shrouded in darkness, revealed a look of incredulity. He could scarcely believe that Qin Yuan had withstood his dark sword intent. Even spirit masters of the Golden Realm would not regain consciousness so swiftly beneath its oppressive weight. The dark sword intent is nothing to be feared. Qin Yuan exhaled lightly. Had his reflexes been a moment slower, he might have faced dire consequences. Oh no. At the very least, I would have had to reconstruct a blood spirit, Holy Sun avatar. This fellow, indeed formidable, struck with unwavering decisiveness, showing no mercy. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Let us battle. Zhang Jianzhou charged at Qin Yuan, infused with murderous intent and dark energy. The overwhelming dark sword intent enveloped the entire training hall. In this state, he thrived, manifesting his most potent form. Each strike could unleash terrifying sword intent upon his foes. Qin Yuan's brow furrowed. The onslaught of dark sword intent assailed him from all directions, infiltrating every crevice and significantly hindering his movements. Within the coverage of the sword intent, Zhang Jianzhou could perceive every action of Qin Yuan. This place had become Zhang Jianzhou's domain. A glimmer of sword light flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes. Let us see whose territory this truly is. Azure Lotus Sword Formation. Judgment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 99 Azure Lotus Sword energies erupted into the air, forming the Azure Lotus Sword Formation, encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Judgment. An invisible pressure of swordsmanship descended upon Zhang Jianzhou. The once rampant dark sword intent was instantly dismantled, its range continuously contracting until it could only coalesce within a 3-meter radius of Zhang Jianzhou. Now this is my domain. Qin Yuan beamed as he observed Zhang Jianzhou's momentary pause. Under the sword formation, his power would be amplified, while Zhang Jianzhou's would be suppressed. As long as the formation remained intact, its effects would persist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the Azure Lotus Sword Formation, numerous ghostly figures were struck down by the Azure Sword Energy. Sword Immortals, 9 slashes. Sword Shadow 9-fold. Qin Yuan, accompanied by the 9 sword shadows, surged toward Zhang Jianzhou. Countless sword energies, bolstered by the formation, rained down upon Zhang Jianzhou. Qin Yuan unleashed a strike, engaging in a fierce contest of strength, even willing to exchange wounds for victory. Your sword is formidable, but mine is even stronger. Zhang Jianzhou erupted with all his might, enveloped in dark energy. Sword energy and intent erupting from his form. Even when suppressed by the Azure Lotus Sword Formation, Zhang Jianzhou's battle spirit surged to terrifying heights. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of sword light erupted, rendering the training hall a scene of devastation, utterly unrecognizable. The onslaught of energy waves assaulted the faces of onlookers, causing sharp pangs akin to blades slicing through their skin. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The two individuals before them were astonishingly powerful. Was this truly a battle between the Silver Realm and the Black Iron Realm? More terrifyingly, Qin Yuan seemed to be on par with Zhang Jianzhou in every aspect. Zhang Jianzhou wielded the soul-severing sword, while Qin Yuan possessed the Flying Phoenix sword. Their physical strength collided, resulting in an even match. In terms of innate abilities, neither could claim superiority. The amount of spiritual energy each possessed was astonishing. Zhang Jianzhou's prowess was understandable, being from the Silver Realm, where the spirit energy he commanded was unparalleled. However, Qin Yuan was merely in the Black Iron Realm, yet he could sustain such an impressive display for an extended period. Any other Black Iron Realm spirit masters would have exhausted their spirit energy after employing just a few innate abilities. The fierce battle raged on for a full half-hour, both combatants unleashing their full potential and continuously using their innate techniques, yet neither had reached their limit. I concede, you are formidable, but to defeat me is utterly impossible. Zhang Jianzhou roared, his body marred with countless wounds. Yet, he refused to yield. Two distinct wills surged within him, the will to fight and the will of the sword, continuously sustaining him. Moreover, the dark aura emanating from the soul-severing sword possessed a remarkable healing effect on his injuries. Is that so? Qin Yuan scoffed. This battle had been exhilarating, the most satisfying confrontation he had ever experienced. The clash of their sword techniques filled him with a sense of exhilarating vengeance. Yet, Qin Yuan had not forgotten the system's mission and the stakes of their wager. Regardless of the circumstances, he must secure victory in this contest. For the reward was worth a staggering 100 billion spirit coins. Defeat? A tie? Such notions were inconceivable. Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Spirit Infusion. Whoosh. In an instant, Qin Yuan's aura surged, doubling in intensity. He transformed as if into another person, exuding the majestic demeanor of a sword master, surveying all beings with disdain. The flying phoenix, sword in his hand, resonated with melodious sword cries, unleashing astonishing sword energy, even manifesting sword intent. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Chapter 80. Defeating Zhongjianzhou, the rift in space. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Within the arena, spectators felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from a sword master. Particularly those students with sword-type affinities felt tremors deep within their souls, as if confronted by a sword god. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yuan's flying phoenix sword coalesced countless azure lotus sword energies, each swing slicing through the air with explosive sounds. Zhongjianzhou beheld the terrifying sword strike, which directly shattered the dark sword intent coalesced around him, leaving him astounded. Retreat. Zhongjianzhou hastily retreated several dozen meters, but that sword light seemed to lock onto him, rendering escape impossible. Thud. The sword light struck his body, leaving a gruesome gash that pierced through him, blood gushing forth. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Gulp. In the next moment, Qin Yuan stood behind Zhongjianzhou, his expression cold as he gazed down at him, the flying phoenix sword poised at his head. You have lost. The merciless voice echoed in Zhongjianzhou's ears, reverberating throughout the training hall. The outcome was both unexpected and yet seemingly inevitable. The battle prowess displayed by Qin Yuan was extraordinary. Even Zhongjianzhou, from the Silver Realm, was no match for him. This young man possessed strength beyond comprehension. I have been defeated. Zhongjianzhou spat a mouthful of blood, slowly rising to his feet. His form gradually dissipated, leaving only the areas covering his wounds. The soul-severing sword returned to its original state, resembling an ordinary black sword, devoid of luster. You are formidable, but next time, I shall surely defeat you. Zhongjianzhou sheathed the soul-severing sword. This was his life's spirit, now in a fragmented state. However, he had discovered a method to restore the soul-severing sword and could still wield its diminished power. Many could not achieve this step. When the soul-severing sword returns to its former glory, he would stand atop the world. Losing to Qin Yuan would not diminish his spirit, rather, it would fuel his desire for growth. This is the spirit fruit of the sword element and the heavenly sword technique. Zhongjianzhou produced a spirit fruit and a jade slip, extending them forward. A wager is a wager. Though defeated in this battle, he bore no resentment. Even treasures worth billions paled in comparison to the immense gains from this confrontation. What a generous man. Qin Yuan laughed heartily as he accepted the items from him. Zhongjianzhou not only sharpened his sword skills, but also presented him with such precious treasures. A true benefactor. After this battle, Qin Yuan's understanding of the sword path deepened, and his mastery of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's power grew ever stronger. Who else dares? Storing the spirit fruit and sword technique in his spatial ring, Qin Yuan turned to the talented students from Tianan City, several hundred meters away. Around him, the sounds of sword cries resonated, the Azure Lotus Sword Array exuding a fierce aura. If anyone is unconvinced, feel free to challenge me all at once. Qin Yuan proclaimed boldly. In the past, he would have felt confident in a one-on-one match, but against multiple opponents, he might not have stood a chance. However, with the Azure Lotus Sword Array at his disposal, he feared no adversaries, regardless of their number. During his clash with Zhongjianzhou, he had sensed the array's overwhelming power. Indeed, the greatest function of the Azure Lotus Sword Array was its ability to confront many with one, targeting only Zhongjianzhou. It could merely restrict a portion of his strength and dark sword intent. Will you all take action? The middle-aged mentor from Tianan City glanced at the two students beside him. A male and a female, both were the other Silver Realm students among their group. As for Qin Yuan's challenge to confront him all at once, they had not even considered it. If they did so, even if they won, they would not only fail to reclaim their honor, but would become a laughingstock. Zhongjianzhou has already been defeated. Would we fare any better? The male student pondered before speaking. The attractive female student nodded in agreement. Very well, let us conclude today's sparring session. The other mentor sighed, and after speaking, conferred with Wei Qi Liang to bring the match to a close. No problem, but the repair costs for this training hall shall be borne entirely by you. Wei Qi Liang's dark face rarely showed a smile. Agreed. The Tianan City mentor's lips twitched, but he refrained from arguing. After all, they were the ones who had lost this time. Moreover, compared to Zhongjianzhou's spirit fruit of the sword element and the heavenly sword technique, the repair costs were trivial. The group from Tianan City left in disarray. Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan. You are simply amazing. Oh dear brother-in-law. How are you so strong? The students from the second-year elite class gathered around him, all brimming with excitement. This time, Qin Yuan had avenged them, crushing the pride of the Tianan City group. Qin Yuan, we owe you a great debt. Wei Qi Liang approached, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks. I'm part of the elite class as well, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Last time, we had a rather fortuitous encounter. Haha, Fang Yu chuckled awkwardly. This situation was somewhat reminiscent of the welcome ceremony. However, the welcome ceremony was an internal affair of the academy, meticulously arranged. This time, However, it involved outsiders provoking them, and they had united to defend the honor of Yun City Academy. Otherwise, the elite class would have been seen as the Academy's disgrace. Very well. I shall not dwell on my gratitude. Wei Qi Liang resumed a serious tone. I have an announcement to make. 3 days from now, all students of the elite class must prepare to embark on a journey to the wilderness zone. This time, all the students of the academy must attend. No one is permitted to refuse, lest they be expelled and permanently removed from the institution. Qin Yuan, you are now a second-year student, and you will accompany us during this endeavor. I was initially concerned about your abilities, but it seems my worries were unfounded. Wei Qi Liang stated solemnly. Understood. The excitement on the faces of the other students gradually faded, replaced by a grave demeanor, as if they were already aware of the circumstances. Why has this been scheduled at such a time? Qin Yuan sensed something unusual. Every year, the academy organizes at least one hunting expedition in the wilderness to hone the students' practical skills. However, typically, this occurs in the middle or at the end of the year, serving both to assess the students' strength and to eliminate a portion of them. But now, the semester has yet to reach even a month. Furthermore, this includes all students of the academy, even the freshmen of the first year. There has been a slight issue with the spatial rift in Falling Star City, which is suspected to have given rise to a demonic lair, thus necessitating your investigation. Wei Qi Liang elaborated. A spatial rift. Qin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. That is the very culprit that nearly led to the extinction of humanity on Blue Star. The spatial rift serves as a vital conduit connecting Blue Star to the abyssal world. The emergence of this rift heralded the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, ushering in the flourishing era of spirit masters. Indeed, however, the situation is not as dire as you might imagine, otherwise, you would not be dispatched. This will serve as a perilous yet fortuitous trial, both a crisis and an opportunity that you must seize. Wei Qi Liang continued. I am not entirely informed of the specifics either, but I will endeavor to gather more information. In the coming days, you all should focus on enhancing your strength and procure some life-saving elixirs and items. Qin Yuan, strive to break through to the Bronze Realm in these few days. Understood. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Chapter 81. The Tion Yuan Sword Art, Cloud City, Sure Family. Qin Yuan had originally intended to inquire further about the situation, but it seemed that even Wei Qi Liang was not privy to many details. After all, matters concerning spatial rifts and demonic lairs are not common knowledge. Certainly, Qin Yuan's mind was awash with questions. Just how extensive is the spatial rift in Falling Star City? Are there truly demonic entities invading? What exactly does Wei Qi Liang mean by demonic lair? It seems to refer to something other than the abyssal world. When the principal, Jian Wenyu, departed, he mentioned going to Falling Star City. What connection does that hold? If powerful individuals are being dispatched, why send students of merely bronze and silver realm strength? And what of the sudden influx of talented students from other base cities to Cloud City Academy? Is this related to the current spatial rift or the demonic lair? The questions in his heart multiplied, yet no answers surfaced. Qin Yuan, your progress is astonishing. It has only been a short while, and even if I were to exert myself fully, I could not match your prowess, Feng Yu exclaimed, looking at Qin Yuan with awe. After all, Qin Yuan had been cultivating for a year less than him, and yet his current strength had already surpassed Feng Yu's. Indeed, you will soon be the foremost among us second-year students. I dare say even Lu Xiaoyan may not stand a chance against you, Qian Sisi remarked, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Qin Yuan. I must retreat to cultivate, aiming to break through to the Silver Realm before heading to Falling Star City. Lu Xiaoyan said with a wry smile, his expression heavy. Once, he had been nearly invincible among his peers, but upon encountering the talented students from Tiannan City, he realized that many powerful contemporaries existed in this world. Those 10 or 20 students were merely a fraction of the talent sent from the Tiannan base city. Several of them were of comparable strength in the Bronze Realm, and at least 3 Silver Realm students surpassed him. Even Qin Yuan, a latecomer, had outstripped him in strength. So have I? Feng Yu echoed. An 8th grade Bronze Realm strength is hardly sufficient. It may suffice in Cloud City, a mid-sized base city. But against those from larger or super base cities, you would merely be an ordinary student. Keep it up, Qin Yuan encouraged. After conversing with Lu Xiaoyun and the others for a while, they parted ways. Once separated, Qin Yuan began to review the rewards from the system. Within the system's space, there was an additional item, a Thunderfire Tyrannosaurus Ginseng, which was a reward from the system. It was precisely the time to utilize these days to open his spiritual orifices to the 9th and enhance his foundational physique strength to the utmost limit of 5,000 points. By then, he could leverage the sword spirit fruit to break through to the Bronze Realm. Additionally, there were 2 cultivation techniques, the Tion Yuan Sword Art, a royal grade technique capable of enhancing cultivation speed by up to 42 times, converting spiritual energy into a more refined sword spirit energy. And it included a set of Tion Yuan body refinement techniques, as well as insights into the swordsmanship of the Zheng family's ancestors. The Wanshi Gathering Spirit technique, also a royal grade technique, could enhance cultivation speed by up to 43 times, converting spiritual energy into stone essence energy, possessing special effects on stone armor infusion, and including practical methods for applying stone armor infusion in combat. One was the Qin Yuan sword art from Zheng Jianzhou, evidently tailored for sword practitioners. The other was the Wanshi gathering spirit technique from the Shi family, particularly effective for the traditional stone armor infusion. The maximum cultivation speeds were 42 times for one and 43 times for the other. The difference was minimal. Thus, he resolved to begin with the Qin Yuan sword art. First, the Qin Yuan sword art was more suitable for Qin Yuan, not to mention it came with a set of Tion Yuan body refinement techniques and insights into swordsmanship. The second technique was obtained from Zheng Jianzhou through legitimate means, with many witnesses to attest to its authenticity. Even the Zheng family could not make a move against Qin Yuan. Conversely, the Wanshi gathering spirit technique was acquired through a less savory route, and Qin Yuan could not guarantee its integrity. If Shi Feng and Shi Ting were to set a trap for him, that would spell danger. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low, caution was warranted. Had the Tion Yuan sword art not been available, Qin Yuan would have resorted to the Wanshi gathering spirit technique, but now he had a superior option. As for the Wanshi gathering spirit technique, he believed he could sell it for a handsome price. Qin Yuan strolled along the academy's path with a smile, since he had no need for it. Selling it would be the wisest choice. As for the Shi family, he chuckled softly. After perusing the Tion Yuan sword art, Qin Yuan began to experiment with its execution. However, he merely sought to familiarize himself with the technique and dared not truly cultivate it, lest he induce another spiral of spiritual energy. Instead of returning to the courtyard on the back mountain, Qin Yuan intended to visit the black market. In his possession were 20 spirit weapons that had been forged long ago. However, following his consecutive victories, his avatar had been slain, plunging the black market into chaos. And thus these weapons had not been sold. Besides those 20 spirit weapons, Qin Yuan also held nearly 100 spirit infusion materials, all acquired from Li Taibai during life and death matches in the blood fight arena and the final battle. Yet, forging weapons consumed considerable time and energy and required a substantial amount of evolution points, prompting Qin Yuan to refrain from further forging. Moreover, if over 100 spirit weapons with a fusion rate of 100% were to flood the market, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Qin Yuan was not one to court trouble. Simultaneously, Qin Yuan also made an intriguing discovery. Regardless of how many infusions a spirit master possessed upon their defeat, the system would only obtain the target's primary infusion. The contracted infusions could not be acquired. Therefore, defeating a spirit master would yield a maximum of one infusion. Of course, this was already sufficient for Qin Yuan. Selling spirit weapons was merely one avenue for Qin Yuan to amass wealth, not his sole source of income. If he were to become obsessed with the substantial profits from selling weapons, he would inevitably lose his sanity and become a murderous fiend. At the Shi family, bang! A delicate ceramic piece shattered upon hitting the ground. Shi Ting and the other family members shivered, kneeling in fear. Before them stood Shi Zhongtian, the current head of the Shi family and Shi Ting's father, now consumed with rage. The Wanshi gathering spirit technique has been stolen, and you all have the audacity to provoke Qin Yuan. What were you thinking? Shi Zhongtian thundered. Father, that Qin Yuan. Silence! Shi Zhongtian exclaimed in anger, then turned to glance at Shi Feng, who sat quietly nearby. Young Master Shi Feng, that royal grade skill was acquired by our branch of the Shijia in Yun City as a significant contribution, exchanged from the main family. Do you see? Shi Zhongtian spoke in a calm tone. That is of no concern to me. Since it has been seized by Qin Yuan, you shall simply retrieve it, Shi Feng replied, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He continued languidly. I originally came to visit Yun City Academy, yet your son incited me to confront Qin Yuan. Ultimately, this matter has nothing to do with me. The royal grade skill that Shi Feng lacked ownership of was specifically exchanged by the Shijia of Yun City from the main family. This time, Shi Feng had come to Yun City, and it was smoothly delivered to him. However, unexpectedly, Qin Yuan appeared midway, injuring him and stealing the skill that rightfully belonged to the Shijia of Yun City. Although his combat prowess was inferior, his verbal dexterity was commendable, artfully shifting the blame away from himself. What? Shi Zhongtian suppressed the fury surging within him. This was something I brought from the main family. You must find a way to retrieve the royal grade skill. After all, in Qin Yuan's hands, he cannot utilize it. You figure it out. Shi Feng tossed a spatial ring onto the table, stood up, and declared, I have matters to attend to. I must go heal my injuries. I shall not accompany you. With that, Shi Feng departed, followed closely by an elder. Shi Zhongtian glared at Shi Feng's retreating figure, yet dared not obstruct him. Chapter 82, The Dialogue of Royal Families. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. Shi Zhongtian glowered at his son, kneeling on the ground along with several family members. With a swift motion of his right hand, a wave of energy surged forth, sending Shi Ting and the others flying several meters, where they fell unconscious to the ground. Head of the family, what shall we do about this? An elder inquired. The spatial ring left behind by Shi Feng contained a considerable amount of cultivation resources. However, the most crucial item was the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. If he could cultivate this technique and grasp its intricacies, Shizhong Tion would have the opportunity to break through to the Diamond Realm. Now, everything was lost. What to do? Since it has fallen into Qin Yuan's possession, let him return it. A glint of coldness flashed in Shizhong Tion's eyes. Currently, the family's cash reserves amounted to a maximum of 2 billion spirit coins. The elder hesitated. 2 billion? Shizhong Tion smirked coldly. Find some capable assassins to deal with Qin Yuan. The elder inquired, but he is a disciple of Jian Wenyu. Should we not seek the people from the Hidden Kill Hall? There was a branch of the Hidden Kill Hall in Yun City. Typically, matters inconvenient for the family to handle were assigned as tasks to be dealt with by the Hidden Kill Hall. What we need is the technique without fail. The people from the Hidden Kill Hall are motivated solely by money. Can you truly expect them to return the technique? Shizhong Tion replied coldly. Let the operation be discreet. Even if Jian Wenyu discovers it in the end, with a dead man, what can he do? Understood. Hey, you here for the black market too? In the black market, on the bustling street, a youth clad in black appeared before Qin Yuan, bearing a long sword wrapped in black cloth on his back. Zheng Jianzhou, what brings you here? Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, eyeing Zheng Jianzhou. At this moment, he wore a mask and had intentionally changed his attire. You carry the aura of the Tion Yuan's sword technique. Zheng Jianzhou seemed to sense Qin Yuan's confusion and explained. Dressed in black, Zheng Jianzhou walked confidently down the street of the black market. With his silver realm strength, few dared to confront him. Those capable of doing so would undoubtedly possess significant power and status, wary of the Zheng family's influence. Oh, Qin Yuan was taken aback. Royal grade skills are so named because they are crafted by royal realm spirit masters, a legacy passed down through royal families. Any royal grade skill can be traced back to a royal realm spirit master, and families that possess such masters are referred to as royal families, Zheng Jianzhou elucidated. Those who cultivate the same royal grade skill will sense a shared aura upon activation. As Qin Yuan walked, he was familiarizing himself with the operation of the Tion Yuan sword technique. However, he had never known that the technique's operation could be sensed by others. It seemed he would need to be more cautious in the future. With a flash of his demonic eye, he also detected the sword elemental aura flowing from Zheng Jianzhou, a feeling of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Indeed, a lineage connection. Royal family. Does this mean that the Tion Nanzheng family possesses a royal realm spirit master? Qin Yuan's heart raced. Indeed, but our ancestor has not appeared for many years. Zheng Jianzhou replied. The 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique you possess comes from another royal family, the Tianan Shijia. Hiss. Qin Yuan was taken aback. He had suspected Shifeng's origins were extraordinary, but he had not anticipated them to be from a royal family. By the way, you probably do not know, but the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique has a bloodline restriction. Without the bloodline of the Shijia or the Shika transformation spirit, it cannot be cultivated. Zheng Jianzhou observed Qin Yuan. Cannot be used? Qin Yuan was startled, not expecting such a limitation. He had thought it would function like other technique jade slips, requiring only a drop of blood to recognize ownership for cultivation. This is a royal grade skill. The Shijia must have extraordinary measures to prevent its leakage, Zheng Jianzhou remarked. And what about your Tion Yuan sword technique? Qin Yuan inquired. I have eliminated the restrictions. Furthermore, our Zheng family's Tion Yuan sword technique is open to the entire alliance, thus placing no restrictions on anyone cultivating it, Zheng Jianzhou replied with a smile. Very well. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. He had not anticipated royal grade skills to be so complex. Even if he obtained the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, it would merely be an empty shell, utterly uncultivable. No wonder Shifeng had so readily relinquished the royal grade skill. To Shifeng, it seemed that Qin Yuan, even if he acquired it, would be unable to utilize it, and it would eventually be reclaimed by the Shijia. I have good news and bad news. Would you care to hear? Zheng Jianzhou, quite familiar, displayed none of the tension from their previous confrontation. Oh, let us hear the good news. Qin Yuan paused, looking at Zheng Jianzhou, curious about the news he might bring. The royal master who created the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique fell in battle against the Abyss 800 years ago. Zheng Jianzhou stated. Ah, that is indeed unfortunate. Qin Yuan sighed in relief. The bad news is that 500 years ago, another ancestor of the Tianan Shijia broke through to the royal realm and is still alive to this day. Zheng Jianzhou teased, eyeing Qin Yuan. That is truly unfortunate. These words were spoken by Qin Yuan to himself. However, surely a dignified royal realm expert would not strike against a mere black iron realm individual, would they? Surely not. Surely not. Brother Zheng, does your family accept adopted sons? I'm quite adept at living off others. Qin Yuan inquired earnestly, looking at the teasing Zheng Jianzhou. Zheng Jianzhou was at a loss for words, swiftly changing the subject. What brings you to the black market? Oh, the scenery of the black market is quite lovely. I simply came for a stroll. Qin Yuan removed his mask, revealing his handsome, youthful visage. The two walked side by side along the bustling streets of the black market, conversing as if they were long-lost friends. What is the name of your spirit? Zheng Jianzhou casually asked. Fei Huang's sword, Qin Yuan responded. And your spirit is called the soul-severing sword, correct? Exactly. A glimmer of brilliance suddenly flashed in Zheng Jianzhou's eyes as he gazed at Qin Yuan, whispering, "If I am not mistaken, this is not your second contracted spirit, but your innate spirit." "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Qin Yuan chuckled. "Do not feign ignorance. To be frank, my soul-severing sword possesses an extraordinary lineage. If fully realized, it would undoubtedly be a mythic-level existence." Zheng Jianzhou fixed his gaze upon Qin Yuan. Although currently in a fragmented state, it still possessed certain characteristics of mythic-grade endowments. Even legendary-grade sword endowments pale in comparison to my soul-severing sword. However, your Fei Huang sword is a different matter entirely. It is not merely legendary, but rather mythic in nature. This can only imply that the legendary endowment bestowed upon me by the Dean is of the highest caliber, comparable to mythic-grade endowments. Qin Yuan halted his steps and looked at him. "In truth, I do not seek to pry into your secrets, but rather because we belong to the same ilk." Zheng Jianzhou spoke slowly. "Our innate endowments are both flawed, and I have found a way to restore mine. Though the process is exceedingly arduous, I am uncertain if I can see it through, yet you have already succeeded. You have investigated me?" A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. "Your information is not particularly hard to come by. Being born with full spiritual energy and possessing a flawed endowment, coupled with rumors that you acquired Jian Wenyu's legendary-grade endowment, has drawn my attention to you." Zheng Jianzhou spoke candidly. "Having fought you only solidified my conviction that we are of the same kind. This does not prove that my endowment is not Jian Wenyu's, does it?" Even at this juncture, Qin Yuan refused to concede. "I anticipated your denial." A slight smile graced Zheng Jianzhou's lips as he leaned closer to Qin Yuan and whispered in his ear, "I know of a legendary-grade endowment known as the Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword." Chapter 83, Secrets Revealed. Return to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Qin Yuan, and the murderous intent in his eyes flashed momentarily. Zheng Jianzhou took a few steps back, chuckling, "I knew I was right." "How did you know?" Qin Yuan's voice turned icy. "The Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword is indeed Jian Wenyu's legendary-grade endowment. Yet, no one has ever known the name of that endowment. Even Jian Wenyu has never disclosed it to Qin Yuan." Qin Yuan was aware of this name because he possessed the Eye of Endowment and had examined the attributes of the Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword. Our Zheng family in Tianan is a family of swordsmanship. Any sword-type endowment is meticulously documented. Moreover, Jian Wenyu has some connections to our Zheng family, which is how I learned of the origin of the name Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword, Zheng Jianzhou expressed with pride. Now, he was utterly convinced that Qin Yuan's Fei Huang sword was his innate endowment and not the Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword. This was also why he had initially inquired about Qin Yuan's endowment name. Is this something many people are aware of? Qin Yuan furrowed his brows. "This matter is considered a family secret within the Zheng family. I only discovered it while preparing to visit Yun City and perusing the family's archive documents. So not many are privy to it. Otherwise, you would have been exposed long ago, wouldn't you?" Zheng Jianzhou replied. "That is true." Qin Yuan nodded. "Aside from the Tianan Zheng family, it is unlikely that anyone else knows. Otherwise, Jian Wenyu would not have concealed Qin Yuan's Fei Huang sword behind the guise of the Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword. Nor would he have been so reticent in promoting the name of the Tianhong Demon-Slaying Sword. Now, you cannot deny that we are of the same kind, can you?" Zheng Jianzhou asserted. "And what of it?" Qin Yuan scoffed, yet within his heart, a heightened sense of vigilance took root. He felt that this world was far too vast and mysterious, and as a mere Black Iron Realm practitioner, he was merely scratching the surface. With his current strength, he lacked even the ability to safeguard himself. Even Jian Wenyu had not anticipated that the secret belonging to the two of them would be discerned by Zheng Jianzhou. "I assure you, this will not be disclosed, but you must tell me how you restored your innate endowment to its complete form." Zheng Jianzhou pressed eagerly. "Did you not find a method to repair the soul-severing sword? Why then ask this?" Qin Yuan glanced at Zheng Jianzhou. "Since you have managed to restore your own innate endowment, you need not fear exposure in the future. The only difference is that Zheng Jianzhou has the backing of the Tianan Zheng family, a royal lineage, while Qin Yuan has at most Jian Wenyu. Ultimately, he relies solely on himself. There is a method, albeit rather peculiar and exceedingly difficult. Even my family cannot assist me." Zheng Jianzhou replied with a bitter smile. "Then I am even less capable of helping." Qin Yuan shook his head and continued onward. "Forget it. This must be your secret, and how could you easily divulge it? Furthermore, our endowments differ, and your method may not suit me. Restoring a mythic-grade innate endowment demands a staggering price." Zheng Jianzhou sighed. "However, should you assist me in restoring the soul-severing sword, I would be willing to meet any of your demands. Resources, connections, even protection from the Tianan Zheng family would be within my power. Not even the Shi family would dare to lay a finger on you." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan momentarily paused. This promise seemed rather enticing. Should the system reward him with a piece of the sky-repairing divine stone that he had no use for, he could exchange it with Zheng Jianzhou. At the very least, finding a sturdy tree for shelter would allow him, a tender sapling, to flourish. "I do possess a method, but unfortunately, it is not available at present." Qin Yuan sighed softly. Zheng Jianzhou's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that Qin Yuan truly had won. Quickly, what is it? Whatever you need, I can procure it. It is simply not available right now. Should it become usable in the future, I will certainly inform you. Qin Yuan did not fully disclose the truth, opting to reveal half, while concealing the other half for the benefit of both. Moreover, Qin Yuan indeed did not possess the sky-repairing divine stone at present. Of course, this also served to give Zheng Jianzhou a glimmer of hope, making him regard Qin Yuan with greater importance. Should Qin Yuan encounter difficulties, Zheng Jianzhou would be inclined to offer assistance for the sake of that so-called method. As for resources, Qin Yuan did not doubt Zheng Jianzhou's capabilities. After all, he had wagered both the Sword Yuan Spirit Fruit and the Tion Yuan Sword Art, indicating that his family's wealth was substantial. However, the sky-repairing divine stone was not something that could simply be acquired through resources. Qin Yuan could only hope that the system would issue more tasks and reward him with a sky-repairing divine stone. At that point, he would possess the leverage to negotiate with Zheng Jianzhou. Very well, you must remember, when the time comes, whatever you desire, I can exchange with you. Zheng Jianzhou stated resolutely, gazing intently at Qin Yuan. Agreed. Qin Yuan nodded in response. As their conversation progressed, Qin Yuan learned from Zheng Jianzhou that there were various types of flawed endowments. One category was genuinely flawed, offering little utility even if restored. The other category consisted of powerful endowments that could not be fully awakened due to the host's frail physique at the time of awakening, resulting in only a part of the endowment being realized. Such flawed endowments still possessed remarkable strength, though achieving complete restoration remained exceedingly challenging. Zheng Jianzhou's situation belonged to the latter. Eventually, the two unwittingly arrived at the location of the blood duel arena. The entrance to the arena was tightly shut, and the street before it still exuded a faint scent of blood. Let us proceed. Qin Yuan did not linger and walked straight ahead. The turmoil surrounding the blood duel arena had not ceased with Li Taibai's demise. Rather, the uncertainty surrounding the blood spirit had attracted numerous desperate individuals. The black market was presently rife with danger, teeming with a mix of unsavory characters. It was rumored that even the headquarters of the blood duel arena had dispatched personnel to investigate the matter. After walking a short distance, Qin Yuan finally halted. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Are you here to procure something? What do you desire? Feel free to take it. I shall cover the expenses. Zheng Jianzhou inquired, glancing at the characters on the pavilion. No need, Qin Yuan declined. Purchasing a few resources would not cost much. I would not want to owe Zheng Jianzhou a favor for such a trivial matter. Money can solve many things, yet some matters cannot be resolved by mere currency. Such favors must be reserved for truly pivotal moments. For instance, being pursued by the Shi family or the Blood Arena. Seeking refuge in the Zheng family of Tiannan for a decade or so would indeed be the prudent course of action. The two men ascended to the loft. At that moment, a man towering at 2 meters, adorned with an elven mask, strode past them, his piercingly cold eyes casting a fleeting glance at the duo. This individual? Zheng Jianzhou fixated on the man's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Do you recognize him? Qin Yuan inquired. The audacity of this man to regard me thus ignited a desire to confront him. As they entered the loft, they beheld a throng of female staff members surrounding the aloof man, greeting him with exuberance. Before long, he was ushered into the VIP room. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yuan approached the counter, rapping lightly. At this juncture, a staff member of considerable beauty sauntered over. Gentlemen, how may I assist you? I wish to sell a martial art technique. Qin Yuan replied nonchalantly. A martial art technique? Certainly, sir. What is its grade? Royal grade. Chapter 84, Selling Spirit Weapons. Selling Martial Arts Techniques. Inside the VIP room, Ho-E reclined leisurely, retrieving one spirit weapon after another from his system space. The door creaked open. Leading the way was an elderly man with glasses, the very same from their previous encounter, followed by 2 others. One was a woman of exquisite beauty, exuding an elegant and dignified aura. Upon seeing her, Ho-E was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that day when he left the blood arena, her violet eyes seemingly piercing through his very being. Instantly, he withdrew his aura, even drawing forth a trace of the blood spirit saint's power, concealing it within. These are all spirit weapons with a fusion rate of 100%. Another man dashed forward, gazing in astonishment at the spirit weapons on the table. Ho-E regarded this individual, another familiar face. Wu Ming, a 5-star blacksmith, the chief of the Yunqing Blacksmith Guild. What is he doing here? Could it be? Observing the man's eager caress of the spirit weapons, Ho-E suddenly realized. A 100% fusion rate is undoubtedly the lifelong pursuit of every blacksmith. Indeed, many blacksmiths expend tremendous effort to achieve even a 1% increase in their fusion rates. Alas, the materials are all alloy-based. Otherwise, their worth would surpass that of similarly ranked spirit weapons by 10-fold. After a prolonged moment, Wu Ming finally spoke, directing his gaze toward the masked man across the table, locking eyes with those cold, sharp orbs. May I inquire, sir, are these spirit weapons crafted by you, or by another? Wu Ming asked. Has Lingbao Pavilion resorted to such direct inquiries into customer privacy? Ho-E replied with an icy demeanor. Having assumed Ho-Yi's identity, he never contemplated revealing his true secrets. Sir, you have misunderstood. This is our esteemed chief blacksmith of the Yunqing Blacksmith Guild, a 5-star blacksmith, eager to make your acquaintance and forge a friendship. Lin Xian's melodious voice interjected. I never engage in friendships. Should this transaction not proceed, I can always seek alternatives, Ho Yi retorted, beginning to gather the spirit weapons from the table. Though the profession of a blacksmith is highly esteemed, it bears no benefit to him. Did Qin Yuan still require assistance from others for blacksmithing? Furthermore, he had never aspired to be a publicly recognized blacksmith or to align himself with Wu Ming, the 5-star blacksmith. More critically, he could not explain how he forged the weapons or the origins of the materials, rendering him incapable of behaving like a conventional blacksmith. Basking in special privileges. Now, we have opened our doors to conduct business. I assure you, Lingbao Pavilion's prices will satisfy you, Lin Xian quickly interjected, her delicate hands reaching toward Ho Yi's hands, nearly making contact. However, Ho Yi's reflexes were swifter, retracting his hands entirely and leaving no opportunity for her to touch him. Lin Xian, observing this, offered an awkward smile. What harm would it be for such a beautiful lady to touch you? It won't devour you. She cast a glance at Wu Ming, signaling him to temper his eagerness, lest they frighten the other party away. Wu Ming forced a somewhat uncomfortable smile, pondering when he, a 5-star blacksmith, had ever been treated in such a manner, were it not for the allure of these 100% fusion rate spirit weapons. Ho Yi's tone would have already earned him a swift expulsion. Let us settle the financials. I have matters to attend to, Ho Yi stated coolly. Noticing Ho Yi's disinterest in further dialogue, Lin Xian and Wu Ming refrained from pressing further. Provoking him any further might indeed compel him to leave in a huff. The star grade of the spirit weapons was not particularly high, and the materials were rather ordinary. 10 2-star spirit weapons and 10 1-star spirit weapons constituted the entirety of their offering. The only aspect of value lay in their 100% fusion rates. Before long, Lingbao Pavilion provided a valuation. 150 million spirit coins. This price was somewhat inflated. After all, despite the 100% fusion rate, the practical value of these spirit weapons was rather modest. Nevertheless, in the presence of blacksmiths like Wu Ming, any expenditure of spirit coins was deemed worthwhile. Mr. Ho, the total is 150 million spirit coins. I shall have it transferred to your VIP gold card immediately, Lin Xian stated with a smile. Oh, that won't be necessary. Please convert the entire sum into spirit essence. Any grade will suffice. By the way, I still have 5 million in my gold card from last time. Please convert that as well. Ho Yi maintained his indifferent tone. Although he possessed a gold card from Lingbao Pavilion, allowing for seamless transactions, he harbored no desire to engage in dealings beyond Lingbao Pavilion with it. No one could ascertain whether the transaction records from this gold card could be leaked. Thus, having sold the spirit weapons to Lingbao Pavilion, he sought to exchange them for what he required, completing a transactional loop. In this manner, no one could trace his whereabouts through the transaction records of the gold card. Very well, do you require any other items? Lin Xian inquired enthusiastically. No need. Seeing Ho Yi's distant demeanor, Lin Xian sighed. He was indeed a tough nut to crack. Elder Yang, could you please assist Mr. Ho in converting it to spirit essence, selecting some of good quality? Lin Xian addressed the bespectacled elder. Certainly, Pavilion Master. The elder responded. With that, Lin Xian took the spirit weapons and departed the VIP room alongside Wu Ming. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. Someone has come to sell martial arts techniques. A middle-aged woman in professional attire rushed in, breathless. For martial arts techniques, can't you have someone assess them? Must every matter require my personal attention? Lin Xian, still stinging from her recent encounter with Ho Yi, was in less than jovial spirits. But, the middle-aged woman struggled to catch her breath, her face flushed. But what? Lin Xian frowned. But the individual is selling a royal-grade martial art technique. The middle-aged woman exclaimed. Clang. The spirit weapon Lin Xian held clattered to the floor, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. What the hell? Wu Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retrieved the axe-like spirit weapon, cursing vehemently. What royal-grade martial art technique could possibly compare to these spirit weapons? Apologies, Master Wu. Please take the spirit weapons upstairs. I will join you shortly, Lin Xian instructed Wu Ming. Very well. Wu Ming grumbled as he departed. To him, spirit weapons were the most crucial aspect of life. Martial arts techniques? A royal-grade martial art technique? Nothing could rival the value of spirit weapons with a 100% fusion rate. In another VIP room at Lingbao Pavilion, Qin Yuan and Zheng Jianzhou lounged on the sofa, exhibiting no semblance of decorum. This water is not even spirit liquid. Lingbao Pavilion in Yunqing is truly lacking. Zheng Jianzhou lamented. Spirit liquid, a water imbued with converged spiritual energy, is rich in essence and readily absorbed by the human body. A single cup's value rivals that of 10 spirit stones. The average person could scarcely afford it, as only noble offspring would indulge in such luxuries. These spiritual liquids are immensely popular among the scions of prominent families, with merchants even concocting a myriad of flavors such as apple, grape, durian, beef, and milk. Qin Yuan. Upon entering, remained quietly seated without uttering a word. Chapter 85. Value halved, 3 billion spirit coins. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty. Lin Xian, the head of the Lingbao Pavilion in Yun City. Indeed, it was she. Qin Yuan's gaze brightened as he beheld her, his eyes roving over her alluring form. This enchanting lady seemed somewhat familiar. Had he encountered her before? Qin Yuan smiled and remarked, I've heard many men say that. Is there a single mother who teaches you men how to greet women? Can't you be a tad more original? Lin Xian's expression turned slightly irate. Yet, upon realizing that Qin Yuan and Zheng Jianzhou were merely two young rascals, she decided against quarreling with them. Oh, how else should I initiate a conversation? Or perhaps, miss? Was it you who used your spiritual ability to spy on me last time? Qin Yuan quipped, the corners of his mouth lifting. One could not deny that Lin Xian's pair of violet eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, bewitching and unforgettable, the most beautiful eyes he had ever encountered. Lin Xian scrutinized Qin Yuan anew, seemingly recalling an impression. He was the young man who had stood beside Lu Yunyu and his son, Lu Xiaoyan, just days ago. Back then, she had found him rather unique. Now, however, he was nothing short of extraordinary. His words flowed as if they were divinely inspired. Returning to the matter at hand, are you two here to sell a royal grade cultivation method? Lin Xian assessed the duo, her gaze ultimately resting on Zheng Jianzhou, who sprawled languidly on the sofa. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded the aura of a scion from a distinguished family. However, even a member of a noble lineage, let alone a royal family, could hardly possess a royal grade cultivation method for sale. Such techniques were typically exclusive to noble families. The number of royal grade cultivation methods that were widely disseminated was scant, most having been left behind by those who perished in the abyss. If the creator of a method was still alive, it would generally remain confined to the descendants of their family. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of enemies who could exploit its weaknesses, it could spell grave danger for the royal-level spirit masters. Don't look at him, look at me. Qin Yuan retorted. In his hand, he produced a yellowish jade slip. What is this? Lin Xian's gaze fixed on the jade slip. This is the royal grade cultivation method. The 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, from the Sure family of the super base city, Tion City, Qin Yuan elucidated. If this truly originated from the Sure family, then it was indeed priceless. If offered for sale, 60 billion spirit coins would be a modest sum. Lin Xian's eyes brightened. But wait, even if it is from the Sure family, how could you possibly acquire it? Lin Xian regarded Qin Yuan skeptically. With one a black iron realm and the other a silver realm, how could they procure a royal grade cultivation method from the Sure family? While the origins of the item were irrelevant, its authenticity was beyond doubt. If you don't believe me, you can have it appraised. Qin Yuan and Lin Xian exchanged glances. If the Lingbao Pavilion was reluctant to accept it, then consider my words unspoken. As long as it is genuine, there is nothing my Lingbao Pavilion would shy away from. Lin Xian replied with a smile. She then picked up the yellow jade slip, and her beautiful eyes immediately radiated violet light. If anyone in Yun City possessed unparalleled appraisal skills, it was undoubtedly Lin Xian. Nothing could escape the scrutiny of her violet pupils. After a lengthy inspection, Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly astonished. This item is 99% genuine. Of course, she was unaware if the contents were indeed the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, as she had never seen it. However, the craftsmanship of this yellow jade slip was unmistakably from the Sure family. The numerous formations inscribed within the slip were also derived from the Sure family's secret legacy, requiring at least a Starry Realm spirit master to complete independently. The only royal grade cultivation method that could warrant such treatment from the Sure family was the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. If someone could replicate it to this degree, it would be a calamity for the Lingbao Pavilion. Beep, beep. Lin Xian's smart bracelet chimed. Observing this, she gently set down the yellow jade slip and glanced at the information on her bracelet. Then she cast a meaningful look at Qin Yuan. After my appraisal, this indeed originates from the Zheng family's 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, Lin Xian declared. This was after your investigation, wasn't it? Qin Yuan reclined on the sofa, admiring Lin Xian's perfectly proportioned figure. From this angle, it was simply exquisite. This woman was not only voluptuous, but also remarkably astute. Do you dare to sell this? Aren't you afraid of the Sure family causing you trouble? Lin Xian chuckled. That is of no concern to you. Just tell me if you dare to accept it. Qin Yuan inquired. Of course I dare. 30 billion. How does that sound? Lin Xian's red lips parted. Earlier it was 60 billion, and now it's down to 30 billion? Qin Yuan's expression darkened. Who told you this cultivation method has dubious origins? Accepting this 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique would invite pressure from the Sure family. You might end up with nothing, Lin Xian retorted with a smile, clearly confident in her negotiation stance. 6 billion, not a single coin less. Or else I'll sell it to another merchant association, Qin Yuan stated. Then you should think carefully. Not every faction is willing to offend the Sure family over a cultivation method. Those with strength do not lack for royal grade techniques. And as for those without strength, do you really think they dare to challenge a royal family? Lin Xian responded candidly. At least in the entire Yun city, no one dares to do so. Not even Lu Yunyu or Jian Wenyu. 50 billion, no less. Heh, 40 billion, I would be losing my shirt. 35 billion, not a penny less. 30 billion it is. Then, hurry and transfer the funds. What a black-hearted merchant. Qin Yuan said, exuding a sense of resignation as his offer was slashed in half. Nonetheless, Lin Xian's reasoning held merit. Who else would dare to accept this cultivation method aside from the Lingbao Pavilion? Even if Qin Yuan kept it, it would serve him no purpose. Had you said this sooner, it would have saved a lot of trouble. Lin Xian smiled, promptly arranging for the transaction. The Lingbao Pavilion had consistently sought various cultivation methods, especially royal-grade techniques, yet those circulating in the market were few and far between. Although the Shi family's intermediate cultivation methods were not rare, they were mere pale imitations compared to the royal-grade 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. The wait was not prolonged. True to their reputation, the Lingbao Pavilion swiftly transferred 30 billion in cash. To no one's surprise, Qin Yuan received a VIP gold card. Is this mass-produced? Why does everyone receive one? Qin Yuan internally grumbled. Upon receiving the 30 billion, Qin Yuan immediately began selecting treasures within the Lingbao Pavilion. He purchased an array of cultivation resources and urgently needed items. The spiritual liquids flowed like water, elixirs were consumed as readily as candy, blood acts as a nutrient solution, and spiritual abilities served as stimulants. Finally, he chose spiritual fruits, specifically those for body tempering and those imbued with lightning attributes. He also noted that the quantity of lightning-type spiritual fruits for sale at the Lingbao Pavilion had increased compared to before. Chapter 86. News from the Demon Cave, Encountering Assassination. You're still merely in the Black Iron Realm. Will you be able to use all this essence blood? Lin Xian observed Qin Yuan's purchasing spree, as if he were spending an endless fortune. Mind your own business, Qin Yuan replied coldly. Having been swindled out of 30 billion, no one would be in high spirits. What do you need so many lightning-type spiritual fruits for? Lin Xian inquired once more. None of your concern, Qin Yuan retorted indifferently. Oh, have you cultivated the divine thunder to open your orifices? Lin Xian gazed at Qin Yuan and inquired. I do not relish engaging with overly intelligent women. Even if she is a beauty, Qin Yuan retorted, his lips curling as he continued to select the items he required. This time, in addition to personal cultivation, he needed to gather supplies for survival in the wilderness. As for cultivating the divine thunder to open the orifices, there was nothing to conceal, for it was obtained through an exchange at the Academy, delivered promptly by the Super Association, and there existed transaction records within the alliance. Should the superpowers like Lingbao Pavilion or the royal families decide to investigate, they would find everything laid bare. Thus, concealment was futile. And Qin Yuan had no intention of doing so. Oh, it seems Jian Wenyu treats you exceptionally well, Lin Xian prodded. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan remained silent this time. Boring. These men, each one a straightforward fellow. Utterly tedious. She exclaimed. By the way, let me share an exclusive piece of information, free of charge. Would you care to hear it? Lin Xian turned to leave, but paused at the doorway. After a long moment, no response came. Two little brats. She huffed, stamping her foot. Fine, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The Demon Cave in Falling Star City harbors a space rich in thunder elements, where over 90% of the beasts possess thunder attributes. If you seek a bountiful harvest of thunder-type spirit fruits, this is an opportunity. She continued, of course. Even if you choose not to go, in a while, many will likely be selling thunder-type spirit fruits, and you can procure them then. Thank you, Mississippi. At last. You've stopped rambling, Qin Yuan said, lifting his gaze to reveal an innocent smile. You drive me mad. Lin Xian slammed the door as she stormed out. After a while, Qin Yuan received the treasures delivered by Lingbao Pavilion. This time, he had spent nearly 1 billion, all on essential resources for cultivation, with 20 billion remaining. He did not use it immediately. Rising from his seat, Qin Yuan patted the deeply slumbering Zheng Jianzhou, only to discover remnants of black gas lingering beneath his clothing. Don't look. It's all your fault for wielding such a powerful sword. I'm still not fully recovered. Zheng Jianzhou opened his eyes and tugged at his clothes. In the training hall, Qin Yuan's final strike had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the special self-healing ability of the soul-severing sword had saved him. Otherwise, even if he did not perish, he would have to lie incapacitated for months. Yet, here he was, barely a day later, already able to move about freely. Blame me. Huh. Qin Yuan's lips twitched. If I hadn't delivered that strike, I might not have won. Perhaps I would have even lost the 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique. Besides, where could I find the funds to purchase so many treasures? I bought some recovery elixirs. Would you like some? Qin Yuan asked. Zheng Jianzhou, with a look of disbelief, produced an exquisite porcelain bottle and swallowed several valuable elixirs in one gulp. Damn. You're quite the wealthy one. Having money does not mean you want to spend it. Qin Yuan cursed inwardly. After departing from Lingbao Pavilion, Qin Yuan and Zheng Jianzhou returned to the academy. In a few days, they would set off for Falling Star City. Whether it was due to the academy's collective action or Lin Xian's mention of the cave being a space rich in thunder elements, Qin Yuan was determined to venture into the demon cave in search of opportunities. Once he broke through to the bronze realm, with his current physical strength, he could easily contract a third spirit. He had long considered the third spirit to be the thunder elemental spirit. Not only was the elemental power formidable, but with the divine thunder to assist, it would expedite the opening of his orifices. Most importantly, elementalization. Only elemental spirits could master elementalization, which not only significantly enhanced his attack power, but also mitigated a substantial portion of damage, much like Tai Qingyuan's metallization, which had allowed him to endure multiple attacks from Qin Yuan, even recovering completely after having his shoulder severed. A typical spirit master would have perished a dozen times over. By the way, why haven't I seen you utilize any other spirit abilities? At a street corner in the black market, Qin Yuan halted and glanced at the young man in black beside him. Zheng Jianzhou, being at the Silver Realm, should theoretically possess 3 spirits. Yet, he had only demonstrated one, his life spirit, the soul-severing sword. Do you not realize that to contract a spirit, one must consider not only their innate spiritual energy level, but also the strength of the spirit and physical prowess? Zheng Jianzhou looked at him as if he were foolish. To put it simply, my soul-severing sword, though in a fragmented state, is a mythic-level spirit. Its overwhelming strength renders me unable to contract a second spirit with my current physique. Zheng Jianzhou sighed. I see. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. He had some understanding. Yet in his case, having possessed 2 mythic-level spirits in the Black Iron Realm, he had assumed it was relatively easy for others to contract spirits. His 2 mythic-level spirits had awakened with the aid of the system, not through contracting, which was a significant distinction. Could you demonstrate the power of the soul-severing sword for me? A fleeting glimmer of green light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Of course, many have perished beneath the soul-severing sword, Zheng Jianzhou replied, momentarily taken aback. His eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent as he gripped the soul-severing sword, swiftly slashing towards Qin Yuan. Die! Qin Yuan bellowed in response, unleashing the flying phoenix sword. With a series of blood blossoms blooming in the air, a blood-soaked figure clad in black materialized, yet instead of fleeing, he charged towards Qin Yuan with reckless abandon. The daylight transformed into night. The black-clad figure akin to a specter of the night, reaping the souls of the living. A sharp dagger grazed Qin Yuan's face. Clang! Boom! Qin Yuan blocked with his sword, unleashing sword energy that struck the black-clad assailant. Zheng Jianzhou swiftly rushed in, slashing with the soul-severing sword, leaving the figure momentarily disoriented. Together, Qin Yuan and Zheng Jianzhou swiftly dispatched the black-clad assailant. Be careful, there are 4 more lurking in the shadows. Blood trickled slowly from Qin Yuan's face. The desperate struggle of the Silver Realm was not easily evaded. Despite swiftly killing one in collaboration with Zheng Jianzhou, they remained on high alert. With his enhanced eagle-eye perception, Qin Yuan not only detected the slain black-clad figure, but also discerned 4 hidden figures in the corners. The recently slain assailant had stealthily concealed himself beneath Qin Yuan's shadow, poised to launch an attack. Alas, thanks to his augmented eagle-eye perception, Qin Yuan had seen through the black-clad figure's movements. Chapter 87. The Sure Clan's Assassins, Proceeding to the Slums. This assassin possessed strength at least at the Silver Realm. It seemed he was a trained assassin from a family. Zheng Jianzhou glanced at the corpse, swiftly analyzing. The feeling that the previous individual had evoked was indistinguishable from that of a family-trained assassin, solely focused on fulfilling the given mission, even at the cost of their life. Existing merely as a soulless puppet. In the face of their attacks, he did not flinch, intent only on injuring Qin Yuan. Assassin? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Family. Assassins. Sure Clan. He had not anticipated the Sure Clan's retaliation to arrive so swiftly. Had it not been for his extraordinary perception ability, he might have fallen victim this time. Regrettably, they were still a step too late. The techniques had already been sold to Lingbao Pavilion. Even if they killed Qin Yuan, they could not retrieve it. The night did not dissipate, but rather grew more eerie, devoid of any light, casting the surroundings into darkness. A cacophony of wails echoed, as if emanating from the depths of hell, drawing ever closer. Someone has intruded upon your territory, Qin Yuan remarked. Although his eyes perceived nothing, he could sense 4 figures swiftly approaching. Is that so? Zheng Jianzhou's voice echoed. In the darkness, hundreds of ghostly silhouettes emerged. With a swift movement, Zheng Jianzhou lunged forward, striking at an empty space. Clang! A figure materialized in the previously vacant spot, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Could those phantoms grant him visual and perceptual sharing? Qin Yuan murmured softly. In the enveloping darkness, Qin Yuan relied on his eagle-eyed perception to detect enemies. But what did Zheng Jianzhou depend on? Whoosh! Before Qin Yuan could ponder further, several fierce attacks descended upon him. He flickered away, appearing 10 meters distant. Whoosh! 3 assassins rapidly closed in on him. Boom! Qin Yuan unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, yet his adversaries deftly evaded them. These 3, or rather, 4, were all of the silver rank, including the one he had just dispatched, a total of 5 silver rank death warriors. Truly, the Sure family of Yin City was formidable. Their influence vast. Had they been mere iron-rank foes, they likely would not have survived a single strike against these death warriors. Boom. An intense battle erupted in the night. Whenever Qin Yuan sought to retaliate against one, the other two would swiftly turn their attention towards him. For even if one fell to his blade, they showed no signs of retreat. A powerful opponent is not to be feared, for they have their weaknesses. Yet the death warriors did not contemplate the notion of mortality. Their only belief was to fulfill their mission. Qin Yuan found himself facing 3 adversaries. Even with his mythical-grade spirit endowment, he remained at a disadvantage. He could only evade their assaults using the drunken immortal sword steps. Another death warrior was engaged in a fierce duel with Zheng Jianzhou, neither gaining the upper hand. Amidst the obscurity of night, these assassins enjoyed enhanced attributes. Their speed and strength formidable. Zheng Jianzhou split up. Qin Yuan shouted. In this state, he could not unleash his full potential. If it were merely a few death warriors, eliminating them would pose no issue. However, with Zheng Jianzhou present, certain secrets would inevitably be revealed. He could not simply slay Zheng Jianzhou as well. As you wish. Zheng Jianzhou ceased his assault and stood still, for he too understood that these death warriors were not targeting him. Their objective was Qin Yuan. Whoosh. Qin Yuan's figure flickered and vanished, along with 4 assassins. The night faded, leaving only the street corner from moments before. Even the corpse they had just slain had similarly disappeared. Nearby, passers-by strolled by, seemingly oblivious to the recent violent clash. Whoosh. Qin Yuan surged forth, racing towards the outskirts of the city until he reached a desolate expanse. Even the common folk seldom ventured here. As soon as Qin Yuan halted, the night descended quietly, and 4 silver-rank death warriors charged towards him. In this swiftly, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Spirit Endowment. Azure Lotus Sword Array. Judgment. 9 strikes of the Sword Immortal. 9 shadows of the sword. 1 death warrior lunged at him, and Qin Yuan, radiating a terrifying sword aura, did not evade but struck fiercely. Splat. Splat. Both Qin Yuan and the death warrior struck one another simultaneously. The warrior's head flew off, rolling several meters away, while Qin Yuan was enveloped in a blazing draconic scale armor, enduring the assault. The death warrior had not anticipated that the evasive Qin Yuan would suddenly engage him head-on. Nor could he have foreseen that his desperate strike would yield no effective damage to Qin Yuan. Whoosh. The remaining 3 death warriors, witnessing this, quickly converged. Suddenly, a brilliant firelight streaked down from the heavens, targeting one of the death warriors. The warrior, alarmed, hastily sought refuge in the shadows. However, the fire arrow homed in on him, rendering concealment futile, even in the void. Boom. An explosion erupted, scattering flames, claiming another death warrior's life. The 2 remaining did not even glance back, continuing their assault on Qin Yuan. Roar. A beastly roar erupted from Qin Yuan's body. The crimson-scaled fiery armor transformed into a crimson crystalline draconic beast, lunging at 1 death warrior. Crack. The warrior had never anticipated the presence of a ferocious beast. Caught off guard, his body was torn asunder. The last death warrior, resolute, approached Qin Yuan, preparing to deliver a lethal blow, only to find his body succumbing to a loss of control. In an instant, he felt as if he were a deflating balloon, rapidly drained until only skin and bones remained, collapsing to the ground. A blood shadow emerged from the corpse. The blood spirit saint's form had solidified further, now reaching the 5th tier of the iron rank. All 4 death warriors lay slain. In the next moment, Qin Yuan vanished along with the bodies. Moments later, a figure hastily arrived, frowning upon finding the area devoid of any presence. It seemed he had arrived just a step too late. The newcomer was one of the elders of the Shi family, wearing a golden badge on his chest. After surveying the surroundings, he sensed something amiss and departed swiftly. In the next moment, several figures rushed in from various directions, contemplating the empty ground. Strange, the blood spirit's aura has vanished again. In the slums, Qin Yuan walked along the filthy, chaotic streets as if nothing were amiss. Nearby, commoners hurried past, toiling for their livelihoods. Qin Yuan did not return to the academy, but instead headed towards the street of the slums. Since the Shi family had already made a move against him, this failure would inevitably lead to further actions. His family would undoubtedly be implicated. Upon returning home, he found Qin Xiaoyu engrossed in a book, while Qin Xiaofeng exercised nearby, practicing punches on a sandbag. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu. Qin Yuan called to them. Brother. The 2 rushed over, excitement illuminating their faces. Have you been well behaved at home? Qin Yuan inquired with a smile. Yes, we've been good, and we haven't left the street. Qin Xiaoyu replied, hugging Qin Yuan. Qin Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. When Qin Yuan departed earlier, he had left them a sum of spirit coins sufficient for their sustenance for a considerable time, cautioning them to remain within the street's confines. After all, this was a slum, and danger still lurked. Previously, they had all been commoners. Poverty kept them from being targeted. But now that Qin Yuan had become a spirit master, with wealth to his name, he feared that desperate individuals might take risks. Brother, are you taking us away this time? Qin Xiaofeng asked hopefully. Indeed, Qin Yuan affirmed. This street is still a slum, far from the safety of the inner city. Furthermore, the Sher family's desire to strike at my family would be futile even within the inner city. Pack your things. We will leave together shortly, Qin Yuan instructed them, then made his way to the Blackwolf mercenary corps base. His mother, Li Xian, and Aunt Chun, Zhao Feng's mother, typically assisted at the Blackwolf headquarters. Qin Yuan had no objections to this. After all, they had spent their lives working the fields, and it would be unaccustomed for them to have nothing to do. Bah! Is this the Blackwolf mercenary corps? From afar, Qin Yuan could hear waves of derisive laughter. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of chaos. The entire encampment was in disarray, with a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground, all members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps. Adjacent to them stood a group of arrogant men, a dozen strong. What is happening? A flash of light ignited in Qin Yuan's eyes as he scrutinized these intruders. At the forefront stood a man adorned with a silver badge etched with two distinct patterns, an indication of his rank as a second-tier Silver Realm practitioner. The others were merely Bronze Realm spirit masters. Casting his gaze around, Qin Yuan noted the absence of Lin Weidong and Lin Weinan, the Silver Realm practitioners of the Blackwolf mercenary corps. Inside the quarters, several family members, including Qin Yuan's mother, cowered in silence. Who is this little brat? Get lost. Zhao Jingda turned his attention to Qin Yuan, expressing his impatience. What is going on? Qin Yuan pressed forward rather than retreating, directing his gaze at the members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps. Qin Yuan, this does not concern you. You should leave, one member interjected. This man was Su Yonghua, an ordinary Bronze Realm spirit master of the Blackwolf mercenary corps, visibly battered and marked by several footprints on his face, clearly a victim of a brutal assault. Since I have encountered this, I cannot remain indifferent, Qin Yuan replied coolly, fixing his gaze on Zhao Jingda. The Blackwolf mercenary corps is the patrol team appointed by the city lord's mansion. Do you dare to lay a hand on them? Patrol team? That was in the past. This slum is now under the dominion of our overlord mercenary corps, Zhao Jingda scoffed. Throw him out, but do not kill him. Understood, boss. A tall, lean man approached Qin Yuan with a grin. Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might bang. Qin Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, sending the man crashing to the ground, his foot planted squarely on the fallen adversary's face, rendering him unconscious. Huh. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Zhao Jingdao's gaze fixed intently on Qin Yuan. The tall man was no ordinary individual. He was a fifth-tier Bronze Realm spirit master. While his strength was not formidable, he was certainly not an opponent a mere boy could easily handle. Moreover, the fact that Qin Yuan had knocked him down with a single punch and then kicked him unconscious was astonishing. Kid, are you seeking death? Zhao Jingda glared at Qin Yuan in fury. Suddenly, he thrust his right hand toward Qin Yuan, which inexplicably enlarged to several times its original size, akin to a giant's fist. Boom. The colossal fist crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ground. Qin Yuan. Members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps shouted in alarm. No matter how extraordinary Qin Yuan's talent was, he had only recently awakened and was still at the Black Iron Realm. Although Zhao Jingda was merely a captain of the Overlord mercenary corps, he was a second-tier Silver Realm practitioner. It was implausible for Qin Yuan alone to withstand Zhao Jingda's immense power. Huh, wait a minute, where's this kid? Zhao Jingda mused, perplexed, as his fist failed to connect with Qin Yuan. Boom. A flash of sword light darted past him, and in the next instant, he was sent flying. A nearly 1-meter-long gash appeared on his enlarged arm, almost severing it completely. In a heartbeat, Qin Yuan materialized behind Zhao Jingda, one hand pressing on his shoulder while the other brandished the flying phoenix sword against his neck. Kneel and apologize to them, or die, Qin Yuan declared coldly, emanating an aura of chilling menace. Stop. Do you have any idea who the Overlord mercenary corps is? How dare you lay a hand on us? Zhao Jingda gritted his teeth, blood uncontrollably spilling from his mouth. If you dare to kill me, not only will you suffer, but the Blackwolf mercenary corps and even your family will pay the price for your recklessness. The Overlord mercenary corps? Not familiar with it? Qin Yuan replied with a cold smile, speculating, could it be a mercenary group under the Sher family? On his first day at school, as mentioned by Qian Gungan, the Sher family controlled numerous mercenary groups and hunting teams, several of which ranked among the best in Yun City, operating with great arrogance in the wilderness. Exactly. Now you understand fear, don't you? Our Overlord mercenary corps is one of the top 5 in Yun City, the third mercenary group of the Sher family. Zhao Jingda laughed maniacally. Kid, kneel and apologize, and I may consider letting you off. Otherwise, you will regret offending the Sher family. You'll find it impossible to survive in Yun City. As for leaving, well, that depends on your capability. Zhao Jingda turned to face Qin Yuan, only to find his expression had grown even colder, his murderous intent palpable. Originally, I only intended to demand an apology from you, but now. Qin Yuan raised the flying phoenix sword and swung it. No, this is the city lord's jurisdiction. If you dare to kill us, you will undoubtedly face retribution from the city lord's mansion. Zhao Jingda screamed in terror. He wished to resist, but Qin Yuan's grip on his shoulder felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. With the other hand wielding the flying phoenix sword, His life hung by a thread. Ah! A scream pierced the air as a massive hand fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Jingdao rolled on the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One must sever an arm and apologize to the members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps to leave. Otherwise, do not think I want to kill you, Qin Yuan declared, having severed Zhao Jingdao's arm without opting for murder. Killing within Yun City was a grave taboo, especially against individuals of status. Such actions would provide the Shi family with a legitimate reason to pressure the city lord's mansion and the alliance against Qin Yuan, rather than merely attempting a covert assassination. We are of the Shi family. Chapter 89, Parting Ways, moving to the main city. Zhao Jingda had only uttered half a sentence when another sharp beam of sword light flashed by. His remaining arm fell to the ground. Zhao Jingda collapsed in agony, rendered unconscious. Without his arms, he resembled a mere stick on the ground, blood flowing freely from his severed limbs. It would not be long before he bled out entirely. And you? Qin Yuan turned his gaze to the other members of the Overlord Mercenary Corps. Each member of the Overlord Mercenary Corps, witnessing their captain's dismemberment, no longer dared to utter a word. They raised their weapons against their own comrades, and soon severed arms littered the ground. It must be said, these individuals were indeed mercenaries who thrived on the edge of danger. They exhibited a ruthless nature, even against themselves. Simultaneously, they cast aside their pride and bowed apologetically to Su Yonghua and the others, completely discarding their dignity. Get lost, Qin Yuan commanded coldly. He refrained from exterminating the Overlord Mercenary Corps for two reasons. First, due to the Shi family's influence, and second, because the Overlord Mercenary Corps had become the patrol team for this slum. Killing them would undoubtedly lead to conflict with the city lord's mansion. The members of the Overlord Mercenary Corps, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of relief mixed with pain, hastily dragging their severed limbs, along with the unconscious Zhao Jingda and the tall man, away. With the current level of medical technology, severed limbs could still be reattached. Whether they could regain full functionality depended on their willingness to invest the necessary resources. Qin Yuan, thank you. Su Yonghua expressed his gratitude to Qin Yuan. However, you have offended the Overlord Mercenary Corps, which is backed by the Shi family of Yun City, so you must tread carefully from now on. It's too late for that. I've already burned all bridges, Qin Yuan chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. What about Uncle Dong and the others? After inquiring, Qin Yuan learned that Lin Weidong and the others had taken the main forces of the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps to Falling Star City some days ago. Rumor had it there were great opportunities there, and they went to test their luck. If Qin Yuan's guess was correct, it likely had something to do with the spatial rift and the demon lair. The Dominator Mercenary Corps, under the command of the Shi family, is known for its tyrannical conduct, having instigated several conflicts in the wilderness. It is precisely due to this that the members left to guard the outpost have suffered from their incessant harassment. What shall you do next? Inquired Qin Yuan. We intend to depart from East Street and seek refuge in the slums of North City, where a mercenary group maintains a cordial relationship with the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps. We wish to seek sanctuary for a time, replied Su Yonghua. Your family can accompany us. Presently, the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps is comprised of merely a handful of iron and bronze level spirit masters. And with the recent events where Qin Yuan compelled Zhou Jingda and his peers to sacrifice an arm, the Dominator Mercenary Corps will undoubtedly seek retribution. Remaining on East Street would be tantamount to a certain demise. Although Yunqing forbids murder, this does not imply that such acts cannot occur. The Dominator Mercenary Corps possesses various methods to ensure their victims meet a grim fate, much like the covert assassinations orchestrated by the Shi family. Had it not been for Qin Yuan's formidable strength, he might not have survived the day. Even if they do not resort to murder, it is entirely plausible that, like Qin Yuan, one could suffer the loss of a limb. I plan to leverage some connections to escort my family to the main city, Qin Yuan contemplated aloud. Very well, let us maintain contact, Su Yonghua remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yuan without pressing further. In truth, as spirit masters, they possess the qualification to enter the inner city. However, for them, or for the Shi family, both the inner city and the slums are essentially the same. Unless one gains entry to the main city, the notion of requesting Qin Yuan's assistance to enter the main city is, without a doubt, a fanciful dream. Access to the main city is not granted to just anyone, let alone bringing others along. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me. Qin Yuan gestured towards the smart wristbands each held. Although these devices lack signal in the wilderness, they remain capable of instant communication within Yunqing. Understood, Su Yonghua affirmed. Proceeding to gather their belongings. A quarter of an hour later, dozens hastily departed from the outpost, anxious to avoid an encounter with the Dominator Mercenary Corps. After all, Zhou Jingda and his group are merely a small squad within the Dominator Mercenary Corps. Should the main force arrive, it is likely that Qin Yuan would find himself at a loss. At this moment, Qin Yuan, accompanied by his family and Zhao Feng's mother, comprised a group of 5. Successfully entered the inner city under the pretense of being second-year students from the Yunqing Spirit Master Academy. Upon reaching the city gates, Qin Yuan was halted by a cadre of spirit master guards. The regulations governing entry to and exit from the inner city are not overly stringent. Yet permanent residency requires proper certification. The main city is not a place accessible to all. It is reserved for the affluent and the elite. Many commoners may never set foot in the main city in their lifetimes, and many spirit masters can only enter during their initial awakening, while studying at the academy. Once they graduate or are expelled, they must vacate the main city area. Standing at the gates, his family anxiously gazed at Qin Yuan, who returned their looks with a confident and reassuring glance, a few familiar faces flashing through his mind. Ultimately, he dialed Lu Xiaoyan's number. Seeking to gain his family's entry into the main city, the most convenient route was to approach the city lord's mansion. Even the esteemed mentors of the academy, those at the golden rank, may not possess such privileges. Upon answering, Qin Yuan succinctly conveyed his request. This is a mere formality. As long as a property is purchased within the main city, your family will be able to reside there. Lu Xiaoyan, who was currently sequestered in the Lu family's training quarters, readily acquiesced to Qin Yuan's request. Ordinarily, entry to the inner city necessitates a rigorous vetting process. But who could deny a favor to Qin Yuan? Although he is currently at the iron rank, it would not be long before he ascends to the bronze rank. Of course, based solely on this qualification, he would be permitted to reside in the inner city. However, given Qin Yuan's combat prowess, which has reached the silver rank, and his status as a prodigious student of Yunqing Academy, being a disciple of Jian Wenyu, it was entirely feasible for him to receive special consideration for residency in the main city. Where are you? I will come to find you now. Lu Xiaoyan inquired before hanging up and departing the training room. Aren't you preparing to break through to the silver rank? What is your urgent business? Lu Yunyan, observing Lu Xiaoyan's haste, questioned with an authoritative tone. Father, it concerns Qin Yuan. Lu Xiaoyan briefly summarized the situation to his father. Arranging for a family to take residence in the main city is indeed a daunting task for others, but for the Lu family, it is a trivial matter. Lu Xiaoyan was more than willing to extend this favor. Oh, it seems Qin Yuan is fortunate indeed. He survived an assassination attempt by 5 silver-ranked assassins, Lu Yunyan remarked, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Were they from the Shi family? Indeed, this young man is audacious, daring to seize the Shi family's royal-grade cultivation method. He is truly unafraid of trouble. Even if he were to obtain it, he would be unable to utilize it, Lu Yunyan mused, gazing out the window. It appears that luck is on his side. One can only wonder how far he can go. After a brief pause, he added, the villa on the left has just become vacant. Let us permit him to move in there. This, father. Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback, but quickly realized his father's apparent high regard for Qin Yuan. Adjacent to the Lu family villa, there are several other villas, all belonging to the Lu family, though currently, only one is occupied. The left villa was previously home to a prodigy with an epic-level spirit affinity, who unfortunately perished in the wilderness 2 years prior. This is one of the methods employed by the city lord's mansion to attract talent. The primary purpose of this villa is not merely for residence, but rather to symbolize the protection afforded by the city lord's mansion. Soon after, at the gates of the main city, Qin Yuan spotted the hurried arrival of Lu Xiaoyan. I appreciate your assistance in facilitating the residency paperwork and recommending suitable properties. The price is inconsequential. Safety is paramount, Qin Yuan instructed Lu Xiaoyan. You are aware that I have some grievances with the Shi family. Lu Xiaoyan nodded in understanding. Among spirit masters, enmities arise frequently over treasures and spirit affinities, particularly in the wilderness, where strangers may engage in life and death battles for profit. Furthermore, considering Qin Yuan's seizure of the Shi family's royal-grade cultivation method, it would be unwise for the Shi family to let this matter rest. Though Yunqing publicly prohibits conflicts, it cannot entirely prevent the clandestine skirmishes that occur. Internal strife among humans is an inevitability, even in the face of threats from the abyssal world and beastly foes. Should the day arrive when humanity ceases its infighting, it would signal the end of human existence on this earth. There exists a place that is unequivocally safe, where even the Shi family would not dare to act, Lu Xiaoyan informed Qin Yuan. At the heart of the main city lies an area exclusive to nobility, replete with luxurious villas occupied by the elite and powerful spirit masters. Without facing any obstruction, Lu Xiaoyan guided Qin Yuan and his family directly into the main city. As we walk, let me elaborate. Yunjing Garden is the true noble district of Yunqing, with each villa priced at over 10 billion. Both my Lu family and the other 4 great families reside here. Within Yunjing Garden, there is a steadfast rule, absolute prohibition of violence. Family members must not suffer the consequences of disputes, regardless of the fierce battles that may unfold outside, whether through life-and-death duels or the despicable tactics of assassination. Within Yunjing Garden, no one is permitted to engage in combat, even if they are sworn enemies. This rule applies to spirit masters, family scions, or even servants. Should anyone breach this code, they will face the collective retribution of all families residing in Yunjing Garden. Thus, as long as you reside in Cloudscape Garden, even the Shi family would not dare to act against you. Moreover, there are Golden Realm spirit masters patrolling daily, ensuring the highest level of security within the entire base city. Those villas belong to my Lu family, and the one in the middle is my home, conveniently adjacent to a villa that has just become vacant. Lu Xiaoyan introduced along the way, guiding Qin Yuan seamlessly into Cloudscape Garden. Qin Yuan soon realized that this was a villa district with diverse styles, featuring both modern architecture and ancient-style courtyards. Along the spacious streets, every 100 meters stood a spirit master guard, while patrol teams of spirit masters continuously surveyed the area. This is the most prestigious noble district in Cloud City. Undeniably the safest place in the entire city. Thank you. Then it shall be Cloudscape Garden, living alongside the city lord. I doubt anyone would have the audacity to act against us, Qin Yuan remarked with a smile. This was also the olive branch extended by Lu Xiaoyan, and Qin Yuan was more than willing to accept it. After all, villas beside the city lord's residence are not accommodations available to just anyone. Even wealth alone cannot secure such a place. Those who can reside in Cloudscape Garden may not necessarily possess wealth or power, but they must undoubtedly have strength. It is impossible for anyone below the Platinum Realm to enter Cloudscape Garden. To live next to the city lord, one must have the approval of Lu Yuan, a privilege even Lu Xiaoyan does not possess. Only the 3 Diamond Realm powerhouses can protect Qin Yuan's family from becoming enemies with one of the 4 great families of Cloud City, the Sure family. Jian Wenyu has gone to Falling Star City, and it is uncertain when he will return. The military bigwig, whom Qin Yuan has never encountered, remains a mystery to him. The final protector is naturally Lu Yuan, who stands as Qin Yuan's sole bastion of support. How much is this villa? Qin Yuan inquired. While gratitude is one thing, financial matters must also be addressed. Well, its market price is around 2 billion. Of course, money is not an issue. You could finance it over 20 or 50 years. Lu Xiaoyan casually replied. The city lord is primarily interested in Qin Yuan as a person. A mere 2 billion investment in Qin Yuan is undoubtedly worthwhile. Should Qin Yuan falter along the way, the villa would naturally revert to the city lord's family. Furthermore, the villas in Cloudscape Garden are not merely purchasable with wealth. 2 billion, you say? Qin Yuan's lips twitched. Having sold the Gathering Spirit technique for 3 billion, he had spent 1 billion on resources, leaving him with exactly 2 billion in his account. As for the spiritual weapons and armor sold by Ho Yi, they had also been converted into spiritual essence without a trace left behind. Then let us proceed with the purchase process. I will pay in full, Qin Yuan declared resolutely. He had no desire to take out a loan. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall him, his family would inevitably face expulsion from the city, just as they did 10 years ago. By purchasing outright, the city lord would have no grounds to evict Qin Yuan's family. Of course, this assumes no other authority intervenes. If the city lord's office disregarded any personal connections, there would be ample ways to remove Qin Yuan's family from Cloudscape Garden. Full payment? That's a staggering 2 billion. Lu Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I sold the Gathering Spirit technique and just happened to have 2 billion on hand, Qin Yuan affirmed with a nod. Qin Yuan, you are my brother. Lu Xiaoyan gasped, giving Qin Yuan a thumbs up. No wonder Qin Yuan was so eager to find refuge within the inner city. He had sold a high-tier technique. If he were a member of the Sure family, they would undoubtedly pursue Qin Yuan relentlessly. Please. The city lord does not recognize me as his son. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha, let us go. You'll accompany me to handle the paperwork. By the way, do you see that ochre villa in the distance? That belongs to the Sure family, so keep your distance. Under Lu Xiaoyan's guidance, the paperwork was swiftly completed, and he introduced Qin Yuan to the captain of the Cloudscape Garden's guard. Chapter 91. The 7th Realm City, King of the 100 Peaks. From now on, this shall be our home. Qin Yuan gazed at the villa, which resembled more of an ancient-style huaxia garden than a mere villa. The exquisite pavilions and towers, the tranquil and beautiful ponds and corridors, alongside grand rock formations, ancient theaters, and jade-like ornaments, adorned the landscape. In the garden, ancient cypress trees towered majestically, each flourishing vibrantly, while various peculiar stones and flowers embellished the scenery. His mother, Li Xian, younger brother Qin Xiaofeng, younger sister Qin Xiaoyu, and Aunt Shun, Zhao Feng's mother, all displayed expressions of excitement. After a decade of living in the slums with trepidation, they considered themselves fortunate to have come through unscathed. Today, they could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. That night, Zhao Feng hurried over. Upon entering the villa, disbelief filled his eyes, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Thank you, Qin Yuan. In the future, I will strive to buy a villa of my own. Right next to yours, Zhao Feng said, looking at Qin Yuan with envy and gratitude. Then you must work hard to become the city lord of Cloud City. Then the villa next door will be yours, Qin Yuan replied with a smile. Ha ha, I look forward to that day. With your talent and effort, it is indeed possible for you to reach the Diamond Realm and contend for the position of city lord, Lu Xiaoyan chimed in with a laugh. As for Zhao Feng, Lu Xiaoyan had previously learned about his background, an epic-level blazing sun, 7-star innate spiritual energy, and currently a 5th-tier Black Iron Realm strength. While he may not compare to Qin Yuan, he was still considered a genius. However, this year Qin Yuan's brilliance overshadowed him, resulting in Zhao Feng not receiving significant attention. Nevertheless, in the City Lord's records, Zhao Feng was recognized as a talent worth cultivating, currently under observation. Ah, I was merely joking. In fact, I passed by earlier. And the other two villas are quite nice as well. Those two also belong to the City Lord's family. That evening, neither Qin Yuan nor Zhao Feng returned to the academy. Instead, they each spent time with their families. Late into the night, Qin Yuan finally began his cultivation. Realm Domain. The seventh realm city. The blood-red sky evoked feelings of eeriness and foreboding. Below, a crimson spatial rift descended, expanding at a visible rate. Soon after, ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures revealed themselves, roaring and surging forth. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million, countless numbers, an unending wave. Upon the walls of the realm city, tens of thousands of human spirit masters displayed expressions of fear and tension. Yet, their expressions soon transformed into resolute determination. Clutching their weapons as murderous intent surged, behind the realm city stood a mountain towering 1,000 feet high, standing unmoved for a century. Further back, another spatial rift loomed. On the other side of the rift lay the human world. The realm city serves as humanity's final line of defense. If it falls, the human world will be in grave peril. Boom. An endless tide of abyssal monsters surged toward the realm city, relentlessly battering its walls as they engaged in fierce combat with the human spirit masters. Instantly, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. The battle was exceptionally brutal. However, the sheer number of abyssal monsters was overwhelmingly vast, exceeding humanity's numbers by more than 100-fold. Renowned and powerful spirit masters from Blue Star expended their final ounce of strength, only to fall beneath the jaws of the abyssal creatures. Boom. The crimson spatial rift suddenly ruptured, and a blood-red magic tiger, towering several thousand meters tall, emerged from the rift. Roar. With a single swipe of its enormous paw, the magnificent walls of the seventh realm city crumbled significantly, claiming the lives of countless spirit masters on the spot. What is that? The Abyssal Magic Tiger Clan. This titanic beast is a terrible omen. It is the Magic Tiger King, a King Realm Abyssal Magic Tiger. Panic erupted atop the city walls as the arrival of a King Realm Abyssal creature signaled an impending disaster. The seventh realm city is in peril. Quickly notify the Alliance and request reinforcements. It is too late. If the spatial rift is breached, we shall all be deemed guilty. Alas, the Windless Blade King, after his last battle, teeters on the brink of death and has yet to return. Otherwise, how could the Abyssal Demon Tiger clan act with such impunity? What shall we do now? We must hold the line, steadfast and resolute, even if it means perishing in the charge. One by one, the spirit masters, drenched in blood, fight valiantly, fully aware that the path ahead leads only to doom, yet they press on without hesitation. Roar. The Abyssal Demon Tiger King suddenly lunges forth, causing the walls of the seventh realm city to collapse with a thunderous crash. Despair flickers in the eyes of all present. Each realm city is typically guarded by at least one sovereign-level spirit master, yet the Windless Blade King of the seventh realm city, having repelled an assault from the Abyssal clan at a devastating cost, remains grievously wounded and absent, leaving the city's defenses perilously vulnerable. Kill, kill, kill. Diamond and stellar-level spirit masters soar into the sky, charging towards the Abyssal Demon Tiger King. Before the towering creature, they appear no larger than mere grains of sand. Nevertheless, for the sake of the realm behind them, to protect humanity's last bastion, they continue to fight to the death. The seventh realm city hangs by a thread. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground shakes and mountains tremble. What is this? In the depths of despair, the onlookers witness a mountain, previously standing before the spatial rift, suddenly move and soar into the air, crashing down upon the Abyssal Demon Tiger King. Boom. The Abyssal Demon Tiger King is sent reeling hundreds of miles away, creating an unfathomable pit in the blood-soaked earth. Boom. A towering mountain, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, descends with increasing size. 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The colossal mass crashes down, effectively sealing the Abyssal Demon Tiger King within the realm. On that fateful day, as the seventh realm city faced imminent destruction, General Shuriwe, who had guarded the spatial rift for a century, broke through to sovereign rank, transforming into a mountain of 10,000 feet to vanquish the Demon Tiger King. On that day, humanity triumphed, obliterating millions of abyssal beasts, with the Shurjia's Shuriwe rescuing the seventh realm city from peril, safeguarding humanity's final line of defense. On that day, humanity gained a formidable sovereign-level spirit master, with the Huaxiao Alliance and various factions extending their congratulations and bestowing the title of King of the 100 Mountains. The newly emerged Shurjia's 100 Mountains King stands guard at the frontier of the seventh realm city. After a century of striving for sovereign rank, he achieved the instantaneous extermination of the Demon Tiger King. In the main city of Cloud City, within the Yunjing Garden Villa, Qin Yuan prepares for cultivation. He first lays out an array of treasures: heavenly thunder fruit, thunder element grass, beast essence blood, body tempering elixirs, and more. These are all treasures exchanged from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, along with system rewards of the Thunder Flame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng. This time, Qin Yuan aims to refine his physique to the pinnacle of Black Iron rank, achieving 5,000 combat points. Then, he will utilize the Thunder Flame Tyrannosaurus Ginseng to unlock the 8th and 9th spiritual apertures. Finally, he will consume the Sword Element Spirit Fruit to break through to Bronze rank. Once all preparations are complete, Qin Yuan pauses. Chapter 92, A Dual Sovereign. The Decision of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. In the room, beside Qin Yuan, an identical figure appears, his doppelganger. This is Qin Yuan's first time utilizing the Qinglian clone. Taking on his own semblance, observing his true self brings forth a peculiar sensation. After the clone manifests, it stands at the door of the room. This cultivation session will undoubtedly be lengthy, so he summons a clone as a precaution. In the corner, the Crimson Crystal Dragon Scale beast quietly appears, obediently lying on the ground without making a sound. As for the Blood Spirit Saint, the moment Qin Yuan summons it, a wave of unease washes over him, as if being watched by some unseen entity. Never mind, better to retract it. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan withdraws the Blood Spirit Saint. The identity of the Blood Spirit Saint is particularly sensitive, not only tied to the Abyssal Blood Spirit clan, but also under the watchful eye of the Blood Arena. There are surely many spies from the Blood Arena lurking within Cloud City. Should this information leak, even the City Lord would be unable to safeguard Qin Yuan. The first step is to temper the body. Qin Yuan activates the Tion Yuan's sword technique, grasping the beast essence blood and body tempering elixirs, especially the diamond grade Gale Dragon essence blood exchanged at a great cost of credits, consuming them directly. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming and violent energy surges within Qin Yuan, battering every corner of his body, washing through his flesh and bones. In the dead of night, within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Lin Xian sits in her office, her mood remarkably buoyant. Today, not only did she acquire 20 spirit weapons with a 100% fusion rate, but she also recruited Wu Ming as an offering to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion using these weapons, and received a royal grade technique, the 10,000 Stones Spirit Gathering Technique. This is indeed a premier royal grade technique, a rare treasure within the Alliance. Lin Xian takes out a spatial communication stone. Earlier in the day, she reported the news of the 10,000 Stones Spirit Gathering Technique. The spatial communication stone resembles a spatial ring, containing an independent space where a stone tablet stands. The holder of the stone can leave a written message on the tablet. Those possessing the same type of spatial communication stone can communicate within this space, akin to a chat group. While it may not compare to smart bracelets that allow for instant communication, it possesses an unparalleled advantage. It transcends spatial boundaries, enabling communication even across vast distances, regardless of differing base cities. In contrast, a smart bracelet loses signal when out of range of a signal tower. The tablet displays a series of messages. Xian, is this matter true? Is it indeed the Shurjia's 10,000 Stones Spirit Gathering Technique? I have dispatched a starship to Cloud City to ensure the technique reaches headquarters for in-depth study. Once I thoroughly understand the 10,000 Stones Spirit Gathering Technique, let us see if the old ghosts of the Shurjia dare to be arrogant in my presence. This is a matter of great importance. It must not be leaked. Xian's performance over the past 2 years has been commendable, allowing her to apply for an early transfer back to headquarters. Thank you, esteemed elders. This is all in a day's work for Xian. The subsequent messages are a flurry of praise for Lin Xian's performance. A contribution of a royal grade technique not yet recorded by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion is indeed a monumental achievement. Lin Xian gazes at the glowing messages of commendation, her spirits soaring. She is finally poised to leave the confines of Cloud City. Her stage is not within Cloud City, but rather in the super base city brimming with geniuses. Elders, please review the latest important information from the Alliance. Followed by an upper-level council meeting. All elders must attend. What has transpired? The messages on the tablet quickly dwindle by more than half, as the elders cease their commentary. Some pavilion masters from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion branches dare to speak up at this moment. It seems that matters are becoming dire. Xian, brace yourself mentally. The message sender is one responsible for intelligence matters. What is happening? Speak quickly. Lin Xian furrows her brow in the office, sensing that the world is about to undergo a significant upheaval. An elder from the Tion Shurjia, known for his unwavering presence and guarding the realm for a century, has recently broken through to sovereign rank and has slain an abyssal sovereign, the Demon Tiger King. The Alliance has officially bestowed the title of King of the 100 Mountains upon Shuriwa. A celebration banquet will be held in a few days. Hiss. Does this mean that the Zheng family now boasts a second sovereign, adding to the previously fallen one, making it 3 sovereigns in a single family? 2 sovereigns are not the key issue. The focus lies in the fact that the 100 Mountains King single-handedly vanquished an abyssal sovereign, particularly the immensely powerful Demon Tiger King. Among the current sovereigns, who possesses such strength? You all misunderstand. The crux is that the 100 Mountains King's defeat of an abyssal sovereign allows for an early return to Blue Star, exempting him from the 500-year obligation of guarding the realm city. Hiss. In the southern realm of Tion, two sovereigns are set to preside. Lin Xian gazed at the incessantly flashing text messages, her hands trembling, causing the spatial communication stone to clatter to the ground. A dual sovereign lineage. Among the noble families of sovereigns, it is not uncommon to possess multiple sovereign spirit masters. However, according to the sacred oath of the sovereigns, once a spirit master ascends to the stellar radiance realm, they must guard the boundary city for a century or achieve remarkable military feats to petition for an early return. Upon ascending to the sovereign realm, they are bound to remain at the boundary city for 5 centuries, or slay an abyssal sovereign before they may choose to return to the blue star. It is crucial to recognize that the abyssal beings are terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing the strength of ordinary beasts by tenfold or more. Human spirit masters of the same tier are no match for these abyssal entities, let alone the abyssal sovereigns, whose vitality is formidable. Even if one could defeat them, killing them would be a Herculean task. As for surrounding an abyssal sovereign with multiple sovereign spirit masters, that is utterly implausible, for the number of abyssal sovereigns vastly exceeds that of human spirit masters. Were it not for the existence of the boundary realms, countless abyssal sovereigns would have already descended upon the human blue star. The overwhelming majority of sovereign spirit masters choose to remain stationed at the boundary city for 5 centuries, rather than attempting the near impossible task of slaying an abyssal sovereign. Thus, the Tion family will, with 2 living and unbound sovereigns, ascend to the pinnacle of the noble families on the blue star. The 10,000 stones gathering spirit technique, alas. Lin Xian cast a bitter smile at the earthy yellow jade slip upon the table. The Shi family, did he manage to escape and take residence in the Yunjing garden? Shi Zhongtian, the head of the Shi family, roared in fury, emanating an oppressive aura that enveloped the individual across from him. Opposite stood the family's 9th elder, his face marred with shame, kneeling on the ground under the pressure of the overwhelming force. A dignified Golden Realm spirit master, reduced to powerless submission before Shi Zhongtian.